The lab, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals moved to 3-10 and 0-5 in the NFC West over the weekend. The 45-17 loss to the Rams marks their fifth straight, and here was Jonathan Gannon's message to his team after the loss.
That's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
After a Friday night loss to the Houston Rockets, the Suns are in Minnesota for a matchup with Ant Edwards and the Timberwolves. Still without Devin Booker, who will be reevaluated on Wednesday. Suns' Dylan Brooks is also questionable tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And not only is the college football playoff set, the rest of the bowl games have been announced. The Sun Devils will get the Blue Devils of Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats and SMU Ponies will get together in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to go. Visit thewindowdepot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans, Cardinal fans. Once again, it will not be a Victory Monday. We have not had a Victory Monday since week 2 in September. Think about that. The victory against the Dallas Cowboys came on Monday Night Football. Am I right?
Yes.
We have not had a Victory Monday since the second week in September.
And that Victory Monday was marred by, they should have lost to the Panthers.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, it's been a year, man. It's been a football season, hasn't it, Vinny?
Oh, it has. It has.
It's almost like I almost feel bad for the feelings of disappointment and frustration that I had during the Diamondback season. Because that was a ball of monkeys. Is that a saying? No.
Barrel.
But it was a barrel of monkeys compared to this Cardinals season.
It
was frustrating in a different.
It
was frustrating in a different way. I understand, but this is just miserable. Miserable.
It is. I'm not going to argue with that. It's been. This is the hardest thing to do, is when you've got a football team that just cannot win, that loses in a stunning range of ways, right? And then you got to trod through a team throughout the fall into winter, and then it just becomes.
Look, I mean,
it's bad.
I hate to say I told you so, but didn't we tell you so? Didn't we spend a good deal of Friday saying this feels like it's just going to be a boat race?
Yeah, and
guess what? It was a boat race.
It turned out to be exactly the boat race we feared.
And it wasn't that close of a boat race. It was, as boat races go, it was a round.
It was one of those boat races where the first boat like skids and like flips over 14 times and crashes and everyone dies. But speaking of the Cardinals, a funny thing over the weekend, my mom's friend from out of town, who is a semi-professional singer, was in town. I had sent my mom my Cardinals song this week, the Chicago parody of 25 or 6 to 4. So she played it for her friend. I saw them over the weekend, and her friend says, "Whoa, that was some song you did there, huh? Your singing was really something, but I got to tell you, whoever you brought in to do backup on the chorus with you, they were really terrible." I said, "That was also me." I just doubled up.
I can't believe you churn that workout and then distribute it to loved ones.
Well, I'm proud of it.
Why?
Wow.
I got another bone to pick with you that I don't even want to get into right now.
Oh, no.
Based on your fact-checking abilities on...
I can't wait to get into this.
It's breaking news.
Yeah,
it's breaking news.
I can't wait to get into this.
Yeah, that was an old school Vinny Joe trivia screw up by me, relying on AI and technology.
All right, I've got one last thing to add since you brought it up, Jared. As somebody who is old enough to have actually played with the toy Barrel of Monkeys, I can tell you that toy was very overrated. There wasn't a lot of fun in that Barrel of Monkeys.
What was it?
To be honest with you.
It was like hooking them together or something?
They had, I think, inside the barrel, there might have been 12 to 15 monkeys. Then you just hooked their arms together.
Right.
But what then? What then?
Then it's up to you and your imagination,
right.
Dan.
And again, I come from a generation that had very fertile imaginations, but look, Barrel of Monkeys was not really as fun as a Barrel of Monkeys.
Yeah, I remember it was like, this is it?
Right. This is it.
Wow, they're multicolored. Really cool.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll just wait 20 years for something cool to come out.
Right, exactly. All right, start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Cardinals got absolutely housed by the Los Angeles Rams, 45-17 at State Farm Stadium. Rams did whatever they wanted offensively. They racked up 530 yards. Matthew Stafford threw for 281 and 3 touchdowns. 2 to Puka Nacua, whom the Cardinals really had an interesting game plan for him on Sunday. They had no answer. Blake Corum, Kyron Williams, they combined for 212 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. You get the idea. Cardinals moved to 0-5 this season against NFC West teams. They've allowed all 3 division foes to score 40 or more points against them. They're 3-10 overall. They're 1-10 in their last 11 games. On the flip side, the Rams moved to 10-3 on the season. Cardinals back on the road to face the Houston Texans Sunday at NRG Stadium. Elsewhere in the NFC West, Seattle moved to 10-3 on the season, a 37-9 thrashing of the Falcons in Atlanta. Game that was tied 6-6 at halftime, but Seattle exploded in the second half, starting with a 100-yard kickoff return for a touchdown to start the third quarter by Rashid Shaheed. 49ers had the week off, so once again, the Cardinals, the only team in the division, losing. Around the NFL in Week 14, the Buffalo Bills got a huge win in the snow in Orchard Park. They beat Cincinnati 39-34. Christian Benford's pick 6 of Joe Burrow with 5:25 to go gave the Bills their first lead of the game. Josh Allen had 3 touchdown passes and a touchdown run for Buffalo. Jacksonville beat Indianapolis 36-19. Daniel Jones left that game for the Colts with an Achilles injury. Denver topped the Vegas Raiders 24-17 to move to 11-2. Josh Jacobs' 2-yard touchdown run with 3:32 left proved to be the difference in the Packers' 28-21 win over the Bears at Lambeau.
Bears.
And the Chiefs' run might be over. They fall to the Texans 20-10 at Arrowhead last night. Patrick Mahomes, a miserable evening, 14 of 33, 160 yards and 3 interceptions as the defending AFC champs fall to 6-7 and into 10th place in the AFC playoff picture. The week wraps up tonight in LA. Chargers hosting the Eagles in a battle of 8 and 4 teams. Kickoff 6:15 on ESPN. The college football playoff bracket was released on Sunday. Indiana, after an upset of Ohio State to win the Big Ten crown, is the top seed. They are joined in getting byes by Ohio State, who fell to number 2. SEC champion Georgia is 3. Big 12 champ Texas Tech is 4. The playoffs get underway Friday. December 19th with 8th seed Oklahoma hosting 9th seed Alabama, who got in despite getting trounced in the SEC championship game, of course. Then a triple header on the 20th, 7th seed Texas A&M hosting 10th seed Miami. They get the nod over Notre Dame, who was ranked ahead of them in this whole process until yesterday. 11 seed Tulane will visit 6 seed Ole Miss, and 12 seed James Madison travels to Eugene to face 5th seed Oregon. Let me just say this about these matchups. Yawn. These are awful.
Yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed by this array of college football playoff games. Alabama at Oklahoma looks good, but they've already done it, right?
They have.
And it wasn't much of a game in the first
and
place.
Oklahoma won in Bama.
Yeah. And
let's play it again.
And it looks like an inter-squad game because their uniforms are
And Ole Miss already played Ole Miss already played Tulane.
Yeah.
Beat them.
Yeah.
They don't need 12 teams in the playoffs.
No, they need 16, Jared.
They need 8.
Bowl invitations went out as well. ASU will take on the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils in the Sun Bowl in El Paso on New Year's Eve afternoon. Arizona facing SMU in the Trust and Will Holiday Bowl in San Diego on January 2nd. The Rate Bowl at Chase Field in downtown Phoenix will pit New Mexico, who got the invitation after a couple of Big 12 teams declined bowl games. The Lobos will take on Minnesota December 26th. Suns continue their road trip tonight in Minneapolis against the Timberwolves. Suns coming off a 117-98 beatdown at the hands of the Rockets on Friday. Dylan Brooks listed as questionable for tonight's game with Achilles soreness. Devin Booker remains out for the Suns. He's scheduled to be reevaluated on Wednesday prior to the Suns' Emirates NBA Cup knockout round game against Oklahoma City. Minnesota's entire rotation healthy and ready to go for tonight's game. Put that one in a time capsule. That game tips off at 5:30. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Beginning with pregame coverage at 4:30. Sunday in the NBA, LeBron James scored 29 points in the Lakers' 112-108 win over Philadelphia. James has now scored in double figures in one straight game.
All right, get another streak going. That's what they always say, right? When one streak ends, start another one.
Begins. OKC slammed Utah 131-101. They are 23-1 on the season. And they did that without SGA, but Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams each had 25. And Jamal Murray had 34 in the Nuggets' 115-106 win over the Bulls. Expect the Arizona Wildcats to be the number 1 team in the country when the latest AP Top 25 college basketball rankings come out later today. Tommy Lloyd's second-ranked Wildcats obliterated 20th-ranked Auburn 97-68 Saturday night in Tucson behind 61% shooting. Couple that with a Purdue loss to Iowa State, and the Wildcats should take over number 1. ASU scored a nice 86-70 win over Oklahoma in the Jerry Colangelo Classic Saturday at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mo Odom led the way with 17 points. Pig Johnson off the bench to score 16 as the Sun Devils moved to 7-2. GCU lost the opener of that doubleheader in downtown Phoenix in a tight game with undefeated Oklahoma State, but the Cowboys won at 84-78.
I love how they sound like a 1920s baseball team. Mo Odom and Pig Johnson.
One baseball note: Jeff Kent elected to the National Baseball Hall of Fame on Sunday. Kent named on 14 of 16 ballots by the Contemporary Baseball Era Committee. I'm so lost with the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was on the ballot how many times? He never got more than 45% of the vote.
Almost no one who gets in under that committee feels like they deserve it.
No, that was the same committee that put Harold Baines in.
But
right?
Again, this is another thing. If Harold
Alan
Baines is in and
Trammell.
Jeff Kent is in, come on, Mark Grace is not in the Hall of Fame. Give me a break.
I mean,
Give me a
yesterday
break.
they didn't get not enough votes for Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy. Different reasons. Dale Murphy was a phenom in the early 80s.
Yeah.
Easily the best player in baseball for a 3 or 4 year stretch.
Right. Totally.
Yeah. The Hall of Very Good.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There is your splash for Monday, December 8th. I can't read a tease because my computer is just fried.
Vince,
Go
did you ever wonder what's below rock bottom? Because the Cardinals may be finding out.
Ooh. Should we explore that next,
Let's
Jared?
go.
Let's do it on this Big Red Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Oh my, big hole between the tackles. 30, near side 20, 10, 5. Walk-in touchdown. 48-yard run for Blake Corum. Longest run of his career, and the Rams make it 44-10.
Reacting to the Rams ruling at the farm and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special holiday discount. Get 15% off now until December 31st. Just text GREEN to 62620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Message and data rates may apply.
From holiday hosting to unforgettable gifts, Omaha Steaks delivers the world's best steak experience. And now, during their Sizzle All the Way sale, you can get 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $35 off with promo code SKY at checkout. I was lucky enough to receive Omaha Steaks as a gift, and it was everything I had hoped for. Items were individually packaged so I could cook for the entire family. Or if I was the only one home, I would treat myself with a delicious steak, sides, and even dessert. I loved those nights by myself. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. It's holiday magic made easy. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off site-wide during their Sizzle All the Way sale. And for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, code SKY.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, what I just told them is that that that's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, following another loss, a 45-17 shellacking at the hands of the Los Angeles Rams yesterday. That was interesting for about a quarter, and then the Rams decided, we're going to do whatever we want.
Yeah.
The big thesis statement for me on that game, and a lot of what we talk about is going to be about future and about big picture with this Arizona Cardinals team. But when you focus on the game, Bick, and I know injuries are a part of it. Let's get that out of the way. It was one of the worst defensive performances I've ever watched. There was no resistance to anything the Los Angeles Rams did.
Not much.
The front seven of the Arizona Cardinals was non-existent in both, whether it was run against the run or against the pass. There was no sacks. I counted one time where I saw Matthew Stafford on the ground. The stat sheet says 2.
Yeah.
There was not one tackle for loss in the game for a member of the defense. There was no coverage downfield. Yes, Puka Nacua is great and made a lot of really, really great catches. But my goodness, what was that?
Yeah, no, that's there wasn't much resistance at all, and I think yesterday was the first telltale sign of a team that's starting to digress into zombie football, because I think offensively, they got the ball in the opening possession and they had very little trouble moving down the field, and you thought, okay, good. This is going to be a competitive game. And then after that, it was every time the Rams had the ball, they did whatever they wanted. I think they scored on their first 5 possessions of the game. Their first drive, they needed all of 6 plays to get into the red zone. They were bam. They answered the Cardinals' touchdown in a heartbeat. On the next 3 drives, the Cardinals' defense couldn't even get the Rams to a 3rd down. And then in the second half, it got absurd with a pair of back-to-back consecutive one-play, big play touchdowns for the Rams.
That was the first time this season where it looked like they kind of gave up. When they gave up the back-to-back, just one play touchdowns, no resistance.
Yeah.
Especially
on the running
second
play.
one, the Corum 48-yard touchdown was pretty embarrassing.
So you've got to ask yourself, how does that happen? So when you get a defense that plays the way that they did yesterday, can you believe what Jonathan Gannon is telling you about the group coming back on Monday working to get better? Because there was no fight. There was no resistance on that side of the football.
No. No, to answer your question, no. I know he's a coach. He's got to say those things. But these are things that have been said over and over and over and over again. And they don't have the answers to the questions verbally, and they certainly don't have it on the field. The Rams are arguably the best team in professional football. But the gap yesterday, that's what you just keep wondering about, is the gap. I mean, I brought this up in the splash pick, but the Arizona Cardinals have given up 40 or more points to every other team in the division in 3 consecutive games against those teams.
Oh, yeah.
The gap has not been wider, and I'm not going to sit here and make a declarative like it's never been like this. The gap has not been this big in a very, very long time.
Yeah, this is about as futile and as hopeless as it's felt in a while, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. And, I mean, I went as a fan yesterday, Bick, and it was an interesting time. I got a buddy who gave me some tickets. Shout out, he appreciate it. I took my son Patrick to the game. And I don't go to a lot of Cardinals games as a fan anymore, but I've got years and years and years of experience. And judging, taking it all into account, the way that game unfolded after the first quarter, the time of the year, the records between the two teams, it wasn't exactly there was a lot of Rams fans there. They weren't exactly loud. There was no energy at all in that stadium yesterday. It reminded me of sitting in an updated Sun Devil Stadium.
That's what it felt like. It's exactly what it felt like to me. In driving up, I got to the game shortly, I don't know, probably 12:20, 12:25, and there wasn't a hint of traffic anywhere. And I thought, ooh, wow. And it's not really that surprising because the Rams, they can't get fans to their own stadium.
Yeah.
But I was surprised how many people wearing blue were in that stadium, and as a corollary, there were a lot of Cardinal fans who tapped out of this one, and you could feel it, you could see it in the parking lot, you could see it on the 101. It was the sign of a football team where people have checked out.
2 weeks from now,
unfortunately, that applies to the defense as well.
2 weeks from now, the Cardinals are hosting the Falcons. What is that game going to look like attendance-wise? Because that's another team that doesn't really have opposing fans that'll be there.
Yeah, I mean, it's right around Christmas and the holiday season, so I think there's going to be a lot of tickets gifted to people who don't normally get to go to games.
Well, the big takeaway, really, I think, coming out of this game now is, I think going into this weekend, there was the Cardinals, and we were all kind of in this path that, all right, can you talk yourself into giving this head coach another year at the helm, knowing that the Kyler Murray experiment is officially over, which came down right after our show on Friday. It's amazing how much news comes out the minute our show ends on a Friday.
10:01 on a Friday.
And so there's that. Wear that like a badge of honor, Vinny. So there's that. The news of the Kyler Murray getting shut down for the rest of the season, which was very, very interesting to me on a lot of different levels. And then, followed up by the fact that, okay, if you replace the offensive coordinator, if you go out and you get a new guy to run the offense, would that be enough of a reset to kind of, okay, we're down with this? I don't know now. Now I think the calculus keeps changing on a weekly basis. And when you are this uncompetitive with the teams in your division, Vinny, it is not just the fact that you've allowed 44, 41, and 45 points in your last three meetings against the Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams. It's the fact that the Cardinals are 3-10, while those three teams are 29-10. Mm-hmm. So by my math, you're 26 games behind the rest of the division. Tell me I'm wrong. Get a math professor and tell me I'm wrong. Rest of the division, 29-10. Cardinals, 3-10.
The same amount of losses as the rest of the division combined.
Mm-hmm. You're 26 games behind.
Although the rest of the division does have the advantage of getting to play the Cardinals.
There is that. So that's 6 wins on their combined total.
Yeah, so
and look, I hate to be like the harbinger of doom, but you think yesterday was bad in terms of this is the time of year. Part of zombie football, Bick, as you coined, and I certainly felt that too. I pretty much saw a couple of players trying to eat brains yesterday. But one of the elements of zombie football is injuries don't get better at this time of the year.
No.
And a lot more players get injured, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. I do know what you mean. Yeah, I do know what you mean.
So there's going to be a lot of guys that have been toiling away on the practice squad that are going to get some reps these last 4 games. And good for them, but it doesn't exactly make for real joyous football experience. Coming up next, we will relive the harrowing moments from the Cardinals' loss to the Rams yesterday. Monday Morning Huddle is next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Southwest Gas, proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas helps build stronger communities, one connection at a time. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on, because energy does more than fuel your day. It provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. And for almost 1 century, 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's yrefy.com/careers.
If the 30-year mortgage wasn't bad enough, now they are considering a 50-year mortgage. Are you kidding me? Hashtag worst financial decision ever. Take the time to become familiar with how a Life Changer loan works, where all your income attacks all of your debt and you pay off your home in just a few short years. Imagine how quickly your nest egg could grow if you had zero mortgage payments. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals made it 5 straight losses yesterday with a 45-17 result to the LA Rams. A game that was tied early but got away from the Cards, and they moved to 3-10. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon after.
Just come back to work, man. You know, it's hard. There's no doubt. It's hard. You know, it's been a lot of adversity here, but we'll come back. We'll come out of the other side better for it. I know that.
The Phoenix Suns Friday night got beat 117-98 to Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets without Devin Booker, and they'll be without him tonight, and potentially Dillon Brooks as well, who's listed as questionable in Minnesota for the T-Wolves. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's officially bowl season in college football. The Sun Devils will play ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats get another ACC foe in SMU in the Holiday Bowl. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Monday Morning Huddle. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet.
Cardinals will get the first crack on offense after the Rams won the toss and deferred. Quite frankly, they made things look easy on their first possession. Jacoby Brissett hit Trey McBride on 45 yards worth of passes on back-to-back plays. Facing a 2nd and 10 at the Rams 19, Brissett went looking for his new go-to wide receiver.
Brissett back to throw, fires near side, caught by Wilson, a touchdown. What a start for the Cardinals against a Ram team that needs this to win the division and maybe get the #1 seed, and it's Arizona that comes out blazing hot.
Yeah, Dave Pasch on the call on the Cardinals radio network. Chad Ryland would boot the extra point to make it 7-0. Rams came right back, getting 3 first downs on their first drive, but the Cardinals defense held inside the 10-yard line as Matthew Stafford threw 3 straight incompletions. LA would settle for a 26-yard field goal from Harrison Mevis. And Mevis. To cut the Cardinals' lead to 7-3. Cardinals would punt on their next drive. LA took over on their own 26, went right through the Arizona defense again. Stafford hit Puka Nacua on a 32-yard pass play, and then it turned into the Blake Corum show. Corum for 7, Corum for 14. And then at the 2-yard line, Corum would get his number called again.
It'll be Corum again here on 1st and goal from the 2 with Stafford under center. Extra offensive lineman in the game, and it's a handoff up the middle and into the end zone for the touchdown, and the lead is Blake Corum.
Mevis added the extra point. Rams had their first lead 10-7 after a 6-play, 74-yard drive that took only 3:26. Cardinals would once again drive down the field. They got all the way down to the Rams' 10 on 3rd down. Kobe Turner sacked Brissett for an 8-yard loss, and they would trot out Ryland again.
So a field goal try of 38 yards for Ryland to tie the game with 8.5 to go in the first half. Snap, ball is down. Ryland's kick is on the way, and the kick is good, and it's 10-10.
Yeah, so ball game there. 10-10, as Dave Pasch said. On the Rams' next possession, again, they would do whatever they wanted in the run game and the pass game. Stafford hit Nacua on a 20-yard pass down to the Cardinals' 4. Then they found it to be a good time to appease their other running back, Kyren Williams.
2nd and goal on the 2. Mustafer, former Nittany Lion. Stafford under center. Nacua split out to the right. Now motions behind Stafford, who takes and hands it off. Williams up the middle. He's in for the touchdown. And the Rams go up 16-10 with 2:47 to go in the first half.
Yeah, Mevis would add the extra point to make it 17-10, and the Cardinals would get the ball back before halftime. Crucial juncture of the game because the Rams were getting the ball to start the second half. Well, the Cardinals would possess the ball for 1:05 on their next possession. They went out 3 and out. They left plenty of time to operate before halftime. Stafford hit Nacua for 28 yards, then Colby Parkinson for 14. With 18 seconds to go before the break, Stafford looked for Nacua again, and once again the Cardinals defenseless.
Snap to Stafford, 5-step drop, throws deep middle. Nacua's got the football and into the end zone for the touchdown. He caught it at the 5. Will Johnson tried to strip the ball away, could not. And Nacua scores, and the Rams lead it 23-10 with 12 seconds to go in the half.
24-10 after the extra point. Cardinals would move up to the LA 45 right before halftime, but Ryland missed a desperation 63-yard field goal after he was iced by the Rams after one attempt at it. So the Rams led by 2 touchdowns at the break. They'd get the ball to start the third quarter, and they'd make the most of it. First drive of the half, more methodical, facing only their second third down opportunity of the game at the Cardinals' 6. They'd cash in again.
3rd and goal on the 6. Stafford to throw. Fires over the middle. And it's caught in the back of the end zone by Parkinson for a Rams touchdown. And it's 30-10 with 10:09 to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, just like that. 31-10. Teams would trade punts over the next 3 possessions. Late in the third quarter, facing a 3rd and 8 at his own 22, Jacoby Brissett made a boo-boo.
4-man rush. Straight drop back. Brissett throws. Intercepted at the 31 by Landman. He gets up to run. He's tackled to the ground by Wilson. Boy, what a catch by Landman, the linebacker, to make the pick.
I just love the fact that it was always Nate Landman when he was at Colorado, and now because of the popularity of the TV show, he's Landman.
Landman. Got a game ball from Sean McVay, by the way.
He's a really good player. 1 play later, Stafford and Nacua made it hurt again.
Rams take over the Cardinal 31 with Kyren Williams in at running back. Stafford in the gun, takes the snap. Pump fake. Now looking deep left side, wide open Nacua, caught at the 1 into the end zone for the touchdown. 37-10. 12 seconds to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, fourth quarter was all about stat padding. After another Cardinals punt, the Rams would strike quickly once again.
The 48 of Arizona, Stafford under center. Blake Corum, the running back, he's got 80 yards. Kyren Williams has 84. It will be a run play. Oh my, big hole between the tackles. 30, near side 20, 10, 5. Walk-in touchdown. 48-yard run for Blake Corum.
2 straight one-play scoring drives for the Rams made it 45-10. Cardinals would answer a bit on their next possession with Brissett finding Wilson again.
Brissett in the gun has the ball. Back to throw. Throws a fade left side into the end zone. It is caught, and it is a touchdown for Michael Wilson. That is Wilson's second of the day. He continues to amaze when given the opportunity.
Yeah, that was the theme yesterday. It was a blowout, 45-17 the final. If you're looking for a silver lining, that silver lining is named Michael Wilson, who stepped up once again, 11 catches, 142 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Trey McBride played his normal brand of football as well, but really not a whole lot to cheer about if you're a Cardinals fan.
No, they gave up 530 yards of offense, the Cardinals defense did. The Cardinals' leading rusher was Jacoby Brissett with 22 yards. Yeah, it was just it was an annihilation is what it was. And the fact that that game was 10-10 at one point in time, you looked up not that long after and it was 45-10, that's kind of the day in a proverbial nutshell.
Yeah, it was 17-10 in the second quarter, and the way things were unfolding, you're thinking, "Oh, worst case scenario is early in the third it's going to be 31-10." And that's exactly what it was because the Rams again, did whatever they want. Here was Jonathan Gannon. After the game, his message to the fans.
Yeah, we'll come out the other side. We will. I know that.
Well, he doesn't know that, first of all.
I mean, I appreciate the optimism that, hey, we're going to get this fixed, but you've now had 14 weeks and played 13 football games, and there's clearly no fix.
Well, obviously there's not any belief left on the defensive side of the football, and that's his area of expertise. So the idea that they're dutifully showing up every Monday and getting better and working diligently, and that got blown up yesterday. That performance defensively yesterday, really, you can no longer sugarcoat that with a commitment to getting better and grinding, and we're going to get through this and we're going to get out the other side. It's getting worse is what it's getting.
Yeah, and look, behind the curtain, I sent you a snarky text after the game yesterday and said, hey, at least we're not faced with another week of, hey, they're really buying into the coach's messaging and they've got their coaches back and they're playing hard. Because it certainly didn't look like they played that hard yesterday.
Not defensively. I thought they tried to compete offensively. I thought they had a gap when they really couldn't do anything. But again, I think that the Jacoby Brissett, Michael Wilson thing and the Trey McBride factor out of it all, those 3 guys are carrying that offense pretty much by themselves. The rushing game is it's an abomination, man.
Awful.
It is. And that's why they can't get anything done. No NFL team, no matter who you're playing, you've got to have some modicum, some semblance of balance. Otherwise, you cannot keep a defense honest. And again, there's no use to Jacoby Brissett being fantastic at the mechanics of play action when there's no fear of actually handing the ball off.
Yeah, it's almost like out of instinct now that the play action is there because they've done it so much. But you're right. What are you freezing for?
And then would it have been any different by this part of the season if James Conner were healthy or if Trey Benson were not abducted by aliens or whatever the hell happened to him? Who knows?
I hate to say it. No,
had they drafted Cam Scatterbo?
It would not have been different.
Yeah.
We saw 2+ games of proof of that James Conner at the beginning of the year, and we know what James Conner is about. He's a hard runner, fights for yardage. He had no room either, and his numbers while he was in there, they weren't very good. This Cardinals offensive line in the running game, one of the great mysteries about what went wrong. History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl. It's Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Just text BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL, BOWL to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Coming up next, the college football playoffs are set, and they're a lot happier in the Southeast Conference and South Beach than they are in South Bend. We'll tell you more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Would they trade him in division?
I think they trade him in division.
I would not do that. I would not give Sean McVay Kyler Murray. No, thank you.
So you wouldn't do that?
No.
You wouldn't do that?
Absolutely not.
I think Kyler Murray's future destination is so scheme dependent that it's going to take the right kind of coach and the right kind of team to be willing to bend to Kyler Murray's skill set and make the offense revolve around him the way that it should. And I just don't know if Sean McVay is that coach.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The commercial truck super sale is live at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Another brutal divisional beatdown for the Arizona Cardinals. So what can Jonathan Gannon do to at least finish the season on a better note? We'll ask the coach at 3 on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, or you can watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, NFL and Cardinals misery, not the only football going on over the weekend. Of course, we had championship weekend in college football, and now the smoke is cleared. We've got our 12 teams that will be competing for a national championship in the college football playoff. And where do you want to start?
Yeah, you tell me.
You want to start at the top? Indiana was the feel-good story of the weekend.
Well, just start here. Who in this room is outraged by what the committee did yesterday? I'm not.
Neither am I.
I am.
I'm outraged by pretty much all of it.
Okay.
Quite honestly.
Okay.
I'm outraged specifically by Alabama, and it really bothered me. And then I said, I don't really care that much about the college football playoff, and settle down, Jarrett, you loser.
Well, yes. Settle down, Jarrett, you loser, you hump.
But that was the only thing that really bothered me.
And again, we're all coming at this from our own self-interest, as we do as people, as normal human beings. Everything is filtered through our own self-interest, and a world in which Notre Dame gets the short end of the stick, I'm not having much issue with that. I think that now listen, if you're going to ask me what I think of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee, that's another story, because they obviously have some explaining to do. The big point of contention is, how could you suddenly drop Notre Dame? Well, why wasn't Miami's head-to-head win over Notre Dame an issue prior to yesterday?
Here was Hunter Yurachek, who's the chair of the CFP. Here was his explanation on why they finally moved Miami ahead of Notre Dame.
The first move in that was we felt like the way BYU performed in their championship game, a second loss to Texas Tech in a similar fashion, was worthy of Miami moving ahead of them in the rankings. And once we moved Miami ahead of BYU, then we had that side-by-side comparison that everybody had been hungering for with Notre Dame and Miami. And you look at those two teams on paper, and they're almost equal in their schedule strength, their common opponents, the results against their common opponents. But the one metric we had to fall back on, again, was the head-to-head. I charged the committee members to go back and watch that game again, the Miami-Notre Dame game, because it was so far back. And we got some interesting debate from our coaches on what that game looked like as we watched it. And with that in mind, we gave Miami the nod over Notre Dame into that 10 spot.
Look, I'm with you. Ultimately, Notre Dame, they are one of the programs that tries to operate by its own rules.
Yeah.
We know this.
Yes.
They won't join a conference. They've got NBC in their back pocket, whatever.
They signed an agreement with the college football playoff that if they're ranked in the top 12, they're guaranteed a spot in the college football playoff. And so, listen, there's a lot of people across college athletics, a lot of athletic directors and conferences who are kind of fed up with the way Notre Dame continues to rig the system to their own benefit.
But I will say this. We are subjected to these weekly check-ins and these weekly Tuesday night ranking shows, and Notre Dame was ahead of Miami in every single one of them, despite the fact that Miami beat them head-to-head. How does it change when neither one of them play? You charged your committee to go back and watch a game from September again. You had that experience in real time and archived for months.
I agree. Well, listen, I agree with that, but I do not quibble with Notre Dame being left out of the college football playoff.
Neither do I. And then when I start to have one shred of sympathy for them or empathy for them, then they turn around and say, we're not accepting a bowl game. We played for championships here.
Exactly.
Go home.
If Notre Dame should be mad at anybody, it should be the ACC in a conference which they could easily be a part of.
That's a good point.
Because Miami not winning the ACC conference wildly hurt them, because it then opened the door for both JMU and Tulane to get in. If Miami wins the ACC, does their job, Miami gets the auto bid, and then it's one of JMU or Tulane, and then Notre Dame would get into the college football playoff.
Well, Miami, I mean, they didn't get dinged. They didn't even make the ACC championship game, and they lost to two teams in conference that didn't play in that game either.
Miami finished.
It came down to 3 teams for 2 spots is what it did.
Miami finished in 3rd place in the ACC, and the 2nd place ACC team is playing U of A in the bowl game, and the 1st place ACC team is playing ASU
in the bowl game.
So if ASU and U of A win, they should be in the college football
I love it,
playoff.
Jared. I love your logic. Love the logic. That's fantastic.
Let everyone in.
The other thing that people are all worked up about is this idea that Alabama was not going to get dinged for losing a conference championship game because they were very, very afraid of the wrath of the SEC and Greg Sankey, whatever his name is.
The stink
I
man.
like Stank. Greg Stankface.
The stinky leg.
They were not going to penalize Alabama one bit for the idea that, listen, if you make it to a conference championship game, you shouldn't be penalized for that. When other SEC teams are sitting at home doing nothing, that sounds fine to me. But didn't BYU get dinged for losing to Texas Tech?
Even in that exact soundbite we played, he said BYU got dinged because they got blown out in their championship game, which Alabama also got blown out in their championship game.
But Alabama did have the regular season win against Georgia, which is different.
So that's it. So
BYU's only losses are to the same team twice.
I understand that, and if you're a BYU fan, I can understand where you might be up in arms here. But I think what this committee did is they just looked at where are the fewest amount of people we can piss off here. What's the fewest amount of people we can piss off here without conference affiliations that we've got to deal with. And I think in the end they said, okay, we can kick BYU out the back door because they had 2 chances at Texas Tech and both games looked very much the same.
Look,
so they're not as good as Texas Tech.
I know. I listen.
Doesn't mean they're not one of the 12 best.
But I also think, and I don't know how much this was talked about because the focus was on Notre Dame, it was on Miami, and it was on Alabama. I don't know if they wanted to set the precedent to shut out one of the Power 4 conferences. If Miami doesn't make it, there's no ACC representation.
Yep,
that's a really good point.
Yep, and I think they didn't want that. They didn't want the ACC left without a team, and I think at the end of it, they thought, okay, if we tick off Notre Dame, we're not ticking off a conference. More to the point, we're actually solidifying the point that you guys should get in a conference. So I think it was just a matter of moving goalposts and suiting their political end. My issue with it, and you said this at the very, very beginning, as a sports fan, there is very, very little out of these quarterfinal games that appeal to me.
Oh, it's terrible.
Alabama at Oklahoma. Okay, like you said, it's a stupid point, but the fact that both teams wear red and white, that's kind of annoying to me. As a sports fan, it is.
Just throw Indiana in there and then invite Arkansas.
There you go.
Have like a whole round robin of teams with identical uniforms.
Miami at Texas A&M, Tulane at Ole Miss. No, thank you. James Madison at Oregon.
How about TNT gets into the playoff television picture now?
Mm-hmm.
Their doubleheader that first night is the Tulane game and the James Madison game.
Wow.
Which are likely both going to be absolute blowouts.
Wow.
And that's the other thing that, and we don't have time to get into it very deep here. I was once upon a time in favor of the inclusion thing in college football playoffs.
Right.
Does anybody believe James Madison or Tulane is going to do anything?
No,
and that's the bigger thing of
at least last year when Boise State got that group of 5 spot. Boise State had a little bit of a history of beating teams and making noise and an actual, established program.
The only way to justify this is one of them has to win at least one game this year, or else you're right, they should change it.
Won't happen.
Indiana should be the national champion right now. They're the only undefeated team, and they beat the number 2 team and the number 5 team this year. Done. Don't need a playoffs.
And that was, like I said, that was the great story of the weekend was Indiana finally conquering Ohio State, beating them for the first time since 1988 to cap an undefeated season and win a conference championship, and nobody's talking about them as the top seed in the tournament. Coming up next, the Cardinals are in quite a mess. Is there any way to clean it up? Get your brooms. We'll try. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for my great friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. I've got a date for you to circle on the calendar. This coming Saturday, December 13th, join us at Waltz for their annual Teddy Bear Drive that benefits Team Emory, a local charity that delivers teddy bears to Valley hospitals during the holidays. It's a great event, a great cause, and here's the greatest part of all. You get 1 raffle ticket for every bear you donate, up to 20, and then you can put those raffle tickets in play for a multitude of great prizes. Talking about a 4K QLED television, surround sound bars, hi-fi stereo speakers, premium Bluetooth headphones, and all sorts of sporting event tickets and memorabilia. Believe me, I've done this event a few years now. People walk away with an armful of great prizes, so make plans to join us this coming Saturday. Plus, they fire up the barbecue, which means you get a free lunch as well. The event runs from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., so bring a teddy bear or 20 to Waltz, which you'll find right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Kia, and I will see you there.
Mitch Vareldis here for Ojos Locos Sports Cantina, the home of the 29-degree beer and the legendary 100-ounce Balón, served ice cold and even better during happy hour, Monday through Friday, 2 to 7 p.m. Wind down with more deals that bring the flavor and the fun. With 4 Arizona locations, the party's always close. Ojos Locos, más tacos, más wings.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals moved to 3-10 on the year and 0-5 in the NFC West over the weekend in the 45-17 loss to the LA Rams. That marks their 5th straight loss, and here was Gannon's message to his team after the loss.
That's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
After a Friday night loss to the Rockets, the Suns are in Minnesota for a matchup with Ant Edwards and the Timberwolves, still without Devin Booker, who will be reevaluated on Wednesday. Suns' Dylan Brooks is also questionable tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And not only is the college football playoff set, the rest of the bowl games have been announced as well. The Sun Devils will get the Blue Devils of Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats and SMU Ponies will get together in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Bickley and Murata.
On the injury front, Jalen Thompson had a hamstring, couldn't return. Bilal had a knee, couldn't return, and Paris had a knee, couldn't return. Give credit to LA. They were better than us in every facet of the game today, coaching, playing, offense, defense, special teams. So that's very humbling. I think at one point in the game it was like 10-10, and then you look up and you're down a lot of points quick. So give them credit. It's not okay. It's not acceptable by me, by any of us in there, and we'll get back to work tomorrow.
Jonathan Gannon post-game yesterday, the injury list continues to grow. You heard the update there, but then and Jonathan Gannon started a question too. Paul Calvisi on the Cardinals radio network asked him the question, what happened after it was 10-10? And he said, yeah, the wheels kind of fell off at that point. They did fall off. That was not a competitive football game for 3 quarters yesterday out in Glendale. And look, everybody's looking for fixes, and I know it doesn't sound like Jonathan Gannon has fixes. The indicator on the field is they don't have any fixes for this. This is a 3 or 4 win football team. When you look at the remaining schedule, Bick, I think they have a chance to win one more game, and it's the Atlanta game. But
maybe the Cincinnati game if they shut Joe Burrow down.
If they shut Joe Burrow down, which is, I think, more probable after they lost yesterday to the Buffalo Bills. But I still feel comfortable saying this is a 3-win or a 4-win football team. So what do? It is unacceptable. This is year 3 of this regime, and it wasn't supposed to go like this. So what do you do if you're the Arizona Cardinals? And I know that the first blush answer for a lot of people is fire everybody. And that might be a possibility. And if it does happen, it could be warranted. But I'm going past that, Bick, because if you're Michael Bidwell and you've come to the determination this is unacceptable, I'm going to blow everybody out, and it starts with Jonathan Gannon and maybe the general manager, Monty Ossenfort. Unless you change your philosophy, you're just going down to square one again. If you're just going to bring in another first-time head coach to try to figure this thing out and maybe capture lightning in a bottle because of some success as a coordinator somewhere, I don't think that solves any problem.
No, that's not a fix. That is not a fix at all, and so that would not be something that I would approve. Listen, I'm going to reserve judgment on what I think they should do with Jonathan Gannon until we get closer to the end of the season. But I will tell you which way I'm leaning, and that is after a game like yesterday, when you are now non-competitive against the NFC West, your divisional rivals, you stack up Jonathan Gannon against Sean McVay. Is that a fair fight? No. You stack up Jonathan Gannon against Kyle Shanahan. He's had a little bit of success against Kyle Shanahan, but certainly not this year.
Well, I mean, go back to last year, Bick, when there was success and there was some winning in the division. The Cardinals did notch some wins, 3 of them in the division. But 2 of those wins stand out to me as teams that were mash units that came in. The Rams were incredibly beat up when they came in week 2 last year, and the Cardinals made mincemeat of them. And the last game of the season was a feel-good win for the Cardinals because they racked up a lot of yards and a lot of points.
Yeah.
There was nobody healthy for San Francisco in that game.
Yeah, no, I get all that. But I think the current results now are in a year when everything about the Cardinals was defined by this crazy tapestry of close losses. Can you believe this team has lost 5 games by 13 points? The outliers are the games that are the ones that matter the most in your division, where now they've been handed their hats to them the last 3 division games, where each of your division rivals has scored 40-plus points. They are in danger of going 0 for the NFC West again. Jonathan Gannon is already 3-14 in the division. And so to me, the way this thing is trending, you need to go get a head coach with some experience. I like the idea of poaching Robert Saleh from San Francisco a whole lot. But I do agree with you that the number one thing, if you do go down this route, you've got to get somebody with some experience. No more rolling the dice on some eager-to-please first-time head coach who doesn't even know what he doesn't even know.
I think it's a great way to put it. And if you look at the Cardinals' history in hiring coaches, they've mostly gone to the inexperienced first-time head coach, and they've had success with it. Yes, technically Bruce Arians had some head coaching experience on an interim basis and really did well with Indianapolis before he got the job. That was a great hire. It worked out beautifully. Ken Wisenhunt was a first-time head coach, ended up taking the Cardinals to a Super Bowl, but also it ended very ugly. When they have gone down the road of experienced coach in the past, since they've been in Arizona, it was disastrous both times because they didn't identify the right coach, Denny Green, and before him, Buddy Ryan. But, I mean, if you just keep plugging in the newcomer time and time and time again, and it doesn't work, it's the definition of insanity.
Well, this time they not only did they hire an inexperienced head coach, they also hired extremely inexperienced coordinators.
That's what's killing them this year.
Yes, because the lack of answers is evident on both sides of the ball, too. And I know Drew Petzing has been a piñata for Cardinals fans for quite some time, going back to last year. And really, I think the blindfolds came off for the piñata, the swingers, this year. They've taken their shots at Drew Petzing. That's all well and good. I think Nick Rallis, for the most part, has gotten a pass from Cardinals fans. But let's face facts. The investment, the heavy investment was on the defensive side of the ball. And factor in the injuries, they're a factor for everybody. What's happened defensively in the last 2 months is unacceptable.
Yeah, well, and again, what if you just want to distill it down to yesterday, even Rob Fredrickson, former Cardinal, former NFL player, former college football great at Michigan State, he's going to join us later. He correctly noted in the postgame show that there was a lot of quit in that Cardinals defense, and it was pretty obvious pretty early on. We've mentioned some of it because the Cardinals made their first possession look really easy. The Rams was easier still, even though it only resulted in a field goal. And then the Rams just did whatever they wanted without much pushback at all. So these are questions that have to be kind of really rectified, because the idea that we're just going to show up and do what we do and go back to work and grind, you can't say that when the team responds the way they did, because nobody will believe you.
No, we touched on this last week, and we both had the feeling that this was going to get ugly, and it did get ugly. But we touched on it last week that you can support and you can respect and admire consistency of message when things are working. When things don't work and you keep going back to the old tried and true, hey, we're just going to go back to work and try to fix this thing. It just rings more and more hollow each and every week. And it's certainly more palatable when you're competitive on a Sunday and you lose by 3 or 4 points, which the Cardinals have done their fair share of doing this year. But after a game like yesterday, where there was just a mile-long chasm between these two teams that play each other twice a year.
That's it.
And when you hear we're just going to go back to work, it rings hollow.
Well, and so this is the special set of circumstances that are going to be very difficult for the owner to navigate here, because you deal with the fan experience and the fan dissatisfaction. It's at a very, very high level right now, and you could feel it in the stadium yesterday. It had a very Sun Devil Stadium like vibe to it, which was reminiscent back to the days when the Cardinals just weren't competitive.
Yeah.
And that's what the games looked and felt like. Whole swaths of empty seats, smattering of Cardinal fans, smattering of the opponent team's fans, very little energy to be found. That's what Sun Devil Stadium was like.
Perfect description.
That's what it felt like yesterday. And you were there. You were in the building.
Yeah. And just the constant chanting of defense and the pounding of the drum. I was like, maybe the defense will wake up if they get louder, but they never quite did.
Right, no, never quite got there.
Coming up next was Friday night, a scary look at life without Devin Booker for the Suns. We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3.
Reacting to Rams' domination of the home team and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially true in making a major purchase like buying a car. Reputation and trust, two foundational, pillar-like reasons why you should shop at Chapman BMW, Arizona's premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-run, award-winning business for nearly 60 years, and there's something different about Chapman BMW in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the automotive industry, and you feel the difference at Chapman BMW the minute you walk in to either of their two locations. And speaking of those two locations, that guarantees you the best selection you are going to find no matter what you are looking for in the Valley. Brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, whatever you're looking for, you will find it at Chapman BMW, and as many of our listeners will attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. They also have a great reputation for making luxury attainable, which means they've got something in every price range at Chapman BMW. And don't forget, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, so go give them a visit, take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations, great dude, personal friend of mine. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. Two great locations, one great experience.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
The $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from cardholder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here. No Devin Booker against the Rockets, and it showed. So are they going to do better tonight without him against the Minnesota Timberwolves? We're talking Suns basketball on today's Burns and Gambo show. Listen here at 2 or watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue here on this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with a shout-out, a thank you, a hello, and good morning to our listeners in Laveen. We appreciate you out in Laveen this morning and every morning.
Yeah, probably started there in the second quarter and
It's just they put you in such tough positions, playing in the open floor, their ability to get to the rim, into the paint. And then every time it seemed to touch KD's hands, he made the right play in the second quarter and into the third. So, yeah, we weren't able to get enough stops and take them away from the rim. And then when you don't shoot it very well, obviously that leads to longer rebounds, and then they're in transition, and they're elite downhill players. So, got us in both areas there. We just weren't able to make enough shots, and then they were able to get out in transition.
Jordan Knott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns. That was Friday night. Suns last played the Houston Rockets. Things looked good for a quarter. They had a great first quarter up by 7, and then the second quarter happened, and then the third quarter happened, and it wasn't very competitive, 117-98. Suns played that game without Devin Booker. Dylan Brooks apparently sore Achilles as a result of that game. I think that was a good synopsis. The Suns didn't shoot it very well. In fact, they were horrific from three-point range. 5 of 36, 2 of 19 in the second half.
Yeah, that second and third quarter together was brutal.
Because they gave up 44 points to the Rockets in the second quarter. And let's call it like it was. We got our first look at the Suns going up against Kevin Durant as a member of the Houston Rockets. And for the game, very good. In the second quarter, he was magnificent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's really where the game turned. He had a couple of three-point plays that got the crowd behind him, got him pumped up, and he made a bunch of great passes, 8 assists. The Houston Rockets are about the worst possible matchup for this version.
And that
of
was
the Suns.
without Prince Şengün being a late scratch in that game.
Yes.
And
without Dorian Finney-Smith, and without Tari Eason, so they weren't at full strength either.
Hardly, but you're right. This is a team that is, I think, really vibed on kind of showing Phoenix what's what. It almost looks like the Rockets are the big brother version of what the Suns hope to become someday.
Yeah.
Rockets outscored them by 17 in the second period, by 15 in the third period. Good night, drive home safely. That's basically the guts of the game. The Rockets just dominated the Suns. And generally this year, we've seen the Suns come out after halftime and put a really solid third quarter together. They had 14 points in the third quarter against the Rockets. So I think there's a lot to be said about this game. I think part of it's due to the absence of Devin Booker from this offense and what it does to that. I think part of it is this matchup. When it comes to the very upper echelon of the West, the Suns aren't quite there yet. I think they can hang with the Lakers, but when you get above the Lakers on the pecking order, the 3 teams above them, I think that might be a different matter, even though they played Oklahoma City well in their first game. And then I think it's also there's going to be some regression to their talent level. It might not be significant, but the Suns are not going to continue to win 2 out of every 3 games. It's not going to happen.
And you want to compete, obviously, against the teams like the Rockets, the Thunder, the Nuggets, the Lakers. But the matter of fact is, heading into the season, that wasn't the expectation, and things can change. But the Suns aren't going to shoot a high rate or a high clip from 3 every single night, especially without Devin Booker. Jalen Green is still out. They're still working through a lot of things as a basketball team, and when you're missing your star Friday night in Houston, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, we said this a lot last year, is that when things started to go a bit south, that you could really pinpoint, hey, it's not about the big 3 on all nights. And yeah, I'm still including Bradley Beal in that discussion for convenience sake. But it came down to a lot of nights, Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen playing well. And neither one of those guys played well on Friday night. Royce O'Neal played 19 minutes and didn't score. He went 0 for 4. Grayson Allen working back from an injury. We had expressed some concern about this too. At the time of the injury, when he got contused, we haven't heard that in a while.
No.
But when he got the contusion, he was playing his best basketball as a Phoenix Sun and as an NBA player. Comes back for 1 game, misses a game with illness. What was he going to look like against Houston? It was not good. 3 of 12, minus 29. Jordan Knott says not worried about Grayson Allen getting back to the rhythm that he was in.
Just play. Just reps to play. He'll find his rhythm. It's been interrupted for sure. We don't practice a ton. But yeah, he'll find his rhythm. We love what he does. We love what he brings to it. That gives us another ball handler that gets in the paint. So that's obviously attractive. And then his floor spacing, tonight he just couldn't quite find it. But more reps, more games, he'll find it again.
Yeah, and when he doesn't play well, obviously it affects the team. Jordan Goodwin wasn't at his normal. Dylan Brooks started out great. 5 for 5 and looked like he was going to take over the whole gym and the whole game.
Yeah.
Finished with 23 points, struggled late. And Jamari Bouye had a great game. And a lot of that was cosmetic in the fourth quarter. But other than that, I don't really think anybody played all that well for the Suns on Friday.
No.
And that's a testament to what Houston did.
Yeah, listen, again, the Suns find it it's real tough sledding, generate consistent offense against that Houston team. And they've proven that in two games against them. And I think that is what it is. And now you've got another game tonight against the Timberwolves in Minnesota. And you would think the Timberwolves have got a score to settle, but they're also a goofy team, so you never know with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a tough stretch to get through without Devin Booker, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, Houston, Minnesota, Oklahoma City back to back to back.
Mm-hmm.
The hope is, because Wednesday is the Oklahoma City game, that's the Emirates NBA Cup quarterfinal game. That's the day that Devin Booker is supposed to get the reevaluation. And maybe they get good news. I mean, Jordan Ott kind of encouraged people last week by using the term very minor groin strain. But now you got to worry about Dylan Brooks, because when you hear Achilles soreness, Achilles is a scary thing in the NBA. It's always a scary thing, but this rash of Achilles injuries in the NBA now, not a good trend. So that is certainly, and they err on the side of caution with every injury in the NBA these days. But the Achilles and the calf, those are two areas where you don't want to mess around. So I would not. Dylan Brooks is a gamer, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him in street clothes tonight.
Yeah. Again, these are basketball games in early December. There's no need to get goofy with this.
Yeah. But again, there was also the Amen Thompson show.
Oh, yeah.
And he is a budding superstar. And I think, for my money, I think he's the most athletic player in the league.
Ooh.
He does stuff, and it makes it look effortless.
And there's a fury to his physicality too that shows up every now and again.
Tenacity.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
He's an excellent young player, but
he needs to be hanging out with Durant on the gun machine, working on his jump shot.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, most of his baskets were right around the hoop and getting in transition in the open floor where he's just devastating. But plus 33, 31 minutes. Or 31 points in 31 minutes. I don't think the Suns are going to notch very many wins against the Rockets.
No.
Coming up next, we hit the big stories of this Monday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. Sammy will take us through it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Big Red Monday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Here's what they're going to want to do. They want to get back to their MO. They're going to want to get back to running the football. So I think no matter what, they're going to want to improve the offensive line. I mean, I should probably just break it right now. The Cardinals are going to take Spencer Fano with their first pick in the NFL draft. Like, we'll just report that now on December 3rd.
So no Gambo 5 is the Gambo 1, and you're doing it on December 3rd.
I mean,
you're just guaranteeing right now Spencer Fano is going to be the pick.
I can't imagine that they don't take the kid.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great special currently going on at Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Right now, through the end of December, you can get 15% off all new turf jobs. This is their best deal of the year by far, and if you've always wanted that green, sparkling lawn, this is a great time to get that done. At Turf Monsters, their artificial turfs are of the highest quality. They're built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round. They're backed by industry-leading warranties. They're pet-friendly, kid-safe, drain-fast. They never get muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option that can save you thousands of gallons of water a year. If you're a golfer, Turf Monsters blends a variety of turfs to create incredible putting greens, and they can also create dog runs, poolside turf, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Once installed, Turf Monsters also offering 25% off their cleaning service that will keep your turf fresh and smelling great. Check out samples of their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals made it 5 straight losses yesterday with a 45-17 loss to the LA Rams, a game that was tied early but got away from the Cards, and they moved to 3-10 on the season. Here was head coach Jonathan Gannon postgame.
Just come back to work, man. You know, it's hard. There's no doubt. It's hard. You know, it's been a lot of adversity here, but we'll come back. We'll come out of the other side better for it. I know that.
The Phoenix Suns Friday night got beat 117-98 to Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets without Devin Booker, and they'll be without him tonight, and potentially Dylan Brooks as well, who's listed as questionable in Minnesota for the T-Wolves. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's officially bowl season in college football. The Sun Devils will play ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats get another ACC foe in SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-handed starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a 1-year deal. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local
sports leader. Billy and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time for the big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy.
Yes,
What's up, Sammy?
Good morning. Happy Monday, 7:30. Means the Rush Hour Reboot. Want to give a quick shout out to those watching on YouTube. 286 this morning, so people are coming in this morning on a Monday. But I do want to start with our Arizona Cardinals. And the question in watching that Rams game for me was, there we go. What's the bigger problem? The talent deficiency or the lack of utilization of the talent they have?
I think as this season wears on into zombie territory, zombie land.
Yeah.
Shout out Rhett Reese. I think the talent deficiency is going to come out because you're going to your depth. And that's one of the things that I was really thinking about yesterday is the top flight talent for the Cardinals, I think, is decent. When you're affected this much by injuries and you don't have the belief of winning behind you, then the depth gets tested, and they don't have playoff caliber depth. So it's a combination of the two, and I think it's shifting to the lack of talent.
I don't know where the star players are on defense either. I mean, you talk about the depth of talent. I don't know where the high-end talent is on the defense. Who's making huge plays in big moments?
Well,
if it's not Budda Baker anymore.
No, but can I amend that to say on paper?
Yeah.
Name. I mean, Josh Sweat's had a good year.
Josh Sweat's probably the one exception. Calais Campbell, even though his metrics have kind of lessened.
I think Calais had a good first half of the season. There's not much else to really crow about. A couple plays here from Walter Nolan, who didn't play again yesterday.
Right. True. So, okay, in the NFL, aside from the Cardinals game, it felt like real football yesterday. Some snow games, some rain, divisional slugfest. So I got a couple NFL questions for you. Do you know what a catch is? And if so, please explain to me why that Isaiah Likely touchdown was not called a catch.
Yeah, that was bizarre to me. To have the ball in your hand and take 2 steps in the end zone and still not have that as a secured catch, that made no sense to me either. I'm with you on that. I cannot stand NFL referees. My hatred for the way NFL games are officiated it's getting unhealthy.
There needs to be some sort of marriage between the rules between a ball carrier breaking the plane of the goal line and then how it bleeds into possession and having to hold the ball for 28 seconds after you have control of it.
Yep.
The whole thing is, I'm with Bick. The whole thing is ridiculous.
And the most confusing is that on the broadcast, they were like, this is a touchdown. This is a touchdown. And then to have it overturned so quickly, I don't understand.
How about that delay of game penalty on the Broncos last night that led to that horrible beat for gamblers, huh?
It was all over my Twitter feed.
That was...
Don't have to remind him about that.
That was almost suspicious.
It was beyond suspicious.
Yes.
And you question everybody involved.
You do. I'm with you on that.
Why kick the field goal there?
It doesn't make any sense.
Pete Carroll's done this a couple of times now. Like the late backdoor field goal cover for no reason. It's a little weird. My next NFL question is...
Well, it's not like he lives in Vegas now.
Yeah, right? Is if he wasn't already, is Josh Allen the best watch in the National Football League?
Ooh.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like the Cam Scatterbo of quarterbacks.
Honestly, low key. Okay, so can we actually call the Bears-Packers a rivalry again?
It's always been a rivalry.
Well, it has, but the games themselves
the hate
haven't
is
been
very,
great.
very real between
don't the
people who
Packers
live in
always
Wisconsin.
Win,
and what's that?
Don't the Packers always win?
There's that, but now there's a little heat behind it, and there seems to be a little bit of belief in the Bears. It's incumbent on the Bears to remain relevant, which they've not been able to do for long periods of time. But yeah, let's enjoy it while we can.
Well, listen, it was a real good comeback for the Bears in that game, only to have Caleb Williams throw a very key interception at the worst time, and it's kind of where the Bears are right now.
And my last NFL question is when teams inexcusably go for it on 4th down, it seems like every single time. What do you think's going through the heads of these punters these days? Like, do we need punters anymore?
Right.
Once upon a time.
They need chopped liver T-shirts.
In the late
they need.
90s, Sammy.
Yes.
Adam Sandler had a bit, and he turned it into a song called "The Lonesome Kicker."
Okay.
He needs to re-up it now to be the Lonesome Punter. I want to know what's more going through the minds of the play callers in those situations. What was going through Andy Reid's mind when he called to go for it on 4th and down on his own 30
with 8 minutes left
in a tie game?
Like,
he lost the game.
What was going through his mind? Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
I knew that was coming. Okay, so yesterday, making some local news, Sam Levitt was said to have missed the ASU's team banquet over the weekend. A, does that rub you the wrong way he wasn't there? And B, what does it tell you about his future as a Sun Devil?
It tells you everything. Yeah. It tells you he is not returning to ASU.
He gone.
He gone is what it tells you.
If you would have asked me Friday, I would be like, I think he might come back. He was very present at practice leading up to the Territorial Cup. He was there at the game. To not be there with your teammates at that point pretty much tells you everything that you need to know.
Yeah.
And Kenny Dillingham's reported comment, it would be cowardly of me not to recognize Sam Levitt as a captain, even though he's not here. And we wish him well in his future endeavors.
Right.
I mean, that's all you need to know.
That's the sentence right there. We wish him well in his future.
And again, even if what it also tells you is that Sam Levitt has probably got his options whittled down to 1 or 2, and we just don't know it yet because Jarrett is, as the editor of the Pollyanna Gazette, he said this morning. He said, "Could he just go to the banquet? You just can't get free food on your head.
How could anybody pass up a chance at free food?"
Do you know what the menu was by any chance?
No, I don't. And the last thing I want to get to, and you guys have probably talked on this before I came on the show, but Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, not getting into the Hall of Fame, and on a piece from ESPN, it says, if Bonds and Clemens are nominated when their era comes around again in 2031 and fall short of 5 votes again, it'll be their last shot at enrichment under the current
guidelines.
Enshrinement under the current guidelines. So
it's not uranium, Sammy.
Why or why not should Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, listen, I've got mixed feelings about this. I have a deep anger towards everybody who really obliterated the value of the record book in Major League Baseball. Filthy thieves.
Yeah.
But Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before he went down that lane, and I think it's very disingenuous for baseball writers to not recognize that.
So was Roger Clemens.
But doesn't that make it worse? There wasn't the desperation of, I have to stay, I have to do this to stay relevant in the game. They were already top players.
I know.
Look, I fluctuated. I freely admit I fluctuate on this topic all the time. I got to the point where I used to be, no, they cheated the game. And I was like, who cares? Every step of life is about performance enhancement. Why can't baseball be? But I watched a lot of the A-Rod versus Alex documentary, the one about Alex Rodriguez.
Mm-hmm.
And the depths that he went to cheat the game were so disgusting that I'm pissed off all over again. Keep him out.
Willy-nilly, he was.
He was willy-nilly. He was.
I'm in for. So the bigger question, I know we're running out of time, is that should some guys be penalized and should some guys not be penalized given their interactions with performance-enhancing drugs?
No, I think there needs to be a consistent. How could you do that? Hey, you cheated, but you're in. But you cheated, you're not in.
Right, because I think Barry Bonds, before he started using PEDs, was still a first-ballot Hall of Famer.
Shouldn't they still be punished for cheating the game?
Yeah, you know what? I was a model citizen until I killed 14 people.
Right.
No, I understand that, but
he was so quiet.
The Hall of Fame.
He was such a good neighbor. We never heard a peep from him. Surprised he had all those bodies in his crawl space.
I just don't think there should be a world in which Barry Bonds is not a Hall of Famer. But that is just me, and that is just the Rush Hour reboot.
Just start the new Hall of Fame, the Steroid Hall of Fame. There you go.
There we go.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll get more on the Cardinals' loss to the Rams and where this team is right now. Rob Fredrickson, former Cardinal postgame radio host, joins us straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Per our Tyler Drake and Jonathan Gannon, who just mentioned, Kyler Murray will not play again this season.
Whoa! What?
All right, well, Kyler Murray might just be fed up with an injury that he's had for 2 months now. And he might be like, look, what's the point of me pushing myself to come back for a game or two when we're already out of the playoffs? I want to be 100% for next year.
But you have to look at it from both perspectives as well. Maybe is this a situation where the Arizona Cardinals were like, Kyler, we just don't see any advantage of you coming back this year whatsoever. We just don't see it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, they'd all go to Europe during their off seasons, and a lot of people in the sports media were asking, what are they doing that for? What are they finding in Europe that they cannot get in America? Well, the answer was advanced regenerative medicine. That was available in Europe. Now it's in our backyard. You can find it in America. You can find it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. It's not science fiction. It's your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And QC Kinetics has a 92% patient satisfaction percentage or rate, which is incredibly impressive. It includes me. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice. It includes Emmett Smith, who raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage all his joint pain after a career in the NFL. And if you're dealing with any kind of chronic joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
45-17, Rams win. Roughshod they ran over the Arizona Cardinals yesterday at State Farm Stadium. Cardinals now 3-10 and asking a lot of questions and here to help us get answers. You heard him yesterday on the Cardinals post-game radio show. Former Cardinal linebacker Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio. Rob, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We, up until yesterday, for the most part, even though this has been a wildly disappointing season and far short of expectations for the Cardinals, you could at least lean back on, hey, they're buying into the message. They're supporting their coach. They have their coaches back verbally. They're playing hard on Sundays. And I know what I saw with my own two eyes didn't really indicate that yesterday. I listened to the postgame show. I know you share that belief. When you reach this level as a team, where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's like they kind of had that 1,000-yard stare yesterday.
Yeah.
I likened it to a nameless, faceless worker in an office cubicle staring at his computer screen and basically saying, is it 5 o'clock
Yeah,
yet?
I heard the analogy. I loved it.
Yesterday was their is it 5 o'clock yet game. It really was. And, you can't, you can blame the players, obviously, and the coaches and all of that. Everybody's got their hand in it, but at a certain point, they're human, and it's just enough. It felt like that. It felt like just, is this game over yet? Can this game get over?
Right.
It can't get over quick enough, and that's, I guess that's human nature. You want to think that there's enough pride and there's enough stick-to-itiveness individually that they overcome that and that they put out the best product possible on the field, despite all the injuries, right?
Yeah,
There's a myriad of injuries, but everybody's got injuries.
Yeah, and I loved your analogy about the worker who's sitting there wondering, where can I go to eat my tuna fish sandwich for lunch? That's wrapped up in this sorry-ass plastic bag. That was almost as good as the analogy made on the pregame when you compared yourself to Brad Pitt and Paul Calvisi to Bruce Lee from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That was pretty good. Okay, look, as a former defensive player of note, what are the tells that the belief and the try-hard is gone? Is it the missing tackles? Is it the little resistance? What do you see that go ding, ding, ding? I know what that is.
It's the missing tackles. It's the bad angles, and you see pursuit angles being rounded. Guys taking a bad angle and then rounding and trying to make an effort, but oh man, I just missed it.
Couldn't quite get there.
You saw that a lot yesterday, and honestly, I'm crestfallen. I'm heartbroken. I can't believe I saw that from the players that
you
normally
saw it from, yeah,
that normally are like, these guys are awesome, and just you're seeing it, and it's not one person. It's kind of everything going on all at once, and you had that kind of that perfect stew yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Fredrickson joining us in studio talking Cardinals, Rams. And I went as a fan yesterday, and that was not a pleasurable experience. There was very little to cheer for, but really watching the domination of the Cardinals front seven, who I thought did nothing, and I also I appreciated your paycheck remarks on the post game show.
Yeah.
If you guys had to go into a room and pick up a physical paycheck, would you feel uncomfortable doing it? So I had that same thought watching the game. And then you look at the numbers, and it's just as bad. I saw Matthew Stafford on the ground once. He didn't get breathed on in the first half. You look at the stat sheet, 2 quarterback hits, no sacks. There was very little blitzing going on, but I can't even get mad at the lack of scheme because the Cardinals couldn't do anything against the run either. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't yesterday. Did you see it that way?
Yeah, it was complete domination, and in the offseason, that was the emphasis, really, is retooling, remaking the defense, in particular the front seven, and all of the money and free agency that was invested, the draft picks, it's just not working.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing the fruits of all of that. And, you look around the NFC West, and every one of the teams in the NFC West have completely, when needed, retooled, changed up their rosters through the draft. They've had successful drafts. The Cardinals really have not hit on their drafts.
No, they have
and
not.
That
not
to me,
comparatively
is the biggest...
speaking. You're exactly right. Some guys look okay. Some guys the jury's still out on. But when you compare them to the teams you're competing against, they're getting big time impacts from their drafts.
Yes. Huge. Yeah, and so I love Walter Nolan, but he's got to be on the field.
Yeah.
Okay. He's got to be on the field, and so I think that type of player, he can be a difference maker. But we need him out there. Josh Sweat, I love what they got in him. He's I think been worth every penny. But you need more of those guys. You need them at every position group. You need them to be out on the field and participating and making a contribution.
What's it like for a football player in December on a team that, like the Cardinals, where you know that these games, they're long shots at best to win, when things are spiraling the way that it is now for the Cardinals? How bad does it get between the walls when you're a player, when there's just no reward for the work you put in day after day after day after day?
So you're basically talking about my career in the NFL.
I didn't mean to make too fine of a point of it, Freddie, but now that you brought it up.
So, look, I lived it, okay? I lived it. December was never meaningful for me in the NFL, and other than, and this is what has to happen, every player individually has to be a little selfish. At this point, you have to be selfish. And what do I mean by that? I mean, what can I do? There's got to be a lot of spending time in the mirror from now until the end of this season. What can I do to be the best football player I can be, to put the best product out on the field? Individually, me. I can't worry about what Joe's doing. I can't worry about what Frank's doing. I got to do my job at the best that I can do. And if everybody does that, we're going to be okay. But you didn't see that yesterday. You didn't see that at all. And that, to me, is the biggest disappointment.
If we're looking for silver linings, and I know they're hard to find on a Monday like today, but for me, it's pretty clear, and that is the performance of Michael Wilson, who, with opportunity, has thrived. And when I hold up what he's done with opportunity as opposed to what Marvin Harrison Jr. did in the wide receiver one slot with opportunity, to me, it's night and day. Is Michael Wilson your number one receiver next year going into it?
Yes, and I don't think there's an argument really. If you objectively evaluate it, Michael Wilson is a wide receiver one in this league, and he needs to be put in that position. I really like what he does, the way he attacks the football, the way he attacks football in general, just his aggressiveness. And, he's got a little Trey McBride in him.
Yeah.
He's got a little dog in him, and you see that, and you're seeing that come out the more opportunity that he has. And so, yeah, Michael Wilson, to me, is a phenomenal player and a wide receiver one.
Can you believe, as a former Big Ten stud, that Indiana
Yeah.
just beat Ohio State for the Big Ten championship? Indiana.
I love it. I love it. Ohio State, to me, is the second most hated team in that conference next to Michigan. And I say that as my headphones are kind of going in and out. So I feel for Ryan Day. I kind of feel like Ryan Day against Michigan right now with the communication.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
look, as long as it's not Michigan or Ohio State, I think a lot of people on the outside are happy with it. So that was a good story.
Yeah, I love Indiana. I love what they did this season, and it's a great feel-good story in college football.
Freddie, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, Freddie.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Rob Fredrickson, you can hear him on the post-game show, Cardinals Sundays. He joined us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You know what's coming up next? The Monday edition of The Blast. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pregame gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for over a half century. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and it's true. Spinato started all the way back in the 70s. Single, family-owned shop. Fast forward to the 2000s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations, but they're still focused on all the things that made them great in the first place. Quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, family, and consistency. meaning you'll always find the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They want you to be a part of it as well by joining the Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, something I did on Friday night when I went to Spinato's for dinner. Delicious perks with membership. You can earn points with every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, birthday treats, and when a new menu item comes out, you get to sample it before it hits the table for everyone else. You can join the Spinato Secret Sauce Society today at SpinatosPizzeria.com. They always deliver the delicious at Spinato. 6 Valley locations, as I mentioned, Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Gilbert, and they're the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Spinato's Pizzeria, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee owned.
Y-Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Y-Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Y-Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Honey, look, 4 calling birds.
Do they have cell phones?
Well, yeah. They're called calling birds because they have 4 lines of Cricket 5G.
How do they pay?
Oh, easy. Each line is only $25 a month.
Who are they calling?
Beats me. One sec, gotta take this.
Join Cricket Nation and get 4 lines for $25 per month each. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. New lines only. All lines must be selected. Unlimited plan fees, terms, and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G requires a compatible device and is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals moved to 3-10 on the year and 0-5 in the NFC West over the weekend in the 45-17 loss to the LA Rams. It marks their 5th straight loss, and here was Jonathan Gannon's message to his team post-game.
That's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
After a Friday night loss to the Houston Rockets, the Suns are in Minnesota for a matchup with Ant Edwards and the Timberwolves, still without Devin Booker, who will be reevaluated on Wednesday, and Suns' Dylan Brooks is also questionable tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And not only is the college football playoff set, the rest of the bowl games have been announced. The Sun Devils will get the Blue Devils of Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats and SMU Ponies will get together in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-handed starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a one-year $7.5 million deal. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
There are some perks to cheering for a terrible sports team, like traffic. You can show up at the stadium 2 hours before kickoff while barely tapping your brakes. Or humility, where you can learn to appreciate the small things like room to spread out in your vacant row and no lines at the restaurant room. I spent the early years of my childhood relocating from the upper deck to the box seats at Wrigley Field because there was nobody there to stop me and nobody seemed to care. And sadly, the Cardinals have reverted to this terrible space. Yesterday's game looked as bad in the stands as it did on the field, where longtime observers couldn't help but notice a Sun Devil Stadium vibe and all the PTSD that comes with it. Before Sunday, there was a thought that Jonathan Gannon could earn a 4th year at the helm by sacrificing an offensive coordinator and scapegoating Kyler Murray, that Gannon deserved one push of the reset button with a quarterback of his choosing, but that scenario is evaporating quickly because his defense mailed it in yesterday, belying all of Gannon's words about a team that always shows up for work and is hell-bent on getting better. And because he is now 3-14 against the NFC West in his career, having allowed 40 or more points in their past 3 division games. Those are the kind of numbers that can blow out an entire coaching staff, and after games like Sunday, anything less will likely be just another disappointment for Cardinal fans in a season full of them. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3. These teams will meet again the last day of the regular season at SoFi Stadium.
Dave Pasch on the final call yesterday. Perfect encapsulation of the experience yesterday in the stadium, Bick. And
yeah, you were there, so you can testify.
Well, the stat that you threw out earlier in the show, the Cardinals have 10 losses, the same number of the combined losses of the other 3 teams in the division.
Yeah, Bickley's math for the morning. The Cardinals are 3-10 on the season. The rest of the NFC West is 29-10. So by my math, they're 26 games behind, which is hard to do when you've only played 12 of them.
Hard to make up that ground with 4 to go.
26 games behind your primary competition.
Their magic number is infinity.
Yeah.
Gonna need some help.
And so what was different about yesterday, and although not a surprise, contrary to Wolf's reaction, the decision by the Cardinals to just say Kyler Murray is done for the year. So that went down on Friday after we went off the air, and which means a couple things. It means, A, Jared owes us breakfast.
Yep.
Right?
Doesn't have to be breakfast. He said burritos.
You're right.
That's
I
right.
said burritos.
He just said burritos.
I will Whenever
Okay.
you want to cash that in, I
Right.
owe it to you.
And so
I was way wrong about that.
Because I found a place since we started
Oh.
getting breakfast burritos. I found a place that has the greatest breakfast
Oh,
burritos ever.
sure.
They're like double the price. So
What? Wait a
it's
second.
Gonna cost
It's
you.
gonna hit you. It's gonna hit you. But that was news heading into the weekend that it is over. Johnny, it's over.
It's over, Johnny.
It's over, Johnny.
He was there on the sidelines.
He was. I mean, he's still under contract. He's still an employee.
He's still cashing paychecks.
So Friday, snapping necks and cashing checks.
Uh-huh.
After Jonathan Gannon made the announcement on Friday, there were some follow-up questions from the media. What happened?
I mean, this week, it wasn't. He's, progressing in a way that we wanted, so we went and got a different opinion, some different people, and kind of looked at it, and it's just not right.
Now, again, so listen, I'm not here to call anybody a liar, but we watched Kyler Murray warming up and practicing for days on end, right?
Could have a role Monday night.
Could have a role Monday night. And then suddenly this thing has morphed into something where, wow, we need to get some more opinions.
But it's just I made a joke about it earlier, but Trey Benson came off the IR. They opened his window, and now it's closed. Right? They missed it.
They got 2 days. I think.
Okay, they got 2 days.
December 10th, I think, is the end of the 21 days.
Okay.
For Trey Benson. Is this misdiagnosis? If you want to zoom out from here, I don't know why this word has become taboo for teams and coaches to talk about when dealing with injuries, but nobody will admit anybody ever has a setback. It's just not right. We'll just say it's not right, and we'll move on.
Okay.
From that.
Well, I suppose conceivably Kyler Murray had a setback, but I think it's also conceivable he's like, no, you benched me, I'm done. I'm done here.
Yes, but I mean, in the Trey Benson circumstance,
okay,
did he obviously have one? I mean, they thought he was right, unless they completely misdiagnosed it. He probably had a setback, but nobody will use that as an explanation.
Words? Yeah. So, listen, there's 4 games left on the schedule. You have got the Texans, who are very hot right now, and they're playing very violent and very physical.
Goodness. That game last night, those two teams were they were hitting.
Yeah, that was next level violence.
That Petrie shot on Rashee Rice was one of the most brutal shots That was like mid '80s Sports Illustrated.
Giant shoulder pads.
Yeah, subscribe to our massive hits of the NFL series.
Get a
with
free
your subscription and get
a free football telephone and a leather-bound book
that was brutal.
But so that game next week might be ugly in a different way than this week's was, where the offense ran roughshod on the defense of the Cardinals. The defense of Houston might just destroy the offensive line of the Cardinals next week.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, the Cardinals aren't exactly
especially if
firing
Paris
on any
Johnson
cylinders.
Jr. is hurt.
Yeah.
If that is a serious injury, that's a big, big loss.
But again, like I said earlier, when you hit this spot and you got 4 games left to play and you're 3-10 now, and you just got your heads handed to you, there's no impetus. There's no reason to rush Paris Johnson Jr. back.
Of course not.
Yeah, I mean he's a fixture moving forward. He's one of the questions you don't have to answer for 2026.
Well,
so why put him back out there?
Listen, this is the weird ground you're in, because you've got a coaching staff that ostensibly are coaching for their jobs. So they want to win and look good and not be embarrassed more than anybody. Fans at this point probably want the team to tank for draft positioning. The players just want this thing over with. Like, at the end of yesterday's game, it was 45 to 10, and they're just still flinging the ball everywhere. And you could tell, like, come on, this is why zombie football is a thing in December. My youngest son, who's not a sports fan, he had a very interesting question for me yesterday when he heard I was heading off to work and going to the Cardinal game. He's like, Dad, I don't understand. Weren't the Cardinals eliminated? I said, yes, son, they were. Well, he's from a video game mentality where if you're eliminated in Fortnite, it's game over, man. You're not still playing if you're eliminated. So I had to explain to him that you can be eliminated, but there's still games on the schedule you have to play. And he found that fascinating because he's not in the sports realm. But that's the reality of it. That is why zombie football happens, because you're eliminated. It's a very hard sport to play. It's very violent. It's very physical. It hurts like hell. And it's no fun at all when you've got very little chance at winning. And the Cardinals now have had one victory since week 2. They haven't won at home since week 2. Yeah, it's just been a dreadful season.
Another season with one home win.
Yeah.
To this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the one you've got, what is it, one home game left? Yeah, one home game left, and it's against the Atlanta Falcons. Nobody cheers for the Atlanta Falcons.
You want to talk about a stadium just dripping with atmosphere?
Oh yeah, yeah, vibe, Vinny.
History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota will collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl. It's Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Once again, that's bowl to 620-620. Coming up next, some open phone time here on Bickley and Marotta Morning, 602-260-9870. Your thoughts and feelings on the Arizona Cardinals straight ahead here on this Big Red Monday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Alone. And if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How would that be fair to you? It isn't. And fortunately, there's a better way. On Life Change Alone, you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying down all of your debt, and you can do it without any trepidation because you always have access to your equity. That is the magic of a Life Changer loan, where the average client pays off their home in 5 years, and that does a lot of great things. But primarily, you now get a lot of time to build personal wealth debt-free because you no longer have that mortgage payment, while everybody else, chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, but I can guarantee you this: if you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey folks, it's AQ Shipley inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters, today more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, then you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their no-bull way of doing business. Take my word for it. Their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display in their beautiful and spacious showroom, complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award. Located at 8th Street and Camelback, and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, that's EarnhardtLexus.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, Cardinals fall to the Rams 45-17. I'm going to send a shout out to our listeners and followers and viewers. And Chandler, we appreciate the support out in Chandler today. Some open phone time for you to vent on the Cardinals' latest loss to the Rams. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Let's start out in Gilbert and talk to Jonesy to lead us off here on this Big Red Monday. What's up, Jonesy?
Hey, I'm grateful for my every morning free therapy sessions with you guys.
Nice.
This is getting crazy. My wife and kids are like, how are we still doing this every Sunday? And I'm like, it's my love, it's my passion, but man, they are really testing that at this point. You know, I just watch a team for that long just give up time and time again. And it's shocking to see. It's some of the guys that you wouldn't expect. And, you know, I've called in and talked about this before, but Buda Baker, I'm like, come on, there's just no passion, it feels like, this week or this year. And it just drips down to everyone on that team. And for them to not have passion, I get it. You're playing for nothing at this point, but, like, play for a little bit of pride and try and regain some of that trust from your fans. And it just doesn't feel like that's there.
I don't think that's unfair, Jonesy.
No. I feel bad for you. It's a hard thing. It really, really is, because it's a difficult thing being a fan of this football team, cheering for them to do well. I do it. And Jonesy does it, and a lot of people do it. And when they drift back into the helpless, hopeless, hapless realm, it's very, very difficult.
It is. And we both said independently of each other, this brought back a lot of memories from really, really dark periods of Arizona Cardinals football yesterday, and that is not a place where you want to go. Let's stay in Gilbert. Tom is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Oh, good morning, man. Jonesy, brother, read my mind. From therapy to frustration to anger to used to sit on the metal benches on the sun side of Sun Devil Stadium watching a joke. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine the money that was spent yesterday by true Cardinal fans. God love them, in there spending money and seating and everything else that's going on. Look, we have a coaching staff that I'm sure are wonderful people. I'm sure they all have probably way more knowledge than the average person, but unimaginative offensive play calling. We asked at the beginning of the year, now that Rollis who had shown he could scheme, now that he has the pieces, what is he going to do? And the answer is play checkers. I mean, nothing. They did nothing. They didn't try. And here's what hurt the most. I watched a Rams team that tried to impose its will even when they were just absolutely dominating. They said, and we're going to keep doing it. Play a team that just said, all right, go ahead. Who cares? We're good. Frustrated isn't even the beginning. We have the worst coaching staff in the NFC West. We have the worst cap management program in the NFC West. The 49ers are $120 million over the cap, or $120 million in dead money, and still have more cap space than we do, and they spend it. Anyway, I have no clue what to do. This isn't a Kyler Murray issue. This isn't a fire and start over issue. This is a let's evaluate from the top down issue. And the only way the top is going to know that we matter is when we stop spending our money watching this team play. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. 602-260-9870, the phone number. Let's keep it going in Arcadia. Tony is up next. Tony, the floor is yours.
How you guys doing? Happy holidays.
Same to you.
To me, the Grinch Who Stole Christmas is Bidwell, just for how this team runs and the lack of transparency with the whole thing with Kyler Murray. I mean, going from him going to start the game and then probable and then not playing. I mean, it just everything just, I'm fed up with that. I know a lot of the Cardinals fans are. He's not going to sell the team. We know that, but it's gotten so bad where I almost wish we could have Steve Keim back because of even when Steve Keim. a lot of the decisions weren't good. Some of his draft picks weren't good during the season. If it wasn't going good or getting rocky, there was a Keim time sign, and I kind of miss some of that, but. I don't have the scores in front of me, but the last three games, I saw it was like 150 to 40 or something of how we've been not that bad, probably outscored by divisional opponents. And you're going to tell me you're going to bring that back next year? I hope they really go after Robert Saleh. I'll take your guys' comments off the air and go Cardinals.
Yeah, I would love that scenario. That is the one thing that makes sense to me. I've heard a lot of things like, how about getting Bill Belichick from North Carolina? Thank you. I'll pass on that.
Defensive coordinator Jordan Hudson.
Right.
I don't like her resume.
But Robert Saleh is something that you could convince me of because you're weakening an opponent and you're gaining somebody with great insight about this division and somebody who's he's going to fit that prototype of being really good his second time around after being entrusted to be a head coach of a very dysfunctional, bad organization. But we'll see how there's time for that yet. The season is going to play out. Jonathan Gannon is not getting fired before the end of the season.
No, but going back to Tony's point, 130 to 63. That's the differential in the last three division games. And that includes a 44 to 22 game that was 35-0 up in Seattle. That includes a 41 to 22 game in San Francisco that at one point was 35 to 10. Yesterday it was 45 to 10 at one point. That's just the definition of ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Eugene in Santan is up next here on this Big Red Monday. What's going on, Eugene?
Happy holidays, guys.
Same to you.
Listen, I would like to just say one thing. I'm a season ticket holder, and I go to almost every game. And if you have not noticed the limp on Kyler walking on the sidelines, you are not watching Kyler walk. That's first of all. Second of all, it takes time. We need to go, when we draft this year, we need to draft linemen, offensive linemen, and move forward there. I don't think it's dead and doom. I think it's wait, like we always do. Wait. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you. A little bit of optimism there from Eugene. Let's close this out with Mike in Phoenix. Mike, the floor is yours. What do you got, man?
Morning, guys. So I got, just a comment and a question for you guys. So comment is that, I've been a fan just like you have, Vinny, since they moved to town, since I was like 11 or 12, and I've spent 3 hours every Sunday. I'm 52 now, and I've wasted almost a whole lifetime watching this team, and it's just done. The same thing, 120 years they've been in the league or whatever it is, and they've never won anything. But my question is, I've got a friend who's a dentist, and he wanted to be the team dentist about 10 or 12 years ago. And he was told it was going to cost about $100,000 or $200,000 to be the team dentist. So my question is, are our team doctors just do we even know they have good team doctors? Why are people always hurt and always we are always at the bottom of our depth chart every season? Is this another Cardinals thing where do everything on the cheap and just not spend the money?
I'm out of my element in that realm, so I'm not going to chime in on that with all due respect.
There's a difference between, with all due respect as well, there's a difference between team doctor and the official fill-in-the-blank of the Arizona Cardinals.
Right.
The latter is a promotional opportunity.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
And there might be some crossover connection there, but these team look, it's a question, and sometimes teams get hit with injuries harder than others. We know that. This team has been hit hard with injuries and not dealt well with it. And there's been a couple of instances. I haven't noticed the Kyler limp. Have you noticed that?
No.
On the sideline?
No.
Anytime I saw him on camera yesterday, he was sitting down.
Right.
So I didn't notice it. But yeah, I mean, that's just a good sampling of the frustration right there, because this is they're reaching depths they haven't reached in quite some time with this organization. Thanks for the phone calls. Appreciate it. We'll continue our Cardinals conversation. A.Q. Shipley, the color commentator on the Cardinals Radio Network, will join us for the center of the Cardinals next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pre-game gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Hey, folks, it's A.Q. Shipley inviting you to experience amazing at Earnhardt Lexus, your locally owned Lexus dealer. And folks, local matters. Today, more than ever. And listen, if you know Earnhardt like I do, then you know they've been a trusted name in the Valley since 1951. It's easy to see why customers can't stop raving about their no-bull way of doing business. Take my word for it. Their state-of-the-art facility is designed with you in mind, elevating the process of buying and servicing your vehicle. The latest in Lexus innovation is on display, and their beautiful and spacious showroom complete with an in-house cafe that offers the next level of hospitality, comfort, and convenience you deserve. See and feel the difference at Earnhardt Lexus, winner of the Elite of Lexus Award. Located at 8th Street and Camelback and online, EarnhardtLexus.com. Remember, shop local, support local. Again, that's EarnhardtLexus.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals made it 5 straight losses yesterday with a 45-17 result to the LA Rams, a game that was tied early but got away from the Cards, and they moved to 3-10 on the season. And here was their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, after the game.
Just come back to work, man. You know, it's hard. There's no doubt. It's hard. You know, it's been a lot of adversity here, but we'll come back. We'll come out of the other side better for it. I know that.
The Phoenix Suns Friday night got beat 117-98 to Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets without Devin Booker, and they'll be without him tonight, and potentially Dylan Brooks as well, who's listed as questionable. Tip-off from Minnesota against the T-Wolves will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's officially bowl season in college football. The Sun Devils will play ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats will get ACC foe SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-handed starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. A.Q. Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Pickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. And that ain't no bull.
Hey, every Monday morning, we get the opportunity to talk it over with the one and only A.Q. Shipley, who had the vantage point from the radio booth yesterday. Cardinals lose to the Rams 45-17. They are now 3-10, and A.Q. joins us right now for this week's edition of the Center of the Cardinals. A.Q. Good morning. Here we go again, man.
Rinse, wash, repeat. I mean, my man's already wearing his Masters hat. He's looking ahead to Augusta. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yep, I'm busted.
Yeah,
you caught me.
But in reality, A.Q., he's always got his mind on Augusta.
Yeah, well.
Me too.
That's a
right?
a me problem. Yeah, right.
Yesterday was a little bit different in terms of the appearance of that loss. And it started out well, good first drive. After that, after it was 10-10, the Rams just asserted themselves and the Cardinals really had no answers. But I know afterwards there was a lot of questions about effort and maybe the strength of this team buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday. That got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing. But I think it still comes down to execution. I don't think anybody out there, is doing a lack of effort. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, they're all professionals. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and, still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute. You still have to have depth. The depth has to come in and play like the guy ahead of them, right? And so all of these things have to play out. And I think when you look at yesterday, when you look at a game, right? Like the first 15, it's scripted. That's the game planning portion of it, right? So when you come out and you have the first drive like that, fantastic, right? But then when the wheels fall off, the other team looked terrible on the first drive on defense, correct? And then all of a sudden, they make the adjustments, they move forward, and all of a sudden they look like world beaters, and the wheels fall off on the other side. So it's adjustments, it's being outmanned, it's adversity, it's injuries, it's all of these things. But again, you can't have excuses. You can't have excuses in the NFL.
You said it so well last week that the messaging has remained consistent. The regurgitating of the message has remained consistent from players, but the course correction hasn't happened. So what does a head coach have to do now to not let these last 4 games really spin out of control, AQ?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, he just has to stay convicted. That's what he's done, and I think that's what he's done so well, right? Like, I think if you believe in your message, you just got to keep emphasizing that, maybe even overemphasize it, which I know he's done. But again, like, you got to get, and it's not just him, right? Like, the vets got to step up. They got to enforce it. And you can't just have these. I mean, I hated them when I was a player. I hate these, like, some veteran grabs everybody and has a team meeting. Well, that's just words. It's just words. And that's what I always hated. I hated the players only meetings. I hated the grab everybody and, hey, we all got to pick it up on the side. And of course, we know that. Everybody knows that, right? And so now it comes down to, we got to throw the words out the window and we got to execute.
A.Q. Shipley, our guest every Monday morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Let's focus again on the offensive line. Another key injury yesterday. Paris Johnson Jr. goes down. Moving forward, we know he's a fixture at left tackle. Through my very layman perspective this year, I think the offensive line has been a massive disappointment, AQ, and we've talked about it with you on a regular basis. I'd be willing to give Yelda Froholt the pass as a team captain. I think he has developed into an above-average center in this league. But do you agree with maybe the assessment that the Cardinals need at least 3 new offensive linemen moving forward next year?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, when you look at this unit, when you look at the offensive line, the proof is in the pudding. And I heard Yelda say it yesterday that the eye in the sky doesn't lie. Of course, the tape does not lie. And the tape is showing there's no movement. The pad level's high. You know, at the end of the day one training camp, the emphasis is going to be the same thing across the board, across the league, and it's going to be 2 things. It's going to be, we need to run the football, and we need to stop the run on defense, period. That's how you build winning culture, winning teams, right? And so when you look at this group, 30 yards, 50 yards, 60 yards, I mean, I don't know how many games they've had over 100 this year, but it isn't many.
No.
And you can't win games when you can't run the ball for over 100. And having said all that, that's a trend across the league. I think over the last couple of years, we saw on defense them adjusting to all the high flying and the spreads and the crazy wide receivers. And so it was, hey, we're not going to get beat over the top. We're going to play cover 2 defense. We're going to play soft boxes, meaning only 6 in the box. And now that's a very advantageous look to run the football. And I think this year across the league, I think defense has also said, hey, we're not going to let teams run the football anymore on us. We're not going to do that. So, I mean, I think if you look at yesterday, I think there was only 400 or 500-yard rushers in the entire league. And so I think there's a point of emphasis on defense to stop the run game now and make you win by throwing the football. But having said that, you still have to have a run game, and this Cardinals team does not have that.
All right, so now that the Cardinals are committed to a future without Kyler Murray and Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy, I think, going forward next year with probably a draft pick and all that, from what you know of offensive linemen and where the league is going, where do you need to look to get the best offensive lineman? What traits do you need? Because it seems to me, AQ, that since BA and some of those lines you were a part of, this team has really struggled to get the right unit in piece together. Last year being the exception, of course, but this one's been very disappointing.
Well, and also, like, let's not also forget, and again, I'm not taking away anything from last year, the year before, in the rushing game, but even I look back to 2019, we were in the top 5 rushing across the league, but, like, I think what people seem to forget when you look at a Kyler Murray, a Lamar Jackson, when there's a threat of a running quarterback, that opens up your entire run game, right? So that's also like a cheat code, right? Like, I don't think that's fully, like, all on the offensive line saying, hey, the offensive line was great. Well, you're basically running against a soft box because that backside defensive end on his own read has to sit there and have his eyes on the quarterback, have his eyes on here, and now that opens up running lane. So let's start there, first of all. But I think whenever it comes to traits, I think you need nastiness. I think that I know of all the guys that I've trained since I've stopped playing, the number one thing I try and teach is mentality. I think mentality over technique is everything. I think when you look at a guy like a Quinn Miners, a Quentin Nelson, these guys are trying to bury you on every play. Go watch Aaron Brewer, the center for the Miami Dolphins. He's trying to body slam his opponent on every single play. And that's the kind of the way that I used to like to play. Like, I tried to play through the whistle, be that gnat after the play. Just like at the end of the game, I wanted the guy that I was going against to be like, God, will this guy stop? Will he get away from me? And like, and that's kind of what you want. You don't want this super technical, analytical guy. Like, there has to be a common balance of, okay, technique matters, obviously, but I want the guy that's going to have a mentality that he's going to impose his will. He's going to finish through the whistle, not to the whistle, and he's going to try and bury somebody on every single play.
All right, so like Rob Fredrickson, you're a former Big Ten guy, so I've got to ask you, did you ever think you'd imagine a world when Indiana football would win the Big Ten?
I mean, no. I thought I think to answer that short form answer, the fact that Indiana's done what they've done makes me want to exit the Big Ten, to say the least, because that's a basketball school. But I will also very much give credit to my Pennsylvania native Curt Cignetti. I mean, what a job he's done. Maybe the best coaching job in the history of all sports.
How about
take a team that is a basketball school and turn them into the number one team in the country in football in 2 years. 2 years.
Well, and how about last year? It was thought to be, okay, nice story. They made the playoff. Don't get used to it. And then they follow it up with this. The top seed going into the playoffs. He's a remarkable coach.
Couldn't agree more. And I mean, like, just to piggyback off of that, last year, again, everybody was talking about, okay, they didn't play anybody. And when they did, they got smoked by Ohio State and they got smoked by Notre Dame. This year, they beat Penn State on the road. They beat Oregon on the road, and they beat Ohio State in a Big Ten championship. I mean, you can't say anything about this year.
Yeah, I think those 3 wins cancel out their joke of a non-conference schedule.
I was worried about your Nittany Lions and their coaching search for a minute, but I think you end up with a good guy. I think you came out of it okay.
Yeah, for about 2 months, I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And then all of a sudden they land on this, and this was kind of a guy that I had towards the top of my list back in October. I just wish they would have made that move in October. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly.
AQ, great stuff as
Thank
always.
you,
We'll talk to
AQ.
you next week.
Hey, boys.
AQ Shipley, the center of the Cardinals, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers every Monday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We'll get more into that college football playoff field. Miami is in, Notre Dame is out, and they're not happy about it. We'll get into that more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Big Red Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Sweet James. By now, you know Sweet James Accident Attorneys, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the TV commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I do not know if that vertical leap is artificially enhanced or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition you are going to be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. And, of course, I'm talking about those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injury. Sweet James, a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. And when they send a demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, they have a lot of leverage. Those insurance companies know they cannot play games and deny, Sweet James, not when they're more than willing to tell your story in a court of law. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. And remember, you can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And if you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call for a free consultation at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Last year, I warned you that AC prices were on the rise due to new regulations, and that's exactly what happened. In January of 25, we'll see much of the same, but don't sweat it. If you call Precision, we're offering $3,500 off any new AC unit, but this deal won't last long, so act fast. Make the Precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Precision decision with Precision Air.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. Hey, it's Wolf. Can Jacoby Brissett earn the job as the Arizona Cardinals' 2026 starting quarterback over these last 4 games? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is a bracket that's going to be talked about forever, really. And not just because Notre Dame got excluded, but because of the framework that created the choices the committee had to make. And Nick talks about tweaks. There was a tweak after last season, what people didn't like about it. There's going to be something more than a tweak, I think, going forward, because all of a sudden, inclusivity, which most people in the sport think is a pretty good idea, even Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the deepest conference, thinks that you can't have group of 5 conferences play and have it mean absolutely nothing the entire season if there's not a possibility of getting in the CFP. So inclusivity sounds good until teams like Notre Dame and Texas and Vanderbilt get squeezed out. Then people have a serious problem with it. But this is one we're going to talk about for a long, long time. If you're Notre Dame, you're crushed.
Yeah, they're crushed in South Bend. There's no doubt about it. Chris Fowler, ESPN, talking about the bracket that was released yesterday. Notre Dame had been ahead of Miami in every ranking leading up to the final pairings.
Right.
And Miami gets the jump, and there was a BYU factor mixed in there. And, of course, Alabama, despite 3 losses and not being a conference champion, they get in because they're Alabama. It's the annual mess. You got James Madison in. You got Tulane in. I think the first round of matchups is very, very pedestrian.
Very
you
much
might
so.
catch my interest in the second round, but what everybody's talking about is the Notre Dame Miami debate. And Notre Dame, look, again, the recourse for them, they're not in a conference. They didn't have a lot of great wins. They beat USC. They had a couple good losses on their resume. A 1-point loss to Texas A&M where they really got hosed on a bad call late in that game. And they lost a close game to Miami, a game that Miami really dominated more than the scoreboard showed. The only reason I feel bad for Notre Dame is because, again, these stupid weekly ranking shows that come out on Tuesday nights are absolutely meaningless. And we said it in real time, and it's really meaningless now. If they don't mean anything now, if they don't mean anything at the end, they shouldn't mean anything in real time. It's just television filler. So I understand that argument. But for them to follow that up by taking their ball and going home, and they're too good to play in a bowl game.
Yeah.
I'm very curious, outside of the playoff, what this decision from Notre Dame means for the bowl games moving forward. Because they've got a very inflated idea of how important they are to college football, and for good reason. They are important to college football.
Well, listen.
If they set this tone, are bowl games in jeopardy?
I think they already are, to be honest with you. But listen, Notre Dame signed a memorandum of understanding with the college football playoff. That is not a binding agreement. It's just an agreement that's in place that you do not have to honor. I'm not sure what this is going to mean going forward, but obviously there does need to be tweaks to the system. Look, there are people who think college football is rife for an antitrust lawsuit where you've got ESPN controlling all the broadcast rights to the college football playoff. They own all the SEC broadcasting rights. They own all the ACC broadcasting rights. And you might note that the SEC and the ACC did not pay a price in this year's college football playoff. The Big 12 and Notre Dame did. Mm-hmm. These are entities the ESPN has no financial interest in. So there's a lot of things that need to be squared up, in my opinion. And you talk about the rating show, you talk about moving goalposts when it comes to the college football playoff selection committee. 1 year it's this, 1 year it's that, 1 year this matters, 1 year that matters. The fact that it took them until early December to think that a head-to-head matchup actually mattered is ludicrous, if not derelict. The idea that Alabama didn't move an inch after getting their doors blown off them again.
They were pathetic in that game.
Yes.
And I know they had the regular season win against Georgia, but they already had 2 other losses.
Yes.
And for them to show up, and there was at the end of that game, too, they got on the scoreboard, and there was a chance that they were going to cut that lead to 14. And, that'll look good in the eyes of the committee. They were awful in that game.
They went for it 4th and 3 from their own 12-yard line. They were down 14 at the time, and I thought to myself, wow, that's pretty stupid because all you really need to do is play this game close and you're in.
Yeah.
But I kind of get the idea that Kalen DeBoer and Alabama kind of knew they were in to begin with.
Yeah, they had the full safety net going.
This narrative that emerged out of nowhere that you can't be penalized for playing in a conference championship game because if you do that, what's going to happen the next time a team says, nope, I'm good, I'm not competing in it? That was a narrative created from nothing to justify the Alabama selection.
If you can't be penalized for playing in a college conference championship game, then BYU and Virginia should both be in the playoffs right now.
This whole thing would have been a lot less messy if the ACC just had a normal tiebreaker system.
Yes. Well, that's one thing that will come out of this. But again, the light shining on the number of teams in these conferences, and it came up on the selection show too. These aren't really conferences; these are scheduling conglomerates. Is what they are.
I like it
because there's not enough head-to-head competition to determine who the better team is. Now, if you're Notre Dame, you got a beef. But again, they had a head-to-head game against Miami too, and that turned out probably to be the ultimate tiebreaker because they went back and those teams did play in September. Let's watch that again in our downtime at this 5-star hotel.
Right.
In terms of the competition, Indiana, great story. We just talked to AQ Shipley briefly about it. As feel good of a story that is, and for as likable as Fernando Mendoza is, and his story is incredible. I don't know if they're the favorites to win as the top seed. Of all the teams that I watched over the weekend, Texas Tech looks like the best team in the country to me.
I wouldn't argue with that.
Am I wrong here?
I wouldn't argue with that.
That defense is ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, again, they've got just a lineup of first-round NFL defensive draft picks on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, it's. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I'm not sure who is going to be favored to get out of this thing. I'm just very uninspired by this first opening slate of college football playoff games.
There needs to be some upsets, or else the expansion to 12 teams is really feeling more and more unnecessary.
No, the expansion to 12 teams with the inclusion of the Power 5. This is not. I mean, they try to draw the parallels to basketball. College football is not basketball. And it is not as open for upsets from mid-majors to beat. There's a reason why people still talk about Appalachian State beating Michigan when it did.
Because it rarely ever happens.
That doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
And I mean, we saw it last year, and it was Boise State, a pedigreed program, who couldn't hang with Penn State in their playoff game. And you've got a 20.5-point spread between Oregon and James Madison. and a 16.5-point spread between Ole Miss and Tulane. I don't think either one of those games is going to be very good.
Look, you can make an argument, and other people have, that Cinderella is dying in college basketball as well.
Yeah.
That when you look at last year's NCAA tournament, that opening weekend was as chalky as anyone has ever seen it. And this year, games of high majors versus mid majors not named Gonzaga, there have been very, it's been hammer and nail.
Yeah.
So there's a belief that Cinderella on all levels is gone, that this is a very flawed premise to begin with.
Ole Miss beat Tulane by 35 points this season. Do we need to see that again?
No, we don't need to see
any
that
of it? Like Texas Tech, Indiana, Georgia, and Ohio State. Those are the 4 best teams.
They are.
They are.
But
we don't need any of those other teams.
I'm also very curious to see the teams that had the buys last year did not fare well after having the layoff, and I wonder if that holds over again. I don't think so, but that's something to look for.
It's also very convenient, like year to year, to look at the system. Jarrett points out there's probably just 4 really good football teams this year. And it would be great if we had a 4-team playoff system this year. But we don't. And it's 12. And the fact that 2 non-power 4 teams got in is the problem. And they're probably going to switch it next year, and it's still going to be 12. And it's a year-to-year playoff system. And next year, we might have 12 really good teams.
Yeah, but those 4 teams, if they show up and play, then they'll get the 4 that everybody wants to see. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Big Red Monday. Sammy will take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sam Levitt was reportedly a no-show at an ASU team banquet. Dan Bickley says that the Cardinals' latest loss was a yawn of a new era post Kyler Murray. And the Diamondbacks have reportedly agreed to sign free agent pitcher Michael Soroka. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they're staging their end-of-the-year sale where you're going to get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. Now, I know nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, I got a really exciting idea. Let's go replace our windows. But if you're a homeowner in Arizona and you've been in your house up to 15 years, chances are the sun has done a lot of damage. Chances are good you need new windows. Now, I took advantage of this offer. I can't say enough good things about this company, my experience, how beautiful my windows look. From installation to cleanup, the whole process was immaculate, so professional. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public, so there are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home, and there are great financing options available. Learn more by calling 480-764-2002 online at advancedwindows.com.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Want to help feed your neighbors in need? Just order pizza. On December 9th, Barro's Pizza is donating 100% of its sales to St. Mary's Food Bank. That's 100% of sales from every order at every location all day. Available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Get your order in on December 9th to benefit St. Mary's Food Bank and help fight hunger in Arizona. Love thy pizza, love thy neighbor. Find a location near you at barrowspizza.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals moved to 3-10 on the season and 0-5 in the NFC West over the weekend in a 45-17 loss to the LA Rams. That marks their 5th straight loss, and here was Gannon's message to his team post-game.
That's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
After a Friday night loss to the Houston Rockets, the Suns are in Minnesota for a matchup with Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves, still without Devin Booker, who will be reevaluated on Wednesday. And Suns' Dylan Brooks is also questionable tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And not only is the college football playoff set, the rest of the bowl games have been announced. The Sun Devils will get the Blue Devils of Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats and SMU Ponies will get together in San Diego for the Holiday Bowl. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-hand starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Time to get social. It's social studies time here on this Monday. Sammy's here to take us through it. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. If you're new to social studies or you come here every day, but you're wondering where you can find us, we're at Bickley_Marotta on X, Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and we are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. 342 watching. The numbers gone up throughout the day, so thank you guys for watching on YouTube. But our first question is for Cardinal fans. What is the biggest difference between the Cardinals and the rest of the NFC West, and why?
Those teams are good.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
We talked to Rob Fredrickson about it. It's been, this offseason, there's going to be a microscope on this subject as well. The quality of the drafts. And I'm surprised we're not hearing more about draft positioning from Cardinals fans. But the reason why I think that's the case, Bick, is I don't think the fan base has faith in the front office to identify the best players in their respective draft positions.
There might be that. Yeah, listen, I think that it just so far away from the end of the season that I think maybe it's hard for people to kind of latch onto that right now. Look, I think the coaching staffs, there's huge differences in the way that the three teams the Cardinals are chasing and the way the Cardinals operate. That's where I'm going with it.
Couple good answers. One from Steven Ruiz. He said, "What's the biggest difference between a perfectly cooked filet mignon and room temperature Spam? It's hard to talk about differences when there are few similarities," which is a good point. DNB Band said that they didn't draft as well. Their coaching staff do not make adjustments on a weekly basis, and they have no quarterback. End of story. That's where they're at right now. And then Sandra Deo Clubber said the Cardinals are one long episode of the Benny Hill Show, whereas the rest of the NFC are not. And he said, cue the Yankee sax. I don't know.
Yakety sax.
Yakety.
Are you familiar at all with it?
No. The Benny
Yankee
Hill Show.
sax, that would have been Steve Sax.
There we go. The Yankety sax.
The Yankees traded Willie Randolph for Steve Sax.
Yeah.
That was crushed.
All right, so our next question is also Cardinals related. Taking everything into consideration, expectations, talent, injuries, coaching, which unit has been more disappointing this year and why? The offense, I'm going to pass on that one.
Homunculus. You homunculus.
No clue. Or the defense, you fathead.
What is a homunculus, Jared?
I don't know, but it sounds fun. It's like I don't know.
Is it?
Like a big,
You don't know.
like a Neanderthal.
So sometimes, most of the time when you come up with these words, they're actual words.
That's a real word.
It is it?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm asking you what it is.
Well, I don't know that.
But you know it's a real word.
Yeah, it's like a
Why don't you
Neanderthal,
just ask
I believe.
AI what it is. I'm sure it'll tell you a totally accurate description of what that word means.
Allen Iverson is not here.
I'm voting defense because that was the unit that was supposed to be the anchor of this team.
I agree. Defense for me.
Defense is the overwhelming answer by the public as well. 63.9% of the vote for the defense, 36% of the vote for the offense. And then Cody Phillips says both. A lack of complementary football, as they say. And then Manuel agrees with the vote. He said they went all in on defense, and it just so happened to get worse. I don't know how that happens. Okay, so at the beginning of the show, the monkey barrel discussion was a conversation of an overrated toy, per Dan Bickley.
Very much so.
So what was your favorite toy as a kid, and what was the most overrated or dumbest toy you can't believe you still played with?
I'm going to sound like a current youth. Even though it was very rudimentary, my favorite toy as a kid / teenager, adolescent, was my Vectrex video game system, which, again, was so antiquated, but it was a video game. It was awesome. I mean, where do you start with the overrated toys? You said Barrel of Monkeys. Let's face it. The Slinky was a phenomenon. What a terrible toy.
I like this. I still like playing around
Really?
with the Slinky.
Yeah,
It's
you're
kinda
right.
fun.
That was a terrible toy.
I had some,
Do you remember the Easy Bake Oven, Vinny?
I never had one of those. I had a toy. There was a whole series of them. Mm-hmm. They were about yay-high plastic figures. And the football one was a kicker. And it was positioned to where if you hit the kicker on the head, the leg would move, and it would kick a field goal.
Wow.
And I thought this was amazing.
I know exactly what toy you're talking
and
about.
I'm trying to remember what it was called, and I can't think of it.
I got one of those for Christmas. You banged them on top.
Yeah.
It was just like Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah. There was a basketball one where you held the ball like this. and- Yeah. That's what we got excited about as kids.
I always thought Stretch Armstrong was a ridiculous toy. Because, what do? You stretch it, it doesn't break? Okay, great. What do you do?
What next?
What else you got for me?
What are you going to do? Trade it for a skateboard if you're in Antarctica or Greenland?
A lot of lawn darts.
Nobody got that. Nobody got that movie.
I knew it was a reference, but I didn't get it.
Yeah.
I didn't get it.
Okay.
Is that...
That's the Ben Stiller thing. What movie? Life of Walter Mitty.
I never
yes,
saw
The
that
Secret
movie.
Life of Walter Mitty.
Yeah.
A lot of lawn darts in the comments, and a lot of talking football.
Did either of you ever play lawn darts? I've heard always the myth of this, not myth, but always the legend of this toy.
I never did, no.
I never had them.
What is the legend of this toy?
That it's always used as an example that when we were kids, we had no regulations on our toys. They were literal giant metal darts that you would just throw as kids, right? Big, heavy, like almost short spears.
And kids got killed. They'd go right through your skull. Yeah.
I want to, at the end of this, because we didn't have time in social studies and we did crosstalk, the Bickley and Murata weekend checklist, fellas. We showed up.
I nailed it this weekend.
Vinny, a perfect 3 for 3. The Rams scored 40 points. LeBron did have 25 points in his next game, and Duke did beat Virginia. And Dan Bickley, 2.5 out of 3. The Rockets beat the Suns by 10 plus, but KD didn't have 33 or more.
It would have been closer.
It would have. And Alabama lost to Georgia, still got into the college football playoff. The Packers beat the Bears. I went 1 for 2 because Xavier Weaver was scratched from the lineup. So that voided. Texas Tech beat BYU by 20 plus. Grayson Allen did not hit 4 or more threes. And Jarrett, 1 for 3. You got Indiana beating Ohio State, which I'll give you that. And then the Bengals had a real chance to beat the Bills. They did not.
And
Dylan Brooks had a real chance
Durant
to
thing, that
outscore
was
Durant.
close. That was close.
It was close. So all around, good stuff from the checklist from the boys.
Yeah.
Good work.
It was a good weekend.
It was.
I mean, for that.
Exactly.
For everything else, it sucked. Thanks, Sammy.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Sam Levitt didn't show up at the Sun Devils team banquet and reports out he's hitting the portal. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3.
Reacting to Rams' domination of the home team and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, what do you see? Do you see beaches and drinks that come with umbrellas, hundreds of rounds of golf like I do, or world travel, or are you consumed with anxiety, worried that you might not have enough to do the things you want to do? Because if you're like most people, you may not feel totally prepared for retirement, because it's one thing to save for your golden years, it's another thing to feel totally prepared, and that's what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, where you can get a second opinion on your current portfolios, where you'll get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies built just for you that will secure your financial future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they're not just financial advisors, they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. I became a client because they earned my trust, and if you want to take that stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. outsmart the elements.
Mitch Varelda's here to tell you about Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. They just turned up the heat with brand new daily especiales every single day of the week. You can enjoy $10 food deals and bold drink specials that keep the week moving. Kick off Monday with a smash burger and fries for $10. Dig into $2 tacos on Tuesday and score buy 6, get 6 wings every Wednesday. Plus, there's daily drink specials that you won't want to miss. With 4 Arizona locations, your daily go-to cantina just got even better. Ojos Locos, Mas Tacos, Mas Wings.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Dylan Brooks look in his revenge game against the Houston Rockets, and how will the Suns look against the Minnesota Timberwolves without Devin Booker? We'll discuss all that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sun Lakes. Shout out Sun Lakes. Roll call. We appreciate you listening out in Sun Lakes this morning as the Big Red Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings continues here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. We'll shift from Big Red to a little darker shade, a little maroon here. Last night, the ASU football banquet. Reports out there that one team captain from this year's team was not in attendance for the banquet, and that captain, Sam Levitt, according to people who attended the banquet, Kenny Dillingham made reference to it. He acknowledged the captain's in attendance and said something to the effect of, it would be cowardly not to mention the captain that's not here, Sam Levitt. We wish him we wish him luck in all of his future endeavors.
Right.
Today, piggyback that with a local report that Sam Levitt is interested or on the verge of entering the transfer portal, which does not open up for nearly another month, January 2nd. That doesn't mean there's not negotiating going on. So what do you make of all this?
That Sam Levitt is gone. That's number one. He's gone. So the question becomes, number two, why? Is it a money thing, or is it I don't like the prospects here next year? The offensive line, my guy Jordan Tyson. If it's the latter, that would be a little disturbing, because you would think that there'd be a little more faith that Sam Levitt would have with Kenny Dillingham. But we got to remember, for a lot of people, for a lot of old school people who might be offended by this, understand that Sam Levitt has got a whole team behind him. Creative Artists Agency in Los Angeles.
Yes.
So this is not just a kid making decisions haphazardly.
This is the organization that represents big, giant movie stars in Hollywood.
That's
CAA.
exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and look, I think the thinking has shifted for a lot of people, not everybody. Where, again, and this is my old school, the one old school part of me that's holding on to this. It's a bummer. If Sam Levitt enters the NFL and gets drafted, he'll get drafted by another, as an alum of another team. It won't really be the credit of Arizona State, where he, broke out as a quarterback. But that's the way this is designed now.
Well,
this is going to happen every year. I mean, go back a few years when Jaden Daniels decided he was going to transfer from ASU. I was pissed. To the point where I'm like, he's not that good anyway. I was pissed. That was a different circumstance because he had already announced and made the whole video that he was coming back, the pomp and circumstance behind that. And his teammates were mad too. I think this is evolving every single year. But it also comes down to, as if you're an ASU football supporter, who is your faith in? Is your faith in Sam Levitt? Is your faith more in Kenny Dillingham?
It's in Kenny Dillingham. There's no doubt about it.
And I think the majority of Sun Devil fans would feel that way.
And listen, and I was told this by a high-ranking booster a few weeks ago, and I shared it on the radio then, that inside the program, this is not causing much consternation. That there's a belief that Kenny Dillingham will find more than enough quarterback for next year.
Yeah, go back to 2023. When Sam Levitt was a freshman quarterback at Michigan State, and he was playing behind guys named Caton Hauser and Noah Kim. And Kenny Dillingham tapped into the relationship he had through the recruiting process and lured Sam Levitt to Tempe. He's doing that every single year and has connections all over the place and has an eye for talent and a really good rapport with quarterbacks and young players.
And believe me, they're down the road. Because as we've pointed out, they went into this season thinking Sam Levitt was going to be gone. Now, They thought he was going to be going to the NFL.
Yeah.
But they came into the season prepared to have a new quarterback next year.
Well, but the difference is we went into the season, and a lot of people from Jake Plummer to others thought that Sam Levitt could be the new gold standard for quarterbacks in ASU history. That did not happen.
No, he took a step back this year.
Yep. And by leaving and going somewhere else, that will close the book on that whole thing.
And it's possible that factors into maybe why the first reason you gave, maybe the money is not there. Because maybe they said, well, why are we going to open up the checkbooks, and give him a blank check to this guy that we could replace?
Well, that's one thing, too, that's going to be different about this offseason is following the run to the Big 12 championship and the college football playoff last year, the amount of retention that Kenny Dillingham got from his team with key members of that championship team coming back for another year and not testing the transfer waters, that was unprecedented. They had most of their team back, and I know Cam Scadaboo wasn't here, and if he had eligibility, he probably would have come back. Let's be honest. That's not going to happen this year. There's going to be a lot more movement, and the money was in place for Sam Levitt last year. And the boosters and the way this whole program works now, or the way this whole NIL system works, you have to think about what your needs are. And the Sun Devils are going to have a lot of needs at different positions. And does it make that much sense to tie that much money of your cap, if you will, into the quarterback position? Maybe not.
No, I think there's some mutuality to this. I don't think for a minute that ASU went to Sam and said, "Name your price. We'll write you a blank check." I think you're right. I think there's probably another more established school that's giving a big number and floating a big number to Sam Levitt's people, and I don't think ASU wants to pay it, but not from a cheap standpoint, or not from a we don't have it standpoint, but from a we need a lot. We need to, sprinkle the infield. There's a lot of things we need to do.
Yeah, and prepare yourself for this too. Wherever Sam Levitt ends up, he's going to be a preseason Heisman candidate. And Sun Devil fans are still sore from that fact too. That Jaden Daniels went to LSU in his second year at Baton Rouge. He won the Heisman Trophy, the top 3 pick in the NFL draft, and had a tremendous rookie
of the year.
Yep.
So yeah, just that's life in college football now. Is it the best thing ever? No. But again, if you're feeling that way, and if you're feeling sore that a great Sun Devil like Sam Levitt could explore these possibilities, A, that's the reality, and B, Kenny Dillingham didn't go through that process either. He didn't take another job. He's here to build here, and you have to have faith that with all the success that he's had here, that he'll be able to find a quarterback suitable to take over.
And I do think as time goes by, because this year was so uneven with Sam Levitt, that ASU fans will look back fondly at the college playoff run, and they'll think of Cam Scadaboo. You know what I mean? They won't associate Sam Levitt as much, so there won't be as much bitterness or disappointment. I think that's the guy that will represent that playoff run, because this year was so uneven with Levitt.
Yeah, I think there'll be some. Sam Levitt was very instrumental, and if you remember how that game against Texas was going early, it was not going well. And it was Sam Levitt who righted the ship and kind of got in Cam Scadaboo's face, because Cam wasn't playing well and looked overwhelmed at that point. And once that happened, the game shifted.
Yeah.
And Sam Levitt was Superman a lot of times during that run. I'm not going to forget that. This year was uneven is the word. And I thought ASU and the game plan in the season opener against NAU worked against Sam Levitt. There was a very pass happy approach in that game, and then they went into the Mississippi State game, and that was probably Sam Levitt's worst game. He had 2 not so great games against Mississippi State in his career. And they were just kind of, it seemed like that offense, and him particularly before the injury set in, he was kind of swimming upstream.
It really kind of felt that way. I agree with you. And again, I think the beginning of the year, if you diagnose this, he was really full into I got to be a Heisman candidate. I've got to be that guy. And there was a lot of pressure he put on himself.
He admitted it.
And then he kind of let that go, and things spiked for him. But under a lot of pressure, took a lot of hits, dealt with a lot of injuries, and that's part of the Sam Levitt experience. This is an unfortunate ending because I know there were a lot. It seems like there was a lot of feelings rubbed the wrong way by him blowing off that banquet last night. I'm a little more pragmatic. I don't. If a kid's about to leave and everyone knows it, that's a real weird hang.
If he's gone, let him go.
I mean, maybe he was studying for a final.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Final season. He's got. Yeah.
That's it.
He's got one right now.
Coming up next, it's Monday. We will hand out some hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wonder, Steve Nash. I'm just saying, Steve Nash
That's
walking around. You know what? Are you telling me that Steve Nash may not be speaking to Colin Gillespie and talking to him about this? If I were Colin Gillespie, I'd be in Steve Nash's pocket. That much I will tell you right now. And the fact that he's already got a little chip inside the heart, if you know what I mean, and not on the shoulder, where you can knock it off easily, Basinonians. It's in his body, man, that chip. He's going to go out and he's going to play as hard as he possibly can, and he's going to do that every night.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sonic. People are loyal to Sonic for a whole bunch of reasons. People love the experience, an old-timey, nostalgic, all-American drive-in. You pull into a canopied parking spot. You don't have to leave your vehicle. You place your order. You kick back. You are being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Pretty cool experience you're not going to find anywhere else in the Valley. People love the side items like the tots and the onion rings. People love the drink menu where there's tens of thousands of different combinations of slushes and sodas and all sorts of good stuff. And my lovely daughter gets the same thing every time, the cherry limeade slush. People rave about the ice cubes at Sonic and even buy them in bulk. Me, I'm a huge fan of the burger lineup at Sonic. They roll out one classic after another. If you're talking about the Smasher lineup, the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, I've been raving about that for years. Their newest is another can't-miss all-star, the new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. Doesn't get any better than that. Finally, pro tip, make sure you order ahead with the Sonic app. You'll score exclusive rewards and discounts. Live free, eat Sonic.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. Thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life Well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals made it 5 straight losses yesterday with a 45-17 loss to the LA Rams, a game that was tied early but got away from the Cards as they move to 3-10 on the season. The Phoenix Suns Friday night got beat 117-98 to Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets without Devin Booker, and they'll be without him tonight, and potentially Dillon Brooks as well, who's listed as questionable. The Suns will be in Minnesota for the Timberwolves tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-hand starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is which bowl game do you think will produce the better game? The Holiday Bowl between the Arizona Wildcats and SMU, or the Sun Bowl between ASU and Duke?
No, do we have the list of players that aren't going to participate?
As of now, no.
I'll cast my vote for the Holiday Bowl.
The Holiday Bowl.
Arizona strikes me as a team that's going to take its bowl experience.
I would agree.
I agree with that.
And they usually play pretty well in bowl games.
Yeah.
That was the same reason for my answer. And 52% of the vote agrees with you, Holiday Bowl. 48% Sun Bowl. So a close poll question.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. Feel free to vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is how we do the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. And we each give out 2 awards or so. What do you got for us to start out, Ben?
Award number 1, Saving the Leader Award. I'm giving it to the Miami Dolphins, who did something yesterday that I didn't think that they were capable of doing. They went into a cold weather city in the month of December and stood on business. Dolphins smoked the Jets, scored 21 points in the first quarter. They had lost 9 in a row in games where it was 40 degrees or less at kickoff. But now they've won 4 in a row. They're 6-7. And they basically saved Mike McDaniel's job for him.
They have. Do you discount it at all that cold weather city was the Meadowlands against the Jets in December?
Of course.
A little bit?
Of course.
That was.
But the narrative was it didn't matter who you played. If you put cold weather in front of Tua, you ain't going to win.
And now, as I mentioned earlier in passing, the Dolphins and the Kansas City Chiefs at this point of the season have the same exact record.
That's wild.
That? My first award is the I'm not a gambler, but this is the shadiest thing I've ever seen. And I'm giving it to the end of the Raiders-Broncos game yesterday in Las Vegas. The situation, it's 24-14 Denver. 16 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 10. The Raiders are at their own 41-yard line. They've got no timeouts left. Let's roll the tape.
Pickett throwing on the run, and he's got Lockett, but I don't know if they'll be able to spike it in time. Oh, a flag comes out. What a silly play by Brandon Jones. He laid on top of Lockett, and that causes a delay of game penalty to come out.
All right, so at this point, there's 4 seconds left. With the completion and the penalty yardage, it stops the clock, obviously. They're down 10. What does Pete Carroll have to do there? It was a questionable call, by the way. He didn't lay on him as much as the announcer said he did.
Yeah.
He opts to kick the field goal. The Broncos were a 7.5-point favorite. They made the field goal, so the Raiders covered and lose by 7.
It was the definition of a bad beat.
The first person I saw bring this up was Dave Portnoy from Barstool.
Yeah.
And he was talking about prison for everybody, and that might be a little bit extreme.
Maybe.
It is the shadiest thing I've ever seen at the end of an NFL game.
It's pretty bad, especially for a guy who had the Broncos in against the spread. It's a bad beat for me.
The Raiders ran the good old cover play.
Yeah. Yeah,
awful.
that was
awful.
That was a very bad look, Vinny. You're exactly
Pete
right.
Carroll doesn't care because he's going to be out of a job in a couple weeks, if not today.
That's something. My first award is the Rolled Tide Award, and it goes to Alabama, whose performance in the championship game of the SEC was so bad.
How bad was it?
They ranked 16th in the SEC conference in rushing yards this week. Now you're saying there was only 2 teams that played this week. How could that be? Well, they finished the game with -3 rushing yards. So the 14 teams in the SEC that didn't even play had more rushing yards than they did. And the College Football Playoff Committee saw this performance and said, let's put Alabama in the playoffs.
Well, they shouldn't be penalized for making it to the championship game.
It is stupid, though, that in college, sacks count against your rushing total, right?
So dumb.
That is a dumb thing. But a funny stat, I saw it pointed out of rushing yards in the SEC, and they had Georgia 1, and then 14 other teams, and then Alabama 16.
It's pretty good. My first award is the National Championship on December 27th award, and I'm giving it to the Pinstripe Bowl, which includes Penn State and Clemson. 2 teams, nearly everyone that talks about college football had at a minimum in their college football playoff, and many, like myself, had one or both teams competing for the national championship. So the Pinstripe Bowl on December 27th might as well be the national championship.
I think I had Penn State win the championship.
Nice. Yeah. You had mentioned, by the way, that the Chiefs and the Dolphins had the same record right now. It was really, there's a great meme on social media. There's Tiger Woods looking at John Daly. Tiger Woods has got a Chiefs logo on his head. John Daly's got the Dolphins logo. Tiger looks athletic and strong. And John Daly's over there chain smoking.
Awesome.
And the graphic both says 6'7", so it's woo 6'7".
Yeah, the description doesn't even do it justice. They've been using that all year with the Chiefs, usually with the Panthers having the same record as them, but now they're even worse than the Panthers.
All right, speaking of the Chiefs, the Hyperbole Award is going to go to the insufferable ESPN radio host who will not be named, who this morning was screaming, "Is it over? Is it over for the Chiefs? Is it over?" And to me, okay, they may not make the playoffs this year, but what's over? Next season will roll around and Patrick Mahomes will be playing quarterback. What conceivably is over?
Everything's final.
What
Dick.
a moron!
Everything's final. Because now, I mean, what was the talk going into this season? Can Patrick Mahomes catch Tom Brady and win 7 Super Bowls?
Is it over?
Well, they can't do it this year, so it's over, right?
It's over. It's over.
How long did Tom Brady and the Patriots go without winning a Super Bowl?
Ridiculous.
Everything's got to be final the day after it happens.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
My last award is the Browns Are Gonna Brown Award. Did you see what they tried to do yesterday at the end of that game against Tennessee? Shedeur Sanders had a really good game. He threw for 364 yards. The Browns score a touchdown late, to get to within 2. They opt to go for the 2-point conversion because they're trying to tie the game. What do? Kevin Stefanski, 2-time Coach of the Year in the NFL, pulls his quarterback off the field. They're going with a wildcat play.
Oh, boy.
For the 2-point conversion. And it was the definition of Keystone Cops with Quinshon Judkins, the rookie, taking the direct snap. And it was a comedy of errors. And all Stefanski could say afterwards was, quote, "I'm responsible for all of it."
They asked Shedeur after the game, they said, did that play actually work in practice? And Shedeur said, no, it didn't work. That's why we ran it. Of course it worked. My last award real quick is the Mike Soroka.
Mike Soroka.
The new Diamondbacks pitcher.
Got a song parody in on a Monday.
Yeah.
1 year, $7.5 million deal. He was very, very good at one point 6 years ago.
Yeah.
His rookie season, he finished 6th in the Cy Young voting. Had like a 2 point. I have it up here, but I can't read. 2.68 ERA. Not as great since then, but he did have a 1.1 WHIP last year. So Gambo is reporting that he will be a starter for the Diamondbacks. What this means for Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly potentially coming back, we will have to wait and see.
My last award really quick. We knew it was coming. The not-so-washed award is going to LeBron James, who we knew it was coming. 29, 6, and 7 last night. Go ahead 3. 59 seconds left. Step back jumper to put it away. The not-so-washed award to LeBron James.
Yeah, he was listed on the injury report this week with sciatica and arthritic foot pain, I think. And upset that his AARP check didn't come in. That is Hardware. We do it every Monday. Also every Monday, 2 more voices in the studio with us to break down the Cardinals' latest loss. Big Red Crosstalk with Wolf and Luke next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pre-game gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Monday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Arizona is finally cooling off. But before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. An HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons gets that done. It's fast, it's affordable, it can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is tremendous. But what about the air quality inside your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7. It's a great idea because most people do not realize how much gunk they're breathing in the comfort of their own home, and it's a great idea with cold and flu season ahead. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling in Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured, they pass drug tests, and they've passed background checks. They are the company you can feel comfortable letting in your front door. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke. Big Red Monday, Crosstalk.
It's how we put the wraps on our show on Mondays. Kind of give a head start to Wolf and Luke, who will join you from 10 to 2 today, breaking down the Cardinals' latest loss to the LA Rams. But I'm kind of spent here, guys. Do you guys see any good movies or television shows over the weekend? Anything fun with the families?
I tried to watch part of Mission Impossible. It's like 7 hours long, though, so I only got through the first 7 of it.
I talk about it all the time, of course. I've endured, as a player, many kinds of these seasons.
Yeah.
And yet at the same time, what was so beautiful about it was the fact I could go out and do something about it in between the white lines, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
We may not have won that day, but you know what? Maybe I wasn't going to lose that day, even though I did lose many times.
Yeah.
Many individual battles out on the field. You could do something about it. You could put your mouth guard in and run down the field as fast as you could and just hammer some dude. You could do
You make
something
it sound
about
so
it,
fun.
but it was a release. You could all that frustration, you could let it go. And now sitting here 63 and savage, but still sitting here at 63, it's hard. It's super hard because you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But watch it.
Yeah. The AQ Shipley said he saw a lot of guys making business decisions on defense, taking the roundabout routes to plays where you almost get there, but you don't quite get there. Are you surprised at what you saw from this defense yesterday?
Yeah, I was surprised, and the reason being is the way they started as well. It was their 3-safety defense that they put out there on the field, and they had the 12 personnel was out there, the Los Angeles Rams, of course, running the football. This is what they do. They do it very, very well. They run the ball. But it looked like Nick Rawlis came up with a game plan defensively that was more geared towards trying to stop Matthew Stafford than it was stopping Kyron Williams and any of the running backs, Corum as well, Blake Corum. It was a situation where they had the 3 interior offensive linemen covered and then had B.J. Ojolari on one end and Josh Sweat on the other, of course, and then Cody Simon right in the middle. And that was it. They had a 6-man box often against 12 personnel. And what did the Rams do? They just lined up and ran the ball over and over and over again. So it was a unique game plan, I think, but unfortunately it was a game plan that did not work.
Yeah, I just think the defense, I had such high hopes for them this season, and I understand if you're listing the Cardinals' problems, the defense full season hasn't been their biggest problem by any means, and I understand they're beat up. I get all that, and I understand it's the Rams. But it just in general, I thought this defense was going to generate more of a pass rush. I thought they'd maybe be a little more aggressive than they've been in a lot of these games. And I'm almost setting yesterday aside because the Rams are they're beating everybody except Carolina. But it's not just one game. I mean, they've won one game since September, the Cardinals. I don't remember a season this disappointing. It doesn't mean there hasn't been one. 2022 was rough. 2022, but that was rough for like a different reason.
Spot, yeah.
Yeah. But that's it. I mean, those are the only two I can really remember in like the last 10 to 15 years. And I thought the defense was going to be good enough to win them games this year. And
so did I.
Been.
Yeah, I called it flat out to start the show today. One of the worst defensive performances I've seen in a very long time because of a lot of the things that you said, Wolf. It was a puzzling game plan. They didn't breathe on Matthew Stafford. I don't think he had the equipment guys didn't have to wash his uniform yesterday. But let's just kind of hold up what we heard verbally and what we've been hearing verbally, and there was a rush to support verbally Jonathan Gannon from these players last week after that loss in Tampa Bay, and Darius Robinson went as far to call him as a perfect leader, and the problem is us. But okay, that's one thing. And then you hold up that verbal show of support to what they put out on the field yesterday.
It doesn't mesh.
How do you mesh those two? Because it didn't mesh.
Yeah,
for me.
well, first of all, guys, listen. I don't want to point to injuries. I don't want to do it, okay? But they have suffered an awful lot of injuries, as we all know. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you're talking about what I think is the best team in the National Football League. I think this is going to be your NFC representative for the Super Bowl. They hammered the Arizona Cardinals. They did. They beat them on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, which was, once again, something that I thought was going to be a strength for the Arizona Cardinals. It wasn't. They weren't able to run the ball well enough to put Jacoby Brissett in a balanced offense early in the game. They were okay with that, but when the score got a little bit sideways, now all of a sudden you had to be one-dimensional, and that's where they were in trouble, especially with the two young guards that they had out there. Isaiah Adams trying to figure out if Isaiah Adams is going to be a starting guard in this league going forward or not. And then, of course, John Gaines the second at left guard, starting at left guard. I mean, they've got some young guys, and it showed on the line of scrimmage. It did. Mm-hmm. The Rams just dominated the Cardinals on the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be something that, once again, going forward, you have 4 games left. What are you going to do about it? That's what I want to say.
One of the bright spots out of yesterday's game is you put Michael Wilson on the field, and if Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't playing, not only does he look capable of being wide receiver 1, he looks like a real legit impact player. I mean, it's amazing what he is putting on the field.
Oh, he's putting up like Jamar Chase-like numbers in these games.
Yes,
it's wild. You're like, oh, yeah,
right.
there goes Michael Wilson for another 110 yards and 2 more scores or whatever. Look, the biggest thing, and even just to kind of go back to what you were saying too, Vince, with Darius Robinson, even if he's right, even if the problem isn't Jonathan Gannon, you can't fire the whole team. And the gap between them and the entire rest of the division, that I don't think has ever been bigger. That's alarming.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, too. I agree with you. I don't think it's ever been bigger. And there's been some bad Cardinals teams, but, finishing in third place with 6 wins, we've seen that before. We've never seen a gap between 3 wins and everybody else is going to be in double-digit wins. Yeah. It's like the whole division has passed them by.
And now these games against the teams in their division, they're losing by 3-4 scores, too. Yeah. So I don't know how you sell that going into next year.
I'm with you.
One for you, Wolf, on the way out here. This is from NFL Pro Insights. The Rams used 13 personnel on 40 of their 67 offensive snaps in their Week 14 win over the Cardinals. Wow. The most such plays in a game by any offense in the entire next-gen stats era.
And because when you're averaging 6.9 yards per carry, At 6.9, every time they handed the ball off, 6.9 yards per carry against that front seven by the Cardinals. It was disaster.
Wow. It was.
Well,
thanks,
thank
guys,
you,
for
boys.
stopping in. Always a pleasure. Wolf and Luke got you till 2 o'clock today. Following us, thanks to Rob Fredrickson and AQ Shipley for joining us as well. We're back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Oh my, big hole between the tackles. 30, near side 20, 10, 5. Walk-in touchdown. 48-yard run for Blake Corum. Longest run of his career, and the Rams make it 44-10.
Reacting to the Rams ruling at the farm and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar-for-dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Getting more as a MyLowe's Pro Rewards member is easier than ever with the Lowe's app. Download it today and earn 500 points the first time you log in. Plus, your digital wallet helps you scan, save, earn, and access what you need to manage it all in one place. Download the Lowe's app and take advantage of your Pro benefits today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 12/1/25 through 1/7/26. Offer valid for first login per organization only. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Additional restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, Wolf here with Dr. Justin Field at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. DISC is who I chose when I had back issues, as they have been a pioneer in spine treatments. Dr. Field, what are the cutting-edge treatments for neck pain?
For the many patients that come in to see us for neck pain, a lot of times they may have herniated discs in their neck or bone spurs that are pinching in on the nerve roots, causing neck pain, also weakness and numbness in their arms. A great cutting-edge treatment is an artificial disc replacement. These have been around actually for well over a decade, but the technology has improved vastly. And so patients are able to recover quickly, their mobility is maintained, and they're able to get back to the activities in life that they really enjoy.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Pain has a way of stealing moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But in 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding its way back. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Make the new year your turning point. Schedule your free consultation today. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals moved to 3-10 on the season and 0-5 in the NFC West in their 45-17 loss to the Rams, and it marks their 5th straight. Here was head coach Jonathan Gannon's message to the team after the loss.
That's a frustrating collective loss, right? It's very humbling to lose like that. But we'll come back in tomorrow and we'll take it on the chin, and we'll keep working, keep at it, and get better from it.
After a Friday night loss to the Houston Rockets, the Suns are in Minnesota for a matchup with Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Still without Devin Booker, who will be reevaluated on Wednesday. The Suns' Dylan Brooks is also questionable tonight. Tip-off will be at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And not only is it college football playoff season, it is bowl season, and the rest of the bowl games have been announced. The Sun Devils will get the Blue Devils of Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Arizona Wildcats and SMU will get together in the Holiday Bowl. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, pending a physical, will sign right-hand starting pitcher Mike Soroka to a 1-year, $7.5 million deal, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, how's it going?
Man, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Oh, just a fantastic weekend.
What's up, Basinonians? What up, YouTube?
And that's it. And we're out. Doing better.
Just down.
Well,
down right now. And it's very difficult for me. I am a positive person by nature. It's just very hard for me. I'm down.
Look, I don't think anybody in their right mind expected the Cardinals to beat the Rams on yesterday. The Rams might be the best team in the NFL. The Cardinals are not. And the Cardinals are pretty deep into their depth chart. Not an excuse. I don't think they would beat the Rams at full strength right now. But I don't think anybody expected them to win. But to lose by 28, it didn't even feel that close. And they've won one game since September 14th. It's just, it's mounting, man. They're just not giving you anything if you're trying to be positive. And I don't mean positive like for the sake of being on the radio, just like if you're looking for something positive to say, okay, you know, next year. The two most positive things I can say about the Arizona Cardinals right now, Wolf, are Michael Wilson looks good, and they have a 4th place schedule next year.
Yeah, you know, oh, man, for me, it just brings back so many memories. And, you know, even though I did not play on a winning team, ladies and gentlemen, I've said this many, many times, you know, you could take the field sometimes and do something about it. You could take the field and say, you know what, today we might lose as a team, but I'm going to try to win as a player. And you know, I would go out there in Basinoni, and so many times I'd get killed on the football field, killed myself. But I'd get off the ground and say, hey, you know what? Let me try that again and do it again and again and again and run into somebody. And you know what? It felt really good when you were losing by 28 points, to be able to run into somebody. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Was that a bloody mouth? You just, at least you could do.
I'm at least taking that with
I'm
me.
just saying, you could run into somebody because that is the nature of the game. That is the object of the game. You didn't have to hate somebody to do that. You could just be frustrated at the situation and just run into them. Oh, now you have a bloody mouth. Well, I do feel a little better. It just, because that's what they were trying to do to you on the field. You could physically do something about it. Watching the game yesterday, man, I wish I was a player again.
I thought the era of almost just, like, especially in these home games, watching the Cardinals and it feeling like they're just there so the other team has somebody to play against and their fans have somewhere to come watch the game. I thought that era was over last year, honestly. I thought that they had put an end to that last year. They were solid at home last year. They had a decent year last year. Again, my prediction this year was 8 or 9 wins. I didn't have them as a lock to make the playoffs, but it was 8 or 9, and if you told me it wasn't going to be that, I probably would have said, okay, maybe they get to 10. I never would have thought 3 or maybe 4 or whatever. I mean, you see Houston last night, you see that defense, you think this team's beating that defense next week? I mean, we got to wait and see, but I just, the whole show yesterday where by the second quarter you're like, oh, okay, I guess that's it. The first drive was great. In fact, here's Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network after the game. He was asked, okay, what happened after the opening drive?
Yeah, the wheels came off after that, didn't they? I mean, we didn't, defensively, we didn't stop them. We didn't get to a lot of third downs, way too many explosives on first and second down, and then offensively just couldn't, sustain that, like what we did in the first drive, kind of opened it up. Really didn't get the run game going, and didn't stay on the field and score enough points.
Man, that was the one thing about it that really, really bothered me. The Rams' offensive line was just destroying the Arizona Cardinals. And lining up and running the ball, they had what? I think it was 234 yards rushing. If memory serves right now, that might be a little high based on earnings, but I can tell you right now that they...
It's actually low. It was 249.
It was 249.
Yeah.
Okay, 249. And I know they averaged 6.9 yards per carry. Mm-hmm. And watching it, it felt like it averaged 7 yards a carry. There's no doubt about it. You could just feel it. They lined up and they created space for their two backs, and their running backs, give them credit, they hit the hole and they ran hard. And it looked like to me, that the tackling for the Arizona Cardinals may have been the worst that I've seen this year.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed in the defense. I remember saying over and over back in August, I don't know what this team's going to be because I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach, but I think the defense is going to be really good. And I do believe the defense is not the biggest issue. They were terrible yesterday. I do believe under different circumstances, this defense could have been pretty good this year. I think we just saw them get leaned on so much in the first 2 months of the season where it was just like, you just go out there and win us the game because we can't score enough or we can't close out a game on offense. And then a bunch of guys got hurt, and I'm just talking about the defense. And now it has gotten worse. They've lost their last 3 divisional games by an average margin of 23 points a game. That's the most concerning thing to me. You're nowhere near Seattle, San Francisco, or the Rams. You're not even close to them. I said this when we were on with Bickley and Murata. I don't remember a time when the Cardinals were this far behind the pack. And it really wasn't supposed to be that way coming into this season. The thought, you remember nationally, was, okay, the Rams are really good, but Stafford had a back issue.
Yeah.
The Niners are probably good, but they need to bounce back. The Cardinals should be right there with the Niners. And Seattle, I don't think anybody in their right mind thought Seattle was going to be bad because they just never are, but they weren't supposed to be this good. And all of a sudden, the Rams are great, the Seahawks are really good, the Niners are fighting through a ton of injuries, and the Cardinals have 3 wins.
Very difficult. And, once again, too, the start of this game, for the most part, I mean, the Rams, they got 3 points on their first possession, and then they went touchdown, 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 touchdown on their next 4.
Yeah.
4 consecutive touchdowns that took them all the way into the third quarter. I mean, it was very, very difficult. And the Cards started the game in rundown situations with 3 down, covering the 3 interior offensive linemen, 2 edge guys, and Cody Simon in the middle of the field. Now, every now and then, of course, they would walk down Budda Baker as well, but they used the 3 safety defense an awful lot when the Rams were lining up in 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends, and attacking the line of scrimmage. You know, it was something we have not seen to that degree against that personnel group in that rundown situation. It did not work. Let's put it that way.
It didn't. And Sean McVay is one of those coaches that won't get in his own way. You know what I mean? Like, if he's running something against you and it's working, he's not going to get super fancy and be like, well, we can't go to that again because they might expect it. If you can't stop it, they're going to run for 249 yards. I mean, until you show any indication, and it wasn't just Kyron Williams, obviously, it was Blake Corum too. I mean, it was just anybody they gave the ball to. I mean, that's the wrong team to be wrong against, or to be overmatched against, or to be injured against. And so, you know, everything I say today, yesterday's game is part of it. It's probably not the biggest part of it because they're nowhere near the Rams. It's just, how are they so far behind Seattle and San Francisco then too? You know, it's like if the Diamondbacks were 20 games behind the Rockies too. Like, I get it. You're not right there with the Dodgers because the Dodgers might be the best team. But the Dodgers are the best team. But the Rams might be the best team. But it's just, I don't know. The fact that it's getting worse is not real encouraging. History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be part of the action. Just text BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. When we come back, we'll take you through some of the biggest moments of that game against the Rams yesterday with our Monday Audible. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Maybe you want that putting green in the backyard. Maybe you want artificial grass. We, the Wu Fang Clan, we wanted artificial grass. They transformed our backyard into a true oasis, perfect for entertaining, of course, through the holidays and anytime, really. The artificial grass, it looks amazing. It's got a perfect green color to it. You get to pick the color, by the way, and it feels great. Legacy Green Solutions is the best to work with. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted Basinonians best of the Valley. That's right, Legacy Green Solutions. They are offering a special holiday discount right now. Get 15% off now until December 31st. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise. And get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Big Red Monday.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. You're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it is time for the Monday Audible. We're going to go through the biggest plays of yesterday's game. Unfortunately, a 45-17 loss, and then we're going to react to the turning points in this one. Wolf, I guess maybe there weren't a ton of turning points in this. There was the coin toss. And then there was like the Rams, second, third drive, and that was kind of it. But here we go.
Arizona Sports.
Blue 80! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! Green 87!
Monday Audible with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Precision Air and Plumbing. Precision Air and Plumbing, the state's #1 ranked AC company for over a decade.
Snap to Brissett, drops straight back, throws over the middle, caught by McBride, a first down at the 45, crossing midfield, still going, past the 40 and down to the 38-yard line. Brissett back to throw, fires near side, caught by Wilson, a touchdown. Harrison Mevis on for the short field goal, 26-yard try to get the Rams on the board. Snap, ball down, line drive kick is up and good. Play action pass, Stafford setting up on first down, fires deep middle again. Another great catch by Nakua at the 30, down to the 25 and tackled at the 23. Extra offensive lineman in the game, and it's a handoff up the middle and into the end zone for the touchdown, and the lead is Blake Corum. Brissett takes the snap, throws over the middle. Wilson caught it on the run at the 35-40, breaks a tackle, and then finally tripped up at about the 46. Otherwise, he might have scored. Shotgun for Brissett, takes the snap. Brissett drops back to throw. Looking, pumps, in trouble, and sacked back at the 20 by Kobe Turner. So a field goal try of 38 yards for Ryland to tie the game with 8.5 to go in the first half. Snap, ball is down. Ryland's kick is on the way, and the kick is good. Shotgun snap on first down. Stafford throwing over the middle. What a catch by Nakua at the 8, down to the 5, and wrapped up at the 4. Stafford under center. Nakua split out to the right. Now motions behind Stafford, who takes and hands it off. Williams up the middle. He's in for the touchdown. Stafford takes, drops straight back. And going to throw it deep, near side, and Nakua goes up and makes the grab as he's got Burke all over him. Snap to Stafford, 5-step drop, throws deep middle. Nakua's got the football and into the end zone for the touchdown. He caught it at the 5. Will Johnson tried to strip the ball away, could not. And Nakua scores, and the Rams lead it 23-10 with 12 seconds to go in the half. He's ready. Snap. Ball is down. Ryland's kick is up. And the kick is no good. Missed it wide to the right. 3rd and goal on the 6. Stafford to throw. Fires over the middle. And it's caught in the back of the end zone by Parkinson for a Rams touchdown. 4-man rush. Straight drop back. Brissett throws. Intercepted at the 31 by Landman. He gets up to run. He's tackled to the ground by Wilson. Boy, what a catch. Stafford in the gun, takes the snap. Pump fake. Now looking deep left side, wide open Nakua, caught at the 1 into the end zone for the touchdown. It will be a run play. Oh my, big hole between the tackles. 30, near side 20, 10, 5. Walk-in touchdown. 48-yard run for Blake Corum. Brissett in the gun, has the ball. Back to throw. Throws a fade left side into the end zone. It is caught, and it is a touchdown for Michael Wilson. Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3. These teams will meet again the last day of the regular season at SoFi Stadium.
You know, it is a testament to how good Dave Pasch is at his job. You could almost just not even listen to the specific words. You can just listen to his tone of voice and get a feel for how the game's going.
Oh yeah.
And I don't just mean yesterday. I just in any game. You can you can hear the twists and turns of a game based on Dave Pasch's tone of voice.
He's simply the most talented broadcaster I've ever worked with.
I don't think many people are going to argue that, honestly.
No, he really is really great at his job. Yet at the same time, just the subject matter, so difficult. Can I also just say this, too? Watching Puka Nacua play the game of football is a joy. It really is. It's like watching Budda Baker or James Conner. I love watching those guys play the game because of how they play it. And I've got to take Puka Nacua, and I got to throw him right into that same category, just watching him go out and play the game and how he plays the game. And if you want to watch him in specific, I would say watch him in rushing plays, based on it. Forget about the passing plays. We all understand how good a wide receiver he truly is. And Matthew Stafford, he looks for Puka Nacua, and why would you not? Yet at the same time, watch him block. It is unbelievable to think you've got a wide receiver that is as productive as Puka Nacua is in terms of generating receptions and touchdowns. He had 167 yards receiving yesterday, 2 touchdowns as well. But just watching him block and the way he goes about his business, Puka Nacua is a football player.
There are plays the Rams run, and certainly some to him, where you're just like, okay, you can't stop that. Like him and Stafford are so on the same page right now. But, I mean, he's in year 3. How much does it help to be able to get a player like that in the 5th round that isn't just hey, we got an NFL player in the 5th round. No, we got a starter. No, we got one of the best receivers in the NFL in the 5th round. And he was that in year 1. But you see, I mean, I don't know. On some level, it's probably a sign of how quickly you can change things in the NFL when you have, if you hit on a pick like that, or if you do a lot of the things the Rams are doing. I'm trying to process this season going as badly as it has, Wolf. And the thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. I would say there's probably maybe 2 or 3 other teams that have been hit as hard by injuries as I get that. I get that in year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But 1 win in 10 games, you still got to win games. You still have to win some games. If they were this beat up and they were stumbling to a 8-win season or something, and it's like, you know what? They were supposed to make the playoffs this year, and they only went 7-10 or 8-9. Then you could look and say, okay, but these injuries are kind of they might go 3-14.
Yeah, I know. For me, based on Eanes, I did think this was going to be a more competitive game. Did I think the Arizona Cardinals were going to win? I did not think the Cardinals were going to be able to pull it off. But I thought it was going to be a more competitive game. And there are 2 reasons why I thought that. Number 1, I am an optimist. I am. There's no doubt about that. I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines and compete, these guys have an awful lot of talent that is out there. Not as much talent as the Rams, but you still have a lot of talent. You play in the NFL, and if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete. And as long as you have a chance to compete, crazy stuff can happen, and you can win a game. Having said that, watching them go out and get controlled on the line of scrimmage was brutal. That was the second reason why I believe this. The Rams were not going to feel threatened by the Cardinals, and that's why I thought hey, maybe they can hang around here and make it a competitive game. That was not the case, and that also speaks to the Rams locker room and how they came out and played the way they did.
I think, a couple things that also did not work in the Cardinals' favor, and that's fine. I mean, you shouldn't need these things to work in your favor. But we talked about this last week. The Rams weren't coming in on a 7-game winning streak. They were coming in off a loss. So even if they were going to maybe take the Cardinals a little lightly, they couldn't because they were coming off a loss. And the other thing is the top of this division is pushing them to the point where I think we all look at the Rams and think that's one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the NFL. But they might still very well not win this division. Like they have to have these games. You could.
Yeah, I think they're winning it.
You could make it, but I agree. But I'm just saying that if you look in the standings, they're still just tied, and they're only a half game up on the Niners or a game up on the Niners now for third. So if you were just taking emotion out of it, who actually needed the game more yesterday, it was the Rams, and they played like it. So I didn't expect the Cardinals to be this far back this season. I really didn't. And you always get nervous when you're taking a step backwards. That's the problem. And I don't know how you contain it. We asked Monty Ossenford about this last week when we had him on Friday. How do you contain the disaster that this season has become? Contain it in 2025 so it's not affecting you in 2026. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And all I can think now is I think there's going to be more changes than we realize.
Yeah, I think these last 4 games also, I've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, how you finish, I think as a whole is going to be something to watch for this team before there's changes.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, over to college football, and I guess this is drama. This is a weird story with Sam Leavitt not showing up to ASU's team banquet last night. Does that mean anything? It seems like it doesn't mean anything good. We'll try to make sense of it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bucks driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pregame gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Baysonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Presidential Pools aren't just in the basin here, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. They do pools across the state with a location in Tucson as well. They provide the highest quality pool with the leading warranty to back it. So if you're looking for something that is unreal and resort-focused, they can actually provide that for you. If you want a basic pool to save money and not break the bank, they can do that, Basinonians, as well. As a pool buyer, you want to make sure you not only get exactly what you want, but you get a product that is guaranteed to be quality. Presidential Pools provides a 5-year warranty, and they back their products, and they are a company that isn't going to be gone in a few years or might not be able to finish the job. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This Black Friday, elevate your getaway at Talking Stick Resort. Enjoy 30% off the best available hotel rates when you book November 14th through December 11th for stays now through November 30th, 2026. Unwind in luxurious accommodations and indulge in world-class gaming, all in one 4-diamond destination. Don't miss our biggest offer of the year. Book now at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Blackout dates apply. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday, peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec Les Filles, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star Money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA and 22 appearances last season. And ASU and Arizona found out their bowl fates yesterday. The Sun Devils will take on ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Wildcats will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. That is what is trending now.
When it's time to party, we will party hard.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Another brutal divisional beatdown for the Arizona Cardinals. So what can Jonathan Gannon do to at least finish the season on a better note? We'll ask the coach at 3 on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, or you can watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. And
good night, everybody.
And Wolf is out. You're pulling a Notre Dame.
Yeah, I
He's
just
taking the ball
what
and
up,
going home.
YouTube? Yeah, I just wanted to, good night.
We're
going home.
Flip over to college football here, and honestly, I figured we'd be talking about the college football playoff, and we will in a little bit. But this story came out yesterday that I think we need to at least look at now, Wolf. The report is that Sam Leavitt he didn't. He no-showed ASU's team banquet. So it's a team banquet where they're honoring each of the captains, and obviously Sam Leavitt is one of the captains, and Sam Leavitt just doesn't show up. And there is
we're assuming, of course, he was invited.
Yeah, he's one of the captains.
Okay,
he was absolutely.
Right. Well, I'm just saying it goes both ways here. So just saying we're assuming he was invited, of course. Show up to a captain's dinner.
I mean, that might even be worse if he wasn't invited. I don't know.
And, well, no, for me, there's a lot of smoke here, Basinonians. There is a ton of smoke. I'm disappointed this has happened. There's no doubt about it. But right now, I don't think we have anywhere close to the facts of this story.
Chris Cartman reported last night, a Sun Devil source, that Kenny Dillingham wished Levitt well, quote, in whatever his future may hold, unquote. Chris Cartman's going to join us here on our show at 1:30 today, so we can talk to Chris about this.
Yeah, boy, there's a lot behind that statement, isn't there? You know.
And there's also a lot to read, I guess, into this statement, too, that at the banquet, Dillingham reportedly told the audience that was there, quote, it would be cowardly not to mention Levitt while recognizing the other captains, unquote. So...
That's Kenny. Yes, of course, it would have been. It would have been cowardly not to actually mention Sam Levitt. But, man, the fact that it was a thought not to mention Sam Levitt, even though he wasn't there, I get that. Man, there's a lot more behind this story than what we know.
That's the part that I think is now undeniable. You know, that the initial report comes out a few weeks ago from it was from On 3, wasn't it? I think it was On 3 that initially had the report that, hey, you know, Sam Levitt's almost certainly going to transfer. And then his brother was like, I don't know why you're printing this. He hasn't decided yet. And his brother, and I love this, he had the screenshot of the text conversation between him and the reporters saying, don't report that. It's not that. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you kind of sift through all that. You kind of go back and forth. And I don't know, going into this weekend, I was more like, it's probably, you know, maybe 50-50, maybe 60-40 Sam leaves. I don't know. I almost said leave it. Levitt. Sam Levitt leaves.
Stop it.
I don't know.
Oh, my goodness, Luke.
But
you did that on accident, right?
It was a Freudian slip,
trying to
apparently.
go for that.
No, I wasn't trying to go for that. But now you hear something like this, and it's just like it feels like something's up, right? Because you could transfer and still go to the team banquet.
Yeah.
He could have totally transferred in January. I'm sure no team has talked to him yet. No team like LSU, Miami, Indiana, or Texas Tech, who have been described as potential fits. I'm sure they haven't tampered at all. So okay. I'm sure he hasn't even looked at it until January 2nd. But even if you're going to transfer on January 2nd, why not go to the team banquet last night?
Why not? You know, this is, forgive us, Basinonians, too, and especially forgive me because, again, this is pure speculation that is going on right now. Based on what we have, the information that we have, pure speculation as to what possibly happened. It seems like to me Sam Levitt was about as squared away with this program and Kenny Dillingham as there was on this roster coming into this season.
I think Sam Levitt was an all-time favorite Sun Devil. I'm not saying this has to change. I'm certainly not saying last night has to change that. But I was in the school of thought of, hey, even if the guy transfers, he was still, you know, he's still an all-timer Sun Devil for being part of that team last year and him and Kenny being – and again, I'm not saying that all changes either, but it's just getting weird now.
So it's getting weird. So how does Sam Levitt go from that, a favored son, Basinonians? How does he go from that to where we are right now? Unless there's not some type of backhand across the face that has moved him here. And yet, Kenny's not the guy to do something like backhanding one of his players, especially a guy that he loves, across the face. I'm trying to figure out what happened here where Sam Levitt, who was sharing his NIL, by the way, with his teammates.
Yeah, I mean,
sharing his NIL with the team. He went from that to, you know what? I'm not showing up to your banquet.
And he's been showing up to games in the little scooter. I mean, he's been around practice. Like it's not like he just bailed on his team because he was hurt. So I don't understand this.
Yes.
I was waiting to hear like, hey, he's hurt and the dude just doesn't feel good, so he's not here tonight or something. But that's not what we heard, and so I don't know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah, so it's a situation where we can say, okay, so the Sun Devils, they invited him. Of course they invited him. He's a captain. He's done a lot here. He's got a great relationship with the team. We're assuming that's what the case is. Of course they invited him. And he said no, he wasn't going to go. What happened to where all of a sudden you've got that kind of butt hurt? Because we all know there's hurt and then there's butt hurt, Basinonians.
Well, I think a lot of people probably had this thought yesterday when the story comes out of, I definitely had it from sitting here doing the show with you. And over the years, you would look at the Suns locker room and say, you know what? Something's going on there. Something's not right or whatever. And you never said that about ASU, but I'm just saying that this to me now has gone from, yeah, the guy might transfer, because he's doing he's trying to do what's best for his NFL draft stock. My feelings on this. To me, he's in a situation already where he knows he can succeed. This situation last year had him projected as a first-round pick this year before he got hurt this year. Kenny Dillingham's track record with quarterbacks at the college level is pretty good. It's among the best in the nation. So I personally wouldn't be looking to move. But if Sam Leavitt's looking to move, okay, that happens. It's 2025. A lot of players look to do that. This, though, is where it's like something happened.
Yeah, did Sam Leavitt want more money base earnings? You know what? This is what happens in today's college. This is what happens in today's minor league system for the National Football League. Yet it is professional football. College football is professional football. Did he want more? And suddenly ASU was like, hey, we can't do that. We can't give you more. I don't know. We're left to speculate on this, but it just seems something is definitely off. And the one thing I do know about this, it always comes out in the end.
It's too bad Scadaboo's not still on the team because I feel like he would just tell everybody. We wouldn't have to speculate. I feel like somebody would just put a microphone in front of Scadaboo's face and he would just say it if he was still on the team. I don't know. I tried to think of the money angle too. I'm sure money on some level is involved. If it was simply, hey, we don't have as much to give you as another school, I could see that being why he would leave. I could not see that being why he wouldn't show up to a team banquet. Is it, hey, we have the money, but we need to spread it around to the offensive line and receivers, so we have it, but we're not going to spend that much on a quarterback. And maybe he's like, hey, but it's not just a quarterback, it's me. I don't know. I mean, this is totally speculation, but at this point, there are dots that need to be connected. I think that's kind of unavoidable now.
Yeah, and the other thing about this, too, is, I will guarantee you that the other teams that are out there, the other teams that may be interested in Sam Leavitt as their starting quarterback, I'm sure that they're going to use some recruiting techniques as well. Well, this is what we heard.
Yeah.
This is what we heard. Doesn't mean it's accurate, but this is what we heard.
But they won't do it till January 2nd because that's when it's legal. Nobody's tampering now.
Oh, my
Not
goodness.
at all, right?
Nobody's tampering. Knock it off.
No tampering at all in college
lost
football.
your mind?
I'm sure all these teams, whatever team he goes to, they're totally doing it above the board, and they're not even going to speak to him until January 2nd. When we come back, how much did Friday's loss to the Rockets highlight just how much the Suns are going to need Devin Booker back as soon as possible? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I was thinking about it this morning when I was making my coffee. I thought if I had one word to describe the Kyler Murray era, if you will, it was a tease. It was all just a giant weekly Sunday tease where he would have these plays, do these things, put that incredible athleticism and arm strength on display, and you just go, wow, nobody can do that the way he does it. He would do nothing more than tease you. He would do nothing more than be bait at the end of the hook that you could just never quite grab on a weekly basis.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this.
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcams show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Sam Levitt was reportedly a no-show at an ASU team banquet. Dan Bickley says that the Cardinals' latest loss was a yawn of a new era post-Kyler Murray. And the Diamondbacks have reportedly agreed to sign free agent pitcher Michael Soroka. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Wolf, I'm looking at the YouTube live chat. Seen a lot of people saying Dave Pasch is really good at his job.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of people saying Sean McVay is really good at his job.
Yeah, David.
Yeah.
Is awesome. Il Bajaro.
But I don't know. This weekend was this a reality check across the board? I mean, I think most people expected the Cardinals were not going to beat the Rams. The Suns did not beat the Rockets, and they ended up losing by, 2019 in that game to the Rockets on Friday night. They'll play tonight at Minnesota, so we're going to talk to Kevin Ray here in about 2 hours. But, you don't have Devin Booker. They get Kevin Durant back. You're probably not going to beat the Rockets.
Yeah.
But you just never know with the Suns this season because they've won a few games that they shouldn't have won on paper.
Yeah, no Book, of course, no Jalen Green, and Kevin Durant played, of course, for the Rockets, as Luke said. You know what was amazing about this? Just absolutely never saw this coming. The Suns were up by 7 after the first quarter.
Yeah.
Tell me you weren't like, okay.
You're like, man, this team just doesn't know any better.
It's what I'm talking about. You don't know what you don't know, and they're going to go out and they're just going to ball out, brothers. And you know what? They did. They went out and they balled out. And then the Rockets, I think, basically said, okay, I guess we're playing for keeps. And they pummeled the Suns in the second quarter and won that quarter by 17 points. And we're up 68-58 at the half.
And that was pretty much it. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on what went wrong in Houston.
Yeah, probably started there in the second quarter. It's just they put you in such tough positions.
playing in the open floor, their ability to get to the rim, into the paint. And then every time it seemed to touch KD's hands, he made the right play in the second quarter and into the third. So, yeah, we weren't able to get enough stops and take them away from the rim. And then when you don't shoot it very well, obviously that leads to longer rebounds, and then they're in transition, and they're elite downhill players. So got us in both areas there. We just weren't able to make enough shots, and then they were able to get out in transition.
Yeah. What did you think about this game overall?
So I want to be careful how I say this, but I think the Suns have earned this season. So this is kind of a slippery slope to go down, and I wouldn't want this to be a trend all season, but they don't have to beat Houston to do good things this season. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Like the Suns, if the Suns are going to make the play-in or maybe even the playoffs, they don't need to be able to go in and beat Houston without their top two scorers. They don't need to be able to do. It'd be nice, but this is just not a game. And unfortunately, if they're not going to have Devin Booker back for the next couple, they're going to probably be pretty similar to me in the sense that I'm not going to read too much into them if they lose. If they can't beat Oklahoma City on Wednesday without Devin Booker and Jalen Green, yeah, nobody can beat Oklahoma City. So I'm not going to read too much into a loss to Houston, but it would have been nice to beat the Rockets for sure. And because of what this team has done this year, you never count them out.
Yeah, I just, once again, it's amazing to see the human mind at work. And that first quarter, I am reading into that. They came out, and I think the Rockets were like, okay, I think we all know what's going to happen here. KD is playing. We got KD. That's what the Rockets say.
Ain't that something?
Ain't that something? We got KD. And they went out there in that first quarter, and I think things surprised them, shall we say. The intensity level of the Suns, and you could see it in that first quarter, man, they came out and they were balling. They just didn't have the talent to finish the deal, in my estimation, watching it. I thought the effort was still really, really good, and yet they were down by 30 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I don't think, and this is what I like about this team. I think it's what a lot of people like about this team. That's not going to break them. It's not, we were way down, and well, I guess we're just not that good. Like, that effort's going to be there tonight. It's going to be there Wednesday against Oklahoma City. And I'm not saying they can't win these games. They've already beaten Minnesota, but at a certain point, you're asking a lot. I mean, you were asking a lot at full strength of any team at full strength outside of Oklahoma City and maybe Denver. It's tough to go into Houston and beat Houston. Now you're telling me the Suns, who are supposed to be completely hitting the reset button this year, now they've hit it and they've reset very quickly. But you're telling me they have to go in and do it? Okay, that's tough. You're telling me they have to do it without Booker and Jalen Green?
Yes.
Like, that's what it's going to look like. You're just not going to score enough against that team.
Once again, talent matters, doesn't it? You've got to have talent as well. It's not just about toughness. How many times have you heard me talk about this? This is something that is dogma for me when it comes to building a team, especially when you're talking about a physical sport. I consider the NBA to be very, very physical. I do. It's not like football. I get that. You're not doing, but they don't have pads on either. And when you play 82 games and you're running up and down the floor, and it's the most athletic league on the face of the planet, there is physicality that is involved in an NBA game. There's physicality involved in every basketball game. Having said that, this is what I hope to see continued to go forward, to see them compete, even though they didn't have the talent to finish the deal. And that always takes talent and toughness. Those two things. Every team has got a talent quotient and a toughness quotient. And what is it? What is the percentage? It's a blending of the two. And it's something that the Rockets have. They have a ton of talent, and yet they are tough. It's one of the reasons why I put them as a possibility to win the whole thing.
They are on the short list, I believe, of teams that can win the whole thing. But I think that there is a short list of 3 or 4 teams, and then there's a really short list above that list that's Oklahoma City. But if
I realize OKC is just daunting when you watch them play.
If Oklahoma City stumbles at all, Houston's on the list of like 2 or 3 teams that I think realistically would be in that next tier. What you're saying about the effort and the toughness, as long as that stays there for the Suns, and I would assume that it does, they will get healthy at some point this season. And you may get Booker back here, who knows, in a week or whatever. I don't know. And Jalen Green might not be that far behind.
I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
Anyone else ready for that? I'm ready for that. I really am. I'm ready for Book, and I'm ready for Jalen Green to come back. Yeah, you ready for that as well, Rick? That's great.
Yes.
You know, I mean, wow. Oh, this is just brutal. It's like when KD showed up, remember? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, we all remember.
Well, like, how about Jamari Bouye just dropping 18 on the Rockets? Okay, well, that's supposed to be, he's not supposed to be playing that much because you're supposed to have Devin Booker and Jalen Green. But it's also supposed to be if somebody like that has a game like that, or Colin Gillespie's production is not supposed to be something you're counting on. It's supposed to be what can push you over the top against a really good team like Houston, because you're supposed to be getting 30 from Book and 25 from Jalen Green every night.
The toughness is there for the Phoenix Suns. They need talent.
Dylan Brooks got him 23. That should be plenty. But when he's supposed to be your primary scorer, you need like 35 from him, and that's just not fair. Here's it's not realistic either. Here's Jordan Ott after the game on that.
I mean, we have to lean on him right now, and he's added a piece to his game, the ability to go off the dribble a little bit. We play pick and roll with him. We're leaning on him a lot, and he's been able to adjust who's out there with him, how aggressive to be, where to pick his spots, and then he's obviously the ultimate competitor on the other end. So love what he's done, love what he's brought to this team.
Also, not working in the Suns' favor was the fact that Grayson Allen was back, but just could not hit shots. First game back, here's Jordan Ott on that.
Just play, just reps to play. He'll find his rhythm. It's been interrupted for sure. We don't practice a ton, but yeah, he'll find his rhythm. We love what he does. We love what he brings to it. That gives us another ball handler that gets in the paint, so that's obviously attractive. And then his floor spacing, tonight he just couldn't quite find it. But more reps, more games, he'll find it again.
Yeah. I'm ready for Book and Jalen Green.
Yeah.
I'm ready for that experiment. I really am.
That really is the takeaway. I don't think anybody's worried about the Suns after that game, but the Suns minus Devin Booker and Jalen Green, yeah, that's concerning. It should be. You take the top two scorers off any NBA team, and they're going to have issues. All right, when we come back, what was going on the line of scrimmage in yesterday's Cardinals loss to the Rams? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. It's starting to cool down. It's cooling down, and, man, it was chilly this morning. How about that? 46 degrees. Well, All Pro Shade, they are heating things up here in the Basin. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. That's right. And we motorized patio shade. When you purchase a motorized patio shade or awning, you're going to get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Our country is held together by small businesses. That's a fact. It's also a fact that 9 out of 10 of those small businesses will fail. Why? Because it's hard. Really, really hard to build a profitable business from the ground up today. Pure Talk knows that. They started as a small American wireless company determined to keep their customer service in this country. It worked. And today, Pure Talk is determined to help other small businesses prosper by offering them the same white glove service the big guys get. Same service, same 5G network at a truly affordable price. Pure Talk is focused on businesses that employ welders and roofers, electricians, plumbers, HVAC techs, the people who keep the lights on. If that sounds like your business, give Pure Talk Business a try and see just how much you could save. Dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who understands the power of small business. Pure Talk.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA and 22 appearances last season. And ASU and Arizona found out their bowl fates yesterday. The Sun Devils will take on ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Wildcats will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. That is what is trending now.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals tight end Trey McBride, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. Monday with Wolf and Luke.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. And Wolf, may as well just get right into the line of scrimmage. This is something you've been talking about since before the season started, but I think there was optimism before the season started because the Cardinals' offensive line was solid last year and the defensive line was rebuilt for this year. And I would say the defensive line was solid earlier this year, but you've been on the O-line really since week 1, and it hasn't gotten better. And now the defense is struggling on the line of scrimmage as well.
Yeah, man, it was really, really difficult to watch. What happened on the line of scrimmage in this game, basically, means the Rams' offensive line was destroying the Cardinals' front seven in the first quarter. They came out and they really set a tone. And then they jacked it up even more in the second quarter for the most part. And then decided to pile on from there. They were, you want to know why the Arizona Cardinals lost this game? The Rams had a total of 172 yards in the second quarter alone. 172 yards. Not talking about rushing. I'm just talking about their offense overall. And finished with well over 500 yards in this game. Oh, my goodness. You get over 500 yards, it's abandon all hope, ye who enter here. The Rams scored points on their first, 3 possessions. And, to me, that set the tone as well. They actually scored a field goal on their first possession and then 4 consecutive touchdowns.
So 5
But the
straight.
first 3, they got off. They started great in this game and set the tone for everybody else.
Those 5 possessions too. Those were long drives. 60 yards for the field goal, 74 for the first touchdown, 65 for a touchdown, 92 for a touchdown, 74 for a touchdown. At that point, it's 31-10 early in the third quarter, and even before it gets to 31-10, you can kind of get a sense that the Cardinals just can't stop the Rams. And then it's like, okay, well, can this offense keep up with the Rams? No, like they can't. The Cardinals are not going to win games 46-45. We can have the quarterback conversation. I saw a lot of people online yesterday being like, see, it's not Kyler's fault. It's great. Put Kyler back in then. That's not going to make a difference. Kyler's not the answer, and Jacoby Brissett right now isn't the answer either. They need an actual answer, not trying to talk something into existence. But sure, I mean, you and I said this last week. If Kyler Murray's healthy, I would love to see him out there and see what how he responds to all this. But he's not healthy, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't going to put 46 on the Rams yesterday.
Yes.
I'm willing to take that bet.
Yeah. This was, you cannot win a game where you give up 249 yards rushing. 249 yards
Even
rushing.
Ronnie Rivers was running all over him.
Oh, my goodness. It was just very, very difficult to watch. And we've been talking about this in the first hour. But there was a 3-safety defense that was being used against 12 personnel. 12 personnel is a very physical, rundown personnel group. And the Rams came out and used an awful lot of 12 and 13 personnel, as a matter of fact, especially when they got into Arizona Cardinal territory. They used an awful lot of that. And I was really confused when there were 6 guys in the box for the Arizona Cardinals. They covered the 3 interior offensive linemen for the Rams in a solid look, or a bear look as we used to call it. And then they had 2 edge guys on the outside. And then they had Cody Simon right in the middle. And in multiple times in this game, I saw that personnel group against the Rams' 12 personnel group. 2 tight ends lined up, and here they go. They ran the ball. With Corm, his feet were at 8. Lining up the ball and running it in a very physical kind of way, or Kyron Williams, the same thing. And watching these guys attack the line of scrimmage with a 6-man box, basically, that was, man, I don't know what the logic was behind that.
I don't either.
There had to be some reason. I know that, whether it was an injury situation or something, there had to be a reason why they were playing 6-man boxes against 12 personnel.
Well, I've actually pulled up your hit chart from last week on the Rams to try to figure out if the Rams are known to throw a ton out of 12 personnel, because that's essentially how the Cardinals were defending it. Like, well, they're not going to run again. Okay, there's another 10 yards. Oh, they're not going to run again. Okay, well, there's another. Some of that is just the fact that if you go up there and try and stop the run, that Stafford will throw it right over your head. I get that, but what do you always say? You got to stop the run first. At least try to make it where Stafford has to beat you. And he probably would have beat you anyway. But you're right. I think a lot of people watching that were like, okay, this doesn't really look like they have any way to stop the Rams from running. And when you run for 249 yards and you average 6.9 yards per carry, and to your point earlier, it's not like they were ripping off a couple 80-yard runs. It was mostly just, we're getting 7 yards every single carry. You have to do something different, right?
Yes.
They were so overmatched yesterday, and I'm trying to separate the fact that might be the Super Bowl winner against a beat-up 3-10 Cardinals team from how overmatched they're starting to look, though, in some of these games, because it's not just the Rams they've looked overmatched against.
Yes, and when you flip it over, too, the Arizona Cardinals offensive line was under duress. They got down in this game and became one-dimensional, and that, to me, is when I knew the Arizona Cardinals were probably in trouble, when they got down a couple scores in this game. The Cardinals came out. I mean, at first they balled. They came out and they played. They competed, and then all of a sudden the second quarter rolled around and it was on from that point forward. And the Cards' offensive line was under duress, and they started an offensive line that they've never started before. When you've got Paris Johnson Jr. at left tackle, and then you had John Gaines II making his first start ever at left guard, and Yelda Froholt, of course, at center, then Isaiah Adams at right guard, another young guy, once again, trying to make his way. Didn't have the opportunity. So much of the time I go back and I look at it on a Monday. I go back and look at a lot more offensive line stuff over and over and really focus on them and the end zone shot to watch some of the tape. I'm very interested to see how Isaiah Adams held up for the most part, but I know there were breakdowns there. Kelvin Beachum as well as the right tackle. This is an offensive line they've never started before.
Yeah, Yelda Froholt talked about that after the game on the Cardinals radio network.
I think some of the small things, you start learning how to do certain combos together, how one communicates together. Some mistakes that, a starter might have made early in the season, well, then he learns from it quicker than someone who's watching tape. It's just different when you're not out there. So, but I'm proud of the boys. I'm proud of John going in there and playing left guard and being loud, communicative, and assertive in his communication. And I think he did a good job. And everybody else on the line, I think all things considered, they're playing a really good ball. So it's a team game. We all need to do better, and the O-line certainly is a part of that.
This is not the team, the Rams, to be learning on the fly against. It just isn't. But at the same time, the offensive line has struggled all year, even when they were fully healthy. Here's Jonathan Gannon on the Cardinals radio network talking about the line of scrimmage.
Well, everything starts with the line of scrimmage, offense and defensively. So, they had some explosive runs versus our defense, too. It's always going to start up front. So just got to put them in better spots and play with better technique so we can execute at a higher level.
Which one of those can they fix faster? I kind of am not as concerned about the defensive line of scrimmage. I'm assuming healthy next year, that will be decent. The offensive line, they are going to have to change a good chunk of it.
Yeah, I would agree. Can I just say, though, going back and looking at some of the tape on the defensive line,
they're getting pushed
there
around
were just
now.
some guys that were getting waylaid that I typically don't expect to see getting waylaid.
History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be part of the action by texting BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. When we come back, all right, what did you make of Kevin Durant's game against the Suns on Friday night? And what does that mean now going forward? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3.
Reacting to Rams' domination of the home team and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Want to help feed your neighbors in need? Just order pizza. On December 9th, Barrow's Pizza is donating 100% of its sales to St. Mary's Food Bank. That's 100% of sales from every order at every location all day. Available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Get your order in on December 9th to benefit St. Mary's Food Bank and help fight hunger in Arizona. Love thy pizza, love thy neighbor. Find a location near you at barrowspizza.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Astro, no.
Hey everybody, Dave Burns here. No Devin Booker against the Rockets, and it showed. So are they going to do better tonight without him against the Minnesota Timberwolves? We're talking Suns basketball on today's Burns and Gambo show. Listen here at 2 or watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, quick shout out to Guadalupe. Guadalupe.
What's up, Guadalupe?
Looking at some of these NFL highlights from over the weekend. I don't know, we'll get into it at some point in the show, but Daniel Jones being helped off the field. The Chiefs basically done. Like, what a crazy weekend, huh?
Yeah, just unbelievable. The NFL, of course, this time of year. It gets exciting for a lot of teams that are in the race, in the hunt. December, man. December is critical, as we all know, in terms of setting yourself up for the playoffs. You really win some games in November to actually make a run in December. And watching a team make a run one way or the other gets to be very exciting or stressful. If you're a Kansas City Chiefs fan, it's been very stressful. You know, if you're one of these teams out there that are on a run right now, You think about it, the San Francisco 49ers, the Seattle Seahawks, of course, playing extremely well, and the Los Angeles Rams.
They showed a graphic on one of the games yesterday how much the standings flipped just yesterday in both conferences. As far as basketball, back to the Suns. They get Minnesota tonight, so that's a potential revenge game for the T-Wolves. The Suns really be, on paper, a lot easier to win this game than the Oklahoma City game. And like I said earlier, if they lose tonight and Wednesday, it doesn't derail their season. But you are trying to stay afloat until Devin Booker and eventually Jalen Green get back, because I think we have seen enough in the first quarter of the season to indicate if you are at relative full strength, this Suns team's going to be in the mix in the playoff race in the Western Conference. Friday night, KD, I mean, I don't know. Do you even consider that going off? That's kind of his career average. Just kind of, he was just sort of KD, out there. Yeah, it was 28 points on 11 of 17 shooting, hit a couple threes.
Yeah, first of all, for the record, not that you care, Basinonians, but I'm going to throw it out there anyways. They are now 18-5 competitive, non-competitive. That is something we haven't really talked about. These last three games, for the most part, I consider to be probably the end of this number, this metric that I continue to keep. 18-5 competitive games to non-competitive games. I expect to see them be competitive, unlike what happened in the fourth quarter where it got sideways on them and they got down by 30 points to the Rockets. I don't expect to see that. Even over these next couple of games, I expect to see them go out and play better. Now, I think Devin Booker coming back at some point in time has got to happen, and it's really hard for me to look at a team that has all the toughness you could possibly want, and yet they just don't have the talent to pull it off without Devin Booker or Jalen Green and actually put it into a competitive or non-competitive category. It's really tough to do that, Luke.
Especially this run of the schedule. I mean, it's not like, okay, yeah, the Suns are really, they're kind of beat up, but they got this game coming up against, Charlotte and then New Orleans. No, you're going Houston and you're going to the Lakers. I mean, you had Booker for a quarter of that game, but you won that game. Then you're going to Houston, then you're going to Minnesota, then you're going to Oklahoma City. I mean, this is a who's who of the best teams.
You're saying that's difficult.
You got to be at full strength to even have a shot. And even at full strength, you're probably going 2-2 in that stretch and feeling okay about it. What I like about this team so far is they seem like a team that's going to win the games they, quote, should win later in the season. So when you go through these patches where it's like, okay, all right, you're just going to go play the Lakers and Rockets and T-Wolves and Thunder on the road after you just played the Thunder and Nuggets back-to-back before that, just survive this and then make up ground later. That's okay, because they should be a team that's going to make up ground later. Some of these teams you have, it's like, just survive this, and then they go out and they lose to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And it's just like, all right, well, then what are you doing?
You know what is amazing? Kevin Durant, just watching him, I know that as I look at the show sheet, Basinonians, we are talking about Kevin Durant and what you may have thought about KD, watching him compete. And for me, he looked like KD, to your point. And you know how amazing that is?
That he just consistently looks like KD?
Yes.
He looked like KD here, too.
Yes,
they just didn't have enough.
Don't you think there'd be a little contour there? Wouldn't there be a little, I'm going to look for my shot. Now, listen, he did tie for his team lead in shots at 17. He did take the most, but he's KD. He's really, really good, and he made it look simple, didn't he? Scoring 28 points. Made it look really, really easy. To me, it speaks a lot about him as a person when you don't look for your shot specifically. And he was not looking for his shot specifically, which was really amazing to me, because any other human being on the face of the planet, I would imagine at some point in time we're going to look for his shot a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to show these guys.
Yes.
Because the Suns wanted to trade him.
First time we're playing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's him, though, right? He's a version of what you always talk about, of how it doesn't matter who the other team is. He's sort of a unique version of it, because he's not I'm going to go out there and play with this crazy emotion no matter who we're playing. It's just, I'm going to go put up 28 on 11 of 17 shooting pretty much no matter who we're playing. It didn't look like he had anything extra he was bringing to the table specifically because it was the Suns. He did talk, Kevin Durant did post-game, and here he is talking about Dillon Brooks' impact, both with Houston and now with Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think Dillon impacts a young team, a team that's trying to, go from being disrespected throughout the year to a respected group. I think he definitely adds to that when you inject him into your program, and but also getting here, you see how many other factors played a part too. It's a real group effort to get the Houston Rockets to where they were the last couple of years. From the coaching staff, whole new coaching staff, and new crop of players, a couple veteran players here and there. I think Dillon was definitely a piece. I wouldn't say he was the whole thing. He was the main reason, but he was definitely, it felt like he was a piece of what they were doing here. And you can see his impact over there in Phoenix. He's playing aggressive. He's commanding the group. Guys are listening to him. He pretty much stepped up and become their leader over there. So along with him and Book are just become vocal leaders for them. So he's getting better as a player and more confident as a player, and it's probably started from here.
Oh, okay. What did you think of that, Luke?
Thought it was interesting to hear. That's not a 2-second answer. That's not that was a minute plus of what Dillon Brooks did for the team that KD's currently on, which is something you and I were talking about last week. How much of that mentality is because Dillon Brooks was there, how much of it is some of the other guys that have been there, and Ime Udoka as well. But then to also talk about what he's doing for Phoenix too. I don't know. You watch that game, you hear KD after. I'm sure we know he didn't like how it was handled, where he felt like he was about to get blindsided with the trade at the trade deadline last year. But it also just sort of seems like he's seen it all in the NBA. He's doing just fine in Houston, and he's just kind of moved on. I didn't hear any hard feelings or bitterness towards Phoenix in that cut.
Yeah. A couple of thoughts on this, Base Nortings. Number one, it's one of the reasons why I think it was good that Kevin Durant moved on and went to play for the Rockets right now, because they do have a bunch of guys that are up and ready to go. They do. And KD, once again, and listen, his talent is off the charts, as we all know. What a great basketball player he is. And it's not like he doesn't give effort. He does give effort out there. But I think Houston has this collective toughness already where they don't need KD to come in and do anything but
motivate
be KD.
The other players.
Exactly right. They don't need him to do anything but be KD. I thought it was interesting where he pointed out Dillon Brooks. He's working with young guys, and he's motivating them and commanding them for the most part. He's right about that, and it's one of the reasons why I think Dillon Brooks has been the impact and the fit that he's been here for the Suns.
All right, we come back. We'll go back to college football and ask the question of if anybody is happy with the 12 teams that made the college football playoff. We'll dive into the chaos next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are we sleeping on Hayden doing something? Are we sleeping? Are we just thinking about Marte trade and closer? And are we sleeping on the Josh Naylor, Gino Suarez move?
I will never, after last year's Corbin Burns move.
Eyes are up.
I will never sleep on a Mike Hazen move. This organization's capacity to surprise us the last 2 years cannot be underestimated and cannot be forgotten.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Schnell Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love, or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Schnell Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
And happy holidays! Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to celebrate the season at the 18th annual Toys for Tots 2-person scramble at the Trilogy Golf Club at Vistancia, presented by Shady Ray Sunglasses. Join us Saturday, December 14th for breakfast, golf, and our big raffle, all for just $135. Bring a toy for the kids and Santa stuffs your stocking with a coupon for another round of golf. Don't miss Bunker to Bunker's last tournament of the year. Space is limited. Register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA and 22 appearances last season. ASU and Arizona found out their bowl fates yesterday. The Sun Devils will take on ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Wildcats will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country, and that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action tonight. They play the Timber Puppies on the road. How will they respond to their loss to the Rockets? We'll discuss our basketball team. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, you figured there would be chaos yesterday with the college football playoff.
Yeah.
And you got to a point, courtesy of the ACC championship game, where Duke was somehow in it. By the way, ASU's going to play Duke in the Sun Bowl now. Duke somehow being in the ACC championship game when they had 5 losses, and then, of course, winning the game. You knew that was going to open the door for some sort of chaos, and that's exactly what we got, to the point where a blue blood program like Notre Dame got snubbed out of the college football playoff on a 10-game winning streak, Wolf.
What is going on with that? Did you expect Notre Dame Basinonians to be snubbed? Well, you did, of course, if you value head-to-head matchups. Isn't that right, Miami? I know it was early in the season. I know it was August 31st. It wasn't even September. Yet at the same time, here's a pair of shorts. Pull them up. Real time.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and defend Notre Dame too much because getting a conference, and you probably don't have this. I mean, we were debating.
Well,
this.
the next year they're basically their own conference. Did you guys see that rule?
Just play if you're going to go rogue and try to find loopholes, which by the way they don't need. I definitely think they're one of the 12 best teams.
Yeah.
But if you're going to play these weird loopholes of like, oh, look, we didn't have a conference championship game to lose in, then you can't really complain that much. Do I think they should have been in? Yeah, I would have put them in over Alabama. Alabama lost 3 games, and there were already 4 SEC teams in. How many SEC teams do we have to put in? But I wouldn't have put them in over Miami because they lost to Miami. Yes. They had the same record.
But you cannot tell me that the committee did not feel the blue bloods that are out there in the pressure of Alabama. You're really going to keep Alabama from the SEC out.
As long as Alabama's above 500, they're good, right? I mean, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, to me, I'm with you. I feel exactly the same way. Yet at the same time, Basin, can we just get to 16 teams now? Can we just do this? I really believe this. This is, for me, really important that it happens for college football going forward. We need to get to 16 teams in the college football playoff. And when that happens, Basinonians, I don't care about team 17 and 18. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Point. But see, I think...
And I know that there's still going to be people that will throw their hands up and say, what are you doing?
College basketball.
Yes.
You're the 69th best team. You're like, no, we're clearly in the top 68.
Exactly.
Like,
there's still going to be people out there that will feel snubbed, and they will let you know they feel snubbed. Yet at the same time, can you really argue? Can you really argue? Win games, bro. Don't be team number 17 and 18. Win games.
Well, the second Duke won on Saturday night, you knew James Madison was in. So that's another spot gone. So we were doing the show over on Channel 15. We're trying to figure out who's going to get snubbed because now this gets really interesting because you knew either Miami, Alabama, or Notre Dame was going to get snubbed. To a certain extent, they're all 3 of those are blue bloods. I thought Alabama, I was just trying to figure out what the committee how they could do it the cleanest. And I overlooked one thing, and I'll tell you what it was. I thought they would look and say, hey, you know what? We've already got 4 SEC teams in, and Alabama's the only team, even in this conversation, that's lost 3 games, and they no-showed the SEC championship. Like, they got embarrassed by Georgia. And they just did it a couple hours earlier. So you would think, like, okay, that's the cleanest. Hey, sorry, man. Notre Dame's on a 10-game winning streak. Notre Dame was in the national championship last year.
Yes.
We all know Notre Dame is one of the 10 best teams. Alabama, I'm sorry. You finished 5th. Basically, you would have been the 5th team from your conference to get in. Figure it out during the season. I thought they would do that. I thought they would point to, you have 3 losses. I'm sorry, you're out. But now in retrospect, they clearly went to Notre Dame and they're like, you know what? You're not in a conference. And we've been warning you to get in one. And I'm not going to punish Alabama for being in a conference and losing their conference championship game to the team that might win the whole thing in Georgia. We're going to punish Notre Dame. And that's what they did. And Notre Dame promptly quit and went home.
Yeah, Notre Dame.
No bowl game.
What do you want to say, Rick?
Also, I do think that with Alabama making it, I think that their win on the road at Georgia played a lot in this. But what I would counter that with is they have the worst loss of any of the power conference teams in this playoff. They lost to Florida State. Florida State was 5-7. They were terrible.
They have 3 losses. At a certain point, like, there needs to be a cutoff, to what you're saying. Because you could make a real strong case all the way from like 6 to 11 or 12, all these teams that are 1 and 2 loss teams, that they're pretty even. But once you've lost 3, you've eliminated yourself as far as I'm concerned.
I honestly feel the committee was like, okay, we can't do this. We can't eliminate Alabama. We cannot do this. We need more SEC teams. And the reason being, of course, is because our number 1 seed and 2 seed are from the Big Ten.
Yeah, I would have had Georgia at number 2, honestly. I would have moved them
I mean,
up.
honestly, I think you could build a case as to why Georgia should have been number 2, yet at the same time they weren't. You had Indiana, of course, and Ohio State, 2 Big Ten schools, 1 and 2 respectively. And I think maybe that had a little bit to do. We need more. We got to take care of the SEC as well.
5 of the 12 teams. I mean, if they expand it to 16, it's going to be like 8 SEC teams every year. It's almost coming off as like an inferiority complex. Like, see, we really are this good. We all know the SEC is the best conference, but you just played for 3 months. How about only 4 of you get in? Some of you took the other ones out.
Yeah, but once again, do you not think that is the case? Do you not think the committee is biased towards the SEC?
If Alabama was in the Big 12, they would not be in. Yes, it's 100% because it's the SEC.
Exactly,
it's 100%,
right.
which is why people always get angry, and which is the one part of this where I can see being upset if you're Notre Dame, because you deserve to be in there more than Alabama. I'm sorry. Now, do I think Alabama is done? No, they could easily beat Oklahoma. I don't think they'll beat Indiana, but it wouldn't shock me if Alabama keeps winning. But it's like the Chiefs. If the Chiefs don't make the playoffs in the NFL, we don't put them in because they're the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They didn't make the playoffs. If the Chiefs miss the playoffs and then you put them in anyway, could they win the whole thing? Yes, they have Patrick Mahomes. But if for 3 months you couldn't get yourself in, then you're not in that year.
Yes. By the way, you're great with Indiana being number one seed.
You got to be.
You love that?
Yeah.
Of course, got to be. Was that not was that game not the best game? I loved it. Oh my goodness. This was low scoring. This was a gut check. This was a brutal game. 13-10. How beautiful is that?
How about Fernando Mendoza getting hurt that was the first play, wasn't it? First play from scrimmage. And you're like, what are they going to do? And they just bring in Alberto Mendoza. They had another Mendoza ready to go.
Incredible,
for a play,
man.
And then they went back to Fernando.
Man, you know, it's by the way, how about that throw by Mendoza on the outside on the 3rd and 6 at the Hoosier 24? There it is, 1-on-1 on the outside. They rushed 4 and dropped 7, but they singled up the receiver on the outside, and sure enough, Mendoza dropped it in the bucket. I have to tell you, that to me is a still point play. And if he wins the Heisman Trophy because of it, so be it.
Yeah, I went into that game thinking whoever won, either Mendoza or Sayin, would win the Heisman. Mendoza now, to me, is probably the player in this tournament bracket, whatever you want to call it, playoff, that I'm watching the most closely, just because he's the one guy that has a chance to really stake a claim at the number 1 pick in the draft. And I know he probably is that guy if the draft happened tomorrow, but I don't know that anybody feels strongly about it. But if he makes more plays like that and leads Indiana to the national championship, then I don't think there's going to be a question who the first pick in the draft is.
Can he please stop wearing a kicker face mask, though?
Yeah.
That looks so bad.
Yeah, totally agree. And he was jacked up after. Oh,
yeah,
my goodness. He was jacked up, fired up, smiling as he said it. I loved it, man. I like this kid a lot.
Here he is after the game on the Fox post game.
Congratulations, Indiana, the Big Ten champs. How does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
Jacked up. Accurate as well, Masonodians, and yet jacked up. I loved it.
Their conference championship game actually mattered because since Ohio State lost, they dropped. Unlike Alabama, who lost and played like they already knew going in, they had a guarantee from the committee that they were getting in.
Yes, you have that feeling, don't you? By the pricking of your thumb.
I mean, do I think Alabama and Notre Dame are both 2 deserving teams? Yes, I do. But at a certain point, you have to cut it off.
Again, just go to 16, please.
And win
because
your
then
games.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it at 17 and 18.
I don't think a 3-loss team should ever get in. I mean, I don't think BYU is nearly as good as Alabama.
Hey, they should get in. Just be number 15 or 16.
That's fine. But in a 12-team bracket, they shouldn't get in. I'm not a BYU. I don't think they're that good. But if I was BYU, I'd be pretty upset, too. I only have 2
win
losses.
Games.
And they've both been to Texas Tech.
Shut it, all right? Thank you.
Also, I'd just like to point out ASU is the only team that beat Texas Tech. All right, when we come back, why exactly are the Cardinals so far behind the rest of the NFC West all of a sudden? We're going to ask their sideline reporter, Paul Calvisi. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pre-game gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new pretzel bacon Sonic Smasher. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts, they're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Find the most wonderful gifts at Macy's Friends and Family Sale with incredible deals on our best brands like Donna Karan, Avec La Fille, Calvin Klein, and more, all at 30% off. Plus, take 15% off beauty and fragrance from Lancôme, Clinique, and Yves Saint Laurent. Or Star Rewards members can earn $20 in Star money for every $100 spent on eligible brands. Going on now, only at Macy's Friends and Family Sale. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, we know great teams win with a solid playbook, right? But what about our retirement plans? Paul Calvisi here, and that's why I'm with Matt Dagas from the Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
Thanks, Paul. At Bright Wealth Management, we help you create a custom retirement strategy, so you're not guessing when it counts. Call now 844-726-9116 and schedule your one-on-one appointment. Let's design your winning plan together. 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
calling Arizona sports.
Paul talks to football players and tries to stay out of the way. It's the Paulie Pigskin Report.
Yeah, Paulie Pigs kind of weak point.
Brought to you by Bright Wealth Management. Bright futures start here at brightwm.com.
All right, Paul Calvisi is joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. In fact, I just looked up on the wall, and I only see Paul Calvisi on YouTube right now. What's going on, Paulie?
Well, I think that's by design, guys. You know.
It's by design, Paulie. No
by
doubt.
design, yeah. The decision makers are telling you guys something. They're not even featuring you guys anymore. Your video stream has been disabled.
I don't really blame him, to be honest.
Denied.
Paulie. Wow.
How you doing, Paulie?
We're gonna ask you all our questions.
You hanging in there, buddy?
I still have issues with this show. You guys are still sus based on the anti-squash rhetoric that comes out of that studio.
No.
But let's talk football.
That I stand by. All right. Well, look, that game yesterday was difficult to watch, and so I will ask you this: with 4 games left, what is there beyond just pride for this team to play for, work on? What are you watching for in these final 4 games? They cannot play any more games like they played yesterday.
Yeah, you know the old adage, momentum doesn't carry over, but confidence does, especially in young guys. So if you can get some of these guys playing better, making plays, does that carry into their off season and then hopefully into the beginning of next season? I would say yes, Luke. You know, I mean, Michael Wilson, in terms of his confidence, is a totally different dude right now. Had a chance to talk with him in his locker last week and just asked him just the difference between a month ago. His first game as wide receiver 1 against the Niners versus now. And he's proven it, not necessarily to the rest of us, because who cares? He's proven it to himself. So there's a guy. Now, if you can elevate a guy like Cody Simon, your 4th-round rookie, who's gotten a ton of snaps at middle linebacker, and I continue to say, I think it's underrated, underappreciated, just how vital and instrumental Mack Wilson Sr. was to that Cardinals defense. Not only, look, you're going against an elite play caller in Sean McVay. You're going against the elite brain. Forget the elite arm talent of Matthew Stafford, the brain of Matthew Stafford. You need to match that. And it's tough when you're 2 inside linebackers, a 4th-round rookie, still trying to get traction, and then you have Owen Papo making his first career start. So let's not forget, when you look at yesterday's game, that players make plays, plays win games, and there were too many guys out on that field too often who, looked like August at times. And when we interviewed Yelda Froholt after the game, and I asked him in a roundabout way, when you start the game and you look to your right and you have a retooled right side of the offensive line, and then by the end of the game, you have a retooled left side of the offensive line, and you're the only constant, the only remaining starter from day one, essentially, and you're going against that Rams defensive front, and oh, by the way, they have a 2-score lead, and now they can pin their ears back, and they don't even care about playing against the run because you're going to the air every time. That gets very, very difficult.
Paulie, if there was one thing you had to point to and say, man, this was something I did not expect to see the Arizona Cardinals do yesterday. Was there one thing? For me, there was one thing out there in rundown situation. They had 6 guys in the box, a lot. 6 guys. They covered the 3 interior offensive linemen, had 2 edge guys, and there's Cody Simon standing by himself in the diamond formation, is what we used to call it, as the Mike linebacker, against 12 personnel. And the Rams were lining up and running the ball. Was there something that you took away and said, man, I didn't expect to see that?
I'd have to say the inability to get the Rams into 3rd down. I mean, they ran 32 straight plays, and they didn't even face a 3rd down, because that really is the strength, the teeth of a Nick Rawlis scheme, is get them to 3rd down, 3rd and obvious, get them to throw the ball, and oh, by the way, we're going to scheme up 7 along the line of scrimmage, and you're not going to know who's coming, who's going. Buda Baker and Jalen Thompson, interchangeable, right? And that's always a big part of the Cardinals' game plan, is try and confuse even a guy like Matthew Stafford in his 17th season. If you can just get him to hesitate a little bit, allow Josh Sweat to get around the backside and get to him, maybe get him to hang on to the ball a little longer as he's waiting for Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams to come open, and then you can maybe get into a passing lane and get your hands on him or the football. And the fact that it was 2nd and short, And we know what happens on second and short, guys. It opens up the entire playbook, and now you have no ability to go with tendencies or this, the game plan and the film you had watched all week to try and sort of, make an educated guess where the ball's going or to whom it's going. And that's all out the window when they're looking at 2nd and 1, 2nd and 2 repeatedly.
Paulie, one of the most, I would say, concerning parts of this season, especially over the last month and a half, has been how far behind the Cardinals look compared to the rest of their division. Because, look, we've talked at length about how many close games the Cardinals have lost, and that's annoying and it's frustrating. But at the same time, when you're playing close games, there is at least a sense, whether you believe it or not, that you're not that far from flipping it. But these last 3 games in the division, they've lost them by an average of 23 points a game, and you're 6 games out of third right now. So in your mind, what's the biggest thing that needs to get fixed this offseason to close that gap a little bit?
And I'm not taking away from what the Seahawks have done to revamp their roster or what the Rams have done the last couple of years to retool their defense, the number 2 scoring defense in the league. The Niners have had more injuries than the Cardinals, and they're still winning games. So I'm not minimizing any of that. But can you rightfully argue that when the Cardinals were closer to full health in week 3 and 4, they played the Niners and Seahawks down to a walk-off field goal?
Yeah.
So, I try and ask myself, all right, where are they in terms of that roster reconstruction? Now, there's no doubt Seahawks and the Rams and the 49ers have very talented rosters, and they have elite head coaches, and Mike McDonald seems to have ascended into that realm. There's no doubt about it. And so, yes, it is as difficult as it has ever been when you're looking over the block wall into the backyard of your neighbors, and there are 3 really talented teams. So, to your point, Luke, to me, right now, what you did last year with the defensive front and the investments you made in both free agency and the draft, you're going to have to make that sort of commitment to the offensive line this offseason.
Paulie, how did you think Jacoby Brissett played?
I thought, considering that he faced 31 quarterback pressures,
yeah.
He's as tough as they get, guys. I can't tell you how many times he comes to the sideline and the TV cameras never catch him just clenching his teeth and gritting in pain, and guys and the trainers running to him shaking everyone off. Now, just give me a moment. Let me sit down over here, have a cup of Gatorade, look at this tablet. And then he's, Keaton Slovis put on his helmet a couple of times. He's like, no, kid, I'm good. So in terms of the toughness factor, it's there. In terms of him being sort of a pseudo-offensive coordinator, you go back to Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer. They were the assistant offensive coordinator. This game plan doesn't go in until Jacoby Brissett weighs in with all the film work he does on the opponent. Now, when he's out there and he's your leading rusher and he doesn't have the benefit of a run game to keep a defense honest, and now they have a 2-score lead or more and they're pinning the ears back, he's in a tough spot. Yes, there were a couple of throws. I know the throw to Trey McBride that easily could have been a touchdown in the second half. That's tough. There's no doubt about it. There's definitely. But you know what? Matthew Stafford missed Devontae Adams for a surefire touchdown as well in that game. But overall, if you could just give him a revamped offensive front and the semblance of a run game, what's the one game that Jacoby Brissett was victorious in? It was the game where they only ran it, or they only threw it 31 times.
That's right.
The one game they had a balanced offense, pass and run, was the one game he was victorious.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a good point. Thank you, Paulie. We appreciate it.
Paulie, thank you, buddy.
All right, guys, you defied your scouting report. Well done.
Finally, we did it. All right, that's Paul Calvisi joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, or you can just jump in the vehicle and head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, man. They've got Mavericks. Have you heard of the Ford Maverick right now, ladies and gentlemen? Listen, the Ford Maverick, of course, it's so cool because it is a truck. There's no doubt about that. And it does everything you want a truck to do. You need to haul stuff or you want to tow stuff. Guess what? The Maverick can do that. But it's also very cool. It is easy and nimble to actually park in parking lots because of the Maverick. A little bit smaller than some of these other trucks. The Maverick has a kind of flair and style for the modern truck owner like you, and it's perfect for business managers and service companies as well. You can head on over to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford and take a test drive of a Ford Maverick for under $30,000. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile again, I'm 100% certain you'll choose ProSmile. Why? Because ProSmile really is different. They're Arizona's Smile Center, experts in all-on-X implants and custom cosmetic veneers. They're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many implant centers use regular dentists for oral surgery, not ProSmile. ProSmile is the only implant center where the lab technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. No outsourcing, no delays, no mistakes. Specializing in all-on-X implants and custom veneers, ProSmile can give you the gift of a smile this holiday. ProSmile is offering $1,000 off services through December 31st. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620, and I'll send you a link to schedule your free consultation. Locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your #1 asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA and 22 appearances last season. ASU and Arizona found out their bowl fates yesterday. The Sun Devils will take on ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Wildcats will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country. That is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Monday. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is back. Rick, what's up?
The Arizona Cardinals lost 45-17 to the Los Angeles Rams yesterday at State Farm Stadium. What was the worst part about that loss?
The worst part to me is just the fact that there are 3 most lopsided losses of the season, and they've been pretty lopsided, have all come in the last 5 weeks, and they've been against the other 3 teams in the division. You could improve a lot this offseason and still not be close to those teams with the way this season has gone. And stuff changes in the offseason. I mean, one of those teams will drop off a little bit next year, but it's just the stark contrast between the Rams, Niners, and Seahawks on one side, and then the Cardinals, who I wasn't joking earlier, they are 6 games out of third right now with 4 games to go. That was the worst part to me, is what it looks like big picture.
Yeah, for me, the worst part of the game was the fact the Arizona Cardinals got destroyed on the line of scrimmage. And when I say that, I'm talking about their front 7. There were some good football players that were literally overwhelmed. Guys like Calais Campbell, guys like Dalvin Tomlinson, guys that are good football players, just overwhelmed in terms of trying to hold the point. The Rams ran the ball 249 rushing yards in this game. 36 rushing attempts, averaged 6.9 yards per carry. It was brutal to actually watch them do that. And it looked like the Arizona Cardinals had no answer for the most fundamental thing you can do on a football field, which is line up and block people.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight at the Minnesota Timberwolves. What do you guys want to see from the Suns tonight in their second straight game without Devin Booker?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see a bounce-back effort. I don't think this is an unwinnable game by any means, but I think if we're being real with ourselves, as long as Devin Booker's out and Jalen Green's out, they're going to have to get maybe an uncharacteristically monster effort from somebody. I mean, I'm kind of at the point where I'm just assuming 23, 25 plus points from Dylan Brooks every night. That's
who
not
is
a given.
questionable.
Yeah, well, yeah. So there's that. You're going to have to get a really strong scoring performance from Grayson Allen or Colin Gillespie or something.
Yeah, boy, for the Phoenix Suns, this is tough. I mean, the T-Wolves are number 6 in the association in points per game, scoring 120.3. They're playing at home, of course. And the Suns are in the top 10 for opponent points allowed. They are right there, giving up 113.8. Their only chance of being in this game in the fourth quarter and having a chance of possibly stealing this game in the fourth quarter is for them to play exceptionally well defensively and be able to slow down the T-Wolves and that high-powered offense that they have. And we'll have to wait and see.
I think Minnesota's going to be on high alert if this game is close late, considering what the Suns did to them last time they played.
Excellent. It's an excellent remember.
I don't think they're going to let up at all late.
Always remember.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have reportedly agreed to terms with pitcher Michael Soroka. He was 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA in 22 appearances last season, but he was an all-star all the way back in 2019 before dealing with a plethora of injuries. What do you guys make of this signing?
I mean, it's an upside signing, right? You didn't just sign this guy and be, we got our number 1 starter. Oh, we got our number 2. But you got a guy that I mean, it's crazy. I'm looking at his overall stats. He's started 69 games since 2018. There, as Rick just said, a plethora of injuries. He's been solid when he starts. You're hoping he can stay healthy and, I don't know, maybe be a 3 or 4 starter. It's potentially a nice pickup, and it's minimal risk, but I don't think it answers any big questions.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions that he's going to have to answer as well. It's a nice signing. There's no doubt about that, but this is hey, you know what? We might strike gold here. Lightning can strike, and it has in the past, and I think that's why Mike Hazen went out and made this move.
An Arizona sports team acquiring another player that's had injury history scares me.
But those guys are usually good. It's the ones that have no injury history. They come in and immediately get hurt. The guys with injury history actually play.
Yeah, but right, Bradley Beal and KD had their fair share of injuries here.
Well, Beal especially, yeah.
All right, ASU will take on ASCC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and Arizona will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, which bowl do you think will produce the better game? The Holiday Bowl, Arizona versus SMU, or the Sun Bowl, ASU versus Duke?
This is where this gets tough. I actually like both of these matchups a lot, but you never know who's going to actually play in the bowl games. That's the problem. So I think these could both be really good. I'm a lot more dialed in on ASU. I think, any game that Kenny Dillingham's coaching, they're going to be in, and they're going to be, it's going to mean a lot to them. And I couple that with the fact that Duke just won their conference championship, and they're like an afterthought as far as the play. And they shouldn't be in the playoff. They have 5 losses. They're not an SEC team. You don't just get an automatic bid, even with 5 losses. I think that's going to be a compelling game, but I think Arizona SMU really could be as well. SMU early this season when they were healthy that's the team that was in the playoff last year. That's a fun team.
Yeah, for me, it's ASU and the mental state of ASU and how they're going to be. Sam Leavitt, to me, once again, was a big part of this team and a big part of this team's swag early in the season. A huge part of this team's swag for the most part all season, even when he was injured. And then something happened. And I think whatever happened to Sam Leavitt and ASU was not a positive thing. Can I just say that? I'm going to put that in the negative category, and I wonder how that's going to impact ASU going forward in playing in a bowl game.
All right. I will vote for the Sun Bowl, even though I'm personally probably leaning toward Arizona SMU being a better game, just because I think that Duke has a big advantage quarterback-wise. They've got one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
They have a really good quarterback.
And what we saw in the U of A game with Jeff Sims was the worst of Jeff Sims. So I think that game might actually end up being, a blowout in favor of Duke. But this Arizona SMU game, though, terrific quarterback matchup. Noah Fafita's been great this year. But I will go ASU Duke since you guys said ASU Duke. Holiday Bowl leads 52% to 48%. So very, very close there.
I want to know who's playing for SMU, which we obviously can't know right now. But, to be fair, I'd say the same thing about ASU and Duke. Who's going to play?
There was a situation where Jeff Hosteller was actually dating Don Nayland's daughter. And I can tell you, Base Earnings, that was a hot topic, as you would imagine, inside the locker room. All these guys, knock it off. Some of us leaders would stand up. Just be quiet. Quit talking about it. It was a massive distraction. I kind of feel like Sam Leavitt has become a massive distraction.
I think even if that's true, that should go away by December 31st, right?
Because probably half the team isn't going to play.
Yeah, I just saw Josh Atkins is entering the transfer portal.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
at the same time, honestly, these guys were teammates. They Got his phone number. They're having conversations with this guy.
Well, then somebody tell us what's going on, because it's odd. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how much did yesterday's game, this whole season, and the next 4 games, how much do those all play into Jonathan Gannon's future as the Cardinals head coach? We're getting into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. That would be perfect, right? And it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is set up to let you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash. That way you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to get caught up in showings or double moves or any of that. You don't have to plan your life around anybody else's schedule. Then the Orchard agent will take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers, because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products that allow them to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. And if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's simple, it's all right there. That's Orchard.com.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Gatos, it's really coming down right now at Casa Calvisi. Did you see that tree over there? It just fell over.
I saw it. It's crazy. But man, I got to tell you, your roof looks good. Didn't America Roofing just repair it for you?
Replace the entire roof. It was time, and that meant it was time to call Jake, Josh, Tracy, and the entire team. They came over, and man, am I so glad they did.
You know, they're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the state of Arizona. That's why we love telling folks about America Roofing.
Everyone else is realizing what we already knew, why they're the 2025 Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year.
They give back to the community. They run their business the right way.
So you're telling me they're going to do a great job and save everyone money? No wonder they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You can get a free estimate at americaroofingco.com. You want to win? Go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year.
602-960-ROOF.
AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Tempe, Arizona. Thanks everybody listening in Tempe right now. Wolf, home of course of the Sun Devils, home of Cardinals headquarters as well.
Tempe.
And all right, let's get into this. I know it's been a topic. I know it's going to become more and more of a topic if the Cardinals don't start winning games. You know, kind of to reset, you go back, and I don't know, I'll kind of pick a date, maybe a little bit before the bye week. Actually, I would say after the Seattle game. Cardinals lost. They went to 3-6. And you and I had the conversation of like, all right, you know, JG's probably safe, but there's a lot of football left to be played. And if you just start stacking losses, well, then anything goes. And since then, they've lost badly to San Francisco, lost in overtime to Jacksonville, lost by 3 to Tampa, and lost really badly to LA. So now all of a sudden you're 3-10, and there's still 4 games left. So this, I think, is now a lot more of a conversation than I would have believed it to be in early November.
Yes, I would agree with you on that one, Luke. Yet at the same time, base earnings, I think Jonathan Gannon is an excellent coach. I really do believe that, and I hope this isn't going to cost him his job. Having said that, boy, the way that it's headed right now, I could understand if, in fact, something does happen. I would not do it because I think he is an excellent head coach. I do.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And listen, you know what? I know it's so easy to say. How could you say that, Wolf? Guys won 4 games, and then he won 8 games. Yeah, I know that. Yet at the same time, I really do believe when you're going through a quarterback situation the way that he was and is, and you're trying to get Kyler Murray to actually convert to doing some of the more traditional things that a quarterback is going to do, that is a tall task. That is a hard thing to do, and we never knew for sure it was going to work. We just knew that Kyler Murray was showing progress. He was last year. I can't believe it. Last year, how much he was showing progress in regard to throwing the ball from the pocket. I was so encouraged.
Yeah.
We talked about it over and over and over again, and coming into this season, I expected so much more. And it wasn't happening. We were getting a lot of checkdowns is what we were getting instead of throwing the ball down the field. And, you know, it's a very difficult proposition. You're going to go as your quarterback goes for the most part in the National Football League. And this year, just an absolute disaster.
Well, I think the quarterback is probably the key. I mean, you know, are you going to go draft another quarterback? If so, do you believe that Jonathan Gannon is the coach for that quarterback? Are you going to be okay?
Yeah.
Let's say you go draft a quarterback with, I mean, what might end up being like the 5th pick. Let's say you go draft a quarterback. Are you okay with Jonathan Gannon being the coach? And then if that doesn't work, I mean, there's certainly a scenario where you do that. It doesn't work in year 1. The guy's a rookie, and there's not like a surefire, bona fide, clear-cut number 1, you know, can't-miss prospect at that position in this draft. It's possible you do that, and it's possible Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota or Pittsburgh or wherever and looks pretty good. That's certainly possible. Then at that point, are you willing to bring in a new coach a year from the end of this season, and that quarterback you just drafted has to switch coaches early? I mean, that's stuff you have to weigh. I tend to agree with you in the sense that I don't think Jonathan Gannon is their main problem. I don't think firing him solves everything. But I know you can't fire the whole team. And I know the fact that they're getting worse and worse in these division games doesn't help. And I know, because you see this pointed out over and over again, the other coaches that got hired when he got hired.
Yes.
And I'm going to set Sean Payton aside because he was established.
Yeah.
But the other first-year guys like Shane Steichen and D'Amico Ryans are both having a lot more success already.
Yeah. You know, again, I think he's an excellent coach, yet at the same time, sometimes this happens. We were talking about this. The last 5 or 6 games of the season. How will this team respond to the last 5 or 6 games of the season? Because it is a reflection on the locker room. It is a reflection on the coaching staff. It is a reflection on JG as well. Again, would I fire him? No, I wouldn't, because I think he's an excellent head coach in the waiting. Yet at the same time, I'm willing to admit that if this goes south once again, sometimes as an organization, you may have to, because you're going to draft a quarterback high. And typically you like to pair a drafted quarterback high, you like to pair him with a head coach coming in.
Yeah.
Now, it's not an all-the-time thing. Think of Ben Johnson and the Chicago Bears. Think of what happened there with Caleb Williams, of course. This is his sophomore year. This is his second year. And he's got Ben Johnson as his coach. And, man, the impact he's having is significant. But that typically isn't the way you like to do it. You like to match the coach with a player.
You know, to your point on the rest of the season still matters in that sense. If they really finish 3-14, I don't believe they've ever lost 14 games in the season, the Cardinals.
I know.
And they haven't. And the only times that they've ever won 3 or less, I mean, you have to do 2018. But then you got to go back to 2000, and then you go back to the 50s for Cardinals teams that only won 3 games. I know that this organization doesn't have like the most storied history, and they're not hanging Super Bowl banners from the rafters. But when you start to get into that range where, yeah, we won as many games as the worst teams in franchise history, even if it's not the coach's fault, who's it going to fall on?
I know.
You're not going to fire the kicker. Like, what are you going to? It's like I can't.
It's hard for an organization once you go, let's say they lose out and they go 3-14.
Yeah.
It's hard to say, okay, we're bringing everybody back.
Yeah.
We had a lot of injuries, and that was the issue, and we're bringing everybody back. I don't know how much excitement that will generate. I'm willing to admit that, again, even though I think JG is not the problem, not the issue. Sometimes you have to do it just to create this new aura,
some
if
sort
you
of
will.
jolt or something. Like I said earlier, if they won 7 or 8 games this year and missed the playoffs, I have zero concerns with the coach. I don't think he would be on the hot seat at all. But this has gone. I mean, it just feels like there are games where it's out of his control and they go terribly. Yeah. There are games where anytime he has to make a call right now, it seems like the result he doesn't want happens every time. There are times where I feel like he's making the right call and it doesn't work. There are certainly times where I feel like he's made the wrong call, but there's just no margin for error for him right now. And yeah, I mean, if he could even just go 2-2 the rest of the way, I feel like they'd probably be a little more. Because then you could say, okay, look, you're not going to sell anybody on the fan base on JG going into next year, but if you're bringing in a rookie quarterback, you can generate excitement that way.
Yeah.
But if you go out there winning, what would that be, one of your last 15 games?
Yep.
You're going to have to win the division next year to get excitement back.
Yeah, here's the hard thing for me, Basinonians, as a sports talk show host and a guy that has done it for decades now. I'd rather be fair than right. That's right. I'd rather be fair than right. I'm wrong every day of my life. I'm not afraid to be wrong. I know that I'm wrong so much of the time on so many different things. Yet at the same time, I'm going to give you my honest opinion as to how I feel. And I'd rather be fair when it comes to JG than right. JG, I think, again, has had a incredibly difficult situation, especially at the quarterback position, and everything they asked him to do with a quarterback that needed to make the transformation from just the spread offense to the old offense and the blending of the two. He's had a hard road to go right now, and yet ultimately I'm willing to admit it might cost him his job.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about, 2023, I don't hold that record against him. He had Josh Dobbs as his starting quarterback for half the season. He had Clayton Tune in there as well. He had an injured Kyler Murray come back in the second half. To me, his record in year one is irrelevant. As far as like whether you're keeping him or not, but his record this year is obviously very relevant. And the injuries are something that you have to weigh it. But it's like I was saying earlier, you can have injuries and it can be an excuse to not make the playoffs, but not to just never win any games. All right, when we come back, how badly do the Suns need Devin Booker back in the lineup? How quickly might it happen? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings
AQ Shipley, our guest, buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday. That got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and, still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Basinonians. It's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right, Brooklyn Betting is celebrating the Cyber Week sale with 25% off everything in-store and online through December 9th. Oh, that is tomorrow, Basinonians, December 9th. We at the Wu Fang Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. We're talking mattresses here, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting, and you get 25% off everything in-store and online through tomorrow. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations, where on-site sleep experts will set you up, my young Crunk brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
People talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA and 22 appearances last season. ASU and Arizona found out their bowl fates yesterday. The Sun Devils will take on ACC champion Duke in the Sun Bowl, and the Wildcats will face SMU in the Holiday Bowl. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Get Black Friday deals all month long at Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Well, K-Ray he's ready. He showed up there before we did. Wolf and Luke, as we head towards Suns Timberwolves Part 2 tonight. Part 1 went pretty well. It was pretty exciting. Kevin Ray, Suns broadcaster, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay? Oh, now he's gone.
Oh, my goodness. He was there, and then he disappeared.
He was like, no, I don't want to talk about
Take the cue, Kay.
Okay. Not only is Kay gone, but his whole screen's gone. So that feels like that's kind of concerning. Right?
Yeah.
It seems like that might be a technical issue.
Yeah. You know what's amazing about it? When I started mornings with Kevin Ray. Did you know that? It was K-Ray. K-Ray and Wolf. All the way back, man. It was a long time ago, man, right before the turn of the century.
Maybe he was having flashbacks, and he's like, nope, not doing this.
Yep.
Well, while we effort to get Kay back on the show here, the Suns have played Minnesota once this season. They beat them on November 21st, 114-113, if you recall. And that was the game where they were down 8 points with what it felt like 5 seconds left. I know it was like a little bit less than a minute. And they came all the way back and won that game. To me, one of the signature wins of the season, Wolf. To me, there are three that stand out above all the others, and they're all a little bit different. There's going into L.A. and beating the Lakers a week ago tonight.
Yes.
There's that win over the Timberwolves back on November 21st, just because the Suns had lost 8 in a row to Minnesota prior to that, and they were down very, very much late in that game, came all the way back to win. And then there's the first win over the Spurs where San Antonio had Wembanyama. Those, to me, are the three most impressive wins of the year.
Yeah, for me, it really was the Minnesota game. The fact that they were down 8 points, I believe, and somehow miraculously came back to win that. 8 points with a minute to go, and yet they came back and won that game.
You know who also came back? Kevin Ray came back. There he is. What's going on, Kay? How we doing?
Well, it's kind of fitting because it's a balmy day here in Minneapolis, guys. 16 degrees, but the good news is it feels like 3.
Oh, perfect. The real
little wind chill there, okay.
So literally, the page just froze.
Well, Kay, let's start with that game on Friday and what it means going forward. This Suns team has defied the odds a lot here early this season. And I don't think anybody's going to read too much into a game against Houston where you don't have Devin Booker and Jalen Green, other than they still don't have those two. What has to happen for them to win games without their top 2 scorers, especially against the level of competition on the schedule right now?
Yeah, well, look, you certainly have to begin with being able to make shots. And it was just, they haven't had really, guys, one of those games, even in some of their losses early in the season, they haven't had one of those games where nobody could make a shot. There's always been at least 1 or 2 guys to make a shot. And it was just, as I said afterwards, they picked a bad night to have a bad night. And Houston playing at home, feeling fresh. And I thought they made all the adjustments there in the second quarter. The Suns were generating good looks. I thought after their opening quarter, I knew they weren't going to be able to.
Kay's gonna get.
Kay, please.
There must be something in Minnesota.
I was going to say sustain.
I think let's piece together what he was going to say.
Sustain. I think it kind of froze right
pace, and then I think he was going to say.
Yeah.
He probably was going to talk about how the Suns beat the Timberwolves last time, and then that's why they cut his internet in Minnesota.
Yes.
That's probably what just happened.
It's probably freezing, as he's already pointed out. It's 16 degrees, and it feels like 3. That's called the wind chill, Basinonians, and I know all about the wind chill. Growing up in Buffalo, New York, and the wind chill coming off the lake, brutal.
What do you think it is out here right now? Like 70?
I have no idea.
I don't see one cloud in the sky. All right, we got Kay on the phone. No more video since Minnesota won't allow it. Kay, sorry about that. Just you cut out at sustained. It sounded like we didn't hear anything after that.
Well, and kind of fitting because they were not able to sustain the way they played in the opening quarter, and you knew they weren't going to be able to. Even though they had the lead, you looked at the numbers and you're like, all right, this is not doable for the next 3 quarters. And then you saw Houston ramp up their defense. They started bringing an extra body at Dillon, and he was trying to make the right plays. Again, they generated good looks. Nobody could knock down a shot the other night. And as crazy as it was, there was a stretch. I looked up. There was like 5:44 left in the third quarter, and they were still only down by 12. And I'm like, if we can just find a couple of buckets here, they can still find a way to, at least be in this game. And then at that point, the bottom just fell out, and the rest of the story.
So, Kay, the first time the Suns are playing KD, of course, and your thoughts on KD?
Yeah, look, he's Kevin Durant. You're not going to be able to stop him from getting his, but he was able to get to his spots, and once he started doing that, stressing the Suns' defense, and then they had other guys who were stepping up and being able to knock down the shots. But is that same old issue that also opened the door where turnovers turned into live ball points for Houston, and that's definitely not the team that you want to turn the basketball over against.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, Dylan Brooks, the last I saw, which was about 9 minutes ago, is officially questionable for this game tonight. Even if he's able to go, they're going to need more scorers than just him. Who do you see needing to step up and pour in some points tonight?
Yeah, well, Royce has been in a kind of a little mini funk the last 3 games, so Royce to step back up. You go back to that Lakers game, had the 11 assists, playmaking, but it's got to be Royce. It's got to be Grayson. That's what stunk so bad about Grayson's injury, because he was on an absolute heater, guys. And I don't know that he would be able to continue shooting at that clip, but when you miss that volume of time, it just takes a minute to get back and find your rhythm. So I'm really hoping that tonight's the night for Grayson, and he can get back into that shooting rhythm. And then you go back to Collins, being the table setter and, taking the shots that are available and putting pressure on the defense with some of his dribble penetration.
Kay, have you heard anything about the status of Devin Booker right now, or Jalen Green for that matter? Have you heard anything in regard to their injury situation?
As it relates to Jalen, if you looked at the original timetable, 4 to 6 weeks, well, this would be week 4. So I would suspect nothing is going to be fully evaluated with Jalen until after, the game on Wednesday. And it'll be kind of based on, what happens on Wednesday, because if they were to win, the team is heading right to Vegas. If they lose, they'll come home and they'll be able to do that evaluation there, at the home facilities. With Book, I do know that he is making good headway. Went through a light workout yesterday. I am looking forward. I know that, he will not play tonight, but I'm looking forward to talking to some folks and just getting a sense of how his body feels today after the practice. Now, he didn't go through a full practice yesterday. Let me make that clear. But to see how his body here today. But again, they're taking a very cautious approach, right, because it's the groin and because this is an injury that he has sustained multiple times in his career.
Kay Ray, appreciate it as always, man. Enjoy the weather there.
You got it, boys.
Thank you. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of tonight's rematch between the Suns and the Timberwolves. History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be part of the action by texting BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Can't beat field passes. All right, when we come back, is the answer to the Cardinals' looming quarterback question potentially available to them in the 2026 draft? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pregame gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Cossack LVC before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice T-Bone Steaks in the Super Value Pack are on sale for $7.99 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 5. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday
with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's going to be one of the biggest questions facing the Cardinals this offseason for sure, Wolf, because you can see it, you can hear it from both sides of the fan base. There's the fans that are like, yeah, Jacoby Brissett has made this offense a lot better than it was, and then there's the side that's like, see, they're still losing, and it'd be better off with Kyler.
Yeah.
I think their record would be the same with either of these quarterbacks, honestly, right now. The offense has looked undeniably better with Jacoby Brissett than with Kyler Murray. I don't know what to say to people that don't believe that, but I understand the logic of, if you think Kyler's the only problem, he was not. You and I said this at the time. He wasn't really the problem or the solution.
Right.
And that's kind of been Jacoby Brissett. He's made the offense look better, but he's won one game. Like they got to get this, among other things, fixed. And as you've been saying all season, it doesn't really matter who your quarterback is if your offensive line can't block for him.
See, and that has been the problem as well, because the offensive line, correct me if I'm wrong here, but coming into this season, were we talking about the offensive line not being a strength? Were we talking about the offensive line? No. We were not talking about the offensive line.
Maybe one guard position.
Yeah,
we're talking about they maybe need to address one guard position.
Of course, at some point in time, we were thinking, well, there's a real possibility Isaiah Adams might actually take over for Evan Brown at left guard. That position, yes. But for the most part, nobody was concerned about the Arizona Cardinals offensive line. Why is that, Basinonians? Because for the last 2 years, their offensive line was a strength, not a weakness. It was not. And because of that, you felt really, really good coming into this season. That is, to me, when I look back on it, brothers, that is where this entire season unraveled, was week 1, when that offensive line underperformed, and then they did it again, and they did it again. To me, that is where everything started to unravel.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any argument against that. I mean, the only time I remember even talking about the offensive line in the offseason was, I'm assuming the offensive line will be what it's been the last couple of years, because if not, then none of this other stuff matters. And as it has turned out, that's kind of been the case. But you're going to need to get a quarterback. And now the question is, where do you get that quarterback? If it's through the draft, then I would say the college football playoff is going to be of extra interest to Cardinals fans this year, because the top quarterbacks in this draft now are Ty Simpson, I guess. He's really fallen off, though, even, just in college. From Alabama, Dante Moore of Oregon, and, of course, Fernando Mendoza of Indiana. Indiana being the number 1 seed and the only undefeated team in there. So, I mean, from a Cardinals perspective, you're watching that more than almost anything, aren't you, right now?
Yeah.
See how these guys look.
No, yeah, I think there's definite interest that is going to be there. I just don't think the Arizona Cardinals are going to get the opportunity to draft one of those guys. Now, we'll see. But right now, their draft order, I think they're number 8, right? They're still number 8?
Yeah, they are still
okay,
8,
yes.
Yeah.
Number 8,
How
I
did
think.
that happen?
Right, exactly. So it's a situation where, again, many of these drafts right now, you're either going to draft a quarterback based on where you are, or you're going to move up to draft a quarterback in the draft. And because of that, typically when you identify a quarterback like that, you're not moving up to draft him number 27.
Yeah, no, that's true. It is possible. I mean, I'm not advocating tanking by any means. You know my stance on that. But it is very possible. They're in a 5-way tie at 3-10 with some of these teams. Look, they're playing Houston this week. I don't have a whole lot of confidence the Cardinals are going to win that game. There's a very real possibility that they end up, unless things get better on the field, picking in the top 5 just naturally. And then in the top 5, I think you would get one of those guys if you identify
you just
one.
Would have to like all 3 of them.
That's the thing, yeah. What helps you is that the Giants are going to probably be picking earlier than you, and they have their quarterback. And the Titans are going to be picking earlier than you probably, and they have their quarterback. So
that's a good point. That's really, really good. Now, again, it doesn't keep another team that needs a quarterback from moving up in front of you.
It's an even better point that ruins my point, to be honest.
But no, what you said is accurate.
But the bottom line is you're going to have to really like one of these quarterbacks anyway. I guess Fernando Mendoza's the guy right now.
I really like him, man. I absolutely love him.
Are you confident that he's like an NFL guy?
No, I'm not confident any of these guys. You know me and a quarterback. It really is a tough situation. As a matter of fact, you know what's amazing about that? I was more confident back when Kyler Murray came into the league that he was going to be successful. And the reason being is because I did see the spread taking over the National Football League. And he was a good fit for that. The pendulum, though, as we all know, has come back, and that's the reason why the Arizona Cardinals are in the situation they are.
Well, Jeremy Fowler, when we had him on the show last month, we asked him if the Cardinals should be looking at taking a quarterback this year.
Well, it probably would be time to take a swing on a quarterback in the draft. I know the draft class this year has diluted a little bit some of the quarterbacks that were expected to be first-round picks or potential attractive candidates at the top of the draft are not looking as good, so the class is not great right now. But every year there are at least a few guys that are worth monitoring for the first round, so the Cardinals could be picking certainly the top 10 based on the way things are shaking out. And so you have to take a hard look at that. They have Brissett under contract for one more year. I think they're pretty happy right now that they did a 2-year deal for him. Yeah. Gives them a lot of flexibility at a reasonable clip.
Yeah. Do you like Bo Nix?
What?
Do you like Bo Nix?
I like him in that scenario where his defense is so good he just has to step up in the fourth quarter, and he consistently does. Yes.
Minch is back in command and control.
He said Bo Nix's name.
Boom, he gave me the thumbs
and Mitch
up
just
right
appeared
there.
out of thin air.
Once again, would you say that there were some skeptics on Bo Nix? Would you say that? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. There were some skeptics on Jackson Dart as well. I'm talking about some high-profile people that didn't think he was going to do very well. This is the reason why scouting is so critical and so important, because you've got to have a scout that sees something in a human being, something in a football player that maybe some other people don't see for whatever reason. It's the reason why it's so subjective, being a scout, and the reason why scouts many times get elevated. And suddenly, before you know it, they're a general manager, because more times than not, their eye picked out somebody that other scouts didn't really think was going to be a good player.
Well, I think that's it. I mean, the direction of the Cardinals the next however many years hinges on their front office and their scouts in this draft, because I'm looking at the top-ranked quarterbacks in this draft, and in order, and this is just ESPN, Ty Simpson, Dante Moore, Lenoris Sellers, Fernando Mendoza, Garrett Nussmeier, Carson Beck, John Mateer.
Yes.
The only one of those right now that inspires any sort of like, hey, this guy could be something is Mendoza, and maybe Dante Moore, maybe. But one of those guys will be something good in the NFL, I'm sure. And it's just a matter of, can your scouts find them? Because the two guys you just referenced with Bo Nix and Jackson Dart they weren't the first pick in the draft. I tell you what would help is if Arch Manning looked around and was like, you know what? I didn't have a great year at the beginning, but I'd still probably be the first quarterback off the board if he just entered the draft and pushed everybody down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he could still do that.
Yeah, he could still do that. Once again, though, this is a situation where you never know. You never know how a guy is going to respond to the opportunity of being a franchise quarterback. And I think, again, just because the Arizona Cardinals may not be able to draft the top prospect from a relatively weak quarterback class, I don't think it's a done deal that the guy can't be successful.
It does feel like if Indiana goes on a run here, though, Mendoza won't be available where they pick. That seems like the one name where if they wanted him, they'd have to be really convicted that they wanted him, and then they'd have to trade up for him.
Especially if he keeps dropping dimes on a 3rd and 6 to basically win the game.
All right, I'm leaving. Mitch is coming in for the final hour. I'm pulling in Notre Dame.
Mitch!
I don't like how it's going, so I'm just leaving. When we come back, though, what do you want to see tonight from the Suns against the Timberwolves? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3.
Reacting to Rams' domination of the home team and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They like to say, your move is their mission, and they love that, ladies and gentlemen. And why is that? Well, they proudly support and hire veterans. That's right. They like to hire veterans to join their moving team to help you move. Moving Team 6, they strive for excellence. They are the moving and storage pros right here in the Basin. Whether it's a local move, you're just going to move up north, you're going to move up to North Scottsdale. Maybe it's a long-distance move, Basinonians. You're going to move all the way across the country. Maybe it's commercial, resident, whatever it is, they've got you covered. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers. Here's what you do, brothers. You go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel-size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA in 22 appearances last season. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country. That is what is trending now.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
So I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden Luke Lipinski turned into some dude named Mitch.
Yeah.
And so he's now sitting next to Ron Wolfley here for the final hour of Wolf and Luke today. And it's time now for Staring at the Suns, which is our opportunity to take a look at
Mitch!
This Phoenix Suns basketball team, which you and I haven't gotten to talk about it together, but has been a fun watch through the first 22 games I think we're at right now. And they've got another big matchup tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves, so it's our time to take a look in. What are we going to be staring at in this matchup tonight?
First of all, it's 23, Mitch. 23 games.
Well, I was off by one.
Well, that's right.
I've had to watch
18 and 5 in the competitive, non-competitive category. 18 and 5, which, just for your information, I got a couple more games, of course. We're going to go through the T-Wolves game, and then we've got OKC coming up. And after that, I think I'm pretty much done with the competitive, non-competitive, because I think they're proving they are a competitive team.
Yes.
And are going to remain competitive going forward. Having said that, Minch.
Yes.
What are we doing here? We're doing the Staring at the Suns.
Yes. What is something that you're going to be looking at, whether it's tonight's game or if you want to look ahead down the road? Anything in particular, any aspect, any player, any individual, however you want to approach it, you can go first.
Yeah, I would have to say that the T-Wolves score the basketball, basically. It's do an excellent job of that as the number 6 team in the association. 120.3 points per game is what they score. The Phoenix Suns, of course, have built a culture of we're going to go out and we're going to compete, and we're going to do it on the defensive end of the floor. Number 8, as a matter of fact, in points allowed, the Phoenix Suns, 113.8. That, to me, is a very intriguing matchup, because if the Phoenix Suns are going to have a chance to pull an upset tonight, they're going to have to do it on the defensive end of the floor.
There's one thing that I'm for certain going to be watching for, and it's not so much the Suns as it is the Timberwolves. If you remember, the last time these two teams played, the way that game ended was about as improbable of an ending as we've seen in the NBA this year.
Indeed.
And in several years, for what it's worth. 9 points in less than 50 seconds scored by the Suns.
It doesn't happen.
It does not happen. So my question is, and what I'm going to be staring at is, how will the Wolves better prepare themselves for any sort of potential type of meltdown waiting to happen like we witnessed the last go around? Because if you think about it, maybe they did not estimate properly in terms of the type of Suns team they were going to see. I think we've seen that quite a bit from some of the opponents the Suns have faced. I doubt that the Wolves, if they're trying to maintain that Western Conference pedigree that they've built up, are going to let a collapse like that happen again. So I wonder if they turn up the intensity a little bit more in the closing minutes of the game tonight.
Let me tell you, if in fact a collapse like that was going to happen again, the Phoenix Suns would most likely be involved in something like that. And the reason why I say that, based on earnings, is because they are number 2 in the association in turning over their opponents. Number 2 in the association, 16.6 turnovers from their opponent per game. They do an excellent job of that. Not only that, they are number one still in the association in steals. Live ball turnovers, 10.9 per game. To me, again, if you're ever going to have a miraculous comeback, it's going to be because you're able to turn your opponent over.
They forced 22 turnovers against Minnesota that previous time. They themselves, this is what's fascinating to me as a result of the win, they turned the ball over 28 times in that win. So ball security was not of a high priority in that basketball game. The Suns have been much better about controlling the basketball since then. There are a couple of hiccups here and there. But this is a team where they have already shown the success of, even on our worst nights, quote unquote, we still find a way to win. Minnesota has played significantly better. Anthony Edwards has shot the ball significantly better. I wonder how that changes the plan of attack for Phoenix, knowing that you're not going to have Devin Booker, you're not going to have Jalen Green, and now you've got this lingering, are they going to have Dillon Brooks in this game tonight? And I would be shocked if they did, just by my own intuition.
Yes. Okay, so you've got some inside information or intuition. Is that what you're saying?
Like something is, I got hair sticking up on the back of my neck.
There you go.
Somebody who's dealt with Achilles injuries before, I wouldn't fancy that they would all of a sudden just go out and run for an 48-minute stretch.
So much of the time when you play in the association, you're talking about the best athletes on the face of the planet, for the most part. I believe that. The NBA has the most athletes, the best athletes on the planet. And yet, so much of the time when you play the game of basketball, toughness is part of who you are. It's part of who you are as a player, your talent and your toughness. And it's part of who you are collectively as a team, your talent and your toughness. And for me, it's one of the things that I really respect about the T-Wolves. They've got a nice quotient of toughness that they bring to the floor night in and night out. Anthony Edwards is a very extremely talented dude. It's interesting, you were talking about him shooting the ball better. He's never shot the ball as well as he is right now from three.
Oh, perfect.
41.6. Think about that. 42% from three, and he's never shot over 40%. Now look at the sample size is still a little small, too small right now, but man, 42% from three for Anthony Edwards. Beware. If he figures that part out, oh my goodness, he's going to be a nightmare.
Can't believe you're just too small.
He already is a nightmare.
Yeah, his on-ball defense, his aggression on offense, it's one of the qualities that made him the former number one overall pick and why he's one of the superstars of the league currently. To your point about the efficiency that he's shooting from three, he's also taking a ton of threes. Just last month alone, the month of November, he was making about 3 of his 9 attempts from long range.
So what are you going to do, Mitch? You're going to go ahead, you're going to crowd up on him? Is that what you're going to do? He's out near the line?
Okay, so
he's beyond the arc? You're going to crowd him?
So then here's my follow-up to that. The obvious person you would put on him then is questionable for tonight with Achilles soreness. Who's then going to be the one that has to go face-to-face with the Ant-Man?
Yeah.
I don't know who that's going to be if Dillon Brooks can't play tonight. Now, for what it's worth, Edwards is also listed as questionable, but it's due to an illness. Same with Terrence Shannon Jr. So the likelihood is that both of them will be available. But I want to know who's going to be that guy, to your point, that's going to get up in the grill of Anthony Edwards on the perimeter and make things really difficult for him from range.
That's a great question. It really is, because once again, I don't know if Grayson Allen actually has the foot speed. If you're going to crowd him up there on the line, because Anthony Edwards, as we all know, you want to put the ball on the floor, that first step is awesome watching him play. It really is scary. But, of course, it's not just about him. It's Julius Randle as well. Julius Randle, a guy that everybody knows very, very well. A guy last year in his first year with the T-Wolves scored 18.7 points per game. Now he's actually over 23 points a game for the T-Wolves right now. So he's producing for him. This is a team that has the toughness. Rudy Gobert, we know that they are very good defensively, and they work hard on the defensive end of the floor as well. But this is going to be a hard game for the Phoenix Suns to win without having Devin Booker or Jalen Green.
Potentially Dylan Brooks. So Ryan Dunn, good luck.
Yeah.
Godspeed, because you've probably got the primary defensive assignments throughout most of the night. I wonder how impactful Jordan Goodwin and Colin Gillespie can be on the defensive end, because to your point, Randall is shooting significantly better. Edwards, of course, on a tear right now. Jaden McDaniels is shooting at clips that he has not been shooting at in his entire career, and he's increased his points per game total, part of that due to the lack of the superstar talent available on some of those nights, but that's now 3 guys that are consistently putting up buckets. And then, of course, the down low presence that is Rudy Gobert.
Indeed.
Who can just explode at a moment's notice. All right, when we come back, was that a new level of bad from the line of scrimmage in yesterday's Cardinals game? We'll talk about that next. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke. We got Wolf as well here on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Oh my, big hole between the tackles. 30, near side 20, 10, 5. Walk-in touchdown. 48-yard run for Blake Corum. Longest run of his career. And the Rams make it 44-10.
Reacting to the Rams ruling at the farm and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. It's one thing to save for retirement. It's really another to be ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything to me, Basinonians, gave me options, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client today because of that, Basinonians. You need to pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth. I thought I had things in good shape, man, until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were a lot of big opportunities I was missing. Now I've got a clear path to retirement and a little bit more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first. Pick up the phone, give them a call. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Across a painted desert to where the mountains touch the sky.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now, get invoice-only pricing, plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire December 31st.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Big Red Monday.
This is Garrett Williams on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, I think it's holding, just collectively, when you talk about complementary football, when you can't run it, you can't get off plays, and then you're putting the defense back out there. But like I said, that's, we need to be able to run the ball better to play better offense, and that helps the defense out. But give them credit. They did a good job. They really did.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon on with the Cardinals Radio Network crew after a 45-17 loss to the Rams. Mitch Vareldas in for Luke alongside Wolf. Focus here, was this a new level of bad at the line of scrimmage? An area which, if you're focusing on just the offensive side, didn't get a ton of attention this offseason in terms of individuals they could have brought in to improve that area. It was also the first year with a new offensive line coach after Clayton Adams took the OC job in Dallas. That has something that has been brought up weeks prior. But the running game has continued to just, I get it, there's not a lead running back for this team right now, and the best options will not be returning or seemingly not be returning this year. But they just can't run the ball at all. And it's getting to a level where they're almost over-reliant on the pass, and it's setting them so far behind in some of these games.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, Mitch. You nailed that. It really is. This entire season, to me, is going to be remembered for the line of scrimmage and how difficult it was for the Arizona Cardinals to win the line of scrimmage, whether it was defensively or offensively. That, to me, and it started week one. Week one, when the Arizona Cardinals went out there and James Conner was struggling to actually run the ball behind this offensive line. Yeah, they won the first two games. I understand that. Yet at the same time, you knew something did not look right. And it started on the offensive line to me. It was something that was so significant, something that you could readily see from the Arizona Cardinals the previous 2 years under J.G. and Drew Petzing. The previous 2 years, you could see this offensive line. They were in the top 5 in rushing yards per play. Top 5. Because every time they ran the ball, they did an excellent job of moving the opponent off the ball. And for the most part, especially after year 2 within this scheme, within this new coaching staff, year 2, they came back this year with the same guys, largely the same guys. And yet they have struggled mightily to run the football. And a lot of that, I get it. A lot of it is James Conner. A lot of it is not having Trey Benson. But James Conner, we know how important he is to this entire team. But even in week 1, you could tell something was wrong. For me, it was my biggest concern. Because if you can't run the ball, now all of a sudden you've got Kyler Murray in a one-dimensional offense, and I didn't think that was going to be good for Kyler Murray, let alone any quarterback.
So in week 1, that was against the Saints in New Orleans. They rushed 27 times for 146 total yards, and you're thinking, okay, there's at least some of the previous elements. But you look deeper at the individual performances of that. James Conner was 12 for 39.
Thank you.
Kyler Murray was 7 for 38. And Trey Benson if you subtract a 52-yard run that he had, was 7 for 17.
Yes.
And then you look at the Panthers game, and it goes down from there, where they get 82 rushing yards on 22 attempts. So already you're starting to notice a downward trajectory with how this team is running the ball, to your point.
No, absolutely. Just James Conner, once again. You're telling me he carried the ball 12 times for 38 yards? Is that what you said?
12 for 38.
Okay, there you go.
39, but the same thing.
Okay, good. That is not good at all. Ron Wolfley reporting. And then, of course, you could flip it over.
My sources.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Rick. You flip it over on the defensive side as well. And, it's been disappointing. You have Calais Campbell, and Calais Campbell has had a great year as far as I'm concerned. He has. Dalvin Tomlinson, honestly, right now, I expected a little bit more out of Dalvin. That's all I'm going to say. Just watching yesterday what happened as well, there were guys across that defensive front that just got blown up. And, that was a huge reason why they lost the game, is because of that. So the Rams came out and said, you know what, we're going to line up and just run the ball down your face. And that is exactly what they did. And I thought that, Nick Rawlis, I wonder why he had 6 in the box for the most part in rundown situation, 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6, with 12 personnel out on the field when the Rams were in 12 personnel. Knowing it was a rundown, knowing that they most likely were running the ball and the Cardinals were having a hard time stopping the run, I just didn't see the kind of adjustment. And I know Nick Rawlis has got a reason why. I think this guy is on his way to being a head coach. I do. I think he's an excellent defensive coordinator. Having said that, there was a reason why they were running out 3 safeties in rundown situations when the Rams had 12 personnel on the field. There had to be a reason why they were doing that. I just can't figure it out.
I'm looking back at the snap counts because I'm just curious who was out there the most. Dante Still's got 48 of the team snaps. That's about 69%. Then Dalvin Tomlinson at 53%. Darius Robinson got to 50%. PJ Mustapher got to 46%. And then you go further down, Calais out there for just 33% of the snaps, Bilal Nichols for 10. Josh Sweat was only out there for 25 of the snaps, 36%. I'm wondering, with all of this personnel and with all this versatility that Nick Rawlis has to work with, there's a bunch of injuries, I understand that.
Yeah.
But you would think that they would have their guys better prepared or in better situations to defend the likes of, Blake Corum, who got 12 for 128, or Kyron Williams, who's the established back on this team, 13 for 84. Or how about even Ronnie Rivers, who was 8 for 41?
Yeah.
I don't understand how it just seems like every other week there's some running back that we don't really know much about that just runs all over this team. It happened with Seattle, happened with San Francisco. I don't understand why it keeps happening, especially with the teams in the division.
It was, honestly, it was a mystery. And looking at the line of scrimmage and watching just how they ran over the face, and I mean over the face of the Arizona Cardinals. 36 times they ran the ball for 249 yards. 6.9 yards per carry running the ball. And it wasn't like they were ripping off 70-yard runs. They were not. This was really, really humbling. And I can tell you right now, there's nothing that will destroy any confidence that you might have as a football team than not being able to stop your opponent from lining up and running the football. The Matthew Stafford, of course, is having a great year. Matthew Stafford had a great game. He didn't have to go out and win the game for the Los Angeles Rams, but he had a great game, and the reason being is because they could line up and run the ball right over the Cardinals. Over 500 yards of offensive football. That was very troubling to me, Minch.
to think that they have to play this team again, and it probably won't be the best version of the Rams, because at that point they'll have either locked up a playoff spot or they'll have locked up the division for good. So you might not even face a better version of the Rams. So you might not even have that sweet, sweet taste of revenge, similar to last year when they got to play the 49ers again, and it was Joshua Dobbs and his return to Arizona. Like, ooh, how fun. I'm so glad this team made up for that misdeed, unfortunately. But at this point, is it just the guys are not focused on the job ahead on a down-to-down basis? Is it the schemes that are being put together are just not effective against these teams that they're facing? Is it they're just not as good as these other teams? Is it like that plainly forward? Because to your point about they spent so much money and capital on this defense this offseason, and I understand there's key players out right now, but you would think that the amount of depth that they have created this offseason would be good enough to maintain some level of competency on defense instead of just getting run all over week to week.
I don't like to speculate about this stuff because I am a former player, but I will tell you, if I was inside that locker room, I'd know what it is.
It's frustrating. All right, coming up next, more drama. Not Cardinals related, but ASU and Sam Levitt related. Why wasn't he at the banquet last night? What's going on? We'll ask the man that had that report, Chris Cartman of Sun Devil Source. He's going to join us next. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke with Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is Kyler the reason that they lost that game, Dave Burns?
No.
But is he the reason they didn't win it? And this is the Kyler conversation, and that is why that is the perfect game to bring up with Kyler in mind. So it's fitting that that was his last game as a Cardinal, in my opinion. Like, who knows? Maybe he's back next
year. You just summed up his entire career here. I mean, for the most part, right? I mean, like, is he the reason they lost? No. But could he have given them more of a reason to win, or been more of a reason that they won the game?
Yeah,
one good drive, one good pass, one good moment, one good thing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You know, choosing dental implants, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's right. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, Basinonians. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their team deliver results for you, results that you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from people that felt truly cared for. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Right, whose backyard is in need of a fix heading into 2026? Because that was us at Casa Galvisi before we called Arizona's most awarded pool builder, California Pools and Landscape. And it went way beyond our pool, a stunning backyard transformation. Right now, 'tis the season for the California Pools end of the year sale. How about $5,000 off? Yep, save up to $5,000 and start the new year in your new dream paradise and get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA in 22 appearances last season. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country. That is what is trending now.
The Wolf and Luke Show on a Monday here on Arizona Sports. Mitch Varell is in for Luke alongside Wolf. And now joined by Chris Cartman, the publisher of Sun Devil Source, a fantastic website that does a great job covering all things Sun Devil athletics. Chris, thanks for taking some time this afternoon. Hope you're well.
Yeah, doing well. Transfer portal season in full swing. The grind never stops, does it, in college football?
No. The college offseason continues to be fascinating. And we thank you for taking time because you had the report last night that Sam Levitt was absent from the team's banquet. And essentially, I just want to know, one, as a fan, and I'm wearing it on my head for crying out loud, but as a fan and as an observer of this ASU football team the last 3 years with Kenny, what do you know about this Levitt situation? Is this just the guaranteed he's leaving and this is his way of doing it, or what more have we learned about this matter?
Yeah, Kenny Dillingham was just on a Zoom with reporters for the Sun Bowl. I asked him about the Sam Levitt situation. He said he was going to allow Levitt to make his determinations, announcements when he wanted to. All indications are that Sam Levitt is going to be departing from ASU football, not being at the banquet, some other things that took place prior to that. I can't say for sure that it's happening, but I can say that all the indications are that's where this thing is going. And it's a disappointing thing, I think, for ASU's fans, given what Levitt helped the team accomplish, the Big 12 championship 2 seasons ago or last season. And then this season, the injury-plagued year that the Sun Devils had that included his foot injury and surgery. It just didn't really go the way that everybody had hoped in Tempe.
Yeah, Chris, what do you think happened? I know there's a lot of smoke around this right now, but do you have any theories whatsoever as to how this relationship got sideways?
Well, I don't know that the relationship necessarily went sideways. I think we're in a expensive time in college football when a player like Sam Levitt is going to command top of the market. And that's probably $3.5 or $4 million now for a quarterback. And also at the same time, he and his team are going to want to feel confident about the money that's being spent at wide receiver and offensive line to have a super talented team around them. And the reality is that to accomplish that and be able to pay for a defense and a run game and everything else is very difficult to accomplish. And to give someone confidence that you're going to be able to do that, even before you're able to demonstrate that you are able to do that. Because remember, you can't make acquisitions until the beginning of February. The beginning of January 4th or whenever the transfer portal opens. So it creates a conundrum, and Sam Levitt's got a team of people around him who are thinking about his exposure, his opportunity to play somewhere where he has what they believe to be the best chances of being a first-round draft pick and all of that.
So, Chris, just to follow up, to me, again, the reason why I think there's something here is, why would you not show up to the banquet? Why would you not do that? Especially a guy that loves his teammates, shared his NIL with his teammates, had a great relationship, of course, with ASU. Why would he not show up at that banquet?
Yeah, I've asked that question of people close to him and haven't really been given a great answer. Even if a player's planning to depart, you would think that paying respect to your teammates, your coaches, as a leader, would be the right thing to do. Like, ASU had other players who are planning to transfer who attended the banquet. So I've never seen in my time covering ASU a star player who was a captain just no show on the banquet. So I haven't heard anything from Levitt's side that is saying negative things about Kenny Dillingham or ASU's coaches or throwing them under the bus or anything. I just think that he's decided to move on with his career. And maybe he thought, because he's decided to move on with his career, that being at the banquet was not, didn't matter.
We're talking with Chris Cartman, the publisher for Sun Devil Source. So I want to ask you then, if we assume correct that Levitt is going to be transferring and not returning to the university, are there guys out there that either you're keeping an eye on or you're seeing as far as other quarterbacks that are entering the transfer portal now that you could have presumed that Kenny would target? Are there guys in-house that they would give opportunities to? What are the latest leads in terms of who they could replace Sam Levitt with?
Well, they're definitely going to add one, if not two, transfer quarterbacks. And Jeff Sims is also a senior. They have two freshmen on the roster who haven't demonstrated that they're ready to play at this level. Kenny Dillingham's tendency is to recruit players that he offered scholarships to in previous periods. Like, if you were like Dylan Raiola and you were offered by Kenny Dillingham out of high school and you're going into the transfer portal, okay, you're like an obvious option, like as somebody that he might tend to pursue. I think some of these quarterbacks haven't even announced what their intentions are yet. It's hard to populate a list and then develop a pecking order until we have a better sense of who all is going to be available. And then even beyond that, it's going to probably come down to how much that they're going to cost. Because if there's a delta of, let's say, $2 million between Sam Levitt and somebody else that Dillingham and Marcus Arroyo perhaps like a lot as a quarterback option, that $2 million can help in a lot of ways with the rest of your roster. So it's hard to really, I think what it comes down to is what is perceived as the best value options at the quarterback position, not just who the best quarterback or may be, because that still requires spending the type of money that would have enabled them to keep Sam Levitt.
Yeah, Chris Scott, 1 minute here. Probably unfair to ask the question, yet at the same time, your thoughts on ASU playing Duke in the Sun Bowl?
Yeah, disappointment, because a lot of ASU fans expected and hoped for better with the bowl situation. Duke obviously won the ACC championship game and is playing really well, and so that's still a reasonably good matchup. It's just something that's not going to be too exciting for fans, given that ASU's been there several times in the last decade, and all the hopes that had existed for the potential for this team.
Should be a fun bowl game, at least in terms of the matchup is concerned. One quick one about a couple of names that we saw entering the transfer portal from ASU today, notably Javen Robinson, who your colleague Matt Zenitz had earlier. What are the plans in terms of the defensive backfield? Because it's likely Alford and now Robinson entering as well.
Yeah, I'm very confident in Brian Carrington's ability to recruit, and I think that given what Dillingham has said and other things that I've heard, I just want to make clear there's money for ASU to go spend on players. This is not like a thing where everybody's going to leave and they're not going to be able to replenish it with good talent. They're going to get good players in the transfer portal. And so everybody is going to try to maximize their valuation. Guys who maybe aren't going to be NFL draft picks that want to go to where they can get the most money in their last year of college, like a Josh Atkins or a Javen Robinson. Okay, I get that. But there's going to be money for ASU to go and get players, and I expect that the transfer portal is going to lead to a bunch of good acquisitions for ASU over the next month or so. I am a little bit surprised that Javen Robinson decided to leave, though, given how well that he played as a part of a very impressive secondary.
He does great coverage, him and the crew at Sun Devil Source, always. Chris, we thank you so much for your time, and have a good rest of your day, all right?
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that's Chris Cartman, the publisher of Sun Devil Source, joining us here on the Arizona Sports video stream. You can watch us on YouTube, too. We got people chiming in about their feelings about the Arizona Cardinals, which is where we're going to go next. And we're going to go wide view. We're going to look at it from an NFC West perspective. Just how far behind the rest of the pack are the Cardinals? We'll talk about that next. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke with Wolf here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly at Marana Mornings.
If you're an ASU football supporter, who is your faith in? Is your faith in Sam Levitt? Is your faith more in Kenny Dillingham?
It's in Kenny Dillingham. There's no doubt about it.
And I think the majority of Sun Devil fans would feel that way.
And listen, we went into the season, and a lot of people from Jake Plummer to others thought that Sam Levitt could be the new gold standard for quarterbacks in ASU history. That did not happen.
No, he took a step back this year.
And by leaving and going somewhere else, that will close the book on that whole thing.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and remember, now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Want to help feed your neighbors in need? Just order pizza. On December 9th, Barro's Pizza is donating 100% of its sales to St. Mary's Food Bank. That's 100% of sales from every order at every location all day. Available for dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Get your order in on December 9th to benefit St. Mary's Food Bank and help fight hunger in Arizona. Love thy pizza, love thy neighbor. Find a location near you at barrowspizza.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt.
When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals cornerback Max Melton, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the Monday edition of the Wolf and Luke show. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke. Luke was here, for what it's worth, but he asked politely if he could just take the last hour away. Because he needed a breather from Wolf, even though he's going to be gone for later in this week.
Okay.
That's what I heard. Those the sources were... No, not actually.
Well, he was limping around doing something.
My sources.
Well, they can't be mine. That's Wolf.
He's got a quad or something like that.
Something.
He's just limping around.
I don't want to disparage too much, but either way.
Yeah. I hope he gets better.
Me too. So the Cardinals lost again yesterday. They lost their 5th consecutive game. That's the 2nd time they've been on a 5-game losing streak, if I'm not mistaken. Then they won against Dallas, and then they went on another 5-game losing streak. They have not beaten a division opponent this year. The division opponents have beaten them, and outside of the 15-13 loss to San Francisco, and then I think it was 23-20 Thursday night game against Seattle, they have looked far from competitive in these last 3. And you're looking up now at a division that has 2 10-3 teams, and a 9-4 team that was just that's just now coming off of their bye. The Cardinals feel very far away from the rest of the division right now, and even looking ahead to next year, quite frankly.
I think, honestly, Minch, to your point, I think you have to say that. You have to look at it that way and see it that way. There's no denying it, especially based on when you think of a NFL franchise. For the most part, there are 2 areas you're going to look at, coach and quarterback. Quarterback and coach. Those 2 things. That's where you start with when you really evaluate an NFL team. Who's the head coach and who is your quarterback? And you look at the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Would you say that Kyle Shanahan is a respected head coach in the National Football League? Yes. Brock Purdy as well as their quarterback. I think they feel really good about Brock Purdy. I know he's got a quarterback rating of 87.7. I think by the end of the season, he's going to be up near the 100 mark. That typically is where he lives. He is an excellent quarterback, in my opinion. I know he doesn't have the prototypical NFL size, maybe, or the prototypical NFL arm, yet at the same time, I think his brain is incredibly special. Then you have the Seahawks with Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold. I mean, Mike McDonald looks like here comes Pete Carroll all over again. up there in Seattle, and they're going to have a very competitive team like they seem to do every year. And Sam Darnold, number 6 in quarterback rating in the National Football League. He's got 103.8. I know that, he had a high-profile loss and didn't play really well. Yet at the same time, overall, Sam Darnold is still getting the job done, and the Seahawks look like they're set. And then you got the Rams. Oh, my goodness. Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. It doesn't get much more solidified than Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford. And Stafford, how many more years is he going to play? I have no idea. But right now, he's playing the best I've seen Matthew Stafford play maybe ever. I don't want to overreact on this, Minch.
Well, he's had some very productive seasons in Detroit, but they weren't anything to the level of this.
He's got a quarterback rating of 113.1. That's number 1 in the National Football League. Matthew Stafford right now is the MVP of 2025.
So I would say one thing, playing off of your quarterback head coach combo, because it feels like the Cardinals have the biggest question marks around both of those spots.
Correct.
Secondarily to them, I would say there's at least a noticeable enough question mark over the head of the Rams quarterback. How much of that changes as a result of how well he's played this year? And how much of that is dependent on, does he just feel comfortable going back out there for another season? Lest we forget, they were willing to trade him away this offseason to the likes of either the Steelers or the Giants. Ultimately came to terms on a contract adjustment, whatever it was. I'm curious if that question mark is going to grow any bigger in spite of the success that they've had this year and any potential success that comes in the playoffs. But they've still got a very good head coach, maybe the best, probably the best head coach in this division at a bare minimum. And that accounts for about 1,000% of their continued and maintained success as this team.
Yes, it's a very good question by you, and a great observation as well. And at the same time, Sean McVay, have you noticed, Basinonians, he's changing what he does offensively to fit more with Matthew Stafford and the way that Matthew Stafford needs to be in an offense. He needs to be in and play in. He's changing it. He's altering it. A lot more 12 and 13 personnel. A lot more play action passes. A lot more as opposed to the RPOs that he loves so much. Okay, no. He's tailored it towards Matthew Stafford, and Stafford is delivering in spades. By the way, former Super Bowl champion. Isn't that right, Sean McVay?
Wasn't that long ago either. And then you think about the rest of this division. The Niners were in the Super Bowl not that long ago. Lost, but they were in the Super Bowl not that long ago. Mike McDonald in his first 2 seasons with Seattle has now accumulated 20 wins, and they've still got 4 more games to go. They missed the playoffs last year because of a strength of schedule / victory tiebreaker. And then they went out and changed their quarterback, dumped a couple of their elder receivers, and they look way better than a year ago with Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba in this defense. I just wonder, what are the Cardinals going to be able to do to catch up, especially if this offseason involves a massive quarterback change? And is it going to be a cut / release? Is it going to be a trade? Are they even going to move on from him? Like, we have all the entire offseason to figure that out, and I don't know how it just makes them any better and closer to catching up with the rest of these quote-unquote titans.
Nor
in
do
the
I,
division.
brother. Nor do I.
Should be a fun offseason. All right, that's going to do it for this edition of Wolf and Luke. Thanks to Luke and Wolf. Thanks to Jesse and Jamal. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next here on Arizona Sports.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002 online at advancedwindows.com.
If a Lenovo computer for your business is on your holiday list, don't shop around. Just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com. It's your last chance to get exclusive deals on the PCs you want for your business, like the ThinkPad X9 14 Aura Edition and Yoga 7i 2-in-1. So avoid all that shopping chaos and price comparing, and just go directly to the source, Lenovo.com, where PCs are up to 35% off. That's Lenovo.com.
Lenovo.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers, and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. According to multiple reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a deal with one-time All-Star pitcher Michael Soroka. He went 3-8 with a 4.52 ERA in 22 appearances last season. And the latest AP men's college basketball poll has been released. Arizona is the #1 team in the country. That is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Gambo? Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Dave Burns. Dave Burns, yes. Not filling in. Nobody's filling in for Burnsy.
Nobody's filling in for you. You were gone the last couple
hold on.
of days.
I got to do my points.
Point, the flex,
and then obviously the
stuff.
flex right there. Yeah, wherever I got to do that.
Since you were gone on Thursday and Friday,
yes.
I asked Gambo. Actually, Jamal did it on Friday.
Jamal did
He did a straight up 2 o'clock for me. Yeah, because I'm still not quite sure if I step on it and use the voice like that. Yeah. Not quite sure if it's going to be there.
Yeah, you don't want to. Yeah.
Wednesday, our last show together before you took a couple days off on Thursday and Friday, I did it and I about blew a tire. I mean, I felt like a race car driver that got a flat in lap one, and the rest of the show it was just like my voice.
Call
does not sound good.
Call AAA. Get him out there.
That was good. That was good. We got to you work on the dramatic presentation a little. Do you do it when I'm gone?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, I do it, yeah. That's a show. It's a show thing, right? It's your thing, but it's a show thing.
It's a show thing.
When I was with Ash, she had an opening, but I can't remember what it was. And good afternoon, everybody. 2 o'clock on this. I think something like that.
He's on this Wednesday afternoon. That's how I sounded last week, which caused
Was
me
that last week?
That was the when you and I, the one show we did together last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it sounded on Wednesday, which is why I asked you to do it. I just want to make sure it's
no problem.
there. Yeah,
no problem.
I don't know.
I can do it. I can do it.
It's good to have you back. It's good to be back.
Yeah, a couple days, few days off. I actually. I went to go see ASU volleyball. Never went to a match before. I went Thursday and Friday.
It's fun.
It was incredible, man. Those girls they're so good.
Mm-hmm.
They took care of business. They won Thursday. They won Friday. They're in the Sweet 16. It is a fun atmosphere. It's a great sport. The athleticism is through the roof. We were all blown away. I went Thursday, just me and my wife, just me and Chelsea. And then on Friday, we went, me, my wife, my son, and his friend. And just had a great time, and just blown away by how good they are. They're in the Sweet 16, so congratulations to ASU volleyball.
To them, absolutely. Women's volleyball is a really, really, really fun sport to watch. It's quickly become one of my favorite sports to watch.
It's so good. It's such a great atmosphere.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you brought up ASU because while we're not going to lead today's show with the Arizona Cardinals, we are going to lead with news out of Arizona State University.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Because last night, during the senior banquet for ASU football, the farewell banquet for ASU football, Sam Levitt wasn't there. Sam Levitt wasn't there.
It was a no-show.
He was a no-show for the banquet, and in the moment last night, Kenny didn't have a ton to say about it, according to reports from people who were there. It wasn't like the media were invited to be at this thing. But within the context of it, Sam basically said, Kenny basically said, hey, it would be cowardly for me not to mention the one captain who isn't here with us tonight. Mm-hmm. We want to appreciate Sam Levitt, and we wish him the best of luck in whatever his future endeavors are. And that was it. And he wasn't there.
Yeah, I saw a post this morning by the great Juan Roque, one of the great players in Sun Devil history, one of the great offensive tackles, played in the NFL. And, we're friends. And so I reached out to him today because he had a post about it and just saying the kid's getting bad advice. Like, you don't do that. And, last night was a celebration of a senior class. There were 28 seniors. 23 of them have been with the program from when Kenny started 3 years ago. And it was a celebration of that class. And the whole event was about 80% over with when he addressed the issue with Sam. And Juan said you could tell there was, some pain there. That's very, very emotional. Because you're talking about all these seniors that meant so much to the program, and it's their day, and then you've got to change gears at a banquet and talk about a guy who decided not to show up and be there, not even to send a video message to say, hey, I can't be there tonight, but I loved playing with you guys for the 2 years that I was here. I learned so much from you seniors. There's so many things that Sam could have done. I reached out to Sam last night. I texted him, and he didn't get back to me. But I texted him and said, hey, just want to hear your side of the story. So I did text him last night, and he's kind of gone silent on this. And then today it was announced that he's going to hit the portal. And I think we kind of expected that this was going to be the case.
Sure.
And it's okay. It's okay. I just hate the way I do think that Juan Roque is right. The kid's getting bad advice. You need to go out. If you're going to go out, it's okay. But go out on better terms, man. Kenny Dillingham in this program did a lot for you, too.
Yeah, apparently the way it went down last night, the team's other captains went on stage. They were individually recognized. Then Dillingham pointed out, Sam Levitt not being there, told the entire audience it would be, and I quote from Chris Kirkman's story, cowardly not to mention Levitt while recognizing the rest of the team's captains. Some people there thought that was ironic because Levitt wasn't there. Look, I've got no problem with Sam Levitt monetizing himself. I have no problem with Sam Levitt playing by the rules and entering the transfer portal and making as much money for himself as he possibly can. Sure. This is America. This is capitalism. This is what it's all about. If you've got an opportunity to go make somewhere else, then go do it. And I got no problem with that. Not showing up last night was lame. Not showing up last night was a mistake.
Slap in the face.
Showing up last night is, and I would love it if you had heard from Sam, because I would love to hear what his side of this is, what his reasoning is, because I hate coming down on the kid like a ton of bricks, but at the same time, I just can't think of a good reason not to be there to support your coach, support your program, support your teammates. I'm sure there are other players who were hitting the transfer portal who were there last night. If every kid who's hitting the transfer portal wasn't there last night, okay, then maybe Sam had a reason not to be there because transfer portal kids don't go to these things. But if other transfer portal kids were there, then I think he needs to be there. And he should have been there. And it's an unfortunate ending to what has been a really great chapter of ASU football, if this is how it's going to end. It's really, it's sad.
It's sad because, you think about the quarterbacks that have led this program to championships, Jeff Van Raphorst and Jake Plummer, and how much they're revered and loved here, at ASU. And then Sam's going to go out like this? Like, you're going to go out like that? Really? You're not going to be looked at as fondly as those guys. There's going to be a little bit of look, what he accomplished cannot be taken away. But you do tarnish your reputation a little bit. Or maybe someday, and they celebrate the 25-year anniversary of the first, the Big 12 champions, and for the first time, and they bring everybody back, and he'll be there. I don't know, but I do think whether it's his brother or whoever it is that's giving him bad advice, I think they took the wrong angle on this one.
Kenny Dillingham did a Zoom today to promote the Sun Bowl, which is what ASU is going to be in against Duke on New Year's Day. It's a longer cut, but he was asked about Sam being absent at the banquet.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Sam. Like I said, I'm not going to get into our conversation. Sam and I have a really, really good relationship. That's never going to change. When I sign players, when I recruit players, when I coach players, my goal is to help them be successful individually, and hopefully me helping them be successful individually helps them be successful as a team. But Sam's is and will always be my guy. I love that kid. I saw him grow from a dude who, wasn't playing at a prior school to a guy who got to hold a championship up. And then be, hyped for the Heisman, and the guy who was hyped for a first-round pick. I got to be a part of that growth process, and I'm just blessed that I got to be a part of that process. So how will I remember him? I won't have to remember him because I'm always going to stay in contact. I don't need to remember him because I'm going to have a lifelong relationship.
And then he went on to say, and I won't play the cut, but I'll just tell you the quote. He said, quote, "With that, I'm very, very confident that we're going to have a really, really good quarterback at Arizona State," close quote. That was from today.
I've said this before, the 105 players on the program, one player is not bigger than the entire program. And Kenny Dillingham, people are going to look at Kenny Dillingham. You took a third-string quarterback in Sam Levitt and made him a Big 12 champion and a Heisman, candidate this year. Like, people are going to look at that and say, I want to play for Kenny Dillingham. They're going to look at his history of what he's done with quarterbacks and the success that quarterbacks have had going to the NFL and being great. And they're going to be like, I want to play for that guy.
Sure.
I want to go play for Kenny Dillingham because look what he was able to do with Sam Levitt. So I don't think they're going to have any problem. And I've said this before. I don't think Kenny Dillingham loses sleep at night worrying about the quarterbacks. I think you worry about edge rushers and offensive linemen and stuff like that. Those are harder to get. He'll have no problem having a bunch of great quarterbacks in the portal that are going to want to come play for him.
I wonder, whatever bump Sam gets in pay, I wonder if it's going to be, will he get coaching that will prepare him for the next level the way Kenny would have? You know, and it depends on where he goes, and it depends on who coaches him and what program and how much attention he gets and things like that. But you could do a lot worse than having Kenny Dillingham as your quarterback whisperer for you going into your NFL season. He can do better money-wise. I wonder if he can do better than that from a coaching standpoint.
I don't know.
I don't know
where
if he can. Depends on where he goes.
Depends on where he goes.
As I mentioned, ASU in the Sun Bowl on New Year's Eve day against Duke. They won the ACC championship, but they were denied entry into the
They had 5
college
losses.
football playoffs. Yeah.
If they would have got in, it would have been a Travis mockery.
It would have been a Travis mockery. And then U of A ends up against SMU in the Holiday Bowl. Yeah. So this will be, I think, the 10th time ASU has played in the Sun Bowl. They've not played in any one bowl more than they've played in the Sun Bowl in their program's history.
They would have preferred to play in California.
I'm sure
Let's
they
be honest. They would have preferred to play in California, but Arizona got the edge over them by beating them in that final game and moving ahead of them in the standings.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we turn our attention to the Arizona Cardinals, because that was a rough one yesterday. Lose to the Rams as the losses pile up. That is next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Cardinals football.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3.
Reacting to Rams' domination of the home team and talking the future of the Arizona Cardinals on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric, and they're celebrating 50 years. 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're offering some incredible inspections and tune-ups. Like, check out this plumbing inspection that you could get for $50, which includes some work done. You're going to love it. You get a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. This is great for houses that are 20 years old or older. You're going to get a water heater flush and safety inspection. It's going to preserve the life of your water heater because it's got hard water sediments there. They're going to release that out of the tank because they'll do a water heater flush for you. That's included for $50. They're going to do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and you get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. You don't have to do anything but pay the $50, and you're going to get all of that, including the water heater flush. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Welcome to Cricket Wireless. Santa?
I've got to get Mrs. Claus a gift or I'm in a whole lot of trouble.
How about a single unlimited line? Only $35, plus a free Moto G 5G.
Dude, you're a lifesaver. Here, take a present.
Says it's for Timmy in Des Moines.
Never heard of him.
Join Cricket Nation and get a single line for $35 per month, plus a free Moto G 5G. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Cricket may temporarily slow data speeds if the network is busy. Requires activation of new line on select unlimited plan or higher. Pay $40 first month. New lines only. First month service charge. Tax to its sale fees. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, Driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray. To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon, Toyota-thon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyota-thon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? Are so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Big Red Monday.
This is Zayvon Collins on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Shouting out our audience in Scottsdale on this Big Red Monday. Hello, Scottsdale. Thanks for hanging out with us as the Cardinals. Very predictable Sunday afternoon yesterday.
Garoppolo under center. He takes the snap, takes a knee, and this game is over as the Rams beat the Cardinals today at State Farm Stadium 45-17. Cardinals drop to 3-10. Rams go to 10-3. These teams will meet again the last day of the regular season at SoFi Stadium.
There was very little about yesterday that surprised me. Very little.
No, it was a disaster, and I expected that the Rams were going to win easily, and it just goes to show you what the difference. The Cardinals are now 0-5 in the division. They are struggling to be competitive. They've been down 35-0, 35-10, and 45-10 in their last three division games against Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams. It's a double-digit loss season again. Another double-digit loss season for the Arizona Cardinals. They and I heard Luke talk about this, like they have a chance to lose 14 games for the first time in franchise history. No Cardinal team has ever lost 14 games.
God, that's right.
I mean, I didn't even
hadn't thought
recognize
about it like that.
that.
I didn't process it like that,
No.
but oh, jeez.
They have a chance to lose 14 games.
That's not good.
Which would be the first time, because remember, it was a 16-game season.
Of course.
They would never, I don't think that they were ever 2-14.
No, I don't believe they were.
So you're talking about the potential that this team, and I don't know how they're going to win another game. They might, maybe the Falcons. If the
Falcons, or maybe if the Rams don't play everybody, depending on what they have locked up in the final week. Who knows? I mean, at this point, who knows, right?
But that's what you're looking at. I mean, listen, this season cannot end soon enough. I mean, it has been just an absolute disaster of a season. And I feel for a lot of people in the organization. There's a lot of good people that work in the organization that are taking it on the chin because this team has been so bad. The future of Jonathan Gannon, I said this to you earlier. I said this before we started the show. I said, up until yesterday, I would have leaned that Gannon was going to get another year, that he was going to be able to come back and coach this team. I don't know, man. I'm not so sure anymore. I'm just not so sure. And I'm not the fire the coach guy all the time. And I think there's a lot of reasons as to why they're not winning. Coaching is definitely one of them. But, man, they've lost 10 out of 11 games, Burnsy.
Yeah.
They're not competitive in some of these games.
No, and in the next segment, we're going to talk about what appeared to be kind of questionable effort from the team. And I think that's where they can ill afford to have another one of these games the rest of the season if Jonathan Gannon is going to be back, right? Like, I don't know if they could have afforded to have this one where it just – and I know he said – and we're going to have Jonathan on at 3 o'clock like we always do during the season, and I'll be curious to see if the tape revealed what he said yesterday about him still believing that the effort was there and that the guys were giving everything they could, because it certainly, to the naked eye, to what I was watching, it didn't look like it. I think – the other thing about Gannon is this division and how, and this isn't just a Jonathan Gannon problem. This is a head-to-toe organizational problem, ownership problem, general manager problem, talent evaluation problem, coaching problem. Man, the gap between them and everybody else in this division has never felt wider.
No.
It has never felt wider. It has never felt like you know how every year, when these websites that we like to talk about when we're looking for material to talk about on our show, and in the spring, in May and June, they'll put out these most likely team in the NFL to go from worst to first in their division. Nobody's going to pick the Cardinals. Nobody. The Cardinals aren't going to finish third on that list or fourth on that list. They're going to finish last on that list because the gap is so wide between them and everybody else in the NFC West. And that's where I'm feeling the frustration today as a Cardinal fan, like thinking how that doesn't mean they're going to finish last next year, but are they going to do anything this offseason that make you think they're capable of anything other than finishing last in the NFC West in 2026? A coaching move, a player move, a personnel move, a roster move? Is there anything out there they can do to make you think that they could not be a last place team in this division with how good those other three teams are? It's a tough sell, Gambo. It's hard to believe.
I don't know if I could get past 10 players that I would say these are guys that I want to go to war with every Sunday. I don't know if I can get past 10 on that roster. I really don't.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of it is I haven't seen a lot of guys play. I mean, Walton Olin may be really good. I don't know. Doesn't play. Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't know.
That injury report yesterday was brutal.
Yeah,
And it's, you know,
a lot of teams have brutal injury reports, so there's no excuse here.
They do, but I mean, if you look at I think it was Weinfuss who put out, like, if you look at their injury report and who they were missing in terms of guys off their depth chart, it was especially on the offensive side of the ball. It was, it's in my notes. We didn't really exchange emails today, but it was in my notes. And again, I would never use injuries in the NFL as an excuse. But I do think they can be a reason. And I think when you're dealing with something like what the Cardinals were dealing with yesterday, and I got it here in just a second because I thought Josh put this out there and it was pretty good. Here we go. The Arizona Cardinals entered this game without their number one quarterback, their number 1, 2, and 3 running backs, their number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 wide receivers, their number 2 and 4 tight ends, their number 1 right tackle, and their number 1 right guard. That's who they were missing yesterday. That's a lot.
So how did they give up all those points?
That to me is the other
irritating.
I agree with you.
Why
that
did they
to
give
me
up
is the other
45
irritating
points?
Part of that game is that the Rams offense had no resistance.
So you just mentioned
None.
a whole bunch of players that weren't there.
I agree.
And not one of them's a defensive player.
I agree. This just explains half the problem.
I know.
This explains the other half of the problem.
The Rams scored every time they touched the ball for a while. They had 35 straight points.
They had 1 third down in the first half.
Right.
One.
Yeah.
And they didn't even need to get the third down in the first half except for one time.
They didn't punt. I mean, you're just when's the first time they punted?
This explains just half of it. This is half the problem.
That's an offensive problem. How does the defense?
I don't know.
They couldn't get off. The Rams had touchdowns on 2 consecutive first plays of their drive.
I know.
And they weren't like 2 yards. They were like 41 yards, 38 yards. It was like it was so non-competitive. So yeah, missing all these guys, great. Okay, how did they give up 45 points?
And being a defensive coach, I don't know if he'll ever tell us this. I bet that's the part that drives Jonathan Gannon crazy, just crazy, right? Like it wasn't the Seattle game. A lot of those points were fueled by turnovers. Remember, it was kind of the offensive ineptitude that fueled the 40-whatever points Seattle scored. Yesterday was just straight up, flat out defensive softness, you know? And I bet that drives Jonathan Gannon crazy, being a defensive-minded head coach, to know that his defense, which has actually played okay this season at times, not great, but okay, just absolutely laid an egg yesterday against the Rams. That's an elite offense. That's probably the MVP of the NFL, Matthew Stafford, that was flashing his goods yesterday. He looked fantastic. Puka Nacua made unbelievable catches. But still, 45 points? No third downs except for one
every
in the
drive.
first half?
Every drive. I mean, yeah, the Cardinals had a great first drive of the game. Great first drive. Like, wow, that's impressive. That's really impressive. After that, man, it was all Rams to the point where they scored 35 consecutive points.
Yeah.
It was 10-10, and the next thing you know, it's 45-10, and they couldn't get a stop. The Rams didn't punt until like the third quarter was almost over. There was like 4 minutes left in the third quarter when they finally punted the football. And I think they just got bored. They could have put another 3 touchdowns up, but I think after
they put in
Garoppolo with 11 minutes left
to go. Right, get our guys out. Where's you still got the white flag in your backpack? Where is it? You should. How do you not have that?
I should have the white flag. I should have a paper bag on my head too. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah. All the tricks that you've done so far this year. Yeah, it was rough. It was also, not that this makes it better. It was predictably rough. The Rams are the best team in the NFL. I don't think there's anybody who thought the Cardinals had who wasn't within the organization. Outside of the walls of their practice facility, I doubt there were very many who thought the Arizona Cardinals could compete with the LA Rams. They're just that good, and there's that big of a gap between the two of them.
Well, Jonathan Gannon will join us at 3, as he always does. He's done a good job taking the heat all year long. He answers the questions to his credit. So we'll talk to Gannon about the final few games and what to expect and just what the hell happened yesterday.
Yeah, he was asked the question about what went wrong defensively. Here's what he said.
I don't know. I mean, we didn't do a good job. The thing that stands out to me were the explosives on mixed downs, which going into the game we talked about that. That's how they make their hay, and they made their hay today. We didn't even get it to third down. I think in 2 or 3 drives. And like I said, give them credit. That's a good unit, but we got to play better than that.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon coming up at 3 o'clock today. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did they or did they not quit on their head coach yesterday in the middle of that game? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bucks driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pregame gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's truck time at Sanderson Ford. Now get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payment for 90 days on over 130 F-150 trucks in all trim levels. Get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 54 Transit vans in stock. And get 0% financing, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on 370 Super Duty trucks on the lot. You need a work truck? They've got service trucks, dump trucks, flatbeds, and more that may qualify for Section 179 tax deductions. So if you want selection, low prices, and 0% financing, you want Sanderson Ford, America's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
The expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfe here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering a special holiday discount. Get 15% off now until December 31st. Just text GREEN to 62620
or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight. They're facing the Minnesota Timberwolves in Minnesota. The name to watch for an update on is Dylan Brooks. He's listed as questionable going into this game due to Achilles soreness. On the Wolves side of things, Anthony Edwards and Terrence Shannon Jr. are both questionable, but it's due to illness for both of them. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. As the NCAA football offseason continues, 2 Sun Devil starters announced their intentions to transfer today. Left tackle Josh Atkins and cornerback Javen Robinson, both expected to enter the portal for next year. You can keep track of all the latest announcements right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball is now the #1 ranked team in the country on the latest AP poll. The Wildcats got there thanks to a big win over Auburn in Tucson, and then Purdue's first loss of the season to Iowa State. And the Diamondbacks reportedly are adding depth to their pitching staff. ESPN's Jesse Rogers and Jeff Passan first a 1-year contract for right-hander Mike Soroka. Our John Gambadoro adds the expectation is that Soroka will start and that the D-backs will continue to seek out starting pitching. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. 30%. Book your getaway at Talking Stick Resort and save 30% off the best available rate. But hurry, this offer ends December 11th.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, and you're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big Red Monday with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, I think it's holding, just collectively, when you talk about complementary football, when you can't run it, you can't get off plays, and then you're putting the defense back out there. But like I said, that's we need to be able to run the ball better to play better offense, and that helps the defense out. But give them credit. They did a good job. They really did.
Yeah, for the third time this season, in the last 3 games they've played against the division, a very defeated-sounding Jonathan Gannon after a huge defeat at the hands of an NFC West team. We've seen it the last 3 times out of the chute where they've given up a 40-burger to all 3 teams in the division, to the 49ers, to the Seahawks, to the LA Rams yesterday. And yesterday's game, and I noticed the same thing. I think you saw it. I think a lot of people saw it, and I think it's fair to wonder if yesterday was the first game, Gambo, where we have to wonder if the energy level was where it needed to be, if the level of commitment was where it needed to be, or if that was a team that was thinking about, okay, we've only got 4 games left after this one.
I think Rob Fredrickson on the post-game show, because I got a bunch of texts on it, was saying that, he thought for the first time they quit in the second half. The broadcasters, there was a play, the Corum touchdown. So the Rams had back-to-back touchdowns on the first play. One was after an interception by Landman. The Rams had the ball at the 31-yard line. The next play was a touchdown to Puka Nacua for 31 yards. Arizona goes 3 and out. The Rams get the ball back at the Cardinals' 48-yard line. The first play, Corum goes 48 yards untouched. And Jonathan Vilma is questioning the effort, the body language. And then he said, something about they wanted no part of it. The players wanted no part of that. They didn't want to tackle him.
Yeah, business decisions when it comes to tackling Blake Corum. Yeah,
that's the stuff that gets you fired.
Yes,
that's the stuff that if you're you're eliminated, but you still have to show up and play. It's your job. You're getting paid. People are paying good money to go watch you play. They don't want to be leaving, 2 minutes into the third quarter. To beat traffic because there's nothing to go for. So that's the type of stuff that you have to worry about. And I know the Rams are a far superior team. But they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be a far superior team. Then are the Rams a far superior team to Seattle?
No.
Are they a far superior team to San Francisco?
No.
That's my point.
But they are to the Cardinals.
Oh, they are to the Cardinals.
Yeah,
so is Seattle.
Yeah, so is San Francisco.
They're far superior.
There is. You called it a Grand Canyon-sized gap. It is a Grand Canyon-sized chasm between the Arizona Cardinals and the rest of the teams in the division. Yeah, they whether they should or shouldn't be. I don't know if that's. They are. You know, like at the end of the day, should doesn't really have much to do with it. They are. The LA Rams are that much better than the Arizona Cardinals.
Much. I mean,
that much better.
Right. So, I think it's fair to question the effort when they have back-to-back touchdowns on first play that aren't like 38 and 31 and 48 yards.
Yeah.
The Corum one is like nobody wants to touch him. It's like, oh my God, wow. Part the season, let him just go in for a touch. The first one made it 38-10. The second one made it 45-10. And you're like, I don't know if anybody was left in the building at that time, but that's embarrassing. Like, that's embarrassing. That can't happen.
Jonathan Gannon, after the game, was asked about if the energy level was right coming into the game. Here's what he said.
Coming into the game, the energy level was up to your standard.
I did.
What made you kind of see that?
The week of practice.
He was then asked a question about the effort level, and he said, quote, I never question their effort because we've got the right guys in there. We're just not executing at a high enough level, close quote. I imagine when we have Jonathan Gannon on in 25 minutes from now, we'll ask him probably a similar question about, okay, you've had a chance to review the tape. Are you convinced that the guys were playing full throttle yesterday? Because it's human nature, right? We've seen it across all sports. It's not just a Cardinals thing.
When you know you're going to lose, when you know your season's over.
Yeah. It's there's a human nature element to, it's like your senior year of high school and you've got an hour left. Nothing's getting done, right? You're just kind of looking at the clock like, when is it 3 o'clock? When can we all go home? When is this done? When is this over? When can my summer vacate? We've all
you didn't have
been
summer
there.
school?
No, I didn't have summer school.
That was a joke, bitch.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Hopefully not your senior year. Gosh, I hope you didn't have to go to summer school your senior.
No, I was taking typewriting and home economics and.
We've all been there. It's a very human nature kind of reaction. But in football, you've got to coach that out of them. You've got to, because what you'll do, if you're Jonathan Gannon and if you're Monty Ossenford, that stuff will show up on tape real easy.
The other day, Arizona State was playing Oklahoma in college basketball at the Jerry Colangelo Classic.
Yes.
And the first minute of the game, Oklahoma had offensive rebound. Bobby Hurley took a timeout, and he took all 5 starters off the court. And they won the game. Mm-hmm. Arizona State won the game. It's a good win for Bobby Hurley and ASU.
It was a good win for him.
If you've got players that you feel are not playing up to par, you have to put the backups in and say, here's your chance. He's not playing hard enough. It's your chance. So you've got to – is it possible that 2 or 3 or 4 guys aren't playing as hard as they should be? Yeah. I don't think that all 11 on offense and defense are like that. Nobody's going to tell me Trey McBride isn't playing as hard as he can or Paris Johnson isn't playing as hard as he can.
Michael Wilson, yeah.
Plenty of guys that are playing, Michael Wilson, plenty of guys are playing as hard as they can. But is there 2 guys? Is there 3 guys? Because if you notice that, you got to pull them out of the game.
Yeah. You said something in the last segment that I think is really appropriate here for this conversation, and that is yesterday for the first time you really wondered whether Jonathan Gannon is going to be able to survive this or not. Mm-hmm. And I think this speaks directly as to why that question is pertinent. Now, maybe for other fans, they've had this question a long time ago, and they've been thinking about it for the last month or so. But when you start to question the check-in, check-out level of your players, whether they're truly engaged, whether they're truly, invested in what's going on, or whether they're just counting down the minutes until the season's over and they can go home and start their vacation, maybe more than anything else, that could dictate the terms of what's going to happen with Jonathan Gannon. Because if that's what you were feeling yesterday, watching the game, that's the one thing Jonathan Gannon's got to be, I don't know, maybe it's already been decided he'll be back. Maybe it's already been decided he won't. I have no idea. But more efforts like yesterday where we're at least having the conversation and questioning whether all the guys were truly dialed in and dialed up and ready to go. The more conversations like this that we have in these final 4 games, the worse it is for Jonathan Gannon being able to keep his job into 2026.
Well, and I think also the onus falls on Michael Bidwell. Like, if you bring everybody back and there's no accountability for what has been one of the worst seasons in the history of the Arizona Cardinals, what does that say about you? What does that say about your commitment to win? What does that say? Like, can you truly look all of the media in the face and say, nope, we think a tweak here and a tweak there, and we're going to be competitive next year, and so everybody's coming back? Like, I don't. That's a hard sell. That's a hard sell.
Yeah, which is why I don't think. I guess it depends on what you define as a tweak. Is Drew Petzing a tweak? Tweak
a coaching staff, couple of changes on the coaching staff.
Is changing offensive coordinators a tweak?
Change a couple players.
I don't think they come back next year. In fact, I don't know this for a fact. I would be shocked if they came back next year, head coach, OC, DC, GM, all still in. There will be, of those four, somebody will not be back next year. I don't know who, but I would guess it would be Drew Petzing. But of those four, guaranteed, they're not all just coming back and everybody, let's run it back and try it again.
They showed a shot yesterday of Michael Bidwell in the box with Monty Ossenfort sitting next to him. And even when Steve Keim was the GM, I don't know why, but the GM always sits next to the owner in the box.
Yeah.
And at this point, it was, I don't know, at that point, it was probably 31-10 or 38-10. And they looked at the shot, and I just felt so bad for Monty. Like, the Southwest commercial, want to get away? How do you explain it? Like, how do you explain it? Like, you could say, we got a lot of injuries and we can't compete, but 10 losses in 11 games. All these home losses. You look at the it's got to be hard to look at the stadium and, like, 70% of the people that were there at the start of the game are gone early in the third quarter. Like, that's a referendum on your product. Your product's no good.
Of course.
Your product's no good.
Yeah. But I it's funny. I don't know if I feel bad for Monty. I think he's got to do the long, cold, hard look in the mirror, too. I mean, some of the personnel moves, some of the draft picks, questionable at best, right?
I think the depth. I think when Connor went down, there was an avenue there to add another running back, and they felt, nope, we're fine. We got Benson. But they weren't fine. They weren't fine. All it took was an injury to Bent. They can't run the football. They look at the disparity in pass to runs. I mean, they can't run the football. You have no chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So they didn't add the running back when Sean Murphy Bunting and Starling Thomas went down. They didn't add there. It's just like, now, is that Michael not wanting to spend the money, or is that Monty? I don't know. Thinking that, hey, the guys I have are better than what's out there. I don't know the answer to that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the college football playoff, are they ever not going to create controversy when they announce who's going to be competing for their championship ever? Will we ever have one of those moments? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
AQ Shipley, our guest, buying into messaging and playing hard every Sunday. That got called into question. How much of that did you see, if at all, on Sunday, AQ?
Yeah, listen, I think you can easily say that whenever the wheels fall off, right? I think that's the biggest thing, but I think it still comes down to execution. I think the effort's there. I think they're just outmanned. I think that's just what it is right now. There's been some injuries. Again, can't use those as excuses because everybody's had injuries. I remember in 2017, we go up to Seattle, and Larry Fitzgerald and myself were the only training camp starters left in the huddle, and we end up beating them and still finish 500. So it's the nature of the NFL. Injuries are going to happen. You still have to execute.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center when I first moved to the state of Arizona. I heard all about how great this eye doctor was, and I was having a dry eye problem coming from a moist climate to a dry climate. My eyes were killing me. I had this terrible dry eye, but Dr. Schwartz fixed that. And then years later, as I got into my 40s and my vision started to change, we talked about what the options were for me: glasses, contacts, or a LASIK procedure. Now, Dr. Schwartz is the most advanced LASIK surgeon in the Valley. Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed, including me and Vinny Marotta. He even did a vision correction procedure on K-Ray, Kevin Ray from the Suns broadcast team. I had it done 15 years ago, LASIK surgery. To this day, no glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. Dr. Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Diamondbacks. He's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he offers 2 years of interest-free financing. Call him at 480-483-EYES to set up an appointment, or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Suns fans, Spinato's Pizza is now serving pies inside Mortgage Matchup Center. Find them at sections 103, 113, and 418. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, local, your game day tradition. They teamed up with the Suns Gorilla and Mercury's Scorch for the Courtside Classic. Hot sopressata, pickled jalapenos, red onion, mozzarella, secret spice, and signature sauce. Available at all Spinato's locations and Mortgage Matchup Center. Spinato's, fresh, flavorful, and made for every fan.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
You can save big on 6-packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. Chicago Bears lost yesterday to the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, man, it came back and tied it.
First to 7th in the NFC playoff race, just like that. Brutal. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm perfectly fine with
I know
that
you
loss.
are. I know you're
fine.
very comfortable with the failures of your football team.
But
because that's where I've been for decades.
Of course, I totally get it.
Well, we had an Illinois basketball win, didn't we?
We did. We beat Tennessee.
That's right, beat Tennessee, and Purdue lost by 70.
They didn't lose by 70, but they did lose by quite a lot. I believe the most an AP number 1 has ever lost at home.
Lord, I hope you didn't feel like you had to correct him from accuracy's sake.
Purdue lost by...
I know.
I assumed that Purdue
by
didn't
68.
in fact lose by 70 points.
Purdue lost by 68 to a Big 12 team because the Big 12 was far superior.
And U of A, number 1 team in the nation.
Oh, my God, I watched the Auburn game. Oh, my God. They drubbed them.
They
Auburn's
did.
a top 20 team in the country.
Auburn is not a top 20 team.
They were ranked number 20.
Yeah, that's a joke. when your dad leaves and your nepo baby son gets put on the team and you keep him high.
You should be number 20.
I digress.
Okay.
They beat the hell. They would have been by 29.
They did. The number 1, 8-0. It helped the Purdue lost, but
and give credit to ASU. That was a good win for Bobby Hurley.
That was a very good win for Bobby Hurley. We all assumed, and maybe we still do, that this is Bobby's last year there. But
he's doing a good job
so far. That team is kind of fun. They're kind of interesting. You know, Maui Mo is getting it done. Maui Mo is getting it done on a nightly basis. They're kind of fun to watch. Yeah, so anyway.
Good for them. Good for them.
ASU is the topic of the poll question today. This one's a very difficult one to answer. You just kind of have to take your best guess. So hit it with us.
Yes, because the question today is whose team will win more games next season? Sam Levitt's new team?
Oh, my goodness.
Or Kenny Dillingham's ASU team
I don't even know what
without
team
Sam?
I know,
Sam's on.
I'm telling you, you got to take a guess. You got to take a guess.
stab.
You got to take a stab.
Do you think oil money will bring him to Texas Tech? Yes or no?
All right, I'm going to go with the unpopular one here. I'm going to pick wherever Sam goes because he's probably going to go to one of the top programs in the country. He's not leaving ASU to go to some middling. He's not going to Duke.
He's not going.
He's not going. Hey, I left ASU. I'm going to go play for. I'm playing for Tulane.
Yeah, I assume he's going somewhere with money, and if he's going somewhere with money, it means they have a chance for success. I don't like it, but I'll agree with Gambo. I'll put my money on Sam on this one, which God, it just feels wrong. Feels like I just walked into Kenny Dillingham's house and called him a name. You know, like
anybody watching on the YouTube screen, you could watch your skin crawl.
Seriously, like I just got invited to Kenny Dillingham's Christmas party, and I complained about the eggnog. You know,
you're like Will in Stranger Things when Vector comes and he can feel him on the back of his neck, or what are those things called? The oligarchs. Whatever those things are called. He gets it on the back of his neck. You guys watch Stranger Things?
Yeah, no, I have.
Yeah.
But okay, if you say so. That's
the back of his neck when they come around.
By the
Vector.
Yeah.
There's just the back of the neck. Just the hairs on the back of his neck.
What's the audience say on this one?
65% of our audience is going with Kenny Dillingham on this one. 35% going with Sam Levitt.
65% of our audience got invited to Kenny Dillingham's house for a Christmas party, and they complimented him on the eggnog.
You're with the 35%.
I'm with Gambo and I are both with the 35% that said, Kenny, this eggnog is trash. We think Sam's going to win more games than you will next year.
Eggnog's gross.
Oh, God, I love eggnog.
Just gross.
Oh, I do. I don't drink a lot of it. I get it. It's dairy on steroids, but it's pretty
No
tasty.
beverage should be that thick.
What about a milkshake?
An eggnog milkshake?
A milkshake?
That might be my worst nightmare.
An eggnog milkshake?
Eggnog milkshake? That just... how much
disgusting.
Dairy can you cram in one
I'm
beverage?
not going to sit here and make it sound like I drink eggnog every night, though to look at me, you think I might. Every now and then, it tastes kind of good. College football this weekend. Boy, after every single poll that had Notre Dame ahead of Miami, for them to get jumped in the last minute like
It was
that,
just crazy.
It was nuts. And now Notre Dame is taking its ball and going home, announcing
little
it's not gonna
crybabies
be
in Notre Dame.
bowl game. We're not going to play in one.
We're not going to play in a bowl game.
Look.
They didn't put us in the playoffs. We're not going to play. It's
very bad look.
Notre Dame's everything that's wrong with college football. Look, Iowa State and Kansas State aren't playing in bowl games either. They at least have an excuse with the whole new coaches and everything. Look, I don't know what the fix is. Is Notre Dame better than James Madison and Tulane? Yes.
Of course they are.
They're better. Is Tulane and James Madison one of the best 11 teams in the country? No.
Nope.
They're not. But this is, Texas is better. Vandy is better. Notre Dame, BYU is better.
Absolutely.
By the way, BYU's loss helped Miami because it bumped Miami ahead of BYU, and then they were able to compare Miami straight up to Notre Dame.
Which, by the way, is the dumbest thing I've ever heard
I know.
of. You're going to tell me they have to be side by side on the rankings before you'll consider head-to-head as an option? It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard of in my life.
BYU losing, that's what the committee made. I watched the selection show.
I know what they said. I just it's stupid. Like, we won't consider head-to-head unless two teams are right next to each other in the standings, and then we will. That's so dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb.
It really is dumb. Bama gets in. They didn't punish Bama for getting the extra game against Georgia and getting beat up.
Gee, I wonder why.
So of course, because ESPN has the SEC.
This is Bama. You know what? Well, you think they're going to not have Notre Dame and Bama in the same playoffs?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? No way.
Listen, they've got a problem, right? There's no way like Duke with 5 losses should win a tiebreaker and get to play for a championship, but they did. And that's probably an issue they got to deal with. But, and everybody's complaining about the bracket and do they go to 16 and Notre Dame's not going to play in a bowl game because they're a bunch of crybabies. But, the biggest story should not get overlooked. Freaking Indiana beat Ohio State. Oh, my God, did I enjoy that game. I was so on the edge of my seat throughout that game when the kicker from Ohio State missed the kick, and then when Mendoza hit Becker down the sideline on that big third down, and then the touchdown he threw to the corner of the end zone. I mean, this kid Mendoza is something special. I really like this kid. I loved his interview afterwards, and he was fantastic. Signetti, we were comparing Signetti to Kenny Dillingham last year. Signetti, they're both great coaches. What Signetti's done with that program in 2 years, 24 wins in 2 years, is remarkable.
It's remarkable.
The last time they won a Big Ten title was 1967 when the movie The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly was out, Bernsey. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Yeah.
That's the best I can do.
Is that?
I don't whistle very well, so.
And the number one song at that time? Did you see my email? You probably didn't. Daydream Believer by the Monkees.
Oh no, I did see the
Cheer
email.
up, Sleepy Jean.
Yeah, no, I saw the
can
email.
it mean?
I just didn't call any attention to the kids on it because that this means they play it.
Homecoming queen.
Yeah, it is impressive
that?
what Indiana has done. You can't say enough about it. I hope that a couple things. I hope. Number one, the first round of the playoffs, the two matchups, and I say this with all due respect to ASU because a lot of people last year thought ASU-Texas was not going to be a great matchup, and it was a sterling matchup. It was fantastic. It was awesome. But to look at the first round, there's not a whole lot there to love. Especially with the Oregon, James Madison, Tulane, Ole Miss matchups. Those aren't going to be great. Miami A&M should be good. Alabama, Oklahoma should be good.
The Fiesta Bowl is going to be great.
The Fiesta, it's got the potential. What I'll be curious about is that all the teams last year that had those first-round buys, they struggled with that week off. They struggled with that long layoff. I do wonder if that will continue to be a thing in college football where the teams that get that extra rest don't come out and play their best football right away because they will have gone a whole month without playing.
Yeah,
football.
Coaches will adjust. They'll figure out ways to practice harder and scrimmage more and, figure something out. But, yeah, the Fiesta Bowl side of the bracket is really, really good.
Could
so
be
that's going to be
Ohio State versus Georgia potentially.
Come on, think about how great that would be.
Maybe a Texas A&M upset in there or maybe an Ole Miss upset in there potentially. It should be really good.
I don't like Indiana's story is people are saying it's the greatest story in college football history. That this program that was maybe the most losses ever can come in there and hold the Buckeyes scoreless for the last 40 minutes of the game, hold them to 58 yards rushing, sack them 5 times. So they'd only been sacked. The quarterback's only been sacked 6 times all season. They sacked them 5 times in that game. To see Indiana come from literally one of the worst programs in all of college football to be the number 1 seed in the playoffs is just truly a remarkable story. I really did enjoy that game.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, our weekly visit with the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, where do they go from here, and how did the team play in the second half from his eyes? Jonathan Gannon is our guest, and he'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love hearing about a lot of people taking advantage of the great special at Pro Smile. There's a lot of you out there that don't have great teeth. You hate your smile. If you see a picture of you on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, you're not smiling. Family photos, videos, you're not smiling. Job interview, you just don't smile. Somebody cracks a joke, you hide your smile because your teeth aren't right. They're not the way they should be. You lack the confidence. Well, Pro Smile is offering $1,000 off custom veneers right now. $1,000 off either custom veneers or the All-On X implants. Give you the gift of smile this holiday season because, man, once you change your smile, the whole world, right? The whole world is your oyster. You're going to be so happy, so confident every time you smile. Pro Smile is going to give you $1,000 off right now. Now, they have locations in Paradise Valley and Scottsdale. They use oral surgeons, not cosmetic dentists, on site. Many implant centers just use regular dentists to do an oral surgery. They're not really qualified to do that. But at Pro Smile, it's always oral surgeons. So all you have to do is text PRO to 620-620, and I'll get you that special offer. That's text PRO to 620-620 or call 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details. Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Every day, teachers in Arizona open their playbooks to help their students succeed and cross the goal line to their dreams.
Thank you for making our dreams come true.
To show our support for their dedication, SRP will give 2 teachers $500 each for their classrooms every time the Cardinals get in the end zone. SRP Touchdowns for Teachers. When the Cardinals score, teachers win. Learn more at srp.net/teacher.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Cards fans, SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Bird Gang and here to help you experience all the action this season. SeatGeek makes it easy to find the perfect seats to the perfect game, so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations and momentum-shifting takeaways this season. Whether you're getting tickets to Cardinals games or to any other live event in Phoenix, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official primary ticketing partner of the Arizona Cardinals. SeatGeek.
Hey, Bird Gang, some things aren't given, they're earned. Paul Calvisier and Ford has earned its spot at the top as the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. From the legendary F-150 to the larger-than-life Super Duty and the versatile Maverick, hurry and get behind the wheel of your Ford truck today. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of the Arizona Cardinals. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns, they are in action in Minnesota tonight to take on the Timberwolves. There is at least one name to watch for regarding an update on health-wise, and that's Dylan Brooks. He is listed as questionable due to an Achilles soreness that he's dealing with. On the Wolves side of things, Anthony Edwards and Terrence Shannon Jr. are both listed as questionable, both of them dealing with an illness. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. As the NCAA football offseason continues, 2 Sun Devil starters announced their intentions to transfer today. Left tackle Josh Atkins and cornerback Javen Robinson both plan to enter the transfer portal. You can keep track of all the latest announcements now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball, now the #1 ranked team in the country per the latest AP poll. Wildcats got there thanks to a big win over Auburn in Tucson and Purdue's first loss of the season to Iowa State. And the Diamondbacks reportedly adding depth to their pitching staff. ESPN's Jesse Rogers and Jeff Passan first with a 1-year contract for right-hander Mike Soroka. Our John Gambadoro adds that the expectation is Soroka will start for the Diamondbacks and that the Snakes are still looking for starting pitching. This report is brought to you by Ojos Locos Sports Cantina. Grab your crew, enjoy daily specials, and the best sports ambiance in the Valley. 4 Arizona locations to choose from. That's Ojos Locos Sports Cantina.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. More fallout from the Cardinals' latest ugly loss at the hands of the Rams, unfortunately. It starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Happy Monday to you. Jonathan Gannon, scheduled to join us any moment now for his weekly segment. I expect that phone will be ringing here in a couple, and we'll talk with him about what happened yesterday.
How about those Chiefs?
The LA Rams. How about those Chiefs? I thought about that watching that game last night, thinking, man, Gambo's going to be right.
My bold prediction.
They're not going to make the playoffs.
Before the season started, is that the Kansas City Chiefs would not make the playoffs, and they're not going to make the playoffs.
That Texans defense looked
good.
And the Cardinals have to play them next week. They look so good, and they have to play
Did you see the hit on Rashee Rice?
I did. We got Coach on the line. Let's hit the open.
Your home for everything Cardinals. Everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. This is In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull.
Our weekly visits with Jonathan Gannon as he joins us following yesterday's loss to the LA Rams. And as always, we appreciate his time on a Monday afternoon. Coach, thank you for coming on. We do appreciate it. And let's go. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. How are we doing today?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. That's a hell of a football team you played yesterday. That's probably the best team in the NFL.
They're a good football team. Yes, they are.
Yeah,
they are. We didn't play to our level, and they played to theirs and got beat pretty good.
Yeah, let's talk about it because this is your livelihood, and I respect that. I only imagine how hard this is on you with the losses piling up. But I'm going to start with the one question that a lot of fans are asking, and something even the broadcasters of the game mentioned. So I want to feel, did you feel after the back-to-back big play touchdowns, both of them on like the first play, the one to Nakua and the one to Corum, did you feel that your defense was not giving full effort at that time?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. We got beat on a double move, and that was the one touchdown, a contested catch, to Will, to Puka, and then the one run, we were out of our gap, didn't fall back, hit the ball, and he outran the pursuit.
All right, so no question at all. You feel like the effort is there. You guys just aren't getting it done.
Absolutely, Gamba. We got those guys. We got good guys in that locker room. They're not going to turn it down. They love to compete. We're down a lot in that game, and they're playing hard, man. So
yeah.
No, I won't question that. We got to play better, obviously, but the effort's there.
This is a good division. It's probably the best in football, but you guys have been down 35-0, 35-10, and 45-10 in the last three division games. You've watched the film, so I'm going to ask you, why do you think the team is having a hard time being competitive in these games? Is there that much of a talent gap difference?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the games all kind of came out a little bit different. Just, with playing complementary football, either – those three games that you just mentioned, we've lost the double positive. I would say, though, our winning edge for those three games, which is the winning edge is all different for each game, we have not executed that well enough. And we just haven't done enough to win those games. But, yes, they're good teams, but it's disappointing because that's our division. And we haven't played well versus those teams. So we got to get back to business.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I'm curious about, because you've been in this league for a while now, coaching in this league for a while now. When the effort does start to slip, in the past, what have you done about it as a coach? What is there to be done about it when you start to see something like that showing up on teams that you've been on in the past, Coach?
Yeah, well, that's why it won't slip here, because you don't want to be reactive to that. You want to be proactive. And what I mean by that is there's, from the first day they walk in the building for spring football, off-season program, since I've been here, there's a standard of motor that we talk about daily, and they know that they have to hit that standard or they will not play. And so it stays consistent with our guys because that's our mode of play. That's a way that one of the ways that go into winning the game. And I think we've handled that extremely well. Now, we haven't done other things well, but that is on point with our guys.
When it comes to Puka Nacua yesterday, and I read your comments after the game, and from your standpoint, looking back on it now 24 hours later, were you upset by something that you wanted to do to cover him better, that you wanted your guys to do to cover him better? Because it sounded like there was an emphasis on keeping him in check, and obviously that didn't work. What was your takeaway from that? And final review of the game?
I thought a couple. Give credit to them. They made a couple big time throws. Matt made a couple big time throws. He made a couple big time catches. But I thought so. There's a couple catches that he had that were contested that I think we need to make a couple of those. I was a little more down, and after watching the film, I kind of see what happened to allow him to catch some ball when we were in zone, where the quarterback's doing a good job of moving our zone pieces underneath and finding open seams. So we got to make sure we stay disciplined in our zones. And really, some of those plays I'm talking about, you got to make them check the ball down, which we did a couple times in that game where he wanted Devontae or Puka, made him check it down, went for 5 or 6. That's okay. But a couple times he found those guys in those zones. So we just got to distribute better, be a little more disciplined. And the rush has to affect the quarterback a little bit so he can't stand back there and manipulate us.
Yeah. You attributed the run defense to poor fundamentals and said it's on coaching. If you have the right players and the effort's there, is it possible you don't have the right coaches? Would you anticipate making changes if you're back next season to the coaching staff?
Well, I'm in the meetings and I hear exactly what I want being talked about. It's just we got to just fine tune throughout the week, keep harping on the details of all our guys, what they need to do with each play, with what technique they're in. And it's unfortunate because we had a couple, there's times where we have some really good snaps of really good technique, but it takes all 11 to do it on a consistent basis.
So is there miscommunication somewhere? Is it like...
I don't think there's miscommunication. It's easy for me to say, like, it's so black and white, but they, like I always say, they have a say too. And, you're playing an opponent with good players and they're using their technique on you. We just got to use our technique and get to our technique a little bit quicker than them, more consistently.
With no disrespect to the guys that you've had in there now, this is obviously a crucial week when it comes to Trey Benson and his availability to get back on the field. Are you hopeful that to juice up your run game a little bit, that this is the week where you obviously got to come to a decision one way or another, but where are you feeling with him and his ability to come back and help provide a little bit of a spark in the run game for you?
Yeah, I hope so. That's why I just told the media, like, I know he's doing everything that he can to get back out there. We opened his window a little bit ago, and the return to play, as like all return to plays, is not linear. Every guy's a little bit different. But he's working at it, and we got a good plan for him, and hopefully he can get back out there.
Even if he's not, I'm sorry, Gam, I didn't mean to cut you off. Even if he's not ready to go, could you still activate him from that 21-day, and even if he needed to take another week or so?
That's an option.
That's a possibility.
Absolutely.
Okay,
that's an option. Yep.
We didn't get a chance to ask you about Kyler, so we'll do it here because it doesn't seem like that long ago we were talking about whether he'd be ready for the Cowboy game, and it looked like it was might have been trending in the right direction, and now all of a sudden, like, he's done and he's not going to play another game. Was there a setback in his recovery from the injury?
I wouldn't call it that. Like I said, like, they're all kind of different. What we were doing, how he was rehabbing, all those things. We just stalled out a little bit, and then he looked at it, and then he got another opinion, a couple other opinions, and it just he needs rest. Like, where he's trying to push to go, we're trying to push him to go. As far as doing everything with movement, and that's a tricky injury for him on his foot there. And we had to end up shutting him down so he can rest and it can get fully healed.
Are you surprised by it? I mean, because I think there was a time when you felt like he was going to be able to come back, and you were saying he'd still be the starter and he would still be. Are you surprised that he hasn't been able to come back this season?
Well, I wouldn't say surprised because no injury recovery timeline surprised me. You know what I mean? It's just the facts. You know what I mean? And you just interpret the facts as they are. I obviously had high hopes, but it didn't turn out like that.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest for his weekly visit here on the Burns and Gambo Show. This one, in my own mind, sounds like kind of a tricky question, but given the lack of team success, how do you as a head coach acknowledge and recognize some of the individual success that some of your guys are having, because Michael Wilson's obviously putting together a fantastic season. Trey McBride's breaking records, setting records, things like that. How do you how do you juggle those two things when there's not team success to go with that individual success?
Yeah, I think they're probably more disappointed about the team success than, I don't know how to exactly say that. They'd rather have team success over individual success because of the people that they are. But we show the good and the bad, man. And like I said, there's some guys playing good ball out there, and I'm appreciative for it. And like I said, that's the whole thing about the effort and things like that. Like, we got the right fabric of the guys in there. They want to go out and compete and play. They're never going to turn it down. I know that for a fact. I won't let them, and that's not who they are as players. And with saying that, we got some guys out there playing extremely well, so we point that out.
I'll end with this. The last 5 games, and I've talked to you about this, it seems like every week, but the last 5 games, you've had 275 called pass plays and only 82 runs. Some of the games were blowouts, and some of them were non-blowouts. The running game's been struggling. Was there any miscalculation on the depth with the running backs after Connor and Benson went out?
No, I wouldn't say that. It takes those games are kicking out a little bit different. Obviously, I don't want to be that pass heavy, but when you get down in games, which we've been down in some games now the last month here, you have to get pass happy to get back into the game because you're starting to run out of possessions, down some points there in the second half. So I always want to be balanced, and I want to play in mixed downs. You never want to play in known pass. The defense has the advantage in known pass. So we're going to keep chipping away at it, and it takes all 11 to have a productive run play. I'm going to try to figure out ways to run it on this crew.
Thanks, Coach. We appreciate the time as always. Best of luck against Houston.
Okay, you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Jonathan Gannon, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Shouting out our audience in Gilbert for joining us on this Big Red Monday here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We appreciate you listening out there in Gilbert, Arizona. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show here on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports, 14-51. What do those two numbers mean? You'll find out next on Burns and Gambo.
You've been listening to In the Red Zone with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, proud sponsor of the Arizona Cardinals. No Bull, your home for everything Cardinals. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house!
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The number that I like to mention when it comes to Global Credit Union is $195 million. That is how much money collectively Global Credit Union members saved last year doing their banking with Global Credit Union versus doing it with a bank. $195 million. And that comes from a real commitment to low to no fees on the checking accounts and the savings accounts. That comes to better interest rates than you can get at the bank, right? Like I've sat in the meetings. Trust me, there is a real commitment by Global Credit Union to keep your money in your pocket. And here's the thing about that $195 million number that I just threw out there. It's going to be even better next year. It's growing in 2025, and it will be an even better year next year if you're a member of Global Credit Union. Why are you doing your banking with a bank? Do your banking with Global Credit Union and save the money. Explore the benefits, all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Listen to what folks are saying about Nobull.com.
Nobull.com. Search and even start buying your car online.
And every deal has a personal touch, like working with a friend or neighbor.
Nobull.com. With new and used vehicles for every budget.
Specials, low payments, and this is huge. Quick financing. Just go to Nobull.com.
Shop local. Shop Earnhardt. Shop Nobull.com. Simple as that.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Bird Gang, it's go time. Paul Calvisi here for your Arizona Ford dealers. Whether you're headed to a game or an epic desert weekend, Ford has the power, capability, and style to get you there your way. From the league-leading F-150 and playmaking Bronco family to the do-it-all Explorer and Expedition, Ford gives us the options to win on every drive. The road is yours, Bird Gang. Go out and own it in a Ford. Only at your Arizona Ford dealers, proud partners of your Arizona Cardinals.
On February 21st, the Arizona Cardinals Foundation will host the first ever Cardinals Climb. State Farm Stadium will transform into a mountain-like experience with trail-inspired routes for all ages and abilities, raising funds for 4 organizations benefiting Arizona's special needs community: Barrow Neurological Foundation, SARC, Special Olympics Arizona, and Treasure House. Registration is open now at cardinalsclimb.com. Help us make a difference, because together we climb higher.
YRefi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At YRefi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. YRefi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at yrefy.com/careers. That's YREFY.com/careers.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Big Red Monday.
This is Cardinals wide receiver Michael Wilson, and you're listening to Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Big Red Monday. With Burns and Gambo.
14 carries for 51 yards rushing. The running backs had 29.
5 carries for 7 yards at the half.
Jacoby Brissett was the leading rusher. Jacoby Brissett, a 6'4", statue in the pocket, non-running quarterback, was your leading rusher yesterday.
That's why I asked Gannon. I go, did you guys miscalculate the depth at running back? You know, Connor goes down, Benson goes down. Did you miscalculate the quality of depth that you had at the position? And he said no. He says it's not a talent thing, and it's not a. And he puts the blame on the coaches. And I asked if there's a disconnect between the coaches and the players. And he said no. And again, we can only ask the questions. Can't dictate the answers. Something's really wrong here. You lose 10 out of 11 football games and you're not competitive in the division. There's something that's really, really wrong. It does. A key part is what you're mentioning right now. They can't run the football.
No, they can't.
At all.
They can't run the football.
Like at all. Like it's not even like. And you get behind because your defense isn't stopping anybody right now. And all of a sudden you throw. But, man, that running game is atrocious.
I mean,
it's just atrocious.
If memory serves, they did a decent job at it last week against the Bucs. It wasn't great, but it wasn't atrocious like it was yesterday. But, no, they can't. And to me, you'll agree with this, disagree with this, whatever. I don't think it's just a running back problem, man. That offensive line has been a mess all year long. Right guard has been a revolving door. Left guard, Evan Brown didn't play yesterday. It was John Gaines who was in there. Paris Johnson leaves the game. He's hurt. Right tackle has been a mess all season long. Like it's not, and that's why I was never totally sold on the idea of just going to get another running back because I just, even when James Conner was in there, they weren't running the ball well.
No,
and even when Trey Benson was in there, they weren't running the ball very well. Like their offensive line has just like collectively as a unit. Paris is good. I think Yelda Froholt is still good. I think you like playing poker. I think they're the 2 cards you keep
and throw away the other 3.
And I think the other 3 are the one that you just go, okay, we need a new guard, we need a new guard, we need a new tackle, and because you have to reinvent this running game beyond just the running back. Now the running back situation, that's a problem too.
It's a major problem
because you have to decide about Trey Benson this week. Now you heard what Gannon said. They could activate him hold a roster spot for him, even though he's not ready to play, and play him eventually at some point.
You want to see him.
But then, yeah.
If I don't see Benson, I need to prioritize running back in the offseason. And I still might need to prioritize running back because I'm not bringing Connor back.
I think you need to get one no matter what.
You have to.
You have to.
But do you need a 1 or a 2?
That's the question.
And I think one's going to cost more than a 2. But if you don't, if you like, I don't know. I can't tell you that Trey Benson is the number 1 running back right now. I think Trey Benson is the number 2 running back. And I think that you need a number 1 running back, and you need a right tackle, and you need a guard, and you need a lot, and you need a quarterback.
Last week against Tampa Bay, they ran for 5 yards per carry, 19 carries, 95 yards. Again, not going to blow you away with the totals. 19 carries, 95 yards, and that was a game that was close. They didn't have to abandon the run or anything like that. Jacoby Brissett threw the ball 40 times, but they did carry it for 5 yards per carry. But that's the one thing. And maybe it's because you've lost Kyler's ability to run with no Kyler Murray, or maybe it's just because Drew Petzing has figured the best way to try to win these games is to throw it 40, 45 times a game. But there's no doubt that whether it's the run game's ineffectiveness or all those reasons that I just mentioned, they are clearly throwing the football a whole lot more over these last 5 or 6 games than they have previously.
So predictable.
Some of it
predictable.
Some of it is because they're getting blown out.
I'd still run the ball, though.
Get that.
I would still run the ball.
But it has become, and they're going to, here's what I worry about. Tee off and Jacoby Brissett, and it's going to be the Keaton Slovis show at some point. Because it ain't going to be Kyler. Obviously, we know that now. They're going to tee.
Is that so bad? Is it so bad? Let's see what the kid's got. Why not? Let's just see what the kid's got. I know what Jacoby brings to the table. He's not bad. He's a good backup quarterback. Could be a stopgap guy for you for a year, nothing more. I mean, I don't know a thing about Keaton Slovis outside he was at USC and then Pittsburgh, and let's see the kid play.
If the goal is to lose games, it's not so bad.
Tennessee lost yesterday.
I'd sure as hell like to see them win one more football game before the season.
I mean, Tennessee won and New Orleans won.
Yeah, just so we can get this nasty taste out of our mouth, just so we can talk about something other than them losing. And I don't think Keaton Slovis is the path to that. I just don't. I don't think.
I'll share some behind the scenes stuff, and this is just true. Like, we cover this stuff on vacation weeks. Like, I'm on vacation next week. I'm not gonna watch a game on Sunday. I'm not here. I'm not here Monday. I'm off the whole week.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just like it's like you want to enjoy watching the game, and it's hard. It's hard to enjoy watching a football game.
It's hard when they're getting beat like they got yesterday.
It's 10 out of 11 football games.
It's hard. Yeah, I know. It's hard when, for me, the harder ones, honestly, yesterday, I'm not going to say it was easy. The hard ones are the Tampa Bay games. The hard ones are the Jacksonville games. The games where you look at and go, oh, my God,
could have won that game.
Just a this or just a that or just a tweak here. Trust me, I get the whole argument about the draft pick. Yesterday, they got no help in that regard. Raiders won. Browns won, or lost. I'm sorry. Raiders lost.
Titans won.
I know, but the Raiders lost. The Browns lost. The Jets lost. So in each
New Orleans won.
You would have. I know, but you didn't jump up in the draft order.
No, but some teams came a little bit closer.
But you didn't go anywhere. You've lost 10 of your last 11 games, and you've gone nowhere in the draft order. You're still sitting about 8 or 9.
Right.
That's what's hard about this is that like no one's giving you a window to jump in the draft order. You're still sitting there around 8 or 9. That's not going to do you any good when it comes to getting a quarterback.
Not at all. No, not at all. My friend group was all talking about, like, the Giants have the number 1 pick now, and they can make this trade for a haul for somebody who wants to move up. And I'm like, but the Cardinals want to move up to number 1. I'm like, the Cardinals need an offensive lineman. Yes, they need a quarterback, but God, they need an offensive lineman.
Need 100 things right now. The Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us this Friday at the Safeway on Hayden and Chaparral between 4 and 6. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase on any Redbird Farms chicken product when our promo team is out there from 4 until 6. No Devin Booker, no Jalen Green, no Dylan Brooks. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know that you have a chance. I don't care who is hurt. I don't care who's injured. I don't care what quarterback you're running out there. I know if you step in between the white lines, you have a chance to compete.
The thing I can't get past is I understand injuries. That's a real thing. In year 3 of what they're doing, they didn't have the depth to handle those injuries and make the playoffs, especially in this division. I get that. But 1 win in 10 games, you still have to win some games.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop. Holidays coming up. I'm telling you right now, a gift card to V's is awesome. You got these holiday parties coming up. We have ours this week here at the radio station. I know Gambo went to V's. It's very important for him to look as good as he can for the holiday party coming up this week. Me too. I'll probably end up going there before the Christmas party. But yeah, it's whether you want to look good for the holiday party, you want to look good for the holidays, you want to give the gift of a great haircut or a hot lather shave this holiday season, you can at V's with a gift card. You will love your experience there. It really is a break from the outside world. You walk in, it's kind of like a time machine. Like you walk in, you feel like you're somewhere else, and you feel like you're just away from it all for a half hour or so. It really is a relaxing, soothing, calming kind of environment. You're going to absolutely love it, and you're going to get a great haircut always, always, always at V's Barbershop. The next time you need a great haircut or a gift card or a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Suns back in action tonight facing the Timberwolves in Minnesota. Name to watch for regarding an injury update is Dylan Brooks. He is listed as questionable due to Achilles soreness. On the Wolves side of things, both Anthony Edwards and Terrence Shannon Jr. are listed as questionable. Both are dealing with an illness. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Arizona men's basketball is now the #1 ranked team in the country on the latest AP poll. Wildcats got there thanks to a big win over Auburn in Tucson, while Purdue lost their first game of the season to Iowa State. And the Diamondbacks reportedly adding some depth to their pitching staff. ESPN's Jesse Rogers, sorry Jesse, first had a report of a 1-year deal for right-hander Mike Soroka. Our John Gambadoro adds that the expectation is Soroka will start and that the Diamondbacks are still looking for starting pitching. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Give the gift of a smile this holiday season. Get $1,000 off all On-X implants and veneers through December 31st. Text PRO, P-R-O, to 620-620.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Diamondbacks reportedly signed free agent pitcher Michael Soroka. Kenny Dillingham wishes Sam Levitt, quote, nothing but the best, and remains confident in Arizona State's quarterback outlook. And U of A basketball is ranked number 1 in the country after an 8-0 start. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Suns basketball back in action tonight, and they could be very shorthanded for tonight's game against the Minnesota Timberwolves because we already know no Jalen Green. We already know no Devin Booker, and now we know that Dylan Brooks is questionable for tonight's game with left Achilles soreness coming off a 23-point effort last week against Houston in his return game there. Got a nice tribute video.
Yeah, him and Jalen Green.
Yeah, played well to start and then kind of faded. They kind of faded against the Rockets, both offensively and defensively.
Yeah, and that Kevin Durant guy,
he's pretty good.
Kind of took over.
Yeah, he's
kind of took over in that second quarter.
That second quarter was like everything that you kind of feared was going to be wrong with the Suns, I think all happened in that second quarter. Offensively, with no Devin Booker, they just got all out of sorts, and their offense just kind of lost its flow. And then defensively, I think there was bleed over from how they were playing offensively, and Houston got whatever they wanted in that second quarter.
It's a bad matchup. Look, KD's better off on that team. This is better for KD. It's also better for the Suns. I mean, it worked out. I think it's going to work out really well for both sides. KD's on a team that's got a lot of leadership, and it's a terrific team, and he could just be himself. The Suns are a bad matchup. The Rockets are a bad matchup for the Suns. The Suns couldn't rebound the basketball. Jordan Goodwin led the team with 5 rebounds.
Yeah.
They couldn't rebound against them. The passing was not good. They only had 14 assists, but they had 21 turnovers. They couldn't shoot the 3. At one point they were 3 for 20. They really struggled from shooting the 3. And Houston didn't even have Şengün. So it's just not a good game. It's Dylan hit his first 5 shots. He had a terrific first quarter. But after that, once Houston got on that run, KD had 17 in the second quarter. Mm-hmm. And then, by the third quarter, they got up by 16, and they were up by 25, and they just kind of coasted to a victory against the Suns.
Yeah, like you said, it's a bad matchup. They're big. There's a size element there that led to the rebounding disparity, and certainly if you're going to shoot, 5 of 5. I'm looking through my notes. 5 of 36 from deep. Yeah, forget it. I mean, like that. It's just that ain't gonna happen. Now, tonight's game against Minnesota. It's interesting. They're
gonna want payback.
I would think they're gonna want payback after what happened. The Suns were down 8, and they rallied hardcore against Minnesota in that game a few weeks ago here in Phoenix. Colin Gillespie hitting the game winner. I'm sure that is going to be on the back and in the front of Minnesota's minds. Now, they are also dealing with a little bit of an illness bug that might be going around a little bit. Anthony Edwards is questionable for tonight's game with illness, and he's not the only one either. There's also Terrence Shannon, backup guard, is now on the team's injury report listed as questionable due. Now, there's still a lot of talent there, but tonight's game, look, if you don't have Dylan Brooks, it becomes the Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen show, which just means threes galore. Right? It just means you're going to be shooting. You might set a franchise record for the number of 3-pointers attempted tonight if you don't have Dylan Brooks out there and you're trying to win this game.
It's a good team, very athletic team in Minnesota. You beat them, crazy game. You beat them 114-113 on Friday, November 1st. I look at the 10-game block. They're 1-2 And they've got Minnesota tonight and Oklahoma City. Then you get 2 against Golden State, and you've got 2 against New Orleans in this block, too.
And there will be another game added to this block.
Right.
Like
if they win or lose to Oklahoma City, could play the Lakers or the Spurs.
Exactly. If they win, they'll move on in the NBA Cup. If they lose, they'll play the loser of the Lakers and the Spurs. So there'll be another game against either the Los Angeles or San Antonio in there. But yeah, you're almost there. You're almost to the end of this block where hopefully. Now I thought it was really interesting. Now maybe it was just words, but I did think it was interesting the level of optimism that I was getting off of Jordan Ott when he was asked about Devin Booker and whether he could play against Oklahoma City. I was a little surprised by how, he could play. Like he could potentially be out there. Here it is, quote, "If his body is feeling good and he's a good place, he'll absolutely be available," said Ott about the OKC rematch for Devin Booker. That would surprise me a little bit, just given how
groin.
I know you just want to be careful with it, right?
Yeah.
You don't want a repeat of what happened against Denver a couple of years ago, where he pushed the play on Christmas Day and he came back and then he was out for a month and a half after
games,
that, right? Yeah, you don't want to do that. If he's good and he's good to go, I hope, and I don't think this is the case, I hope there's no pressure to play him because it's an NBA Cup game. Please don't let that be the
hope
case.
not.
Please don't let that be the case.
I don't think
there would be either.
Would push
But
that.
they have to win, guys. It's huge for sorry.
No, they don't.
For the
No, they don't.
What?
When you
guys are not NBA Cup guys?
We've had this conversation a dozen times. If you want to go for the baker's dozen, we can. But
nobody would wear the shirt. NBA Cup champions?
No, I would not wear the shirt.
The hat?
Would they sell the shirt? Do they
Can
sell
I touch
a shirt?
the physical cup? Do I get to do that?
Do they have merchandise that they sell if you win?
Can I
the
get a
NBA
cut
Cup?
of some of the winnings?
Will
from
there
certain
be a
player?
parade?
There'd be no parade.
I
but
like parades.
There'll be a banner. They make you
There will be a banner.
They make you raise a banner for it, right?
I guess so.
No, they did that with the
Put it up in
Lakers.
the digital or
Yeah.
the physical Ring of Honor, maybe. Just like we also won this thing.
Yeah, but I was surprised at the optimism that Jordan Ott expressed about Devin Booker that maybe suggested it wasn't going to be that bad. So then after that, like we say, it's close. After that, assuming they lose, it's the Lakers-Spurs game, and then you've got I can't remember who was it after that. And then
you got New Orleans for 2.
New Orleans for 2.
Now after that, there is a little bit of a
it gets
New
kinda
Orleans,
easy.
New Orleans, Washington, Sacramento, Memphis coming up, Washington again. That's why this is the tough block right here. This is just like Houston, Minnesota, Oklahoma City. Now 2 against Golden State, but I don't think Golden State is that good. You do have the Lakers again, which the Lakers they have a great record, but obviously. The Suns beat them pretty good the other night.
Have you, I don't mean to put you on the spot here. Have you heard anything about Jalen Green? Because we're into the window now of his reevaluation. We're just about there where it's time to reevaluate Jalen Green and see where he's at. 4 to 6 weeks. I think this is week 4. I believe we're there.
So 2 weeks get you to Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I originally heard around Christmas time.
Okay.
But I'll double check on that. And I'll check on Dylan Brooks in a little bit too for you.
They announced themselves that they were going to
4 to 6,
reevaluate him in 4 to 6 weeks, and this is week 4. So I'm just.
Well, it would be nice to get you come out of the gates. Let's just say after the new year, right? After the new year.
Okay.
You start off January 2nd against Sacramento, then Oklahoma City and Houston, but then Memphis, New York, Washington, Miami, Detroit, Brooklyn. You start that East Coast trip right there. Boy, it'd be really nice to have Jalen Green for all of those games. And they got to learn to play with each other for a little bit. But we've only seen Jalen Green for one game, and my God, he was phenomenal.
I know.
He was so good in that one game.
That's why I was asking. I was kind of curious to see if you had heard anything about it, but I assume if you had, you would have mentioned it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, time to hear from you when it comes to the Arizona Cardinals, our weekly Monday caller segment. We call it the Monday Blitz. 602-260-9870 is the number. 602-260-9870 is the number. The state of the Arizona Cardinals, where we stand with them right now. Certainly they're not going to bring everybody back. Are you going to support this team if they do, or what changes need to be made? 602-260-9870 is the number. Your call's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bucks driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pre-game gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I use asset preservation, wealth, and tax for my financial plan, retirement plan. Stuart Willis is a fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley, does a great job. You've probably seen him on TV here locally, the Asset Preservation Hour, giving people advice on what to do. And you know what? A lot of us are really good at working hard and putting money away, and rather Roth IRA and 401ks. But there's so much more to making sure that that nest egg of yours is growing the right way, and that when it comes time to use that money, you're going to get most of that money, right? It's not about, Stuart always tells me, it's not about how much you made. It's about how much of that you're going to be able to keep. Not about how much money you have saved. How much of that money are you going to be able to keep? That's where tax planning comes involved. And that's why Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation also includes a tax plan for you. So that way, the difference between, 20% and 32%, 12% of your money. So, there are times to pay taxes and times not to. And that's why Stuart Willis is ready to help you with your plan. Call him and get a free review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Quiet down, here she comes. Shh.
Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Business owners with fleet vehicles. Need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles. Over $1 million in 2025. And there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
It's football season. While our teams battle on the field, America Roofing is battling leaky roofs across the state. Hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi. First a roof repair, then years later we bought a brand new roof from America Roofing. In Arizona, your roof better perform in the heat, wind, and rain. Trust my friends at America Roofing and their more than 25 years of experience, more than 400 employees, locally owned. Make sure get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports. Monday Blitz. With Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
It's the way I wanted to phrase the question going into the break was more along the lines of what does this organization need to change in order for you to believe that next season is going to be different? Is it head coach? Is it general manager? Is it the assistant coaches? What has to happen this offseason? Because obviously at 3-10, there is some stuff that needs to be fixed. 602-260-9870 is the number. Let's start with Tom. He's in Phoenix. He's first up on the Monday Blitz here on Burns and Gambo. Tom, welcome to the show, man. How are we doing today?
Good. Hey, so before I give you what I think they should do, I mean, I was at the game yesterday, and I mean the fans, the Cardinals fans, I mean, they are just silent. I mean, even after we scored that opening touchdown, it wasn't even that loud. I mean, by far the loudest it got was when during a commercial they were honoring a Navy veteran or whatever. But I mean, you the only hope you can do is to get rid of Gannon, get a coach, and hope that you can get a coach that knows what he's doing, and like Bruce Arians. I mean, we had one great coach, and this franchise have had two great runs. One was because we had an iconic player, Kurt Warner, with Larry Fitzgerald. And then two, we had Bruce Arians with a good quarterback and Larry Fitzgerald again. And I've never seen this franchise lower than it is, because, I mean, people don't care. They're just at the point where they don't care.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. They could lose 14 games for the first time in the history of the organization this year. That's possible if they don't win another game. Look, I honestly think some of it may depend on, are they going to go get a young quarterback? Because if they do, they may not want a guy that's almost like a lame duck coach. They're not going to extend Gannon. So I think part of it, the thinking has to go into who's their quarterback going to be next year.
Yeah, who's their quarterback? Do they want an offensive-minded head coach to go with that quarterback? Are they looking for their Ben Johnson? Look at what he's done with the Chicago Bears. I mean, it's not, I understand changing coaches all the time is hardly a recipe for success. But gosh, when you find the right one, Seattle's found the right one. The Bears has found the right one. When you find the right one, you can roll with that. Nate in Mesa is next up here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hi, Nate. How are we doing today?
Good, fellas. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good, yeah. I, too, was at the game yesterday. I unfortunately took my 4-year-old to his first NFL game. And to prevent having CPS called on me, we left at halftime because he was just not having it, ready to go home. So, but in regards to what we change, I mean, I think I hear what the last caller said about, the fans not cheering. Believe me, deflating as a fan, season ticket holder for as long as I've been, and for seeing fans not being engaged. But how can you? I mean, really, they've won one game at home this year. You're constantly surrounded by the opposing team fans, and kind of all the games have gone pretty much the same way. They're the first few plays, they're scripted. They move the ball and they get in the end zone, and then the rest of the game, it's like they've never played with each other before. So it's kind of mind-numbing before. But I think in regards to what you change, I like Gannon as a head coach. I think he's a great leader. But I think my fear with Gannon is that his stubbornness on changing things when they're clearly not working. And Gambo, I think in the last one or two segments, you hit it right on the head. Like, what is it? Is it coaching? Is it players not being on the same page? Like, what is it? Like, by this point in the season, we need to have it figured out. And if it's not working, like Dan Campbell did in Detroit, maybe he takes over the play calling and, we do something different. But we have to do something different. They're sitting at the pedestal at the end of the game saying we just got out coached. That eventually is going to be the death of your coaching regime if that's what you deal with every year.
That's what I said. I mean, if you keep saying it's coaching, then where's the disconnect? Where's the disconnect between the coaching and the players? Do you have the right coaches? And don't forget, you got the big Pokemon Go event coming up at the Cardinal Stadium. It's a big reason to go to the game.
It is an interesting point, though, about Gannon to wonder. I've always got the impression he's always taken kind of a CEO approach as the head coach. I wonder if that changes next year, where he's way more hands-on when it comes to at least the defensive side of the football, because that's his area of expertise. Certainly, there's going to be a change at offensive coordinator. That's the minimum I think for next year. But I wonder if he takes a less CEO hands-off, step back kind of approach.
If he's back.
If he's back and is way more hands-on next year. Danny is in Scottsdale. He's next up here on Burns and Gamble. Hi, Danny.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, everyone keeps talking about the coach, and I think Gannon and the coaches are not the ones that are going to take us to it, but I've looked at the draft picks the last 3 years, and the thing that's so crazy to me is, like, we have no offensive line, but all of the draft picks last year were all on the defensive side of the ball, except for Cody Simon, who I don't think he's played one down. So,
well, Cody Simon's a defensive guy.
Yeah, and Cody Simon. And Cody
Simon. Hayden Connor.
Yeah, you're thinking about Hayden Connor.
Hayden Connor, yeah. But I just don't think Monty's cutting it. Like, so we have injuries, like you guys have been saying. So does everyone else. Like, where is the depth? What is happening with the team? Like, you can't depend on just starters to complete the season and be there for you. You have to have the second string, the third string guy to compete in this league. It's just I don't think Monty's the one either. Like, I think it. Unfortunately, have to tear it all down again.
And a complete start over just sounds like nauseating to me. But to your point, I do understand, especially when you look at the 2024 draft class and looking at that class and wondering how much of their setback is responsible for the organizational setback. Because whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr., Max Melton, Darius Robinson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, we go on and on. You drafted 6 players in the top 104 picks in that draft. Very few of them have made an impact, and that has set them back big time. Let's go to Jonesy. He's in Gilbert. He's next up here on Burns and Gamble. Hello, Jonesy.
Hey, guys. I'm here for my weekly therapy session with you guys.
Well, have a seat.
Oh, perfect. I'll send you. I'll send you a bill right after you hang up.
Yeah, exactly.
We charge by the minute.
Hey, my wife prefers me calling in and talking to you guys and having to talk to me about it all Sunday, so it's okay.
All right. We'll go with that.
Vent, share.
No, when you say what needs to change, it's A through Z with this team. It's coaches, it's management, it's players. You keep going. It's down to the training staff. We hit on, what's happened over the past few years. It doesn't matter who we draft. They're hurt. They're constantly hurt. Darius Robinson, he's a step away from not being in the NFL anymore. It's tough to really rebuild a team when you can't keep anyone on the field together. And you do what you can with these players, but if you can't get the players on the field, you're never getting out of this cycle.
The amount of injuries they've had to free agents is also really, really devastating. They took a chance on Jonah Williams. It didn't work out. You think about all the guys that they signed, free agents that just, you spend a lot of money on these guys, and it didn't work out because they got injured. That's tough to deal with. Signing a guy for $30 million and giving him $19 million fully guaranteed, and then he's not able to play. That's devastating for an organization.
Thank you all for the callers, and we're happy to be your weekly Monday therapists here on the Burns and Gambo Show, although neither one of us are credentialed to do that. The winter meetings in Major League Baseball have begun. The Arizona Diamondbacks have made a move, and there are rumblings of bigger things happening with the Diamondbacks. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. The year-end sales event, it is on. They got inventory. They got the best trucks. They've got the best SUVs. That nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC, so there's nowhere else for you to go. But Liberty GMC, if you want a popular Yukon, if you want a popular Sierra, if you want a Hummer EV, if you want everything in between, they have it. They also have the most dedicated and available service department in the Valley. They've added a late night shift, which means you can drop your car off by 8 p.m. at night. It's going to be ready for you the next morning. They also have this really cool concierge service where they'll come to you, they'll pick up your vehicle, they'll bring it back to the shop, they'll get it fixed up, and they'll deliver it back to you. It's the easiest way to get your car serviced, and it's all at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Ulta Beauty's big holiday beauty sale is back with up to 50% off must-have gifts. Shop irresistible deals like the Shark Beauty Flex Style and Benefit Cosmetics travel size mascaras. With new offers weekly, same-day pickup or delivery, and our trusted associates, we make holiday shopping effortless. Head into Ulta Beauty today. Ulta Beauty. Gifting happens here.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action, taking on the Wolves in Minnesota. Name to keep an eye on regarding an injury update, and I'm furiously checking Twitter just to make sure I haven't missed anything. But we are waiting for any form of confirmation regarding the health of Dylan Brooks. As a matter of fact, good timing by me. Per Dwayne Rankin of AZ Central, Dylan Brooks, who is dealing with left Achilles soreness, will go through pregame and is considered a game time decision. That per Suns head coach Jordan Ott from his pregame availability. So again, Dillon Brooks questionable going into this one. He will go through pregame routine and is considered a game time decision per the head coach. On the Wolves side of things, Anthony Edwards was listed as an illness going in. He was labeled as questionable. He will be good to go for this matchup tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pregame coverage will start at 4:30 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona men's basketball team is now the #1 team in the country per the latest AP poll. Wildcats got there thanks to a big win over Auburn in Tucson and paired with Purdue's first loss of the year to Iowa State. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction. It's located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How will the Suns fare in their second straight game without Devin Booker? We'll be reacting to Suns Timberwolves tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And it is that game that's pushing us off the air a little bit earlier today. And it's that reason why we're not doing the 4 o'clock reset. Lauren will be back tomorrow to get us caught up on everything going on in sports, I'm sure. But for now, because we're a little bit of a shorter show, we're with you. Gambo and I are here until 5. At 4:30, Mitch will step in here and we'll do Here Come the Suns, and we'll preview the Suns T-Wolves game tonight. So you and I will be here till 5 with him from 4:30 till 5 talking about Suns basketball. In the meantime, we have not talked about the Arizona Diamondbacks yet today. We've been hyper-focused on ASU, Sam Levitt, the Arizona Cardinals, et cetera, et cetera. The winter meetings are underway. You throw a rock in the air, you're going to hit a Ketel Marte trade rumor. They're all over the place,
right?
They
are.
Lots of different teams and lots of different possibilities. We thought for a minute that Zach Gallen had found a new home this weekend in what appears to be a case of maybe
the Cubs
premature reporting, right? There was a report that it was done, and then everyone's like, no, it's not done, but they're talking. But
it was close. I think the report was it was close, and then I think Jeff Passan said no deal is done. And I checked on it, and no deal was done. So it is interesting. I did report last week, I think while you were doing the show with Kellen, that it was unlikely that the Diamondbacks were going to be able to bring back Zach Gallen, but there is mutual interest.
We talked about that on the air.
On both sides in Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, we mentioned that a couple times on the air.
So there is mutual interest.
Yeah.
Kelly wants to come back here. They want him back. So they do agree to a deal with Mike Soroka today, a 1-year deal, $7.5 million, not a lot. So I did speak with the Diamondbacks today. He is going to be a part of their rotation. But he is a guy that's pitched out of the bullpen too. So to me, he could be a starter, and then if things go according to plan, he could go shift to the bullpen if Corbin Burns comes back. So we'll see. But they needed some depth, so they get it with him. I mean, as a 21-year-old rookie in 2019, he was 13-4 with a 2.68 ERA. He was really good, but he's had some injury histories. He was traded last year, but he does give them some depth. He's a right-handed pitcher. He's been with Atlanta, the White Sox, the Cubs, the Nationals. He just gives them more depth at the position.
Big guy, 6'5". You're right. That season he had in 2019 with Atlanta, he was an all-star. He was second in the Rookie of the Year voting. He was, I think, 6th in the Cy Young Award. He had a really, really good season that year. He didn't play in all of 21. He didn't play in all of 22. He has had a variety of injuries, shoulders and Achilles and shoulders and biceps and shoulders again last year. But he certainly does profile as a starter. He also profiles as a guy that wouldn't stop you from going to get another starter,
right,
whether it's Merrill Kelly or get another starter because you trade Ketel Marte and you get a starter back.
Still the priority.
You're not going to go, oh, we have Mike Soroka, never mind, we're not going to go get a starter. He does also profile as a guy that if things go according to plan, then to your point, you get Corbin Burns back around the All-Star break, fine. Slide him into the bullpen. It's fine. It's not the end of the world if you do something like that with him.
No, and I think, probably because, I don't think you're going to look at Soroka and say, oh, he's a guy that's, going to give you 35 starts. It's just, not going to be the case. If you just look at his innings pitched, I mean, last year he threw 89 innings. The the total. The year before that, he threw 79 innings. The year before that, he threw 32 innings. He's not a guy that's going to throw 175 innings.
Right.
So you could have him he projects very well to start 10 games for you, 12 games, and then go to a bullpen role because he's probably not going to be a guy that could throw 175 innings. He hasn't done it in 6 years.
But in the absence
7 years.
In the absence of big news, people sometimes can mistake this for big news and go like, oh, well, he must be. No, it's exactly what you think. And exactly how you've described it. We're just waiting for the big news. We're waiting for, does Merrill Kelly still happen? Does Ketel Marte happen? The latest reports were that the Red Sox were potentially very interested in Ketel Marte. John Heyman reported they were among the teams interested in second baseman. It gives them another star option that they could bring in. The Mariners, the Pirates, the Rays, the Tigers, the Jays have all been among those mentioned that could fit Ketel Marte. And I would imagine Mike Hazen is, and if he's doing this right, I'm sure he is because he's Mike Hazen, I'm sure he's one of the most popular people to talk to in Orlando this week at the winter meetings because he's got a very, especially, the couple days you were gone last week, there was a report, not even a report, just kind of a winter meetings primer, which I think it was Passan or Only or both, who had said there could be a lot of trades this year in Major League Baseball because a lot of teams, especially the big shoppers, don't want to spend a lot of money in free agency knowing that we don't know what baseball is going to look like a year from now. And we don't know if there's going to be a shutout. Yeah. We don't know if there's going to be a shutdown or anything like that. They'd much rather trade for somebody to help them rather than spend $400 million on a dude not knowing what baseball is going to look like in 27 if there's a lockout.
Yeah, there's a potential Ketel Marte trade for the Diamondbacks, and I would probably say it's better than 50-50 now that they will trade him. But you
think it's better than 50-50?
I think so. I think that there's there's just a lot of interest. It helps them in many ways. The Diamondbacks will continue to say it's probably not going to happen, but I do think that there's just so much interest that it's more likely that it will. I also think that they could trade an outfielder. I do think that one of the outfielders is going to be traded, whether it's Alec Thomas or Jake McCarthy. I think that that's something. I think there's good interest there in those guys. The relief pitchers, yes, they're absolutely in on a bunch of relievers, but starting pitching, if they get Merrill Kelly and they're able to sign Merrill Kelly, I think then the focus will really shift to trying to fix that bullpen.
Well, okay, so here's where it gets interesting, though. If they sign Merrill Kelly, I would assume they're still looking for starting pitching back in a Ketel Marte trade as well.
Yeah, young, controllable starting pitching.
In theory, the rotation is done, right? Because in theory, you've got Merrill Kelly, Soroka, Fott, Erod, and Ryan Nelson.
That's five.
In theory, your rotation is done if you sign Merrill Kelly, but I'd have to think that they would still be looking for a starter in a Ketel Marte trade, right?
Well, you could always say, like, Soroka's a starter right now, but hey, if I get another one, he could be a bullpen guy. Like, he's the easiest guy to just say you're a bullpen guy.
And if there's one thing we've learned from the last few years, you basically need six starters in your rotation.
We'll always need six starters.
You need six starters. Yep. And Soroka can be certainly a swing guy.
Look what happened with Ryan Nelson last year.
Yeah.
Hey, you're going to start in the bullpen, and he ends up making all those starts. Like, hey, but you're going to start in the bullpen. I don't think he was very happy about it, but it ended up working out fine for him.
It worked out fine for him. In the Zach Gallen thing, we're just going to wait. Like, I thought maybe we'd come in here on Monday and it'd be done, and he'd be a Chicago Cub. Lauren, how do you feel about Zach Gallen becoming a Chicago? You good with that?
A-okay with that.
He's a good pitcher.
He strikes me as a good Chicago Cub. Like
a guy who would thrive in Chicago.
Yeah.
He's got Wrigley there. I think he'd do well.
I think he would do well. He looks like I could see him in that uniform and go, yeah, it kind of makes sense. I could see Zach Gallen as Chicago, but nothing official there.
But there's a feeling that the average annual value for Kelly and Gallen will be the same. This is what I was told.
Okay.
That the average annual value, if you think Gallen's going to get $22 million, Kelly's going to get about the same. The difference is a 2-year deal compared to a 4-year deal. So that's why the Diamondbacks would prefer Merrill Kelly over Zach Gallen, because Zach is, and I do think when all they're going to be very, very close in what they make in average annual value per year. But the difference in why the Diamondbacks would prefer Merrill Kelly is that it's a shorter term deal rather than a longer term deal.
History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl. Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Text the word bowl to 620-620 right now. That's bowl to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. When we come back, where do the Arizona Cardinals go from here? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Bucks driving on Durant now. Stops, spins on the right block, backs it out to Dunn. He drives to the left hand. Euro step in the lane, got it poked loose. Near steal, but Brooks gets it back. Pulls up for a jumper in the lane. He got it, and the foul, the deuce, and the damage for Dylan Brooks.
Suns are at the T-Wolves this evening. Pregame gets going at 4:30, and the game tips at 5:30 on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, back here for the attorneys at the Berg Simpson Law Firm. In a world with so many choices and so many different lawyers and so many different law firms that you could call, if you've been involved in an accident, if you've been injured in an accident, you probably wonder what sets Berg Simpson apart, what makes them different. Over 24 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication, listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. Over 12 lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. There's just a level of depth and a level of trust and a level of quality. It's just different. It's just different than the other choices that are going to be out there. And you see it in the results. You see it in the way they treat you and your family and how they prioritize you and your family throughout this whole process. You'll see it right away. You do your homework, you're going to find out Berg Simpson is just different. So if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO, and I want to wish you all a happy holidays. You know there's nothing worse than thinking you're all set for holiday shopping, and then that dang check engine light comes on in your car. It always happens when you least expect it, and at the worst time. Now, what to do when your check engine light comes on can be confusing, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. AMCO will check your car or truck's computer system for free. Here's how it works. You just pop into any one of the 20 Valley locations, and we'll check your engine light for free while you wait. Now, most times the light can be caused by something simple and reset on the spot. Other times it may require deeper diagnostics, which can take additional time and cost a bit more. But we won't know until you come see us. Now remember, AMCO specializes in transmissions and we do total car care. Now AMCO has payment plans if you need, which we know is a great help for the holidays. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Basinonians, it's the Brooklyn Betting Cyber Week sale. That's right. Brooklyn Betting is celebrating Cyber Week with 25% off everything in-store and online. Now through December 9th. We're talking mattresses, sheets, pillows, everything you need for the best sleep ever is at Brooklyn Betting. Visit one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations where on-site sleep experts will set you up. My Crunk Brothers. And don't forget to tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. 5:30 tip time tonight. The Suns taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's why we're getting off a little early tonight. Gambo and I aren't going anywhere. Mitch is going to step in. He's going to do Here Come the Suns. We're going to be with him on Here Come the Suns as we preview the Suns and the T-Wolves tonight. Got that. You got some action around the NBA as well. You got Monday Night Football. The Philadelphia Eagles and the LA Chargers is the Monday night game tonight. Could be a decent game. See how much angst there is in Philly if they lose again.
I finished episode after the Cardinal game was over. We watched episode 4 of this season, the final season of Stranger Things.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you, but I did finish episode 4.
Please don't.
Now you have to wait till like Christmas or something. For the rest
so you're
of the
done. You're done.
They gave you 4 episodes and then they
Okay.
shut it down.
Okay, so now you have to wait till what, New Year's Day, I think, for the
whatever
last
it is.
one?
Yeah,
I think that's
whatever
what
it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting ready to start season 5 to see what happens with Elle and the whole crew. So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. And again, it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. We had Jonathan Gannon on the show earlier today when he met with the other assembled media. He was asked the question about flushing this game.
Kind of the same thing, Craig. You know, you got to be a pro about it and you got to move on. You know, it does me no good to be thinking about it right now. You know, I always go back and, you know, as I start watching the next opponent, I'll typically at some point during the week buzz it again just to make sure the more you watch something, the more you see kind of deal. And then just talk to the certain players about certain things, you know, and give them a little cheap point here or there. Make sure they're doing the right things and are on point.
The big thing to watch this week is going to be Trey Benson. That window closes this week. They got to make a decision, right?
Yes.
And if they don't activate him by, I think it's Wednesday or Thursday, if they don't activate him, I think it's Wednesday. If they don't activate him by then, they can't for the rest of the season. They have to put him back on IR. Here's Gannon with the assembled media.
Yeah, we'll see. Not quite sure yet. I hope he's keeps making progress and turning the corner. I want to see him out there. When he's ready to go, he'll go.
And he did acknowledge with us.
They got to do it by tomorrow?
They got to do it by, today's the 8th, right?
The 8th.
I think it's the 10th.
Okay.
I think it said Wednesday.
Okay,
I think
so
it's
they
the
had
day
till
after.
Wednesday to
I think
activate
Wednesday's
Trey
the day.
Benson.
I
Okay.
think the 10th is the deadline. Now, they could activate him and not play him.
They don't have to yet,
With
but he'd
the-
still be
with the-
available for any of the games.
Right,
once
with
he's
the idea
yeah.
that he could play when he's healthy enough to
I would do
so.
that.
So he's taking a roster spot from somebody, but at this point, I don't know. I don't know how important that. Maybe it is important because of all the injuries they've got. I don't know, but that's the big decision they've got this week to make when it comes to that.
I'd like to see him play, but I think no matter what, the way this season has gone with the running backs, it becomes a huge priority. And, you know, listen, the game plan was a great game plan. You have James Conner, and then you draft the running back high in Trey Benson. You play them together for 2 years. And then when it's time to say goodbye to James Conner, Trey Benson's got 2 years of experience. He becomes your number 1 running back. Like, that's the game plan. You want to execute that game plan. It saves you a lot of money in free agency. It saves you from after drafting a running back again. It's the right way to do it. It just didn't work out.
Yeah.
But that's the right way to do it. Conner and Benson together for 2 years. Say goodbye to Conner. Benson becomes the number 1 guy, and you're fine. But it just didn't work out that way.
No, it didn't. Jonathan Gannon was also asked about his team and how they're going to be able to, how hard it is to pull out of this when the losses stack up like this.
Probably everybody thinks about that a little bit different. I don't know. No, not really. You know what I mean? Because they know they're going to get tested again on Sunday. They're going to get measured on Sunday. And the most important thing we do now is recover, get some rest, and then get on to the next opponent. You know, as easy as that. It's not easy, but as easy as that. You know, you got to move forward.
At this point, we just start looking for wins. I don't think anybody looked at this Rams game and thought this was going to be a win. This was kind of how we expected it to go. The Houston Texans, God, their defense is extraordinary.
Killers.
Extraordinary. They
so physical.
They shoved it in Kansas City's face last night.
Who was the safety? Was it Petrie? Was that his name? And knocked out knocked Rashee Rice into next year.
I don't recall his name.
That hit last.
I
oh my
remember
God.
the hit. Will Anderson was huge last night against
physical.
Kansas City against Patrick
Kansas City
Mahomes.
has a 16% chance to make the playoffs.
Oh, yeah,
now.
they're in trouble. We'll probably talk
they're
about that tomorrow.
They're in a lot of trouble.
I'd
love to talk about that tomorrow.
The Texans, Mitch is giving me 2 thumbs up. Yeah, we get to talk about it tomorrow. The Texans are going to be tough. The Bengals on the road are going to be tough. I have no idea what the Rams are going to be playing for at the end of the season. Not a clue. I'm looking at that Falcons game at home in 2 weeks and thinking if you're going to win one, if you're going to avoid becoming the first team in Cardinals organizational history to not have 14 losses, that's probably the one where you need to get it right there.
I do think whatever decisions they're going to make on the coach, the GM in the future, like they should be made now. It's this December 8th. You've played enough games. It shouldn't come down to you're going to keep your job if you can beat the Falcons.
I'm not saying beat the Falcons.
I know you're not.
I'm saying it. I'm saying beat the Falcons to get a win and not finish 3-14.
10 losses in 11 games. Who would have thunk that?
It's the doomsday scenario that we always talked about. We always, like, hey, if things get really sideways, all bets are off. We don't know what they're going to do. It's the doomsday scenario that we never thought was possible, and yet here it is, stare at us in the face every single Sunday with this football
team. Put me down for 5-12 next year, Lauren.
Time for final thoughts on the game.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the Burns and Gambo 2-minute warning. Final thoughts on yesterday's Cardinals game. Brought to you by Arrowhead Honda. Looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan? Head down to Arrowhead Honda and score big. Tell them Michael Wilson sent you.
I'm going to start this edition of the 2-minute warning because we know every single year websites will rank a team's ability to go from worst to first in the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals will have the worst odds of any team to go worst to first because of this division and the amount of separation, the gap there is between the Cardinals and everybody else. I went down this rabbit hole this morning looking at the last 12 years of football in the NFC West. The Rams, the 49ers, the Seahawks, and the Cardinals. How many times have each team finished in first place, last place, the playoffs, and the Super Bowl? The Cardinals are so far behind in every single metric, in every single part of the standings. The Cardinals, since 2013, have finished first 1 time, last 5 times, and made 3 playoff appearances. Every other team in the division have finished first at least 3 times, most of them 5, and all 3 have been in 2 Super Bowls over the last 12 years. The gap is wide, it's getting wider, and the Cardinals have work to do this offseason.
I'm going to go with the explosive plays. My God, did the Rams have a lot of explosive plays. Puka Nacua went for 20, 28, 28, 31, 32. Corum, the Michigan running back, 14, 17, 18, 48. Kyron Williams, 10, 18, plus a couple of 8-yard runs. My goodness, the amount of plays they gave up, big explosive plays, were insane. Among 5 players, they had 16 first down plays for 260 yards. The Arizona Cardinals, they can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They're giving up big plays left and right, and it led to a blowout win by the Rams.
That is going to do it for the Burns and Gambo show. But don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Mitch is going to slide into the captain's chair. We're going to get you ready for the Suns and the Timberwolves. That is coming up next on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
If you're an ASU football supporter, who is your faith in? Is your faith in Sam Levitt? Is your faith more in Kenny Dillingham?
It's in Kenny Dillingham. There's no doubt about it.
And I think the majority of Sun Devil fans would feel that way.
And listen, we went into the season, and a lot of people from Jake Plummer to others thought that Sam Levitt could be the new gold standard for quarterbacks in ASU history. That did not happen.
No, he took a step back this year.
And by leaving and going somewhere else, that will close the book on that whole thing.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they monitor rates every single day, and they can monitor rates for you. All you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and the Lund Mortgage team will be glad to help you follow the rates and help you get the right mortgage for you. The Lund Mortgage team has been here for over 30 years. They help people every single day when it comes to all of your mortgage needs, and they're helping people that want to refinance. And all you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. Rates have dropped. Refinancing could save you some serious money. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And for refinance now, you're not going to have a payment until 2026. So all you have to do is email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and I'll monitor rates for you, and I'll let you know when the time is right to refinance based on what your wants and needs are. Again, that's email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dash cam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. And tell them Wolf sent you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Why Refi is hiring. If you are looking for a rewarding career with real growth, now is the time to join us. We are actively hiring for multiple positions, including student loan advocates, client relationship specialists, negotiators, and more. At Why Refi, your work makes a difference. You can help grow your career and change lives. Why Refi offers competitive salaries and commissions, company-paid health insurance, and a 401k match. Apply today at whyrefi.com/careers. That's whyrefi.com/careers.
Here come the Suns. Our pregame coverage of Phoenix Suns basketball. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
Phoenix Suns back from the long weekend, getting themselves ready for a huge Western Conference showdown. Looking to get back in the win column and looking to do it without at least 2 of their top 3 players. The third is a big question mark right now, but we'll get into it as we're getting ready for Suns and Timberwolves live from Minnesota. Welcome into Here Come the Suns. Mitch Vareldes alongside Burns and Gambo. We've got John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, kind enough to loan me the seat for the next 30 minutes, at least while he's in here.
You have the con, sir. Go ahead.
I love this con. It's a fun con. So let's quickly refresh. Last time we saw this team play, Friday against the Houston Rockets, very competitive first quarter, and then they couldn't make a basket.
Couldn't make a basket, were turning the ball over a lot. They weren't passing it. They had a very low amount of assists. Kevin Durant went crazy. His three-point play gave them the lead for good. Big second quarter for Durant, and then the lead just kept growing from 1 to 10 to 15 to 25, and it was just not it's not a good matchup for Phoenix. even though the Rockets didn't have Şengün in that game,
right,
it's just not a good matchup. Thompson was dunking everything, and Durant was making all these shots, and they're just a very, very talented team. And there is a big listen, the Suns are playing great basketball, but there's a big difference between them and the top couple of teams in the NBA.
And I thought not having Devin Booker in that game, and this is going to be easy to say this. I know Devin Booker it's been a rough stretch the last month or so, but I think you clearly saw that offense kind of grind down to a halt without him, especially in that second quarter. The ball movement just stopped. There was nobody, outside of Dylan Brooks, who struggled after he started the game, I think 6 of 7 in that game. He didn't shoot very well after that.
No.
The ball stuck. It didn't move very well. There wasn't a whole lot of flow. It was a lot of jacking up threes. It was a team that had no flow, no rhythm, and then it carried over defensively where Houston just got whatever they wanted in the second and third quarter of that basketball game. So it kind of, unfortunately, it went as expected without Devin Booker. They'll have to find a way for at least one more game, maybe more, to play better than that without him, because offensively there was no flow on Friday night at all. They were off.
I don't know how to compartmentalize it, because a lot of the conversation that I was having with Kellen, what I was having with Wolf earlier today when I briefly get to sit in with him, is that we're not necessarily freaking out about the result of them losing to the Rockets.
No.
Like, yes, we should be
concerned
about some of the aspects of it, maybe carrying over, but this felt like the anomaly type of performance that we've seen out of the Suns this year, where they could easily go back and beat Minnesota again tonight.
I think Minnesota's a tough matchup for them, too. I will say that the game against Minnesota, when they beat them, I thought was their signature win of the season. I thought that was they ended an 8-game losing streak to the Timberwolves, and they punked them. They punked them at the end of the game. Minnesota's up 113-105. There's a minute and 9 left after 2 Dante DiVincenzo free throws, and then, all of a sudden, this miracle happens, and the Suns end up winning the basketball game and kind of shocked the Timberwolves. There'll be payback tonight. I think Minnesota's going to want payback, for what happened. Look, I still think that there are teams that are ahead of the Suns that are better than the Suns. I'm not expecting the Suns to win those games. I still think it comes down to they're going to have to beat the teams that they are now supposed to beat.
They've built up way too much equity to say that one game against the Houston Rockets cost them all that.
Yes.
There've been too much goodwill, too many good moments, whether it's the Lakers, whether it's the Spurs, whether it's the Minnesota Timberwolves and the revenge game from a couple of weeks ago that we're going to see tonight. There's been way, way too much good stuff that has been built up so far this year to say that it's all gone, because they got blown out by the Houston Rockets a couple of times. It just doesn't. We haven't even begun to cut into the equity that the Suns have built up so far. I think they could lose tonight against Minnesota, and I'd still be like, they're fine. Nothing here to worry about. They're still playing well, and we expected struggles against this portion of the schedule. I just would love to see a more competitive game tonight than we saw against the Houston Rockets. That I'll say that for sure, but I don't even think we need a win tonight to have something to worry about tomorrow.
Okay, let me carry off of that then. So they're coming off of a loss to Houston. Let's pretend that they lose tonight. So now it's 2 in a row.
Okay.
They got Oklahoma City on Wednesday.
Okay. Yep.
And the expectation is very high that they will likely lose. Oklahoma City's lost once this year.
But then 2 to Golden State and 2 to New Orleans. That's where you've got to win 3 out of 4 with one game in between.
Spurs or Lakers in between.
Right.
I just wonder, at what point are we going to either resign to the fact that they're now regressing to the mean kind of thing, as opposed to, well, if they lose tonight, it's fine, but then you look ahead and they could easily lose the next 4 games after that.
It's a good way to look at it, Mitch, but what I would have to say is that there will be pockets of this season where they're going to lose 3, 4 in a row, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6. There are pockets in which the schedule doesn't favor them. Then there's other pockets in which, they could win 4 in a row, they could win 5 in a row, but I just don't know that they're a good enough team to avoid a 4-game losing streak because they will have it. They're still a team that is playing over their skis with heart and hustle and not as much talent. So when you look at a stretch like this coming up, it was almost like a given. Yes, they're probably gonna lose to Minnesota tonight, and they're gonna lose to Oklahoma City, and so I do think that there are pockets in the schedule where you could see 3, 4 losses in a row. But there are also pockets in the schedule where there will be wins like that.
Falling below 500 does not necessarily equate regression. If we wake up one morning, we come in here and do the show, and the Suns are a below 500 team, I really doubt the topic of conversation on our shows can be, oh my God, the Suns have regressed. Oh my God, it's happening. I think it will be a reflection of the schedule, certainly a reflection of who's not playing. I mean, I hope, and I just read on Twitter a second ago an update from Jordan Ott about both Devin Booker and Jalen Green. I hope we're getting into the neighborhood here of both of those guys coming back in the next couple of weeks. Because then when that happens, then I think you've got the potential to really see this thing take off in ways that nobody could have imagined it would have.
The direct quotes that you're referring to from Jordan Ott, I'm seeing this courtesy of AZ Central's Dwayne Rankin. Direct quote on Devin Booker and the groin strain chances if he could play in the Cup quarterfinal game on Wednesday. Quote, he's been able to get on the court the last couple of days, continue to assess to see exactly how he feels after tonight, after that initial early season session, and then we'll see on Wednesday, close quote. Regarding Jalen Green, quote, he seems to be making good progress. You can see him doing more and more. We'll continue to assess, but at this point, he's going to continue to make progress. We'll let you know as soon as that thing gets right, and we'll be able to put him out there. The initial reevaluation date for Green Gambo is it's a day or two before Christmas. My hypothesis would be we don't see him again until 2026. But if he's making positive progress, why not get him back out there?
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt it'd be right around Christmas. Now, maybe it's that first, we looked at the schedule in early January. Maybe it's one of those games. But these are tough injuries. You got to make sure he's healthy. You don't want him to re-aggravate it. We knew this was going to be 4 to 6 weeks the second it happened. Because he did re-aggravate it. Right. They got to be very, very careful to make sure that doesn't happen again. So I'm sure that they'll take extra precautions. But when they get him back, it's going to be exciting because we saw one game out of Jalen Green, and man, he played really, really well. It was exciting to see him, and you're like, wow, he fits in like a glove. Now, that was one game. You want to see more, but I think that's when the Suns have not been in full strength all year.
No.
So it'd be nice to finally see them at full strength and see, how good they can be.
Even the one game with Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks was not available.
That's right. He was still out for that one. I would expect a long ramp up period. That the quickness in which he re-aggravated that injury suggests to me that they'll really take their time in practices and in workouts before they bring him back, because they certainly don't want to run the risk of having him to miss another 4 to 6 weeks. I think he'll have a long ramp-up period before they bring him back.
So those are the two long-term injuries that we're waiting for a clear resolution on. There's a short-term injury that we're waiting on a resolution on, and it could come down anytime between now and the next 15, 20 minutes or so. And that's Dylan Brooks, who was listed as questionable with left Achilles soreness going in. I'm seeing video from Dwayne Rankin's account of him going through pregame routine. Mm-hmm. He's officially a game time decision from Ott in his pregame availability session. Based on just me looking at this, him not going against any defenders, he seems to be moving okay. But
Achilles, be careful.
Yeah, got to be careful with Achilles.
Be careful with the Achilles and be careful with the calves. Yeah, if they don't have Dylan Brooks tonight, and I don't know what's going to happen with Anthony Edwards. He's questionable for tonight.
I saw he's in.
He's in.
Illness,
okay,
yeah.
I hadn't seen an update on that.
They're using biological warfare, I believe.
Without Dylan Brooks, it's going to be very, very tough to go into Minnesota and get a win when your top two guys are going to be Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen.
Look, they've still lost 8 out of 9 in Minnesota. Yeah, it was 8 in a row, and then they got the one. But listen. The league has really come down on reporting when it comes to injuries because of the gambling issue. So they want all the teams to release the information. Because again, the gambling thing is really scaring the NBA right now. So I think that's why so many teams are just hush on whether a guy's going to play or not until the team releases it. But based on the game time, we should know very, very soon.
We should know soon, and that will definitely make a big impact in terms of who is going to get the primary amount of bulk on offense. Let's quickly peek at this Minnesota team. We got a couple of minutes here. They've won 5 games in a row. The most significant coming against the Celtics because, believe it or not, that's their first win against an above 500 opponent this season. But they
beat Drew Holiday and Porzingis and Jason Tatum. Oh, wait, those guys aren't on the team anymore right now.
They're on a heater right now for what it's worth. And Anthony Edwards is doing things from the three-point line that even he's not done in his career. He's shooting a ton from beyond the arc, and he's making a ton from beyond the arc. And that has led to this string of high point outputs that Edwards has been putting together these last few games.
It was a struggle for him, the three-point shot. I remember during the whole Suns game, we were talking about that is a problem for Anthony Edwards was the three-point shot, and he was going to work on it and try to get a little bit better at it. So, listen, the Suns won that game against Minnesota, and they committed 28 turnovers, right? It was a terrible game for Devin Booker. It was one of the worst games that Devin Booker was 4 for 18 with 9 turnovers.
Yeah.
And he fouled out of the game.
Yeah.
And then Brooks was fouled out of the game, and they still won that game.
I think there's something very uncomfortable about this early start for Minnesota in that, Suns rally from 8 back with a minute to go to beat them. Then the very next time they go out, Sacramento does the same thing to them. They have like a 10-point lead in the last 3 minutes of the game. They lost in overtime. They won a game against the Pelicans, but they did it in overtime. They barely beat the LA Clippers by 3 the other night. We know what struggles they're going through. The record is good. The record is what the record is. But if you peel back even just a layer of it, you look at it, and I think it'd be safe to say people expected more out of this Minnesota team. People expected them to be better than this, even though the record is pretty good with where they're at. So they're again, it depends on the health of Dillon Brooks and his availability. Perhaps there's a vulnerability tonight to Minnesota because there's not been anything that overly impressive about what they've done so far this season.
Nothing overly impressive, but this feels like a perfect type of pounce opportunity for Minnesota. And if you're looking at it just from the perspective of, well, they don't have Jalen Green, they don't have Devin Booker, they might have a slightly hobbled Dillon Brooks. Where else is the offense going to come from for a team that's coming off of, 34% and 14% from long point range? Yeah,
they're going to shoot 45 threes tonight.
A lot of firing.
They're going to shoot 45 threes tonight.
They're well rested, the Suns.
That's true.
They've played, one game in the last, 6 days? 6 days, I think?
They haven't played a lot lately.
They played on Monday. They played on Friday. They're playing Monday, Wednesday, and then they might not play again until Sunday or Monday, depending on the outcome.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, no game.
Yep.
The 3 days off. Then they played Friday. And then off Saturday, Sunday. So 5 out of 6 days they haven't played a game. So they should be well rested.
Hopefully the rest advantage works in their favor. When we come back, we'll go deeper into this Suns-Wolves matchup. We'll bring in our Suns guru, Kellen Olson, get his thoughts. That's coming up next on Here Come the Suns on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More Here Come the Suns coming up. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The holidays are a time for family, laughter, gratitude, and the traditions that bring us together. But the greatest gift you can give your loved ones this season isn't wrapped under the tree. It's peace of mind. And here's Mike Halliday, partner at Morris Hall.
At Morris Hall, we help Arizona families protect what matters most through customized estate plans, from wills and trusts and powers of attorney to complete estate administration. For more than 55 years, families have trusted us to help them plan for the future with confidence, clarity, and care.
This season, give your family a gift that lasts far beyond the holidays. The comfort of knowing their future is secure. Schedule your consultation today at morrishall.com.
From our family to yours, Morris Hall wishes you a happy holiday season. Visit morrishall.com to give your family the gift of peace.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Arizona sports fans, you're served this holiday season. Give the gift that keeps everyone playing. Right now, Just Pickle Courts is offering a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up before year end. From cozy backyard retreats to resort quality builds, they handle it all. Designed to being done. Make memories last a lifetime. JustPickleCourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Here come the Suns pregame, brought to you by Michelob Ultra on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Final segment of Here Come the Suns here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Mitch Vareldis, John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, now joined by our Suns guru and my cohort on Arizona Sports at Night when Arizona Sports at Night returns.
Hiatus. It's hiatus time.
We'll be back in 2026, but Kellen Olson is here as well.
Hello.
How have you been?
Good. Had a good weekend. Me and Burnsy talking about the movies I saw over the weekend. Took a little bit of time away from the Phoenix Suns in basketball just because they had a nice little 3 games in 7 days or something.
Plus,
like that.
This love affair of U of A basketball.
Oh yeah, no big deal.
Just beat Auburn by 29.
Just another 30-point win for us. Whatever. All those East Coast voters who were asleep during our game woke up and saw we won by 30 and were like, "Fine, we'll put you ahead of Michigan." After we were setting that up last week by putting Michigan ahead of you, fine, whatever.
So nobody's got a better schedule, and nobody's beaten better teams than the University of Arizona. Nobody.
I guess there's a reason they're number 1 then, huh?
But they should have been number 1 last week, but finally Purdue showed their true colors and lost by 70.
Like they're being disrespected. I'm like, yeah, they're number 1 in the country. That's usually what happens.
Takes a little while for people to find out.
Got Alabama this weekend, Gambo. They talk about
in Birmingham. Hey,
they talk about roll Tide. We're gonna roll that Tide.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They're a good team.
You proud of me, Mitch? Was that a good dad play?
Yeah. I know for a fact there's a small enough portion of our audience that is very appreciative of the Cats talk that is happening here.
Take control of your show, bitch. Come
I'm
on.
Gonna do my
But
best.
you know what? Me and Kellen can tip our cap to Bobby Hurley and ASU because they're playing good basketball.
Playing very good basketball.
We can tip
coming
our
off
cap.
of a
Little
win
pat
off
on the head.
Oklahoma.
Good job, guys.
They're playing good
Good job.
basketball.
You have a competitive basketball team.
We received votes going into this AP poll.
Congratulations.
That is some progress.
That's great. What happened to quarterback for them?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
This just got bloodless in here.
I don't know what just happened, but I can tell you this: we do have. We'll start here. We do have a health update from the Suns. This is official. Dylan Brooks is available with that left Achilles soreness. So, no Devin Booker, no Jalen Green, no Isaiah Livers. We knew that, but Kellen. Definitely a nice little bump, a little boost, a nice little piece
Take
of
it easy, Dylan.
relief that Dylan is going to be in this game
That's the
tonight.
one word you don't want to hear. The one word you don't want to hear any soreness for. All soreness is bad soreness when it pops up on the injury designation, but you just hope everything is in line or our I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and everything's good to go because Dylan's going to have to exert a lot of effort in this game overall. He's going to take 20-plus shots again, and I think that what we're going to need to see for the Suns this time as opposed to last go-around was when you were generating good looks outside of Dylan and the individual scoring prowess that he is going to bring, you need to make your shots. It was a very make-or-miss loss for them on Friday. I still think they lose the game even if they knock down their threes, but with that being said, it just got out of control pretty quickly because some turnovers, some missed shots, and away from there it went.
The ball movement too on that game. We talked about that a little bit. It was sticky. It was not, which is something I worried about a little bit with no Devin Booker and how things were going to flow offensively. There wasn't much flow to that game offensively for the Suns. So I'd like to see that get better tonight. We'll see if there's a better opportunity for that to get better tonight when they're not playing maybe as, Houston does seem to be a team that can give them problems. So I would like to see a little more motion and flow out of the Phoenix Suns tonight. But I'm glad to hear Dylan Brooks is going to be back. But to Kellen's point, take it easy, big fella, because you are being counted on for many things and don't push it with that Achilles injury.
I think of those many things that I'm most concerned about in terms of where it could lead to a little extra stress is the defensive side, Gambo, only because I anticipate that Brooks is going to draw the primary defensive responsibilities against Anthony Edwards, or even if he gets switched on, if he has to go against Julius Randle. Like, he's got some tough customers on the defensive side of the ball.
But that's who he is, right? That's one of the things we talked about is his ability to guard just about everybody, including some fives, you know? Like, there are times he'll guard Anthony Davis. He'll guard Luka. He'll guard LeBron. Like, one of the things you loved about getting Dillon Brooks on this team was, like, there's not many matchups in the NBA where he can't guard a guy. He'll guard Shea. Like, so that's him. That's what he does. He'll take the challenge. He's a competitor. He wants to win. I hear Achilles, and I'm scared to death. Let's just get through this game and be okay. I do think sometimes the Suns have to be very careful because their margin for error with injuries is not great. So they have to err on the side of caution. But he wants to play. He's a very competitive guy.
I appreciate his willingness to want to be competitive and be in this and understanding the situation that they have ahead of them. Now, on the offensive side, Kellen, one of the things that we talked about is that they definitely got a fair amount of open look opportunities and the ball just not falling. Do you think they adjust how they, more so the distribution of where the shots are on the floor, given it was 36 from 3 and then 100 field goal attempts overall. So even a lot of those 2-point attempts not necessarily fall in. Do you think they adjust where they try to get their shots in, at least in the start here, see if there's flow creation there?
You mean more threes or more twos?
More threes, I guess.
I think that the challenge is creating those threes as always and getting the good looks that they did, because that was the number that we were going to watch for this whole time without Green, without Booker, as well as how many threes they were able to get up, because Grayson will take a couple off the dribble, Dillon will take a couple off the dribble, Colin will too, but outside of that, it's going to be catch and shoot guys. You're creating the flow, but I'm with you. They need to take even more. Tonight, Grayson did not have a good game against Houston. He needs to bounce back in a major way, and Colin was solid, but they need more from Colin right now. It's funny, like Colin goes from like, oh, he's like this nice little story, like all of a sudden he's like this one of the best contracts in the league, and then when he has an off night or isn't like at his best, it's like, man, like you really need Colin at his best all of a sudden. Like that pecking order, all of a sudden they become incredibly reliant on him very quickly.
The way that he's contributed, in particular from the 3-point area, Burnsy, is what stood out to most to me, and his ability to stay on the floor because of his offensive contribution, Colin, has been, I think, what we would have hoped for the most when we found out that the Suns were going to bring him back, and he has delivered that and then some, at least offensively.
Well, he has, but to Kellen's point, I mean, there is also you went from, oh, isn't this a nice little story, to, boy, we need him.
Yeah.
Almost overnight, and that's overstating it a little bit, but not by that much. Like he went from cute story to huge contributor, and with that comes, with great power comes great responsibility. Well, with that comes the responsibility to be more of a guy that can carry this team on a nightly basis. Now, maybe it's not fair to make that ask of Colin Gillespie at this stage in his career, but when they got off to the start they did, and when he was the centerpiece of it the way he was, or at least an important part of it, that unfortunately for him is, and I'm sure he's fine with it. I'm sure he's more than happy to take that responsibility on. But absolutely, he's it's not just a fun little story anymore. He's a very important player for them to have success.
I think defensively, too. I mean, if you go back to that Minnesota game, I thought the most impactful defensive play of the game was on an inbounds pass to Dante DiVincenzo along the sideline when he came in and he forced a turnover, and I think that led to a good win three.
Yes. Yeah.
And, if you go back and look at that entire Minnesota game, that was the most impactful defensive play of the entire game. Willing defenders, you just got to be a willing defender. If you're willing to work hard and try, that's half the battle. He surprised me with his defensive ability. He's never going to be a great shutdown defensive player, but he works hard on the defensive end. We always talk about his offense, but I think defensively he's given his team a lift too.
Any particular matchup, like individual, one-on-one, as we have a little less than a minute here, that you're looking forward to watching in this one tonight?
Keep Ant out of the paint. When he decided in that game that he wanted to get inside, no one could stop him, and he was using his Euros. He was using like the ball tricks to get around everyone and lay it in at the rim. He's going to live it at the rim tonight, and they're just going to need to rotate properly once he gets inside, because no one can stay in front of Ant in the league anyway, let alone even the great defenders the Suns have at times.
Should be an exciting matchup. Gentlemen, appreciate it very much.
You got it, Mitch.
I go.
We got Suns basketball due up in Minnesota coming up in the next 5 minutes or so. Thanks to Kellen Olson, Dave Burns, John Gambadoro for their insight as always. Thanks to Lawrence Ellis behind the glass, John Bloom, Tim Kempton. They're on standby, ready to go from the Twin Cities in Minneapolis. Suns and Timberwolves. And it's coming up next here on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt when you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line. Competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Business owners with fleet vehicles need a tax write-off before 2025 ends? The Section 179 accelerated depreciation deduction allows you to write off the full purchase price of qualifying vehicles, over $1 million in 2025, and there's never been a better time. The Commercial Truck Super Sale is live at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Every Super Duty, Transit, Chassis Cab, and Specialty Upfit is priced to move now. Upgrade your business. Cut your tax bill. Only at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's the Suns Report, presented by PayPal. Join us now for a look at what's happening in the NBA and a preview look at our upcoming game. It's time for the Suns Report, brought to you in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Achieve legendary status. You do you at Gila River Resorts and Casinos. PayPal, preferred payments partner of the Phoenix Suns. And FanDuel, play your game. News, interviews, special features, and an inside look at both teams. It's all coming up. So stay tuned as we go courtside for the Suns Report.
Good
evening, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Phoenix Suns basketball. John Bloom, along with Tim Kempton, our engineer here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, is Lauren Hicks, and we've got Lawrence Ellis producing inside the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network studios. Happy to have you with us wherever and however you're tuned in on this Monday evening. It is the Suns in Game 2 of this road trip, TK, and again, Game 3 coming up Wednesday night against the defending champions in Oklahoma City, but certainly can't look past these Minnesota Timberwolves, who I have a feeling are not going to look past the Phoenix Suns after the way things transpired a couple of weeks ago in the Valley.
Got to turn my mic on. There you go, John.
Yes.
These guys in conversations pregame that we're having here, their broadcasters are a little upset. So, the team is upset about, saying that the Suns took their spot in the Cup Series. Well, if it was your spot, all you had to do was win a game, and you would have been 3-1 instead of 2-2, and you would have got in. But it is kind of funny the way they reacted to that. But the Suns, last minute of that game, just played great. The game got chaotic, and the Suns made the most of it. I think in the aftermath, it was a missed shot, 2 missed free throws, and 3 turnovers, which led to the Suns and Colin Gillespie making a hoop to get that win, and put this thing a couple of weeks forward. Now we go to Oklahoma City on the back of this trip to play and see who goes to Vegas for the semifinals.
Yeah, there's a little jelly here in Minneapolis. So you can see it. It's there's also a little snow on the ground. It's very
this
cold.
Is true.
There's single digits as we got here yesterday, as you would expect in December here in the land of 10,000 lakes. Is that what they
Yes,
call it? But it's more than 10,000. I remember talking to somebody. They have well over 10,000 lakes. They just call it that. Anyway, the bottom line is all of those are frozen over at this point, and yet they've got a red-hot basketball team.
That they
because
do.
the Suns started them on that losing streak with the Cup game, as you mentioned, and that comeback 9-0 run to end the game in the last 49 seconds. And you talked about Gillespie being the hero. There were a bunch of heroes involved in that, but he was the last one to make the shot and give the Suns, in essence, that 114-113 win, which does send them to Las Vegas to play, or a chance to get to Las Vegas if they beat Oklahoma City on Wednesday night. It's a big if. We all know that.
Yeah.
Now, as far as Minnesota's hot streak, 5 wins in a row, and since we saw Ant-Man, I don't think he's missed a 3. Now, it's not really that, but he has actually been extremely efficient, and even in the games where he hasn't scored the ball, they still have been able to continue this win streak.
Yeah, because other guys have stepped up. You look at the last 2 games, he's scored a combined 26 points. He was 3 of 6 the other night. He only took 6 shots in the entire game. He had 15 points in one game, 11 in the other. So other guys have definitely stepped up. Jaden McDaniels is good. Julius Randle, we know, is always someone that could pick up the offensive load. They're happy with Dante DiVincenzo, Naz Reid coming back to be that, ultimate 6-man again. So, they're playing really well. 5 in a row. They're on their home court. And, they got a little upset losing that game to the Suns for that trip to play to Vegas and the Cup semifinal.
And their latest win was against the Los Angeles Clippers here on Saturday night. 109-106 was the final, as TK mentioned. Edwards limited to 15 points, but McDaniels picked him up with 27. Randall had 24, and they got 19 from Naz Reid off the bench. So the Suns know what they've got in store here tonight, and we have just found out that the good news is they will have Dylan Brooks available for tonight's game, as Anthony Edwards and Dylan Brooks both listed as questionable coming into tonight's game. Edwards with an illness, he's available for the T-Wolves. Brooks, Achilles soreness, but he is available for the Suns, who are still dealing without Devin Booker, Jalen Green, and Isaiah Livers for tonight's contest. Still ahead, we'll get the scouting report, but coming up next, we're going to learn more about the 5-game win streak of the T-Wolves. From their voice, Alan Horton, he joins Tim Kempton as the Suns report rolls on.
U of A fans and alumni, this one's for you. Arizona takes on San Diego State on December 20th at Mortgage Matchup Center, part of the Hall of Fame Series Phoenix. Plus, former conference rivals Colorado and Stanford square off in a compelling undercard matchup. Show out and pack the stands. Tickets are on sale now at HOFseries.com.
Suns fans, you can get in on the action at any time with live betting on FanDuel. Because from the opening tip until the final buzzer, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. FanDuel, official partner of the Phoenix Suns. 21 plus and present in Arizona. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342.
Ride to the game in style with Desert Rose Worldwide Transportation, the preferred transportation partner of the beautiful Mortgage Matchup Center. Their premium fleet includes sedans, SUVs, Sprinter vans, minibuses, and, of course, beautiful stretch limousines. Whether it's a corporate event, special occasion, or a safe and stylish ride to see the Suns in action, Desert Rose will make every effort to ensure your ride is memorable. Visit DesertRoseLimos.com and book your ride today.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back to the Suns Report. Continue this road trip. It's in Minnesota. The Suns actually won the last game, cup game at that. Colin Gillespie makes a game winner with 6.4 seconds. My guest is always Alan Horton, fine voice, TV and radio voice of the Minnesota Timberwolves these days. And Alan, just going back to that last game, 6.4 seconds left. No Dylan Brooks, no Devin Booker. They run a play for Colin Gillespie and he responds. Just your thoughts on the way that game ended, as Minnesota had a big lead there at one point. The Suns chase them down and steal the win.
So 8-point lead with 50 seconds left to play. You have to have a lot of things, almost everything go wrong, and I think the Wolves would say that everything went wrong. In those final 5 possessions, they went 0 for 1 from the field, 0 for 2 at the free throw line, and had 3 turnovers. And that's something that you know that Phoenix has done so well this year, is turning people over. And they sped the game up. Those final 50 seconds, it becomes chaotic. And when you're facing that kind of pressure on the road, sometimes you make mistakes. And it really sent the Wolves like on a little tailspin, because the same thing happened a couple of nights later in Sacramento, where they were up 10 with 3 minutes to go. Kings come roaring back, force overtime, and win. And then the Wolves were in a tie game with Oklahoma City with like 5 minutes to go, and OKC used one of their patented bursts to take control. But the Wolves have kind of come through that now, and they've started to win some clutch time games, win some close games. But I think they learned a lot about what this Phoenix Suns team is. It's not about the name on the back of the jersey. It's that name on the front. And I don't think it really matters. Like, obviously, you'd love to have Devin Booker tonight if you're the Suns, but, I mean, the Wolves cannot come in here thinking that just because Booker's out that this is an automatic check mark under the win column.
One of the things I want to ask you quick, just if you have any more information, your best player, is he going to be on the floor? Anthony Edwards tonight, we got a little report that he's battling a little bit of an illness. Any word on him at this point?
Yeah, it's kind of that time of the year where illnesses go around. TJ Shannon had a similar thing. He's going to be able to play, but wasn't able to go and shoot around today. So he's going to be, I think, a true game time decision. But, you know, these guys take the afternoon to rest. They load up maybe with a couple of IVs, some vitamin C. You know, everybody thinks back to Michael Jordan in the flu game in the finals. So I think all the top players in this league, if there's any way they could step on the floor and Ant fits into this category, he's going to do it.
What do you like about the Minnesota Timberwolves this year? Obviously, you know, you go through lineup changes, free agents come and go. What do you like about Minnesota this year so far?
I think it's been refreshing to see how consistent this team has been over the last few seasons. Back-to-back Western Conference Finals, same head coach, same front office, and for the most part, same guys. The only guy who was in the rotation last year, it's not here this year, is Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who's doing great things in Atlanta, but they just couldn't afford to keep him. You know, OKC is going to run into that issue eventually. They can't pay everybody, even though they've won 15 straight and are 23-1. But I think the consistency and just the fact that this team has a baseline for the way they play, and it might not always look pretty, but we kind of get to the same spot. And you know, all of a sudden, after those 3 losses on the road, including to the Suns, you would have thought, you know, the sky is falling. But all of a sudden, they've won 5 in a row, and they're 13-5 in their last 18 games. They're in the 6th spot in the Western. They're right where they need to be, and I think. You know, we've seen some development from Naz Reid. He had the big 3 to beat the Clippers the other night here. Jaden McDaniels continues to improve. He had 20 in the second half. That's the most he's ever scored in a half of basketball. He just looks more and more comfortable. And that's with Anthony Edwards the last 2 games only combining for 26 total points in 2 games. So other guys have stepped up, and Julius Randle has turned out to be a great complement and a great fit for this offense, doing some things that Ant and some other guys can't do on this team, playing that bully ball style. So, this team has a couple of times been in the top 10 in both offense and defense. I think that's where they were there last year. They had the number 1 defense the year before that. So I think they're going to be top 10 in both, and I think they're going to be fighting for a top 4 seed in the Western Conference by the time it's all said and done.
Alan Horton, ladies and gentlemen. Phoenix Suns on the road taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. A very good team, lots of good players. Going to be a tough night. Should be fun. That's a little bit of Suns Report. John Bloom and I back after these messages.
Oh, you didn't know? Gila River Resorts and Casinos is Arizona's #1 casino, and no one does it better. So, play hard, relax like a movie star, party like a rock star, and dine like a king or a queen. However you do you, no one lets you take it to legendary status like we do. Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. Visit one of our 4 locations, Wild Horse Pass, Lone Butte, Vicuiva, or Santan Mountain, or visit GilaCasinos.com to learn more.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Every day begins with the promise of something new. A new perspective, a fresh start. At Banner Health, right here, right now, we're pioneering new ways to treat cancer with our own immune systems. We're among the first to treat Parkinson's with the patient's own cells. And we're a world leader in artificial heart implantation. All while training over 1,300 doctors every year. Impressive, right? It's just another Banner day. Banner Health.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tonight's Suns Report is presented by PayPal, preferred payments partner of the Phoenix Suns. Getting ready to visit the Minnesota Timberwolves, and here we are at Target Center. You know, every arena in the NBA has distinguishing characteristics,
Yes.
TK. When we come here, it's an intoxicating smell of like char-grilled burgers. Am I wrong?
Not at all. Best burgers in the country,
The
right
smell
outside
is
us.
off the
Yeah.
charts. Like, I want a burger so bad right now.
Yeah, it is the best burger smell, better than any, cookout you've been to, any burger joint you've been to here in Minnesota. It's the burgers that they cook on the concourse.
It has to be located really close by.
Oh, it's right out there. Yeah, I've been there.
Does every announcer that comes to visit bring up the burger smell?
No, you're the first.
See, now I think it should be acknowledged by everybody who visits
This
here
is
because
true.
it is one of the standout characteristics. Now, the reason I can bring up the burger smell is
Yes.
because it's an abbreviated scoreboard on this Monday night in the NBA. There's only 3 games, so I'm not like taking away some precious time from TK on the
No,
scores.
and also we're hopefully going to be talking about burgers later, and the Suns can make more threes than they did the last game.
So that the listeners can have free burgers,
Free
all
burgers.
around the valley tomorrow from our
Back in
friends
the-
at Carl's
Carl's
Jr.
Jr., yeah.
That's what we're hoping for.
Sorry to sell you out, Carl's Jr. Sacramento is at Indiana, and San Antonio is taking on the New Orleans Pelicans. Boy, do they have troubles in the Big Easy.
3-21 on the
3
season.
and
the
21.
Pelicans
They
are.
fired their head coach. They're giving away tickets on the floor. People are upset that bought it. It's a mess in New Orleans.
It's not a good situation, and we hope that it's able to rectify at some point, although we will not be there until later this month. Back-to-back
Christmas.
situation,
Yeah.
the day after Christmas and the day after that. So 2 games in a row on 2 consecutive days in the Big Easy for the Suns on the 26th and the 27th. And why don't we tell you what's coming up with our friends at Four Peaks Brewing, because after tonight we head to Oklahoma City, and the Suns will be taking on the Thunder. That one is also scheduled for 5 5:30, just like tonight, and that means our Suns Report pregame gets underway at 5 o'clock. Now, if the Suns beat the Thunder, yes, they shocked the NBA world, beat the Thunder in the knockout round, they will head to Las Vegas direct and wait until Saturday night to take on the winner of the Lakers and Spurs game, which is also going to be on Wednesday night after the Suns Thunder game. If they lose that game, they'll wait for the loser. And if it's the Spurs, that means a road game for the Suns on Monday. That's a week from tonight. If it's the Lakers, that means a home game on Sunday, a week from yesterday at Mortgage Matchup
14th
Center.
and 15th, right?
That's correct.
Sunday's the 14th.
Sunday's the 14th. Monday's the 15th. We're doing good math because today's the 8th. And yes, so it's all working out in my head as well. And that's what's coming up with Four Peaks Brewing. What's coming up here on the Suns Report is our scouting report with assistant coach Jason Allen. That's next.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
What makes you smile? The roar of a crowd? A home team win? How about saving money on one of your biggest investments, your home? A mortgage broker can guide you through the process and could save you thousands of dollars when you buy or refi. Find a local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com for home loan savings that'll make you smile. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back to the Suns Report pregame style. It's time for tonight's scouting report. Joining me is assistant coach Jason Allen, and I just saw you out on the floor tonight working out with Rasheer Fleming, so I wanted to start there, just get your thoughts on the young man's development, because we've seen him spot duty, throughout the season. He's obviously gone down, had a couple great games with the Valley Suns as well, but in your eyes as a coach who's working with him on the regular, what are you seeing in his development?
Yeah, Rasheer's taken steps early in this season. He had opportunities with us, just getting out there in spot minutes like you mentioned, and then going with the Valley and taking big steps with the Valley, just learning the pace of the game. Really on the defensive side of the ball, the offense is there and him finding spots, making shots, but really understanding and grasping the defensive concepts. He's getting better.
All right, so when you guys are sitting there after he works out and you have a laptop and you're going through videos, are you showing stuff that he's doing, or are you showing stuff that he's going up against, or a combination of both?
Combination of both. We like to look at matchups from the game tonight, but we also look at his minutes from the Valley. We looked at his minutes from the Valley, his defensive minutes, and then we looked at his minutes from the last game against the Rockets there at the end of the game. And just some stuff he can fine-tune, especially on the defensive end of the ball. Just learning the spots to get to, his closeout distance, and then we got to rebound.
All right, so when you're working with a young man like that, and obviously you're learning as a coach as well, do you have to figure out how guys respond? Because everybody's different, right? Everybody learns differently, and I'm assuming in basketball that's the same, isn't it?
Yes, definitely the same. For him, he likes to see it on tape. He grasps it on tape, and then anytime we can get on the floor and just walk through and talk through those concepts, he really is able to apply it after that.
Has that changed since you were playing? Like, did you get as much video instruction when you were in your playing days?
Yeah, we got a lot of video. Probably a lot more than that's given nowadays, but it's pretty much much the same. I was the same type player. I needed the video to see what we were trying to get done on the floor.
Yeah, and it seems like that's common for a lot of guys in this league. All right, let's talk about what you saw from the video of the last game. Obviously, you guys have been a team that has learned every step of the way, whether it's from big wins or tough losses. What did you see from the last one out, which was a tough loss in Houston?
Yeah, last one out, it was tough for us. Just wasn't able to score the ball. We had some good looks on that end, presented good looks, and the ball just didn't go in for us. But we got to play the same way on offense and create those looks, and then defensively, make sure we stay in front of the ball. Tonight here, these guys play aggressive and get into a lot of ISO, so we got to make sure we guard the ball and then we're supporting behind it.
Yeah, and on the flip side, you just saw them a couple weeks ago, and you got a positive to take out of that game. I mean, the way that game ended, especially. What do you think this team took out of beating the Timberwolves for the first time in a while between these two, especially?
Yeah, big thing for us is the game's never over, and we learned that, especially in that game, coming down to that last minute and making a run there, and able to overcome I think it was an 8-point lead. So making that run there late, and so that's what we've learned here early in the season, and it'll help us going forward.
All right, last thing, if you had to pick just a couple keys for tonight, obviously you're playing in their gym, that's a difference, but what do you think they're going to be against the Timberwolves?
They're going to be aggressive tonight, especially after the outcome of last game. They do a good job of crushing the glass. Gobert down there, so we got to make sure we box him out. He had 7 rebounds against us last time. And then it's going to come down to ISO defense. Can we guard for all 48 and then, again, have that support behind?
Well, best of luck getting it done again tonight, Jason. Thanks again for your time.
All right, thanks.
That's Jason Allen, assistant coach here for the Phoenix Suns on the Suns Report pregame style. We got more of it coming up next with Tim Kempton on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
Suns fans, you can get in on the action at any time with live betting on FanDuel. Because from the opening tip until the final buzzer, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth quarter comebacks. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. FanDuel, official partner of the Phoenix Suns. 21 plus and present in Arizona. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Fry's, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
When the Suns turn up the heat on the court, you turn up the shine on the street. Cobblestone Auto Spa keeps your ride looking fresh off the fast break. With over 51 convenient Valley locations, full service and express washing options, unlimited wash memberships that pay for themselves in just 2 visits, car maintenance services, and detailing that goes all the way to the rim, we've got the game plan for a championship level clean. Cobblestone Auto Spa, proud partner of the Phoenix Suns.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Down the stretch we come here on the Suns Report, pregame style, getting you ready for the Suns and the Timberwolves, and we're also getting you ready for dinner, apparently. A lot of responses from our conversation about the burgers, and I wanted to shout out the Northwood Diner, because during the last break I did a quick research assignment. I went downstairs and found out where that smell's coming from. So if you ever come here to Target Center, that's where you go for your burger, TK.
Exactly. You may have to try one.
I think we might have to. Halftime is sounding like...
If you hear John Bloom doing the call for about
What's he got in his
15 minutes, you know where Tim is.
All right, now, we got time for trivia. Maybe if you get trivia right tonight, maybe that means I'll get you a burger. How about that?
There you go.
All right, so there's a little less of a sample size because I'm only going to ask you about the games here in Minneapolis.
Okay.
We talked about the whole series when they played in Phoenix. This is the 133rd overall matchup between the Suns and T-Wolves. Suns hold a big advantage, 84-48. Is their record, because they won the first 25, you may recall. We always bring that up. They started 25-0 against the T-Wolves, their longest streak against any opponent in the history of the Phoenix Suns. Moving past that, this is the 64th meeting all-time here in Minneapolis. I don't want to call it that. That's people don't like that.
No.
All right, 63 previous meetings. Suns have the advantage. It's not double digits, but they have the advantage. Yeah. 63 previous meetings. How many wins do the Phoenix Suns have over the Minnesota Timberwolves here in Minneapolis?
36.
He nailed it. Now I got to buy him a burger.
Buy me a burger.
36-27. How did you know that?
Testing,
you said,
1, 2, 3,
you said
testing.
not by double digits.
I said not by double digits.
And
It's
the thing
9.
about it,
it's one shy of double digits.
But here's the thing, though. So I went when you knock it down like that.
Yeah.
And it's a small sample size. 32 is a half.
That would have been half. Yeah.
So not by double digits.
It's a really good guess. 36-27. And guess what? If
that
the
means
Suns,
I'm calling for 10 or 15 minutes, so I'm doing both.
burger time.
Yeah, burger time.
You're getting a burger.
Time.
That's
yeah.
what it means. That was a halftime.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to get down there. Although the line looked pretty long, so I might have to let you do the last few minutes of the first half just to give us a chance. All right, we have a lot to get you ready for tonight's contest, and it's going to be about more than just dinner, although I hope if you are getting dinner, you're doing it safely, you're getting ready to listen to a phenomenal basketball game, which is really what we had when these two met a couple weeks ago in Phoenix. The Suns won that one 114-113. As I mentioned, they hold the overall series lead 84-48. They also hold the lead here in Minneapolis 36-27, as Tim nailed it on the trivia guests here tonight. All right, thanks to Lawrence Ellis, our producer in the studio, and Lauren Hicks, our engineer here in Minneapolis, for humoring us in our burger talk. Coming up next, we've got the health update, starting lineups, and tip-off live from Target Center. It's the Suns and the T-Wolves on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
Thanks for listening to the Suns Report, brought to you in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Achieve legendary status. You do you at Gila River Resorts and Casinos. PayPal, preferred payments partner of the Phoenix Suns. And FanDuel, play your game. Join us before every Phoenix Suns game for the Suns Report, presented by PayPal. Now the stage is set for another great NBA matchup. Stay tuned for exciting Phoenix Suns basketball. It's coming up next right here on the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network.
Oso again!
Sun Center Oso Iguodaro has always had the right people to guide him.
My family, my coaches, my community.
Now Oso has Mountain America Credit Union on his side.
I love how they're here to guide me forward, and they'll do the same for you.
Open a My Style checking account featuring the Phoenix Suns debit card and get a $150 bonus for a limited time.
Make the winning play. Visit macu.com/suns today.
Insured by NCUA. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Megan Trainor, the Get In Girl Tour, live in Phoenix, with special guest Icona Pop. Megan Trainor, playing at Mortgage Matchup Center August 13th. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
At GEHA, we stand behind our members because we were founded by members. So with zero shareholders to mind, we keep our members in mind by offering a health plan for every stage of life, plus hearing and fitness discounts. At GEHA, one thing is clear. Your health isn't our business. It's our purpose. That's why we've been trusted by millions of federal employees and retirees across the country since 1937. Visit GEHA.com to find your federal health plan.
KMVP FM Phoenix, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Phoenix Suns basketball is live and on the air. It's time for Phoenix Suns action. The Suns are brought to you in part by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Take it to another level with Gila River Resorts and Casinos. You do you. By APS, making every day brighter. Michelob Ultra, worth it. Schwartz Laser Eye Center, TeamEyeDoc.com, and FanDuel. Play your game. Now get ready. Here come the Suns.
Game number 24 of the season, and the Suns in frigid Minneapolis to take on a red-hot Timberwolves squad. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back inside Target Center. John Bloom along with Tim Kempton. Our engineer is Lauren Hicks, and we've got Lawrence Ellis producing inside the studio. Happy to have you with us wherever and however you're tuned in to the Phoenix Suns Basketball Network on this Monday evening. And TK, Suns trying to bounce back from a 19-point loss in Houston, Texas on Friday night against another very good Rockets team, and they face another very good opponent here tonight.
Yeah, that they do. One thing first, they've got to make more shots. That was one of the biggest things in that loss against the Houston Rockets. They just didn't make shots. They came out, had a great first quarter. Then they got outscored by 17 in the second quarter, 15 in the third quarter, and the game was basically over when you get down those numbers and you're not making shots. Even when they were down, the bench came in and outscored them 26-20 in the fourth. But obviously the game was way out of hand by then.
That was the first game all season that the Suns had to play without Devin Booker. And this will be the second. We don't know how long he's going to be out with the groin injury, as I'm sneaking ahead of the health update. But I think everybody tuned in probably realized he was not going to be available for tonight, as that was solidified a few days ago. But how did you feel like they responded without Book? It was clear that he wasn't out there. The offense looked a lot different, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. You know, and again, we talk about, this is a make league. You got to make hoops to stay competitive, and even the shots that they missed to stay in the game, I thought were quality shots. No one could make it, and it was contagious up and down the lineup. You know, Royce O'Neal goes 0 for 4. Grayson Allen, what do you make? 1 of 7. You know, guys that have open looks. You think, okay, here we go, and it was like, oh my gosh. So just frustrating. Would they have won the game? I don't know. But still, if you're making shots and it's a 4 or 5 point game instead of a 14 or 15 point game at a point, and then 24 or 25 points, totally different mentality going into it.
Exactly, and it just spiraled, as you mentioned. It seemed like it was contagious because everybody wasn't making it until they brought Jamari Bouye, and he came in and was making his shots. He was really the only guy who was efficient in anywhere over 500 or 50% shooting for the night. For the Suns in the starting lineup alone, you mentioned Royce missing all 4 of his. Dylan Brooks went 0 for 4, and the starting backcourt each went 1 for 7. So combined, 2 for 20, the starters from 3. I don't see that happening regularly, especially when you look at the caliber of shooters that we're talking about with Colin Gillespie, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, etc.
Without a doubt. Maybe you give Grayson a little bit because that was his first game back from him being out for a couple. So maybe a little rough around the edges there. But, yeah, you look at the guys and the shots that they were getting. You hope they get those shots again tonight.
Exactly.
Because you expect them to shoot 45% if they get as open as they did in Houston.
But if you look at the way the Minnesota Timberwolves have defended throughout the season so far, they have not been allowing teams to light them up from distance. They're in the top third. Defensively, they're 7th in the league. Offensively, coming in at 15-8. And again, we talk about the 5-game win streak, and during that stretch, they really shot the ball well from 3, a lot more so than they did when they were heading into Phoenix, even though they were playing good basketball then as well. Suns started them on a 3-game losing streak when they beat them 114, 113.
Yeah, and let's see if they, Alan Horton mentioned it. We've used it. with this team, if they can get this game chaotic, that would definitely help the Suns. Turnovers, loose balls, up and down the court. That's when it seems, especially that second group, that's when they really seem to get going. So see if they can mess it up a little bit tonight against the Timberwolves on their home court.
Suns still come in tops in the NBA in steals at nearly 11 per game heading into tonight's contest. All right, we'll get a break. When we come back, it's time for the health update, starting lineups and tip-off still ahead.
Picture it. Your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps, spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Fry's, we know these moments matter, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable in every aisle. This season, don't just host, make every moment unforgettable. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Give up bread to reach your health goals? We would never. Hero Bread makes soft, fluffy, and delicious bread, buns, tortillas, and more, all with ultra-low net carbs, 0-gram sugar, and high fiber. Each serving boasts more protein than conventional grocery store options, so you can crush your macros. Hero also drops other limited edition, ultra-low net carb baked goods like rich, flaky croissants and more. Find Hero Bread at your local Sprouts or Whole Foods Market or online at hero.co. That's HERO.co.
Sun Auto Network, the official auto and tire service partner of the Phoenix Suns, is your one-stop shop for car care. With 60 Valley locations, Grulix, Sun Devil Auto, and Wilhelm, we bring you complete tire and auto service with national coverage. From oil changes and brakes to new tires and full-service repair, we've got every mile covered. And with the strength of the Sun Auto Network, you get the same expert care, benefits, and trusted service wherever the road takes you. Sun Auto Network. Local care. National strength. Drive confidently. Go Suns.
At Pacific Office Automation, we don't make technology. We make technology work. That's why we're a proud technology partner of the Phoenix Suns. Find your total office solution for copiers and printers, managed IT and cloud services, telephone systems, data security, and more. Experience our uncommon commitment to customer service. Visit PacificOffice.com. We make technology work.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back inside Target Center. Tonight's health update is brought to you by Banner Health, official healthcare partner of the Phoenix Suns, who are still without their leading all-time scorer, Devin Booker, due to a right groin strain. This is game number 2 that he is missing with that malady. Dylan Brooks is available despite dealing with some left Achilles soreness. Jalen Green still out with his right hamstring strain, and Isaiah Livers due to a right hip strain. For the T-Wolves, they are a healthy bunch despite both Anthony Edwards and Terrence Shannon Jr. coming down with an illness. Both guys are available for tonight's contest. We'll tell you who else is available. Starting lineups and tip-off straight ahead.
Quitting nicotine can feel overwhelming, but with the Ash Line, you're never alone. Arizona's Quit Line offers free support, whether you want to quit cigarettes, vapes, pouches, or chew. You'll be matched with a Quit coach to create a custom plan and keep you motivated. Resources are available 24/7, no matter your insurance status. The Ash Line can help you quit for good. Call 800-5566-222 or text START My Quit to 300-500 to get started. Prefer to chat online? Visit ashline.org.
Hate's a strong word, but if you bought your home or refinanced in the last few years, you probably don't love your monthly mortgage payment. Well, rates have finally dropped and refis are back. So don't wait another day to connect with your local home loan expert at mortgagematchup.com. They'll work with you on a personalized refi plan that can help you save money now and for years to come. Don't hate your rate. Refi now. Go to mortgagematchup.com. Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038. Licensed in all 50 states and the District of Columbia.
The Suns are your ticket to ride. When the Suns play at home, your game ticket doubles as a Valley Metro rail fare. This offer is in effect 4 hours before every Suns home game and through the end of the transit day. Skip the traffic, save on parking, and ride light rail straight to the arena. It's all part of your ticket to ride with the Suns and Valley Metro. Find the best way to and from Mortgage Matchup Center at valleymetro.org/Suns or download the Valley Metro app. That's valleymetro.org/Suns or download the Valley Metro app.
Duran Duran. January 5th, Mortgage Matchup Center. An evening with Duran Duran Live. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Duran Duran Live.
The Phoenix Suns play here. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back inside Target Center in Minneapolis. John Bloom, Tim Kempton with you, and it's time for tonight's starting lineups. First for the visiting Phoenix Suns, 13-10 on the season after Friday night's loss in Houston. They're now 5-6 on the road under head coach Jordan Ott. He's assisted by Jesse Mermis, Damari Carroll, Chasen Allen, John Little, Brian Randall, Mike Muscala, Sean Dwyer, and Mateen Cleaves. And in the backcourt for the Suns will be Colin Gillespie, a 6'1", 195-pound guard in his third year out of Villanova, joined by Grayson Allen, 6'3", 198-pounder in his 8th year from Duke. Dylan Brooks is at one forward spot, 6'7", 225, 9th year out of Oregon. Royce O'Neal, the other forward, at 6'6", 226 in his 9th year from Baylor. And Mark Williams at 7'1", 240, his 4th year out of Duke, gets the start in the middle for the Suns. For the hometown Minnesota Timberwolves, 5 wins in a row, 15-8 on the season now, 8-3 here at home under head coach Chris Finch. He's in his 6th season, assisted by Micah Nori, Pablo Prigioni, Elston Turner, Kevin Hansen, Max Lefebvre, and Chris Hines. And in the backcourt for the Wolves, Dante DiVincenzo, 6'4", 208 pounds in his 9th year out of Villanova, joined by Anthony Edwards, 6'4", 225, year number 6 from Georgia for Ant-Man, averaging 28.1 points per game, which has him 8th best in the NBA coming into tonight's game. Now, Jaden McDaniels has been excellent lately, including 27 in their latest victory over the Clippers on Saturday night. 6'9", 205-pounder in his 5th year out of Washington. Julius Randle at the other forward, 6'9", 255, 13th season out of Kentucky. Always seems to love playing against the Phoenix Suns. And Rudy Gobert starts in the middle, 7'1", 255, year number 13 for the Stifle Tower out of France, and the former number 1 draft pick of the Denver Nuggets back in the 2013 draft. And again, it's going to be the Suns with their work cut out for them, but we'll see what they're able to do. Shot making is what we're going to look for, TK, at a higher level than what we saw in Houston.
Yeah, without a doubt. Take care of the ball, get good shots, and see where it happens. But they got to get back to making shots, especially from 3, because that not only get you points, but it opens up the drives to the basket. Houston just packed the paint after the Suns went cold. They couldn't get anything going.
Suns wearing their whites tonight. Suns across their chest, trimmed in purple and orange. Mark Williams wins the opening jump ball from Rudy Gobert. And now a pass goes to Royce O'Neal. Williams gets it at the top of the arc. Couple dribbles. He'll hand it to Colin Gillespie. We're just underway here in Minnesota. Grayson Allen driving through the paint. Scoops it up with a running right-hander. Gets knocked down. No whistle, but he got the bucket to fall. And Allen gives the Suns the early 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and that's a great start. Again, pressure at the three-point line. This time, they were able to get to the rim, and Colin gets past Rudy Gobert for the layup.
2-0 Suns. We're 35 seconds in as McDaniels gets it against Brooks in the right corner. Finds Gobert in the lane. He's picked by Gillespie, and a steal. Colin gives it ahead to Royce O'Neal. Steps into a 3, and he missed it on the left wing, but Mark Williams up high for the offensive board. Back out to Brooks for 3, and he missed it off the rim. Royce O'Neal a hand on it. Stay here, says Brandon Schwab, who calls a foul on the Timberwolves. Our officials tonight, Tyler Ford, Brian Forte, and the aforementioned Brandon Schwab.
And here's the tenacity of this group. You get a steal on the other end. You got 2 offensive rebounds on this end.
Foul called on Julius Randle. That's his first as Grayson Allen misses a 3 on the left wing. Rebound goes to Dante DiVincenzo, and he'll bring it up the left side now against another former Villanova star guard, and Gillespie. DiVincenzo plays catch with Randle, has it on the right wing. Now Brooks switches on him. He backs up near midcourt, throws a pass deflected and stolen by Grayson Allen. Into the forecourt come the Suns. Brooks, right corner to O'Neal, gets it back. Brooks teeing up another 3, and that one rims off. Mark Williams tips it over to Royce O'Neal under the basket, gets it back, floats it up, and gets it to go.
Man, Mark Williams is active, even around Rudy Gobert, kept it alive. Royce picks it up, gets it back to him for the little putback. And the Suns, again, those 50-50 possessions, aggressiveness, making the most of them.
And Royce had to do a little tiptoeing of the baseline there because he was near going out of bounds as he saved it for Mark and got the assist. Now McDaniel's open for three, left corner. He missed that one, and Williams goes up to grab the strong rebound. Gets it ahead to Allen in transition. Drives the lane, floater up and in off the window for Grayson Allen, who used his patience after getting some space from Dante DiVincenzo on the drive. And it's 6-0 Suns. Grayson Allen's got 4 of them. We're 2 minutes in here in Minneapolis. DiVincenzo floats it over on the left wing to Randall. He spins on Brooks, runs him over, dumps it for Gobert, who throws it down with a right-hand jam. And the Timberwolves are on the board for the first time tonight, giving their fans a chance to take their seats for the first time tonight.
You see a little bit of that bully ball by Randall, and then the finish by Gobert. He's never going to be that far from the offensive hoop.
Dillon Brooks fading on the left elbow, can't get that to go, but Mark Williams tracks down another offensive board. Brooks is open for 3, missed that off the back iron, and DiVincenzo the rebound. Dillon Brooks a cold start. He's missed all 4 of his shots, but now a pass ahead is deflected out of bounds, stops the transition of the T-Wolves, who will keep possession with 19 on the shot clock.
Suns doing a nice job in early offense, getting up the floor, but you got to get back in transition defense too. We just saw an example of it right there.
And an eerily cold start from deep again for the Suns, who have missed all 5 of their threes to get it going here, but they still lead at 6-2. We're nearly 3 minutes in as Anthony Edwards tries his first shot on the left elbow. That misses off the rim. Tap back out to DiVincenzo. He resets, dribbles against Gillespie, and now feeds Gobert. Passes out for McDaniels on the right wing. Lob back to Gobert. He'll jam it. Nice little give and go between Gobert and McDaniels, and it's Rudy on the business end of the alley-oop. He's got all 4 Timberwolves points. Suns lead it by 2. Grayson Allen, hesitation dribble against McDaniels, gets some space, then feeds Williams and gets it back. Dribbles around the screen from Mark, penetrates to the left block and feeds O'Neal left corner. They work it to Dillon Brooks between the circles now. He starts to drive on Randall. Step back, fake, then pivots, fades, and hits the jumper from the right elbow. Dillon Brooks takes the lid off and finally has his first bucket.
Yeah, got in that mid-range area and used those turnaround jump shots that he's so good at.
He's got his first 2 points of the night. Now McDaniels, or rather Edwards on the drive, gets bumped and fouled. Grayson Allen's disbelief is clear with that call by Tyler Ford, or rather it's Brandon Schwab on the whistle again. It's going to be 2 shots for Anthony Edwards as Grayson Allen still complaining to Schwab here on the near sideline. 8:14 left to go in the first, and it's the Suns 8, the Timberwolves 4, and Anthony Edwards a chance to get on the board for the first time. He's averaging 28.1 a game, nearly 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and a steal as well.
Someone that has gotten better every year statistically, and you can see it every night.
And he's still just 24 years of age, native of Atlanta, and helped Team USA to a gold medal in Paris. That was his first Olympic experience. You would guess first of many for Team USA. We'll see. 28 a night to start his first 20 games here this year, and now he hits the first 2 free throws of the night and makes it a 2-point game. And on the far side, we get a collision between Villanova Wildcats, DiVincenzo and Gillespie, and Dante is going to pick up the personal foul.
You just see the movement and the decision making with this group. It's so crisp. You know, they don't hesitate.
That ball has been moving. Now Dillon Brooks gets it. He's going to line up a deep 3 and knock that one down over Julius Randle after missing his first 3. Dillon Brooks gets one to fall, and the Suns take a 5-point lead, 11-6. 7:50 left to go, quarter number 1, and that's the Suns' first make on 6 tries from deep. Edwards into the forecourt, gives to McDaniels. He gets around a screen from Gobert. Floater from the left elbow, short. Rebound taken by McDaniels away from Williams. He'll put it up and in over Williams. And the foul. Jaden McDaniels a chance at a 3-point play. That was no easy feat. Mark Williams was right there playing tight defense. And McDaniels missed the first floater, but then the long rebound came right back to him. Yeah.
I didn't see the foul.
Not much there. The free throw doesn't go, so maybe the ball did not line. 11-8. 7.5 minutes left in the first. Suns by 3. Gillespie a pull-up 3 over DiVincenzo, short. Grayson Allen up high to tip it over to O'Neal, who steps beyond the arc and fakes the shot, gives to Brooks. He also fakes the 3, drives the lane, tried to dump to Williams. It's knocked out of bounds. Mark Williams looks at Dillon and said, lob it, don't throw it to me. Just throw it up high, I'll go get it.
Yeah, Dillon upset with himself because he got Rudy Gobert on the perimeter to bite on a fake, and there wasn't a shot blocker at the rim.
7 on the shot clock now. Allen gives it to Williams, gets it back. He penetrates with the right-hand dribble, lobs to Williams. He missed the jam, but he was hammered. Jaden McDaniels tried to contest it at the rim. Mark Williams frustrated with himself that he didn't finish through the contact, but he's going to get to the line for 2 free throws.
And there you go. There's the lob to just throw it up in that traffic.
That's
throw a bounce pass. You try to throw a pass. A lot of hands there, a lot of chaos. Put it up in the air where there's nothing but someone to go get it.
It looks like Grayson Allen was paying attention to Mark Williams when he was talking to Dillon Brooks.
Exactly.
And that's what you should do. Even if he's not talking to you, teammates you pay attention to, kids.
That's a great
Because
great
if you
point,
know
John.
where the big man wants it and you put it there, that's a good thing.
Then it's on him.
Yeah. Then the big man's going to run harder. He's going to be there more.
He's going to rebound.
Yeah.
He's going to set better screens for you. That's a moving screen by Rudy Gobert.
Williams, by the way, made both free throws, shooting 76% from there. Now he's defending Rudy Gobert underneath. He got it up and in quickly before Williams could block it off a nice dish from Julius Randle. It's back to a 3-point game, 13-10. Suns leading, 6:50 to go in the first. Allen on the drive, gets past McDaniels all the way under the basket, and then wraps around, bounces it out to Ryan Dunn, who just checked in, replacing Colin Gillespie. Now Brooks another deep 3, and that one's good from several steps beyond the arc for Dillon Brooks, who started the night 0 for 4, but he's made his last 3 shots and has 8 points to lead the Suns. They lead the T-Wolves 16-10 with 6.5 minutes left, and now Brooks gets tied up with Dante DiVincenzo, and they exchange a little pat on the back as we head to a timeout on the floor. 6.5 minutes left in quarter number 1. It's Phoenix 16, Minnesota 10.
Big news, Arizona! Your roof is now part of the home team. United Roofing and General Contracting is the official roofer of the Phoenix Suns. Need a full roof replacement or a repair before monsoon season? Want help navigating your insurance claim? We work with all carriers and have you covered. So schedule your free roof inspection today and get ready, because the roof has officially been raised. United Roofing and General Contracting, 602-806-ROOF.
Oso again! Sun Center Oso Iguodaro has always had the right people to guide him.
My family, my coaches, my community.
Now Oso has Mountain America Credit Union on his side.
I love how they're here to guide me forward, and they'll do the same for you.
Open a My Style checking account featuring the Phoenix Suns debit card and get a $150 bonus for a limited time.
Make the winning play. Visit macu.com/Suns today.
Insured by NCUA. Terms, conditions, and exclusions apply.
Dunks, dimes, and no-looks are great on TV, but catching them from the hardwood is a whole different experience. That all starts with buying tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Phoenix Suns. Ticketmaster gets you to the game so you can experience all the sights, sounds, and styles, from seeing your favorite Sun stars up close to hearing the squeak of the sneakers on the hardwood. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, Ticketmaster's got your back when it comes to scoring tickets. Get tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Suns. See you courtside, Phoenix.
On the basketball court, the soccer pitch, or even the golf course, your crew brings their best not just for the win, but for that post-game celebration. When victory tastes like Michelob Ultra, it's worth every drop of sweat. And if you don't win, you'll still get the beer. It's just on you. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
The home of Phoenix Suns basketball, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
6.5 minutes left to go, quarter number 1, and the Suns off to a good start, leading the Timberwolves